In the vast land of Jiuzhou, within the majestic city of Yunlan, the Lin family stands proud. Inside the resplendent hall, 2 rows of tables and chairs are arranged neatly. Seated at the head of the left side is an exceptionally handsome young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Opposite him sits a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Lin Dong, I shall not elaborate further. I have come here today to... Stop. Lu Yanran. Do not continue, I know your intentions. You wish to annul our engagement, correct? How did you know I came to annul our engagement? Enough. Today, it is not you who shall annul the engagement, but I, Lin Dong, who shall sever ties with you, Lu Yanran. Here is the marriage contract from this day forth. May we each find our own peace. Before Lu Yanran could finish her words, Lin Dong anticipated her response, producing a marriage contract and slapping it onto the table, then gracefully turning to leave. He did not forget to call out to the bewildered steward standing nearby. "Steward, please escort our guest out." The steward replied, "Miss Lu, please take your leave." Lu Yanran, utterly perplexed, clutched the marriage contract and walked out of the Lin family estate, her expression dazed. Wasn't she the one who came to annul the engagement? How did she end up being the one cast aside? As she exited the Lin residence, the more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. After all, she was the foremost beauty of Yunlan City. If anyone were to annul an engagement, it should be her, not Lin Dong, the so-called waste. Had she not been wronged? Yet, the matter was settled, irretrievable. Primarily, Lin Dong's audacious maneuver had left her in a daze, rendering her unable to react in time, falling into his trap. Meanwhile, back at the Lin residence, Lin Dong returned to his private courtyard, designated solely for the esteemed young master of the Lin family. Reclining on a chair with his hands behind his head, he hummed an unrecognizable tune, relishing the earlier encounter. "Lu Yanran, do you think you can compete with me? Did I not read enough novels in my past life to be caught off guard?" As he chuckled, Lin Dong fell into contemplation, reflecting on his 18 years in this world. Indeed, Lin Dong hailed from a cerulean planet. In his previous life, he had just risen from the toilet when he stood too abruptly, losing consciousness and finding himself reincarnated into the newborn body of Lin Dong in the Jiuzhou continent. On this land, mortals could cultivate, mastering mystical arts and divine powers, shattering mountains with their fists and grasping stars with their hands, revering the strong above all. His parents were both cultivators, once renowned as formidable experts in the Tiangang realm. Before their departure, the Lin family was the foremost among the 5 great families of Yunlan City. Born into such a lineage, Lin Dong was elated. In his past life, his greatest aspiration had been to cultivate immortality, soaring through the skies and traversing the universe. Little did he expect to have the opportunity to realize it in this lifetime. With parents like his, he was destined to become a great master, was he not? However, everything changed 2.5 years ago when, during an aptitude test at the 7 Stars Academy, Lin Dong discovered he was incapable of cultivation. This revelation left him despondent, leading him to languish in inactivity for 2.5 years. As for the engagement, it was a betrothal arranged by his parents during their lifetime. Wait a moment. The wasteful young master. Annulment? Contemplating this, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Damn, such a clicked scenario, and it unfolds in my life? Am I destined for a rise?" At that moment, a crisp and melodious voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Ding! Host detected to have reached 18 years of age. The gourmet system has been automatically bound to the host. Binding successful. The host has received a novice gift pack X1. Would you like to open it?" What the heck? Lin Dong sprang to his feet, exhilarated. It's really his system. Upon seeing the system's notification, a twitch formed at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. Was the power of adulthood truly so formidable? It had caused the system to arrive a full 18 years late. Nevertheless, it had finally come. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Dong's face. With the system by his side, it seemed that Lin Dong was destined for greatness. In the next moment, Lin Dong sensed a stream of information flowing into his mind, revealing the basic functions of the system, which he quickly comprehended. Consuming food grants divine abilities? Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This system is quite impressive. The system's fundamental function was straightforward. Consuming food would bestow divine abilities, meaning that whatever one consumed would grant them corresponding powers. For instance, if one ate a bird and activated the system, they would have the opportunity to gain bloodline abilities and innate attributes, such as its claw techniques or feathered swordplay. Simple and comprehensible. However, divine abilities were not guaranteed. With every consumption, the host had only one opportunity each day to acquire such powers. Without hesitation, Lin Dong declared, "System, open the novice gift pack." Upon his command, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the novice gift pack. Celestial Grade Divine Ability Card X1, Emperor Grade Divine Ability Card X1, and the Gourmet Technique Swallowing the Heavens, which includes the chapters on swallowing heaven's transformation, flesh melting into heaven, and soul refining into heaven. Everything can be consumed. Ding. Today's refresh yields a common Divine Ability Card X1, Celestial Grade Divine Ability Card. Using this card guarantees the acquisition of a Celestial Grade Divine Ability. The ranks of divine abilities are classified as low, medium, high, supreme, king, emperor, saint, and celestial delight surged within him. Although Lin Dong could not fully comprehend the gourmet technique, it certainly appeared remarkable. However, he understood divine abilities. Lin Dong leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Celestial Gradients, truly the legendary Celestial Grade Divine Ability. In an Emperor Grade 2, this novice gift pack is extraordinary." Overcome with joy, Lin Dong felt almost faint. Divine abilities are exceedingly rare. Typical cultivator families possess, at most, one exceptional divine ability, often passed down as a treasured family secret. Even the Lin family, at its highest, only had access to a king-grade ability. Higher grade abilities could only be found in prominent sects and sacred lands, such as emperor and saint grades, and were the essence of their heritage. Thus, for Lin Dong to start with both celestial grade and emperor grade abilities was nothing short of astonishing. Emperor grade abilities are not even guaranteed in some sacred lands and extraordinary families. If one were to emerge, it could incite fierce conflict among powerful beings, let alone celestial grade abilities, which exist solely in legends. Lin Dong could hardly contain his eagerness. Shall I test the waters with a common divine ability card? He noted that he had 3 opportunities to acquire divine abilities: 1 celestial grade, 1 emperor grade, and 1 daily chance. You're the one. Chicken brother. Lin Dong happened to catch sight of a spirit chicken he raised, flitting before him. He seized it and quickly set a pot of water boil. The chicken squawked in distress, struggling in vain against its fate. Though he hesitated to recklessly use precious items, indulging once a day was harmless, as opportunities refreshed daily. Moments later, the air was filled with a tantalizing aroma. The roasted chicken, its skin golden and sizzling with oil, brought a grin to Lin Dong's face as he prepared to dig in. Delicious, ouch. It's a bit hot. Ignoring the heat, he bit down fiercely on a chicken leg, his thoughts racing. System, activate a regular divine card. Ding! The host has consumed a chicken leg, expending 1 ordinary divine card, and has acquired a low-grade divine ability. Genie Time Step. Speed increased by 100. Genie Time Step? In the next instant, Lin Dong felt a surge of information flooding his mind, envisioning a small figure practicing an intricate dance. Time seemed to slip away as he lost count of how many times he had practiced. His feet and body began to move in sync with the figure. He couldn't help but sway side to side, hopping and skipping, feeling his feet grow lighter. What a thrill! Ha ha ha! Lin Dong darted around the courtyard, laughter escaping him. His speed had doubled. Just as he had anticipated, devouring the leg had granted him the leg technique, and the ability he received was astonishingly at maximum level by default. "Young master, what are you doing?" At that moment, the steward stepped forward, attempting to console him. "Don't be too downcast, and certainly don't do anything foolish." From his perspective, the young master had returned and slumped into a chair, his brow furrowed in despair, only to suddenly erupt into laughter. Now, as he devoured the chicken, he was leaping about, dancing in the most peculiar manner. "Is this child losing his mind?" Lin Dong retorted, downcast. "Have you lost your mind, steward? I'm the one who called off the engagement. The one who should be sorrowful is Lu Yanran." Besides, Lin Dong continued, gripping the steward's shoulders and shaking him. "I am elated." I understand. The steward nodded, though his eyes still reflected concern and disbelief. The departure of his parents and the abrupt end of his engagement were substantial blows, challenging for anyone to bear, especially for someone as young as Lin Dong. "Oh, father, I am sorry," Lin Dong declared. "Steward, fetch the dragon blood flower preserved by my father. It is of great importance." Chapter 2. The True Dragon Treasure Technique. The True Dragon Fist. Enough with the nonsense. Before the steward could utter another word, Lin Dong propelled him out of the courtyard with a firm push of his shoulders. At this moment, he found himself unable to explain his actions to the steward. However, once he attained divine abilities through cultivation, the steward would surely comprehend the rationale behind his decisions. At this moment, Lin Dong radiated with an extraordinarily brilliant light, igniting a bold idea in his mind. The dragon blood flower contained the essence of dragon blood, did it not? He pondered whether utilizing the celestial grade divine ability card might grant him the opportunity to acquire the fabled True Dragon Treasure Technique. The True Dragon Treasure Technique? In both his past and present lives, the dragon race had always been regarded as an exceptionally noble and powerful lineage, especially in the land of the 9 provinces. The True Dragon clan was one of the legendary 10 fiends, rumored to be celestial beings surpassing even the emperors. The True Dragon Treasure Technique was said to be unparalleled in offensive capabilities, coveted even by the emperors themselves. Naturally, Lin Dong yearned for it. Should he indeed obtain the legendary True Dragon Treasure Technique, he would possess the means to dominate the 9 provinces with unrivaled prowess. Such a chicken should not go to waste. Just a few spirit stones for one, after all. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile broadly, devouring the chicken in mere bites. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Host has consumed a chicken, earning 1 gluttony point. Lin Dong froze momentarily. What exactly was a gluttony point? The system responded, ding. Gluttony points can be used to enhance cultivation and strengthen divine abilities. Note, additional features will be unlocked as the host's strength increases. Goodness, such a function exists? Lin Dong was astonished. The system had an abundance of features. Even before he had familiarized himself with the divine ability card, new functionalities were already emerging. Moreover, the prospect of gaining gluttony points from consuming food to augment his cultivation and reinforce his divine abilities seemed rather straightforward. At that moment, a translucent prompt appeared, cultivation level, none, 1100. Lin Dong was taken aback. Did this mean that 100 gluttony points could elevate him to the first level of chi refinement? Earning just 1 gluttony point from a single chicken would mean he had to consume 100 chickens. The cultivation realms in the 9 provinces include chi refinement, meridian opening, core formation, sea transformation, heavenly gang, purple mansion, monarch, imperial extreme, quasi-saint, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, and emperor, each realm further divided into 9 tiers. Core formation corresponds to low-tier divine abilities, ascending through the realms. If ordinary spirit chickens could yield gluttony points, what about the meat of formidable demon beasts? Lin Dong mused. Demon beasts of various tiers absorb the essence of heaven and earth, possessing strength akin to that of human cultivators and fearsome physical forms, their flesh imbued with pure energy. Especially high-tier demon beasts, whose meat contained exceptionally refined essence, consuming it could yield miraculous effects for cultivators. At the 7-star academy he attended, some demon beasts were nurtured in specific secret realms for disciples to train against or serve as sustenance to replenish their energies. Lin Dong found himself somewhat eager to discover whether consuming the flesh of these high-tier demon beasts would bring him unexpected surprises. Before long, the steward appeared, bearing a vibrant red flower. Lin Dong seized the dragon blood flower and bit into its most crimson and vibrant bloom, the part that contained the essence of dragon blood. With a mere thought, he activated the celestial grade divine ability card. Moments later, a chime echoed. Ding. The host has consumed a piece of dragon blood flower, expending 1 celestial grade divine ability card, and has acquired the celestial grade divine ability, True Dragon Treasure Art, True Dragon Fist. True Dragon Fist, the ultimate treasure art of the True Dragon lineage, unmatched in offensive prowess, requiring an extraordinarily strong physique. Capable of amplifying one's combat power by dozens of times. When cultivated to perfection, a single punch can shatter myriad loss. Wow, I actually struck gold. Lin Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that he had indeed obtained the legendary True Dragon Treasure Art, and the most formidable True Dragon Fist at that. The system was truly remarkable. In a moment of reverie, Lin Dong envisioned a colossal true dragon spiraling at the edge of the heavens. Its breath potent enough to obliterate the sun, moon, and stars, causing the very cosmos to tremble. Instantly, the silhouette of a small figure reappeared in his mind, continuously evolving the supreme fist technique. Its speed was astonishing, delivering thousands upon thousands of punches per second, each imbued with the might of the dragon, representing the pinnacle of offensive power. "Young master, are you all right?" The butler's voice broke through the haze. "This is madness. The dragon blood flower is a supreme spiritual herb, fiercely potent. Even formidable cultivators at the sea transformation and celestial ganging realms dare not consume it in such a manner. It could lead to your demise. How could a mere mortal indulge like this? Spit it out immediately. If anything were to happen, how would the old man explain it to the master and mistress?" Before Lin Dong could ponder further, the butler's alarmed voice rang out. His eyes widened in horror, feeling his heart bleed at the thought of his young master wasting such a precious herb. Yet his primary concern remained the young master's well-being. "Haha, butler. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I feel unprecedentedly well." Lin Dong could not contain his laughter. He felt himself growing stronger, his physical prowess continuously enhancing. In that moment, he realized he was truly on the verge of rising. The system had not only resolved his inability to cultivate, but had also bestowed upon him the supreme offensive divine ability of the true dragon treasure art. Ding! The host has consumed the essence of the dragon blood flower. The devouring heaven sutra automatically activates, converting any essence the host cannot absorb into gluttony points. Ding! The host has gained 100 gluttony points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Within mere moments, Lin Dong found his gluttony points had increased by 1,500. Could consuming rare treasures also yield gluttony points? This was a delightful surprise. He could now advance to the first level of Qi refinement, being a waste spirit root. He could not yet cultivate the techniques, so he would first utilize the system to break through. He felt the dragon blood flower within him transforming into pure energy, surging through his limbs and bones, continuously reshaping his body. "Butler, I can cultivate now." Lin Dong eagerly shared the good news with the butler, who had become like family since his parents' departure. "Young master, are you truly unscathed? Have faith. Just watch." Under the butler's astonished gaze, Lin Dong commanded the system to expend 100 gluttony points. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. This was indeed the first level of Qi training. There was no mistake. "Ha ha ha, my young master can cultivate now." The steward, taken aback, understood the implications as he himself was at the Pulse realm. Initially skeptical, he was now presented with a delightful surprise by the young master. In comparison, the loss of a dragon blood flower was trivial. As long as the young master could cultivate, acquiring a few more flowers would pose no issue. Yet, to the steward's astonishment, Lin Dong's aura continued to swell, soon breaking through to the second level of Qi training. Boom! Lin Dong smiled, consuming 200 gluttony points, and ascended to the second level of Qi training. Consumed 500 gluttony points, Qi training third level. Consumed 2,000 gluttony points, Qi training fifth level. Your power rivals that of a mere roadside chicken. Ultimately, Lin Dong expended a total of 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 3,800 gluttony points to reach the fifth level of Qi training before finally halting. He was left with 288 gluttony points. The essence derived from this dragon blood flower had granted him over 4,000 gluttony points, enabling Lin Dong to break through 5 minor realms. Not only had his realm increased, but his physical strength had also augmented by several hundred pounds, elevating him from an utterly powerless mortal to a formidable force of 990 pounds. This was the boon bestowed upon him by the dragon blood flower. However, the most crucial factor was the system reward of the devouring heaven sutra, which allowed him to refine the essence of the dragon blood flower. Without it, he might have met with a catastrophic demise. Now, he could elevate both his cultivation and physical prowess merely by consuming. What a sheer delight! Lin Dong turned to the steward, who was still in a state of shock, and said with a grin, "See, I was not deceiving you, was I?" The steward exclaimed 3 hearty praises, tears of joy streaming down his face, clearly overjoyed. The young master's inability to cultivate had caused both of them great distress, but today, Lin Dong could finally cultivate, and a knot in his heart had been loosened. Since the young master can cultivate now, "Old man, there is indeed something I must inform you. The 7 Stars Academy intends to expel you," the steward said slowly. He had refrained from mentioning the academy matter before, fearing it would evoke painful memories for the young master. He had suppressed this information for months. After all, with the young master unable to cultivate, What recourse did he have against the Academy's decision to expel him? However, the circumstances had changed. Now that the young master could cultivate and had broken through to the 5th level of Qi training, perhaps expulsion could be avoided. Chapter 3. Rapid Advancement. A glimpse of fist techniques. The 7 Stars Academy, you say? After a moment of silence, Lin Dong replied, "In a few days, I shall visit the academy." The 7 Stars Academy was the most renowned institution among the 4 surrounding cities. He had enrolled at the age of 6 and was well aware of the academy's regulations. Upon awakening one's spiritual roots at the age of 15, if one failed to break through to the Qi training realm within 3 years, expulsion would ensue. He was now 18. Soon, the 3-year deadline would arrive. Should he choose not to participate in the assessment, or should he fail it? He would undoubtedly face expulsion from the 7 Stars Academy. The 7 Stars Academy holds a profound significance for him. In the past, upon being identified as possessing a waste spirit root, he endured the scornful gazes of all around him, a reality he could scarcely confront. Yet this time, he would not shy away. He would demonstrate to these individuals that he was not a worthless being. He would emerge from the 7 Stars Academy like a dragon rising from the depths, poised to sweep across the 9 provinces with unparalleled prowess. Here are the cultivation resources left for you by your esteemed parents. Noticing Lin Dong's nonchalant response to the academy's mention, the steward chuckled as he presented Lin Dong with a storage ring, previously withheld from him until now, returning it to its rightful owner. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct someone to inform me. Seemingly pressed for time, the steward departed hastily from the Lin residence after leaving a few words. Lin Dong did not refuse. He was in dire need of cultivation resources, and before heading to the 7 Stars Academy, he required a period of seclusion. His cultivation level at the 5th stage of the Qi refinement realm, while adequate for remaining at the academy, was insufficient. In Yunlin City, it merely represented the standard of an ordinary genius. It was not enough for him to truly shine. Entering the cultivation chamber left by his parents, Lin Dong began his seclusion, striving to elevate his cultivation and delve into the system. Astonishing. Such an abundance of treasures? His parents certainly had a remarkable touch. As Lin Dong inspected the storage ring, he discovered hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, several precious high-grade and top-grade spirit herbs, along with a vial of 5th-tier spirit liquid. These resources were sufficient for an average cultivator to break through to the celestial realm. Should he attempt to cultivate on his own first? Lin Dong activated the heavenly devouring scripture, realizing he could draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to enhance his cultivation. However, the process soon slowed. Initially, he experienced rapid breakthroughs through 2 small realms, achieving a breakthrough every several breaths, but upon completion, his speed halved, requiring several minutes to advance to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Not to mention, the surrounding spiritual energy had already been depleted. Reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement felt akin to moving at a snail's pace, necessitating an hour to break through a small realm. If others were to hear this, they would likely wish to reprimand Lin Dong, questioning how he could complain about such a pace. 1 hour for a small breakthrough? Was that not a blessing? How long would it take for them to achieve a breakthrough? It was simply too slow. Perhaps he should gather some spirit stones, consuming them to expedite his progress. The room before Lin Dong was filled with an abundance of spirit stones, and he began absorbing them, drinking the spirit liquid with fervor. He voraciously devoured them. He was unperturbed by the thought that the heavenly devouring scripture might not be able to absorb and refine them. For any essence that could not be refined would automatically convert into points for consumption. Boom. What an impressive technique. Indeed, he had achieved yet another small breakthrough. Lin Dong felt as though he were a vortex, every pore in his body wide open, absorbing spiritual energy, as if he were a whale devouring the essence from the spirit stones. His cultivation surged within mere moments. He swiftly broke into the 9th level of Qi refinement. The pile of over 1,000 spirit stones before him transformed into rubble in an instant. The next day, Lin Dong emerged from the secret chamber, invigorated and refreshed. Upon embarking on his cultivation journey, Lin Dong's countenance transformed into one of striking elegance, his physique becoming more elongated and upright. This night of rigorous training enabled him to ascend from the 5th layer of Qi cultivation to the 4th layer of pulse awakening, a significant leap across a major realm. This achievement was the result of his deliberate restraint, waiting until he reached a point where each realm had been thoroughly explored. Only when the vessel was full and the conditions ripe did he dare to break through. He understood that in the path of cultivation, foundational work must precede rapid advancement. Otherwise, a fragile foundation would hinder future progress. While others toiled for years, Lin Dong accomplished in a single day what they could not. At last, he matched the realm of the young prodigies of the four great cities. To have such fortuitous circumstances was exhilarating. However, it also consumed 1/20th of the resources within his storage ring. After a modest breakfast, Lin Dong set forth for the Qixing Academy, located 20 miles east of Yulan City. For his former self, devoid of cultivation, he would have needed to depart 1 or 2 hours in advance. Now, with his fourth layer of pulse awakening prowess, he arrived in just an hour. Before long, a grand edifice loomed before him, its entrance majestic yet retaining an air of antiquity. The architecture subtly revealing the passage of time. A large plaque adorned the entrance, its cursive script proclaiming, Qixing Academy. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. He had heard whispers of the academy's significance, that its true headquarters lay in Qingzhou, one of the foremost powers in the region. As he entered the academy, nostalgia washed over him as he made his way towards the assessment hall. Along the way, he encountered several students, some in small clusters while others moved in larger groups. And he sensed a few had recognized him, pointing and murmuring, "Isn't that Lin Dong? What is he doing here at the academy?" They wondered. "I heard he was declared to have a useless spiritual root and had not set foot in the academy since then. Is he here for the assessment? How can someone with a useless spiritual root possibly pass the assessment to remain at the academy?" Lin Dong paid no heed to their chatter. He continued to the registration hall and respectfully bowed to the elder with white hair and eyebrows, who sat with his eyes closed at the entrance. "Elder, I am Lin Dong, here to participate in the outer sect assessment." The elder, who slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them as he regarded Lin Dong. "Unleash your spiritual power." "Understood." In the next moment, Lin Dong emanated the aura of the fourth layer of pulse awakening. The energy was neither superficial nor feigned. Rather, it was profound and substantial. Far from resembling that of someone who had just broken through the previous night, it felt as though he had cultivated for years to attain such mastery. "Enough. Retract your aura." Elder, who nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as he assessed Lin Dong. "Your strength qualifies you to officially become a disciple of the outer sect of Qixing Academy. Here is your identity token." After registering his information, Lin Dong received the token, which entitled him to all the resources and benefits available to outer sect disciples, along with the opportunity to acquire a low-grade divine ability. "Thank you, Elder." Lin Dong gratefully accepted the identity token and proceeded to register his details on it. He then allowed Elder Hu to inspect it, entering the Elder's credentials to activate it for use. Completing the first step, Lin Dong remained at the academy. He entered the nearby library. Although he possessed the true dragon fist, this treasured technique was his trump card, and he intended to use it sparingly in the future to avoid drawing covetous eyes. Thus, he required some more commonplace abilities to showcase. The assessment hall and the library were conveniently situated together, allowing disciples to immediately acquire martial skills after completing their evaluations. The library was filled with an array of martial arts tomes. Lin Dong approached the swordsmanship section. He had initially intended to practice fist techniques, as the true dragon fist was indeed a form of boxing, and mastering it first would grant him an advantage. However, he suddenly resolved to cultivate the flowing cloud sword. A wicked smile spread across Lin Dong's face. He envisioned how others would mistakenly believe he was a swordsman, laboring tirelessly to decipher his swordplay, only for him to nonchalantly respond, "Close combat? What a coincidence. I possess some knowledge of boxing." In the astonished gazes of onlookers, he would unleash a tenfold true dragon fist, sending his opponent flying. A delightful thought indeed. "Elder, I have chosen the flowing cloud sword technique." Elder Hu handed Lin Dong a jade slip, which could only be viewed by one individual to prevent any malicious intent from leaking the academy's techniques. "By the way, they should be cultivating by the Golden Lotus Pond now. You may wish to visit." Chapter 4. The Golden Lotus Pond. Consuming golden lotuses? The Golden Lotus Pond? "Thank you, Elder. I take my leave." Lin Dong clasped his hands in respect and headed towards the Golden Lotus Pond. Elder Hu watched Lin Dong's retreating figure, a flicker of inscrutable emotion in his eyes, before resuming his feigned slumber. The Golden Lotus Pond lay in the northwest direction of the library. However, the pond was not open for cultivation at all times. It was accessible only on certain days each week, and one had to rely on luck to encounter it. The Golden Lotus Pond was the cultivation ground for outer disciples of the academy. The pond was vast, roughly the size of a plaza, capable of accommodating thousands of practitioners. It was covered with enormous lotus leaves, and it was said that the lotus flowers within were descended from a seventh-tier moon lotus, brought back by a former dean. This moon lotus could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, aiding practitioners in their cultivation. Yet, that moon lotus had long since withered, leaving behind only some lower-tier lotus flowers. Under the mysterious means of the Academy's formidable practitioners, some lower-tier disciples were able to cultivate atop the lotus leaves, achieving remarkable results. Lin Dong had long heard of the golden lotus pond and had envied those who could cultivate there since childhood. He simply had never had the opportunity to do so. Only outer disciples of the Academy were qualified to practice there, making it a privilege for those in the outer court. Today, fortuitously, Lin Dong was eager to give it a try. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at the golden lotus pond. Despite its name, he discovered that not all the lotus leaves were golden. Only 1/10 were golden lotuses, while 60% were bronze lotuses and 30% were silver lotuses. It was said that cultivating atop the golden lotuses would yield even better results. Many lotus leaves were already occupied by disciples who had arrived early to practice. Lin Dong approached the nearest vacant silver lotus, measuring 2.5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, feeling its sturdy surface beneath his feet. It imparted a sensation of buoyancy and resilience, leaving him unconcerned about damaging the lotus leaf. Silently, Lin Dong settled into a meditative state, attracting no attention. However, as he commenced his cultivation and the celestial devouring scripture began to operate within him, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him, creating quite a stir. What on earth is happening? Where has all my spiritual energy gone? Who is absorbing it so voraciously? Are they not afraid of exploding from such reckless consumption? This commotion drew the attention of several disciples nearby, who cast disapproving glances at Lin Dong, but it wasn't long before someone recognized him. Isn't that Lin Dong? What brings him to the Golden Lotus Pool for cultivation? The Golden Lotus Pool was traditionally reserved for the outer court disciples, making Lin Dong's presence perplexing, especially since he was deemed a waste and incapable of cultivation. Are you blind? Look at how fiercely he is absorbing the spiritual energy. Does he seem like someone incapable of cultivation? Once it became known that Lin Dong was the source of the disturbance, a wave of gossip erupted, capturing the curiosity and astonishment of many onlookers. In the face of their scornful remarks, Lin Dong remained unfazed, wholly engrossed in his practice. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to such scenes. As long as he demonstrated his prowess, the rumors would naturally dissipate. Hey, look, isn't that the Lin Dong your sister-in-law mentioned? The news spread quickly, and a young man nearby pointed out Lin Dong to a striking 16 or 17-year-old youth seated on a golden lotus. Indeed, it is him. Bai Hao followed the direction of the gaze, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. How dare this waste reject the marriage proposal to his sister-in-law, causing distress to both his brother and sister-in-law. The sister-in-law referred to was, of course, Lu Yinran. Just half a month prior, Lu Yinran and Bai Hao's brother, Bai Han, had secretly pledged their lives to one another. Both were exceptional talents in the outer court, a perfect match in every regard. Lu Yinran had approached Lin Dong to annul their engagement, but to her surprise, Lin Dong had returned the favor, leading to considerable discontent for both Bai Han and Lu Yinran, as the incident tarnished their reputations. Bai Hao had intended to confront Lin Dong to avenge his brother and sister-in-law, yet he lamented that Lin Dong rarely left the Lin family, making it difficult to confront him. To his astonishment, Lin Dong had now appeared before him. "Brother Hao," said the young man beside him, "Yin Qing. Should I go teach him a lesson? How dare he offend Brother Bai Han? No need for that. We shall confront him together soon. He must be taught a lesson." Bai Hao declared haughtily, "How does a mere waste deserve to cultivate on a copper lotus? Isn't that a waste of the Academy's resources?" Meanwhile, Lin Dong opened his eyes, having merely begun to appreciate the remarkable properties of the silver lotus, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The golden lotus pool was indeed extraordinary. The silver lotus has provided me with remarkably beneficial experiences and effects, significantly enhancing my cultivation speed almost by a factor of 2. After merely a brief period of practice, I already sense an impending breakthrough. Lin Dong is astounded. The silver lotus seems to possess a remarkable ability to gather spiritual energy and accelerate cultivation, and combined with the terrifying essence of the Heaven-Swallowing Sutra, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I wonder if utilizing the divine ability card associated with the lotus leaves will yield extraordinary results? Lin Dong gazes at the silver lotus beneath him, a slight itch of desire arising within him, for he still possesses an Imperial Tier Divine Ability card, hoping to acquire some particularly exceptional abilities. Crouching down stealthily, Lin Dong prepares to take a bite when suddenly, a voice exclaims nearby, "Classmate, you mustn't eat the silver lotus. Disturbing the golden lotus pool will result in punishment from the elders of the academy." Lin Dong is momentarily taken aback. The golden lotus? Indeed. Would consuming a golden lotus yield better effects? He pays no heed to the girl's warning, his thoughts solely fixated on devouring the golden lotus. And he flashes a grin at her in gratitude for the reminder. "Thank you for the warning." With that, Lin Dong shifts his attention to the surrounding golden lotus leaves. Regrettably, he notices that each one is claimed, presenting a bit of a challenge. At that moment, he perceives a gaze filled with a hint of hostility directed toward him. It is Bai Hao from the Bai family, who has just risen from his seat and is approaching Lin Dong. "Oh, is he offering me his spot?" Lin Dong muses as Bai Hao stands up, flanked by several of his subordinates who also rise, leaping toward Lin Dong's location. What luck! A surge of joy fills Lin Dong as he hastily gets to his feet, fearing that someone might seize his chance at the golden lotus leaf. "Kid, thank you." Bai Hao and his entourage approach with an imposing demeanor, but before Bai Hao can finish his sentence, Lin Dong leaves a quick remark and leaps toward the golden lotus he has vacated. In his mind, he quietly thinks, "This guy is truly kind. Knowing I need the golden lotus and coming over to inform me of an available one. Such a good soul." Bai Hao and his companions are left in a state of bewilderment, glancing at one another, quickly realizing that Lin Dong could not possibly believe they were offering him their seats. "Lin Dong, stop right there." Bai Hao's expression darkens to an extreme, as if simmering with boundless rage. Everyone in the outer courtyard knows his reputation, who would not offer him a modicum of respect. Yet Lin Dong audaciously dares to disregard him. Chapter 5. A kick that sends him flying, astonishing all. "Did I permit your departure?" Bai Hao's chilling voice reverberates like thunder across the golden lotus pool, causing not only Lin Dong to freeze momentarily, but also drawing the attention of numerous cultivators around. Who has offended this prodigy of the Bai family to provoke such fury? I wonder. Let us watch the drama unfold. The crowd murmurs, their curious gazes fixed on Bai Hao, whose reputation in the outer courtyard is considerable. At a young age, his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Meridian opening realm. Even being a year younger than many, he stands on par with some of the current geniuses, poised to be the greatest dark horse in next year's inner courtyard assessment. Most importantly, he has the formidable elder brother Bai Han, the strongest in the outer courtyard. At the Foreign Affairs Institute, he strode with an air of arrogance, having developed a haughty demeanor over the past 2 years, dismissing others with disdain. You may not comprehend this, but an insider chuckled and revealed the intricate details. The relationships here are quite complicated. It can be likened to a love quadrangle. And I shall recount it in detail. Enough of the idle chatter. Speak swiftly. Look at your impatience. Hey, don't move. I have something to say. Everyone is aware of the engagement between Lin Dong and Lu Yanran, right? And they also know that half a month ago, Bai Han and Lu Yanran became involved, correct? It seems simple when stated plainly. This individual, no longer indulging in frivolities, began to narrate the events of Lin Dong's recent decision to withdraw from his engagement with Lu Yanran, leaving the crowd in a state of revelation. Astonished by such hidden secrets, as the crowd conversed, Lin Dong's figure did not falter. "Did you expect me to stop just because you asked? That is not Lin Dong's style. Kid, don't think you can escape. I, Brother Hao, have a matter to discuss with you." At that moment, several of Bai Hao's subordinates sprang forth like cannonballs, blocking Lin Dong's path. "What business do you have with me? A bunch of insignificant brats. Speak swiftly. Don't waste my time. I have training to attend to." Lin Dong halted, fully aware that these individuals bore ill intentions, and he certainly would not grace them with a pleasant demeanor. Judging by the murmurs of those around, it was evident that Bai Hao had come to defend his sister-in-law. Lu Yanran, Yin Xing, and the others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Bai Hao, whose face was darkened with fury, resembling a flame on the verge of eruption. They knew this was the end for him. Brother Hao was truly enraged. Bai Hao approached Lin Dong, standing 2.5 meters away, looking down upon him with a glint of coldness in his eyes, his aura rising. "Did you not hear me speaking to you just now? Which mangy dog dares to block my path, truly believing I am made of clay?" In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, Lin Dong shouted an expletive and launched himself forward like a projectile. Boom. Splash. Bai Hao was struck as if by a celestial body, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing into the nearby golden lotus pond. The distance was too short for him to react. In the instant Bai Hao hit the water, the crowd caught a glimpse of a large footprint on his face. Silence. The scene fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone was stunned, unable to fathom that Lin Dong had acted with such ferocity, disregarding Bai Han's face entirely. "Ah, I will kill you. Lin Dong, save me." The next moment, Bai Hao's furious cries shattered the tranquility. Yet, after only a few attempts to shout, he sputtered and swallowed several mouthfuls of water. The pond being no shallow affair, at least 7 to 8 meters deep. "You're finished," Yan Qing shouted, turning to his companions. "You all go. Don't let him escape. I will rescue Brother Hao." Without a second thought, he leaped into the water to save him. Having heard that Bai Hao is not a proficient swimmer, if he waited any longer, Bai Hao would surely drown. "Don't you dare leave. Do you all wish to fly as well?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, an invisible aura exuding pressure that caused the remaining few subordinates to involuntarily retreat a few steps. As if silently pleading, "Please, don't come any closer." Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed. "Be careful. Don't fall." One of them, unable to maintain his balance, inadvertently tumbled into the pool. "I'll save him. Let's go." In this instance, the others found a valid reason to leap into the pool to escape. What a joke. Their strongest member was Bai Hao, who had already taken flight. Attempting to stop Lin Dong would be akin to delivering themselves as offerings. Lin Dong couldn't help but admire these actors for their perceptiveness. "At least you know how to keep your distance. Little brats deserve a lesson." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong approached the golden lotus that Bai Hao had left behind, not forgetting to spit disdainfully at Bai Hao and his companions. What? Lin Dong isn't capable of cultivation? Yet he exudes such an overwhelming presence. This aura is at least that of the pulse-breaking realm. The onlookers were taken aback. Their mouths agape, as this was far from the Lin Dong they remembered. They all witnessed it. Lin Dong turned to the crowd with a smile, saying, "This fellow obstructed my path. I was merely passing by, and he lost his footing and fell. Is this not an act of deceit? Fighting is prohibited over the golden lotus pool. After all, with so many disciples cultivating in the area, any significant disturbance could disrupt their training, leading to grave repercussions." Fearing trouble from the academy, Lin Dong was keen to distance himself from the incident. The crowd dared not voice their opinions. Lin Dong's displayed prowess was enough to rival some of the geniuses from the outer academy. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the golden lotus previously occupied by Bai Hao. Observing Lin Dong cultivating atop the lotus, many around hastily departed. Naturally, having publicly humiliated Bai Hao and the others, it was inconceivable that Bai Hao, with his arrogant demeanor, would simply let this slide. It was likely he would seek revenge soon. And it would be prudent for the onlookers to vacate the scene of conflict and find a quiet place to train. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, disregarding the chaos, and entered a meditative state. In the next moment, the visible spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave, as if drawn by some mysterious force. The energy flowed into Lin Dong through every pore, cleansing his physical form while circulating through his limbs and bones, like a gentle stream rushing into his meridians, forcefully expanding them. Ultimately, it flowed into his dantian. When his meridians could no longer bear the influx and reach their limit, they would break through and expand, allowing for a breakthrough. This was the essence of the pulse-breaking cultivation method. Indeed, the progress was remarkable. Lin Dong felt exhilarated as the speed of his cultivation atop the golden lotus was twice that of his usual pace. "Brother Hao, are you all right?" At the pool's edge, Yan Qing pressed down on the chest of the disoriented Bai Hao lying on the ground, as Bai Hao expelled water in great gulps. His initially vacant gaze regained some clarity, suddenly trembling as if driven mad, barking out, "Lin Dong! Where is Lin Dong? Help me up! I must kill him! Calm down." Brother Hao. In the academic institution, the recent commotion had attracted the attention of the external faculty's steward. Even if we wished to confront him, it would be futile. Yan Qing, taken aback, had never seen Bai Hao in such a disheveled state, and offered words of comfort. It was hard not to feel that Lin Dong was exceptionally formidable. Was he labeled a waste? How could he have sent the formidable Bai Hao, who was at the 5th level of the pulse realm, flying with a single kick? Surely, he must possess some level of the pulse realm himself. Had he been concealing his strength for the past 2.5 years? If so, this individual was indeed terrifying. Such deep-seated restraint, coupled with such a significant loss, was something I could not simply swallow. I cannot allow it. Chapter 6. The confident Bai Hao, who was truly trapped in whose snare. Before Lin Dong could settle himself, he felt a chill once more. As he opened his eyes, he found 2 men clad in the garb of the academy's stewards gazing down at him. "You are Lin Dong, correct? I am Xin Yun, an external steward." There are individuals who wish to contest your claim to the Golden Lotus Leaf. Please accompany me. Lin Dong quickly comprehended the situation, evidently. The earlier disturbance had caught the attention of the Academy stewards. A glance at Bai Hao's group from a distance made it clear that Bai Hao intended to challenge him. The Academy forbade internal strife and killings but encouraged competition. For it was through competition that progress was achieved. The distribution of the Golden Lotus leaves was based on strength. Those with greater prowess could claim the Golden Lotus for their cultivation. Nodding, Lin Dong rose and followed them. Understanding that unless he dealt with Bai Hao and his associates decisively, he would find it impossible to cultivate in peace that day. With so many eyes upon him, he would have no chance to savor even a morsel of the Golden Lotus. By the Golden Lotus Pool, there existed a grand arena specifically designed for resolving conflicts among students swiftly. A considerable crowd had already gathered around the arena, eagerly discussing the impending spectacle. Bai Hao and his entourage stood beside the platform, his expression clouded with fury, while Yin Qing and the others trembled behind him. How good? Lin Dong seems to be at the 4th level of the Pulse Realm. Are you certain he is your match? Yin Qing inquired. Recalling the moment Lin Dong had appeared like a celestial being, unable to suppress his anxiety lest Bai Hao overestimate his capabilities. If he were to falter in front of so many Academy disciples, the humiliation would be monumental. Bai Hao shot him a cold glance, snorting disdainfully. How could a mere waste be my opponent? I was simply careless. He struck unexpectedly, and I was too close to defend in time. Given another chance? With my guard up, he would undoubtedly be no match for me. As a prodigious talent of the Bai family, he was unparalleled among his peers. Had it not been for his oversight, how could he have possibly fallen to Lin Dong, a level beneath him? The humiliation he had endured was unprecedented. Reflecting on the earlier debacle only deepened Bai Hao's chill demeanor. He had never suffered such a significant loss. The reputation he had painstakingly built over the years was now at risk of being obliterated. How could he continue to navigate the Academy after such a setback? Regardless of the outcome, Bai Hao was determined to teach Lin Dong a harsh lesson, to restore his honor from the earlier disgrace. If the opportunity arose, he might even seek to cripple this rival. Proclaim to all that this is the consequence of offending Bai Hao and the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing refrained from uttering further words. He has arrived, he has arrived. Amidst the clamor surrounding them, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. Lin Dong strode forth with the indifference of one who has severed all ties, and upon his emergence, he immediately felt the murderous glare of Bai Hao directed at him. Lin Dong, I thought you lacked the courage to show up. Bai Hao advanced, with Yin Qing and others encircling Lin Dong, fearful of his escape. Ah, what a surprise. So it is you, the drenched chicken, who dares to challenge me? How did it feel just now? Lin Dong feigned astonishment, the atmosphere turning palpably awkward. As the onlookers suppressed their laughter, fearful of Bai Hao's wrath, the usual victims of Bai Hao's bullying found a certain satisfaction in witnessing his misfortune. You are quite the silver-tongued one. Bai Hao, infuriated and feeling humiliated, longed to suppress Lin Dong on the spot. Yet, aware of the audience around them, he quelled his anger and coldly remarked, I was careless earlier. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have been ambushed by a mere waste like you? You shall pay for this later. With that, Bai Hao unleashed his aura, a pressure emanating from his cultivation at the 5th level of the meridian opening, startling the crowd. He gazed at Lin Dong, eager to witness a look of panic on his face. Let us go. I have no time to waste. To Bai Hao's astonishment, Lin Dong appeared utterly unfazed, hands tucked into his pockets as he made his way toward the arena, seemingly disregarding Bai Hao entirely. This infuriated Bai Hao, who ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I'll let you revel in your moment for now. Yet, contemplating Lin Dong's potential to redeem himself in front of the crowd, Bai Hao regained his composure, as if everything were under his control. Wait. Bai Hao seemed to have a sudden inspiration and halted Lin Dong, a confident smile gracing his lips. How about we add some stakes? Do you dare? If you defeat me, this treasured sword shall be yours. But if you lose, you must agree to one condition. He raised a long sword that shimmered with a blue light, causing the onlookers' eyes to sparkle with excitement, eager to snatch it away. This remarkable sword emanated an aura comparable to the Spirit Sea realm, valued at no less than several thousand spirit stones, a protective artifact gifted by his father. Coveted even by those in the Transformation Sea realm, he was confident that Lin Dong would not refuse. He had not forgotten today's purpose, to avenge his sister-in-law. Defeating Lin Dong would be simple, yet restoring his sister-in-law's reputation was another matter, unless Lin Dong publicly acknowledged that it was Lu Yin and who had called off the engagement. As for the sword, once he triumphed over Lin Dong, it would still belong to him, and he was confident in his victory. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Bai Hao's unexpected generosity. Such kindness? Offering a sword, it seemed Bai Hao held great confidence in himself. Just as Lin Dong was about to acquiesce, a powerful voice erupted from the crowd, and a robust figure charged forward, confronting Lin Dong. What are you up to? Why are you surrounding my brother Dong? Are you trying to bully him? Skinny monkey? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, as the visage before him evoked memories of a childhood companion, stirring a wave of excitement within him. Goodness, you've grown formidable, and you've even attained the first level of the Pulse Awakening? Lin Dong playfully thumped his friend's broad shoulder. Indeed, Brother Dong, this time, I shall be the one to protect you. Ho Zhan scratched his head and flashed a grin at Lin Dong. In their youth, he had been a frail boy, often bullied by others. But Lin Dong had stood by him, shielding him from torment. Now, with Lin Dong lacking cultivation, the roles were reversed as Ho Zhan pledged his protection. Lin Dong chuckled. Worry not. Do you think you can bully your brother Dong? Moreover, I am now capable of cultivation. They could reminisce later. For now. He instructed Ho Zhan to stand aside and observe. Upon hearing this, the lean monkey felt a surge of joy for Lin Dong. Moreover, after a brief while, he caught wind of the situation. This was not about Lin Dong being bullied, but rather him reprimanding a little brat. The lean monkey expressed his concern. Brother Dong. He is at the 5th level of Pulse Awakening. Are you truly going to fight him? Lin Dong bowed his head, feigning deliberation, appearing to others as if he were daunted, while secretly signaling to the lean monkey. The lean monkey understood instantly. Brother Dong, should we just let this go? Just then, Bai Hao's voice pierced through. Lin Dong, what are you contemplating? Surely, you aren't frightened, are you? With arms crossed, Bai Hao grew increasingly confident as he observed the exchange between the lean monkey and Lin Dong, envisioning Lin Dong groveling at his feet in defeat. Lin Dong's expression darkened, and he sighed. What are your terms? Bai Hao replied, I do not seek your possessions, should you lose. You must declare to everyone that it was Lu Yanran who called off the engagement, not you who rejected her. What a ludicrous proposition. Lin Dong felt somewhat conflicted, scoffing. I, as the esteemed heir of the Lin family, do you really think I would covet a mere sword? How about I offer you 50,000 spirit stones instead? Is that all? 50,000? You must be jesting. Bai Hao retorted. 100,000. Deal. Remarkably, Lin Dong agreed without a moment's hesitation, his figure instantly materializing on the ring. This unexpected move left the crowd in astonishment. Bai Hao, elated, thought he had ensnared Lin Dong. Wei Qing frowned. Brother Hao? Could this be a ruse? He sensed something amiss, yet felt powerless to halt Bai Hao's momentum. Bai Hao wore a self-assured smile, thinking, what is there to fear? Everything is under my control. Just wait and see. The lean monkey stood to the side, chuckling, watching the spectacle unfold. He mused on who was truly ensnared and whose trap. Chapter 7. Defeating Bai Hao, soaring high. Come over here. Lin Dong's voice rang out from the stage. And now it was his turn to taunt Bai Hao, the affluent adversary, beckoning him with a provocative gesture. With a swift leap, Bai Hao landed gracefully on the arena. Clad in white, his demeanor composed, completely unfazed by his earlier predicament. Who do you think will win? He posed. Is there any doubt? Bai Hao will undoubtedly emerge victorious. I truly cannot fathom how Lin Dong, a supposed waste of spirit roots, dares to step forward. Does he not fear humiliation? Just moments prior, Bai Hao was defeated. What do you know? Bai Hao merely let his guard down. Otherwise, with Bai Hao's cultivation, even if Lin Dong could truly train, granting him an additional 2.5 years might not be sufficient to catch up to Bai Hao, let alone contend with him. At this juncture, murmurs arose from the audience, predominantly favoring Bai Hao, for none had witnessed Lin Dong's true capabilities, excluding the earlier sneak attack. Many were curious about Lin Dong. The academy had once confirmed him to be a waste of spirit roots, so how could he suddenly be capable of cultivation? Especially the female disciples, who were all captivated by Lin Dong's handsome visage. As the discussion swirled, Elder Shen announced the commencement of the duel, instructing both parties to refrain from maliciously harming one another. Lin Dong, this time you cannot escape. The humiliation you inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Watch as I suppress you. Bai Hao finally ceased his pretense, exuding an air of assuredness as he let out a cold laugh and propelled himself toward Lin Dong like a cannonball. In an instant, several formidable beams of spiritual power surged through the air, targeting Lin Dong directly. With a casual wave, Lin Dong unleashed his own spiritual energy, effortlessly extinguishing the incoming attacks. A defeated foe dares to speak so arrogantly? Mountain Tiger Palm. Before Lin Dong could fully comprehend the situation, A tiger's roar resonated, and Bai Hao charged forward, delivering a fierce strike aimed at Lin Dong's head. Simultaneously, his left hand, concealed beneath his sleeve, transformed into a claw, emanating a sinister and malevolent energy. Directed straight at Lin Dong's dantian. With a dual-pronged assault, this vicious claw aimed to cripple Lin Dong, intending to teach him a lesson after rendering him powerless. Such a series of maneuvers would surely terrify anyone at the 6th level of the spiritual veins, let alone Lin Dong, who was merely at the 4th level of the pulse realm. Bai Hao showed no intention of granting Lin Dong any opportunity. The crowd could not help but be awed. Indeed, Bai Hao was a prodigy of the Bai family, displaying such rich combat experience. The slender monkey watching could not help but break into a sweat for Lin Dong. However, as Bai Hao's fist approached, Lin Dong merely scoffed, raising his right hand lightly and delivering a thunderous punch. The terrifying strength of his physique surged forth, blood and energy coiling like a dragon. A domineering dragon's roar erupted from Lin Dong's body, akin to thunder, as he transformed into a humanoid dragon, unleashing a fierce punch toward Bai Hao. Regardless of your myriad techniques, I shall shatter them with my true dragon fist. This punch transcended Lin Dong's physical limits, unleashing combat power tenfold beyond his own. How powerful! The crowd's pupils constricted, as though they could feel the terrifying strength emanating from Lin Dong. The effects of the dragon blood grass continually honed his physique, while the swallowing heaven scriptures further refined it, endowing him with the confidence that he was unrivaled among his peers. Bai Hao's eyelids twitched violently as he sensed the aura of death emanating from Lin Dong's punch. Yet he had no time to evade or react, opting instead to counter with his palm. The air erupted with a deafening roar. As the fierce wind howled, fists clashed, and the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if a great contest between dragons and tigers was unfolding, with an overwhelming aura surging forth, accompanied by a fleeting golden light. Crack, crack. The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. In the next moment, a figure was sent flying through the air. As the crowd discerned the identity of this figure, shock coursed through them. It was not Lin Dong, but Bai Hao. Bai Hao had been defeated. Lin Dong had shattered all of Bai Hao's sinister schemes with a single punch. Bai Hao crashed heavily onto the arena, blood gushing forth, and the number of his broken bones was unfathomable. His right arm hung limply by his side. Bai Hao's agonizing cries reverberated throughout the venue, drawing the attention of several cultivators practicing in the Golden Lotus Pool. In stark contrast, Lin Dong remained unscathed, his robe not even wrinkled, with such meager strength. How dare you boast of suppressing me? A faint smile graced Lin Dong's lips. This was his first strike, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with his current prowess. Bai Hao had come with the intent to eliminate him, and Lin Dong had not held back. Had it not been for Bai Hao's hidden methods, the true dragon fist could have easily claimed the life of any cultivator at the pulse-opening realm. The true dragon fist had not disappointed him. It was indeed a technique of unparalleled offensive might, and he had barely tapped into a fraction of its potential. He had not intended to reveal his trump card, the true dragon fist, but for now, it was the only technique he could execute, and fortunately, the onlookers were all low-level cultivators who could not recognize the origins of his martial arts. Impossible! How could I possibly be defeated by a worthless fool? In front of the crowd, repeatedly humiliated at Lin Dong's hands, Bai Hao was consumed by rage. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body forced him to halt, resulting in nothing but unwilling, furious cries. His former confidence had vanished, leaving him akin to a beaten dog. Had it not been for the life-preserving measures bestowed by his father, which absorbed much of the impact from that strike, he would likely have perished. Even so, he had sustained unimaginable injuries, nearly rendered a cripple, and would need to lie down for at least 10 to 15 days. How can you be this powerful? No, you have concealed your strength. Were you deliberately luring me into a trap? Suddenly, Bai Hao's realization dawned, disbelief flickering in his eyes. It seemed he had fallen into Lin Dong's scheme. Not so foolish after all. Do you truly believe my defeat is certain? Who told you I am at the 5th level of the pulse opening realm? Moreover, I possess other hidden cards. Boom. In the next moment, Bai Hao's aura surged dramatically. Though he could not move, a blue icy light emanated from him, exuding a sharp and imposing presence. I care not whether you are at the 5th or 6th level. Whatever your hidden cards may be, there is only one outcome for you. Yet, Lin Dong would not grant him the opportunity to unleash his ultimate move. As Lin Dong's voice echoed, he dashed forward like a wraith, a resounding crash following in his wake. accompanied by the astonished cries of Yanqing and others. My goodness, brother, how's flying again? Whether it was the shock of Yanqing's words or the injuries inflicted by Lin Dong, Bai Hao suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood into the air. The scene was far from over. Lin Dong, with a firm grasp on the sword, confidently declared, I appreciate your sword. I shall accept it, before erasing its mark and storing it away in a storage ring. He moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a wraith, charging towards Bai Hao, his palm morphing into a blade, infused with spiritual energy, aiming to strike at Bai Hao's closest hand. Lin Dong had not forgotten Bai Hao's earlier intent to cripple him. Although he could not kill him publicly, he was determined to impart a lesson. Stop. Just as Lin Dong was about to render Bai Hao's left hand useless, the commanding voice of Elder Shin boomed, his figure darting in. In the next moment, Elder Shin appeared before Bai Hao. However, he was a step too late, as one of Bai Hao's arms was severed, followed by his anguished scream. Ah, Brother Shin. Save me. Bai Hao's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at Lin Dong, astonished that Lin Dong truly dared to take such a drastic measure. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers. Could Lin Dong truly act so recklessly without fear of the Bai family and Bai Han's wrath? How dare you? Did you not hear my command to cease? Xin Yun was furious. To strike in his presence was a blatant disregard for his authority. A powerful aura emanated from him, intent on subduing Lin Dong on the spot. What does Elder Shin mean by this? Bai Hao has not surrendered. Is it not customary for me to act? Lin Dong confronted Xin Yun's imposing presence, unyielding as a mountain, offering no courteous demeanor in return. With his keen perception, he could not overlook Bai Hao's familiarity with Xin Yun. When Bai Hao sought to cripple him, Xin Yun remained passive. When Bai Hao attempted to kill him with the sword, Xin Yun still did not intervene. Why did he choose this moment to act? Certainly, their connection was evident, especially as Bai Hao had referred to him as Brother Shin. Elder Shin furrowed his brow. Although Bai Hao had not declared his surrender, the threat to his life warranted intervention. As an elder, it was his duty to act. Yet Lin Dong, in this contest, had displayed excessive ferocity, daring to endanger a fellow disciple with lethal intent. What punishment should befall him? Today, I shall detain you and deliver you to the punishment hall. He had a responsibility to provide an explanation to Bai Han and the Bai family. Capturing Lin Dong was imperative. With that, Xin Yun advanced, swift as lightning, his fingers clawing towards Lin Dong, manifesting a colossal hand of spiritual energy aimed at him. Elder Shin, do not attribute baseless accusations against me. In a contest, blades are merciless. Bai Hao sought to kill me with a sword, threatening my life. I merely eliminated the threat. What crime have I committed? Lin Dong unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a dragon breaking free from its confines, the force formidable and unyielding. However, he soon felt a weakness in his body, a sense of being drained, and he realized that this punch lacked the strength of his earlier strikes, barely amounting to threefold of his usual power. It seemed that the dragon fist could not be employed recklessly, as it drained immense physical energy. However, it is not without solutions. As long as one possesses sufficient physical strength and vitality akin to that of a dragon, one need not fear such depletions. Bang! A terrifying force propelled Xin Yun back several meters. He could hardly believe it. How could this be possible? I am at the Dan formation stage. How can I not subdue a mere waste of the meridian opening stage? If you continue to meddle, do not blame me for being impolite. Moreover, should you persist, he may truly be beyond saving. Should fortune favor him, a swift rescue might allow for the severed limb to be reattached. Lin Dong coldly smiled, casting a glance at Bai Hao and the others. Yanqing and the others were initially focused on staunching Bai Hao's bleeding and administering healing medicine. But Lin Dong's oppressive aura made them shudder involuntarily. Do not come any closer. I concede. Bai Hao, seeing Lin Dong approach, disregarded his pain and attempted to crawl backward. Lin Dong grinned, revealing an innocuous smile. Fear not. I merely seek what is rightfully mine, the promised 100,000 spirit stones. If you please. To onlookers, Lin Dong might appear as an amiable boy from next door, but only Bai Hao and his companions felt the chill. For the bloodshed was solely his doing. Here you go. Leave. Bai Hao felt utterly humiliated and wished to depart without delay, tossing Lin Dong a storage ring containing over 100,000 spirit stones before fleeing in disgrace. Yanqing and the others carried Bai Hao away, dragging his severed limb behind them, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. In this instance, Bai Hao had truly suffered both losses and humiliation. Xin Yun cast a deep glance at Lin Dong before departing. On the arena, only a figure clad in white stood tall, his posture regal. As the gentle breeze tousled his hair, 3,000 strands dancing wildly, the youth exuding a newfound vigor. The crowd gazed at Lin Dong's silhouette, their hearts tumultuous. While none had anticipated his victory, he had triumphed over Bai Hao with overwhelming force, shattering rumors and prejudices with a single punch. He even repelled Elder Shun with another blow, a testament to his prowess. It was only after Lin Dong's departure that the crowd regained their senses, watching his retreating figure as if witnessing the rise of a youthful deity. Good heavens! The outer court shall tremble. A dark horse has emerged this term. Bai Hao's grievous injuries would not be overlooked by his brother, Bai Han, the foremost figure of the outer court. He would surely seek retribution against Lin Dong. It seems the upcoming outer court assessments will be quite the spectacle. Wow, Brother Dong is incredible. Who would have thought you could conceal such prowess for so long? Today, you truly astonished everyone. The lean monkey walked arm in arm with Lin Dong, chuckling as he gazed at Lin Dong with a mix of awe and admiration. He was not foolish and understood the secrecy surrounding Lin Dong's cultivation, yet, as long as Brother Dong thrived and could cultivate, he sincerely rejoiced for him. Lin Dong, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigned humility, embodying the essence of a legend. From now on, Brother Dong will protect you. All right. Thank you, Brother Dong. The lean monkey grinned. He was indeed pleased to have Brother Dong as protection. At this moment, Lin Dong produced a storage bag containing over 60,000 spirit stones and presented it to the thin monkey. This is the spirit stones we just won. Let us split it equally. Brother Dong, perhaps you should keep it for your own cultivation, the thin monkey suggested. Enough of the nonsense. I am not in need of these trivial spirit stones. Besides, you rightfully deserve them. Had it not been for your cleverness, Bai Hao would certainly have fallen for it. Thank you, Brother Dong. Reluctantly, the thin monkey accepted the spirit stones under Lin Dong's insistence, and the two, reminiscent of their childhood, linked arms as they made their way to the golden lotus pool. Suddenly, Lin Dong's aura surged dramatically. He had already felt a breakthrough approaching while on the silver lotus. And now, he could no longer contain it, advancing to the 5th level of the pulse realm. Is it possible to break through simply by walking? The thin monkey was taken aback. Brother Dong, what sort of sorcery is this? Lin Dong flashed a grin. Just basic skills, nothing extraordinary. They arrived at the golden lotus leaf, where Bai Hao had previously sat, and another golden leaf had become available. Both Lin Dong and the thin monkey settled onto the golden lotus leaf to commence their cultivation. Initially, Lin Dong cultivated steadily, but the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was astonishing, creating a commotion that even startled the thin monkey, though he soon returned to his own practice. Having reached the 5th level of the pulse realm, Lin Dong acutely sensed that the path to further advancement would prove significantly more arduous. He was not in haste, for the golden lotus would remain open for several days, only closing once the accumulated spiritual power was fully depleted. As night fell, Lin Dong stealthily reclined on the golden leaf, feigning sleep. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he swiftly bit into the golden leaf, holding it in his mouth as he silently chanted, "System, activate the Emperor Tier Divine Ability card." Chapter 9. A Celestial Gift Emerges. Tenfold Automatic Cultivation Talent. As Lin Dong finished speaking, the system's notification chimed in response. Ding. The host has consumed a bite of the moon gold lotus leaf, expending the Emperor Tier Divine Ability card, and has received a critical reward. Celestial Talent. Tenfold cultivation speed with automatic absorption of heavenly essence for cultivation. Wow. Celestial Tier. I actually have the chance to obtain a celestial talent. An automatic cultivation with tenfold speed? This is beyond extraordinary. Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. His face flushed with excitement. Choosing to consume the golden lotus had indeed proven fortuitous, revealing unexpected benefits. With automatic cultivation in his possession, he would no longer need to actively cultivate unless under special circumstances. With the acquisition of this talent, Lin Dong's body felt as though a dam had burst, and torrents of overwhelming spiritual energy surged toward him from all directions. The celestial devouring scripture welcomed all incoming energy, operating fervently to refine it. Enhanced by both automatic cultivation and tenfold cultivation speed. This was simply remarkable. Most importantly, the golden lotus leaf further augmented his cultivation speed, yielding an incredible total of 20 times the normal rate. What more could he possibly need to cultivate? With automatic cultivation and tenfold speed, he was in a state of perpetual refinement. Coupled with the celestial devouring scripture, which assimilated everything, his rate of cultivation was astoundingly rapid. His realm, physique, and everything else would soar to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the divine card is not immutable. There exists the possibility of receiving critical hit rewards. The lean monkey, Sensing a decrease in spiritual energy, opened his eyes and gazed incredulously at Lin Dong. What on earth? How can Brother Dong absorb spiritual energy at such a rate? Boom. In the next moment, the lean monkey felt Lin Dong's aura surging dramatically as he broke through yet another minor realm. His eyes bulged wide in astonishment. How little time had passed since the afternoon. Brother Dong had ascended another minor realm yet again? He had been at the first level of the pulse-connecting realm for 2.5 months, yet had not managed to break through even once. How could Lin Dong's ascension be as effortless as eating or drinking? There seemed to be no hint of a bottleneck. Witnessing Lin Dong's method of cultivation, which allowed him to absorb the spiritual energy of several individuals, it indeed seemed odd that he did not experience breakthroughs. As a quarter of an hour passed, Lin Dong continued to absorb. With the passage of time, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse, prompting many disciples to open their eyes in bewilderment. What is happening? Why is it him again? He is hogging all the energy. Let South move to another place to cultivate. Numerous outer disciples grumbled as they distanced themselves from Lin Dong, avoiding him as one would a plague. Within a radius of several dozen meters, only the lean monkey remained. Brother Dong is truly formidable. The lean monkey couldn't help but click his tongue, hesitating whether to leave. Where did everyone go? Lin Dong also sensed the thinning spiritual energy and thought to take out some spirit stones to aid his cultivation. However, upon opening his eyes and witnessing the near-empty surroundings, he was momentarily speechless. Yet, he understood the situation. He took out the spirit stones and placed them before him, intending to suggest to the lean monkey that he should leave as well. Boom. In the next moment, the lean monkey felt the familiar wave of breakthrough energy again. He was somewhat numb. In a single day, he had witnessed Brother Dong break through 3 minor realms. If only the lean monkey knew that Lin Dong had only begun cultivating yesterday, achieving all his prowess within the short span of 1 or 2 days, he would surely be left agape. Lin Dong, too, felt somewhat helpless. The thousands of spirit stones he had just released were instantaneously depleted. Fortunately, Bai Hao had sent him 60,000 spirit stones. There was no shortage of funds, ready for use at any moment. With the recently acquired tenfold cultivation speed, his innate cultivation talent in operation, combined with the sky-devouring technique that seizes the essence of the world, he was in a constant state of cultivation, truly overwhelming. Lin Dong thought to himself, this was quite the audacious display he had never encountered before. Brother Dong, I seek your guidance. Boom. Before the lean monkey could finish his sentence, Lin Dong broke through yet another minor realm, achieving the 8th level of the pulse-connecting realm, radiating a resplendent white light. His aura magnificent. The lean monkey stood dazed in place. Wait, what? Brother? Another breakthrough? Is this even possible? Although the pulse-connecting realm is merely the 2nd level in the path of cultivation, akin to the chi training realm, which is relatively easier to break through, he had spent 2 to 3 months to achieve just 1 minor breakthrough. Yet Brother Dong, he had barely started speaking when he broke through 2 minor realms. Even during his chi training phase, he had not experienced breakthroughs as swiftly as Lin Dong. Moreover, Lin Dong's aura was solid, indicating that these rapid advancements did not come from unstable foundations. The slender monkey gazed at Lin Dong with a peculiar expression, bidding farewell. Brother Dong, if you choose to pursue this path, our brotherhood may come to an end. I must retreat to that place for earnest cultivation. Oh, please don't leave, Lin Dong responded, feeling somewhat helpless. What kind of situation is this? Has he become so formidable that he lacks companions? However, the slender monkey did not wander far. He found a spot 100 meters away, seated upon a golden lotus to continue his cultivation. Yet, he seemed distracted, fixating on the golden lotus with a hint of hesitation. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Brother Dong take a bite of the lotus leaf and, in an instant, break through 2 minor realms. Determined, the slender monkey stealthily took a bite of the golden leaf himself, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation, pretending as if nothing unusual had occurred. After a brief moment, he realized that no changes had transpired. What could be amiss? He distinctly remembered Brother Dong achieving such results. He couldn't help but question where the flaw lay in his approach. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained blissfully unaware of the slender monkey's imitation. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly found it amusing. At that moment, Lin Dong was endeavoring to multitask. His current techniques were limited, and he urgently needed to cultivate additional methods. The flowing cloud sword technique, obtained from the scripture pavilion, was undoubtedly the best choice. Indeed, Lin Dong aimed to comprehend the cultivation techniques while absorbing spiritual energy. After all, he possessed an innate talent for automatic cultivation. This was a remarkable notion. Throughout history, no one had dared to undertake such a venture. For, during the cultivation process, practitioners must immerse themselves wholeheartedly. The most taboo approach is to be of two minds, seeking immediate results. A moment's carelessness could lead to complete failure or, worse, succumbing to madness and perishing on the spot. Should anyone become aware, they would surely deem him utterly reckless. Time passed, and the horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. Suddenly, a powerful sword energy erupted from Lindong, causing the waters of the Golden Lotus Pond to surge in towering waves. The torrent of sword energy signified that Lindong had reached the pinnacle of the flowing cloud sword technique. The proficiency of cultivation techniques is categorized into initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. He had succeeded. Furthermore, Lindong discovered that within his dantian, a golden elixir had silently condensed, adorned with two dragon-like patterns. This was the hallmark of a practitioner in the elixir condensation stage. The spiritual energy had thickened into liquid, coalescing into an elixir. Only then could one be deemed to have reached the elixir condensation stage. The two patterns indicated that Lindong had ascended to the second level of the elixir condensation stage. Not only had he comprehended the technique to perfection, but he had also absorbed spiritual energy to break through to the elixir condensation stage, filling him with immense joy. While others required months to achieve such mastery in their techniques, he had accomplished it overnight. What took others years of toil, he had achieved in a single night. Cultivation and understanding, both progressing in harmony. This was utterly astonishing. This spectacle also drew the attention of numerous disciples, who gazed in awe. Who was this formidable figure, so young yet having attained mastery in the flowing cloud sword technique? Could the Academy be on the verge of producing another swordsmanship prodigy? Chapter 10. Perfection of the flowing cloud sword technique, shattering Lu Yinran's expectations. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence, wrapped in white bandages, Bai Hao lay on the bed, his face etched with sorrow as he lamented, "Father, you must ensure that my elder brother avenges me." After a night of urgent care from the experts hired by the Bai family, Bai Hao's hand had been salvaged, yet it bore irreversible scars. He could at most handle light objects and engage in minor crafts. The head of the Bai family gazed upon his son's woeful state. His countenance darkened to the point of seeming to drip with despair. Coldly, he assured, "Do not worry. Your brother is currently comprehending the sword intent at the Academy's sword steel. He is pledged to this matter and will not allow that boy to survive the outer court assessment." "But father," Bai Hao retorted, "I do not wish for him to live that long. Moreover, are we not seizing the Lin family's assets? His continued existence poses a threat to your plans." Time and again, Lindong had humiliated him in front of others, and the profound losses he had suffered had instilled in Bai Hao a deep-seated hatred toward Lindong. A glint of coldness flashed in the head of the Bai family's eyes. After a lengthy silence, he finally nodded decisively, "Yes. As long as he dares to leave the academy, I will ensure he does not return to the Lin family alive." The following noon, at the Golden Lotus Pool, Lindong continued to meditate upon the golden lotus leaf. He found solace in the fact that no one had disturbed his cultivation during these past 2 days. Having triumphed over Bai Hao's challenge, he was afforded a respite from any further confrontations from his peers during this session at the Golden Lotus Pool, courtesy of the Academy's protective measures. Were it not for this, any newcomer would be compelled to engage in battle, leaving no room for cultivation. Within a radius of several dozen meters around the lotus leaf, there remained no other practitioners, the spiritual energy sparse. Lindong relied on resources such as spirit stones for his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 60,000 spirit stones had been consumed. The resources left by his parents were sufficient for an ordinary individual to reach the celestial realm, yet Lindong, at the 4th level of the Dan condensation realm, had already expended 1/10 of that amount. It seemed that he would only have enough to break through to the sea transformation realm. Reaching the Dan condensation realm signified that his cultivation had surpassed that of the outer court, attaining the level of an inner court disciple. Lindong acutely felt the increasing difficulty in advancing his cultivation. His dantian, having undergone the baptism of the heavenly melting technique, had expanded significantly, capable of accommodating a multitude of spiritual energy far beyond that of others. However, the challenge was similarly multiplied. Thus, Lindong decided to temporarily set aside concerns about his cultivation and allowed the heavenly devouring technique to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. His focus was directed towards cultivating the flowing cloud sword technique. Although he had achieved a significant level of mastery, Lindong remained unsatisfied. He aspired to attain perfection. After an entire morning of practice, he found himself still unable to reach that state of completeness. He estimated that achieving perfection would require 5 days. An impressive feat considering his 20-fold acceleration in cultivation speed. In contrast, an ordinary person would take 3 to 4 months to reach such a level of mastery. Yet, Lin Dong felt that 5 to 6 days was still overly prolonged. Thus, he opted to activate his enhancements. It was taking too long. He decided to utilize his acquired points, which could not only boost his cultivation but also enhance his divine abilities and improve the proficiency of his martial techniques. System. Allocate points to the flowing cloud sword technique. Now, Lin Dong was enhancing his cultivation, and it often required thousands of food points. The over 8,000 food points he had recently acquired were of no use, so he decided to expend them. Ding. Consumed 5,000 food points. The proficiency of the low-grade divine technique, flowing cloud sword art, has been elevated to perfection. In the next moment, Lin Dong felt a profound deepening of his understanding of the flowing cloud sword art, reaching its pinnacle. With a swift motion of his finger, a colossal wave surged from the golden lotus pool, the sword's momentum resonating like ripples spreading in every direction. A subtle smile graced Lin Dong's lips. To comprehend the sword's momentum was to achieve perfection. Rising to depart, Lin Dong realized the diminishing significance of the golden lotus pool to his practice. The acceleration effects were negligible, rendering further cultivation here largely futile. What the heck? Dong Gu, were you not in seclusion? How have you comprehended the flowing cloud sword art to perfection? And you've grasped the sword's momentum. Who would have thought Dong Gu was a genius in the sword path? Just as Lin Dong stood up, he was met with the astonished visage of the lean monkey rushing towards him, as if he were witnessing a marvel. The comprehension of sword momentum was reserved for those at the sea transformation realm. With the sword's momentum, a single strike could shatter mountains and seas. Not only had Dong Gu mastered the sword's momentum and perfected the flowing cloud sword art, but his aura also exuded a deeper intensity, truly astounding. Lin Dong's response remained nonchalant. The lean monkey, not probing further, pondered and remarked, by the way, speaking of the sword path, with Dong Ji's mastery of the flowing cloud sword art. You must have some insights. I heard the sword steel was activated yesterday. Many disciples have gone to comprehend it, hoping to grasp the sword's momentum and intent. Dong Gu. Would you care to take a look? The sword steel? Let's go. Lin Dong had heard of the sword steel, which was distinct from the golden lotus pool, as it was a place where both inner and outer disciples were eligible to seek enlightenment. It was said that a powerful sword cultivator, an elder of the Purple Mansion realm, had left behind his sword intent upon the steel. After years of modifications by the Academy, it had become a sanctuary for disciples' cultivation. To comprehend the sword intent up close was undoubtedly a great boon for sword cultivators. With many disciples annually achieving insights into sword momentum and intent, Lin Dong would naturally not let the opportunity to explore the sword steel slip by. He glanced at the remaining 2 ordinary divine technique cards, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. Soon, Lin Dong and the lean monkey arrived at the sword steel's exterior, where numerous disciples were already seated in meditation before the massive steel, reflecting the enduring prominence of the sword path in the pursuit of immortality. Even from 100 meters away, Lin Dong could still sense the fierce sword intent emanating from the stone monument, a remnant of centuries past. If he could grasp the sword intent, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply manifold. Just as Lin Dong settled into a position, he felt a chilling gaze laden with intent. Focusing his attention, he spotted a familiar figure seated not far away, a vision in white, the pride of the Outer Academy, Lu Yanran. What a twist of fate to encounter her here. Beside her sat a distinguished man clad in blue robes, whose demeanor was reminiscent of Bai Hao, suggesting he was none other than Bai Hao's elder brother, Bai Han, the foremost figure of the Outer Academy. Lin Dong, how dare you deceive me and harm my brother Hao? Lu Yanran exclaimed, rising to charge toward Lin Dong, akin to a maddened wild dog ready to bite. Yanran, please remain calm. Bai Han interjected, grasping Lu Yanran's arm. This is a public training area. Do not disrupt the cultivation of others due to momentary impulse. You are Lin Dong? Bai Han inquired, directing his gaze toward Lin Dong. You are quite impressive. I eagerly anticipate our duel during the Outer Academy assessment. The atmosphere crackled with tension, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators who observed with intrigue. The first of the Outer Academy, facing off against an unexpected contender. Is this a declaration of war? Unfazed by Bai Han and Lu Yanran's outbursts, Lin Dong remained absorbed in his own contemplation. Yet, within mere exchanges, he discerned much about Bai Han, whose composure suggested he was indeed a formidable opponent, befitting the title of the Outer Academy's foremost disciple. As Lin Dong maintained his tranquil demeanor, Lu Yinran's frustration intensified. Just wait, Lin Dong. With Lin Dong engaging in his deep meditative practice, it became palpable that, at intervals, the sword monument emanated waves of sword intent that cascaded over his body. It posed no harm. Rather, it offered profound insights if one was attentive enough to grasp its essence. Boom. In an instant, a formidable aura of sword intent surged from the sword monument, enveloping the surroundings. Some had managed to comprehend the sword intent. As spectators opened their eyes, envy flickered across their faces. Lin Dong felt a chill and turned to see Bai Han, who had successfully grasped the sword intent, casting a glance his way, seemingly reveling in his accomplishment. Brother Han is truly remarkable, Lu Yinran proclaimed with pride, as if she herself had comprehended the sword intent, casting a scornful glance at Lin Dong as she derided. Unlike some individuals, a useless one who merely pretends to comprehend. Do you understand that? She emphasized, directing her words pointedly at Lin Dong. The sword intent is something a waste like you could never grasp. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yinran's taunts caught in her throat as her mouth fell agape. Lin Dong erupted with a far more potent sword intent, sweeping through the space and shattering Bai Han's feeble semblance of sword intent, akin to a rootless reed. Chapter 11. Synthesis of Divine Abilities Card. Acquisition of the Saint-level talent Sword Path Clarity. The overwhelming force of the sword intent surged throughout the venue, shaking the very ground, pulling everyone from their meditative states as they gazed at Lin Dong in astonishment. Ugh, Bai Han grunted, feeling the air drain from him. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled. My apologies, I just comprehended it and couldn't contain it for a moment. Bai Han, are you still with us? Bai Han felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, unsure if it was from anger or Lin Dong's display, yet he suppressed the sensation, unwilling to lose in presence before the gathered crowd. Ultimately, Bai Han cast a cold glance at Lin Dong and decided to cease his actions. The exhilaration from earlier, when he comprehended the sword intent, felt as though it had been extinguished by a bucket of icy water. To his astonishment, two individuals had grasped sword intent on this very day, both of whom were at the Dan condensation stage. Are the newcomers truly this formidable? The onlookers were utterly shocked by this scene. The talents of these two were indeed terrifying, and what was more, they were sworn enemies destined to engage in fierce competition during the outer court assessments. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Bai Han had decisively triumphed in their initial clash. How could this be? Lu Yinran's incredulous voice pierced through the air, disregarding Bai Han's injuries. Her expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment. How could a waste like you comprehend sword intent, and so swiftly at that? She felt as though struck by lightning, her face turning pale. Was this truly the Lin Dong she had come to know? Just a few days prior, he had possessed no cultivation whatsoever, and yet now, not only had he reached the Dan condensation stage, but he had also comprehended sword intent. Initially, she had doubted Lin Dong's ability to cultivate, harboring skepticism regarding his injuring Bai Hao. Yet, witnessing Lin Dong's mastery of sword intent with her own eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him, she finally understood that it was all genuine. For reasons unknown, a tinge of regret began to stir within her. Lu Yinran, what did you just say? Lin Dong turned his gaze back to Lu Yinran and inquired, sword intent? Is it truly that difficult? Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Could it be that there are truly individuals who have not comprehended it yet still bark like dogs? Precisely. The slender monkey chimed in, fiercely supporting Lin Dong. If my brother Dong is such a genius, what does that make you, Lu Yinran? The crowd regarded Lu Yinran as if she were a fool. Indeed, while others had grasped sword intent, she continued to disparage them as worthless, glancing at her own lack of comprehension. One could only wonder if she possessed any self-awareness. Was she not the one who truly embodied worthlessness? Lin Dong, you, Lu Yin and S face flushed crimson with indignation, rendering her speechless and utterly humiliated before the gathered crowd. Boring. Lin Dong stood up and stepped away from the bothersome Lu Yinran and her companion. He soon settled down at a distance of merely 10 meters from the stone tablet, a spot where only a handful of individuals lingered. The closer one was, the greater the chance of perceiving the sword intent. The inner court disciples glanced over, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they observed Lin Dong. Whispers circulated among the surrounding cultivators. What was he attempting? Did he not fear the potential harm from the sword intent by approaching so closely? Indeed, the closer one drew, the more likely one was to grasp the sword intent. However, the peril increased. Its power and destructive capability were not something that low-level cultivators could typically withstand. The disciples present were all formidable experts at the sea transformation stage, and even they found it somewhat taxing. What could be said of Lin Dong, who was merely at the Dan condensation stage? Could it be that he was unsatisfied with merely comprehending sword intent and sought to grasp the sword essence as well? Impossible. In the Academy's thousands of years, there had never been a single instance of someone at the Dan condensation stage comprehending sword essence. The most that had ever occurred was one individual who did so at the sea transformation stage. The esteemed senior has indeed carved out a considerable reputation in Central Chizhou. I find it hard to believe that anyone could comprehend the essence of sword intent at the Dan condensation stage. Such figures are not documented in ancient texts. Do not overthink it. I believe he is simply curious to witness it for himself, and next time, he shall learn his lesson. The disciples in the inner court were abuzz with discussion. It is not that they doubted Lin Dong, but rather, they alone understood the immense difficulty of grasping sword intent. Especially for experts at the sea transformation realm, they come here not with the expectation of comprehending sword intent, but merely to lay a foundation for reaching the celestial gang realm. It would be best if he were struck down by sword intent. Lu Yinran gritted her teeth, wishing fervently for Lin Dong to be harmed by it. Bai Han, still recuperating from his injuries, opened his eyes with a cold chuckle, however confident. How could a mere wastrel like him possibly comprehend sword intent? Only the lean monkey gazed steadfastly at Lin Dong's silhouette. Buzz, just as the crowd was chattering. The sword steel emitted a resonant hum, and an overwhelming sword intent cascaded like ripples, swiftly enveloping Lin Dong. The onlookers eagerly anticipated a spectacle, hoping to witness Lin Dong's misfortune, perhaps even a grievous injury. Yet, to their disappointment, Lin Dong merely swayed slightly before quickly regaining his composure, seated like a steadfast rock, undeterred by any harm. How is this possible? Lu Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Han furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The disciples of the inner court exchanged glances, intrigued. Could it be that his physical prowess rivals that of the sea transformation realm? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong's face turned crimson as he faced the sword steel. His cheeks puffed, the fierce sword intent tearing at him from within. System, consume an ordinary supernatural card. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he fervently operated the Swallowing Heaven Sutra for refinement. If it were anyone else, Lin Dong knew they would certainly curse, deeming him a madman. Is he truly reckless? Lin Dong's intention was indeed to comprehend sword intent, but not through his own effort. Instead, he relied on the system. He had attempted to meditate for a brief moment, but realized it required an excessive amount of time. It would be swifter to utilize the system. Ding. Detected that the host possesses 2 daily ordinary supernatural cards. Would you like to merge them to enhance the probability of acquiring a higher-level supernatural ability? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong barely glanced at the message. Though he did not fully understand, he comprehended that the chance of obtaining a more advanced supernatural ability was beneficial, and he decisively chose to merge them. Most importantly, without further refinement, he would be overwhelmed by sword intent. System, ding. The host has refined a strand of sword intent, consuming 2 ordinary supernatural cards. As this is the host's first synthesis, an additional reward of a 10,000-fold critical hit opportunity is granted, and the holy level talent Sword Path Clarity is acquired. Sword Path Clarity, a profound affinity for the sword path, enabling instantaneous comprehension and understanding of all aspects concerning sword intent, laws, and supernatural abilities. With the system's notification echoing, Lin Dong spat a mouthful of blood, splattering into the air. This spectacle instantly drew the attention of the crowd, who turned their gazes in surprise, only to soon shake their heads in disdain, realizing he was merely putting on a facade. I told you he was incapable. The comprehension of sword intent is not something that everyone can grasp. If it were truly that simple, why would they need to toil day after day in this place? They thought themselves formidable. Yet they merely imitated others in their quest for enlightenment, only to suffer the backlash. Both Lu Yinran and Bai Han wore expressions of scorn. Suddenly, the face of the lean monkey changed dramatically as he prepared to step forward. However, in the next instant, an earth-shattering sword intent erupted from Lin Dong's being, soaring into the heavens and enveloping the entire sword steel square. It was fierce and unstoppable. Everyone was momentarily stunned, especially those, like Lu Yinran, who had mocked Lin Dong. Their smiles froze on their faces. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 12. Comprehending complete sword intent, astonishing the elders. Buzz. An overwhelming and sharp sword intent suddenly erupted from Lin Dong, engulfing the crowd and rendering them breathless. Buzz. Whoosh. In that moment, every sword in the square trembled uncontrollably. as if yielding to the sword intent emanating from Lin Dong. How could this be? A myriad of swords in submission. Was this truly sword intent? Had he actually comprehended it? Moreover, it was a complete sword intent. This was a realm only accessible to those of the celestial gangs and purple mansion levels. To grasp complete sword intent in less than half a quarter of an hour while in the condensed Dan realm. This was the mark of an extraordinary sword talent. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the unparalleled figure seated serenely atop the sword steel, as if they were witnessing the birth of history and miracles. They had never encountered such a prodigy. Comprehending sword intent in less than 2.5 minutes, especially in the condensed Dan realm. Particularly for those who had come to ridicule Lin Dong, unaware of how long it had taken them to reach even the threshold of sword intent, some for at least 2.5 years, others 3 to 5 years. Yet they had not even grasped the essence of sword force. The disparity between individuals was truly exasperating. Lin Dong did not utter a word. His actions spoke volumes, silencing all detractors. Meanwhile, the expressions of Lu Yinran, Bai Han, and the others turned as sour as if they had consumed excrement. Their earlier mirth now transformed into a countenance akin to that of a jester, rendered speechless for a long while. Ha! A mere trifling sword intent could hardly daunt my brother Dong. My brother Dong comprehended it in an instant. The lean monkey's laughter resonated throughout the venue. Reveling in the discomfort of those around him, he had initially worried for Dong, but had not anticipated such a grand surprise. Bai Han, having comprehended sword force in the first level of the condensed Dan realm, could indeed be considered a genius. Yet the disparity was stark when compared to Lin Dong's mastery of complete sword intent. They were not on the same plane at all. Lin Dong reigned in the sword intent, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and felt no significant harm. However, he soon sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Discovering from the lean monkey what had transpired during his comprehension of sword intent. I am not who you think I am. I declare that all present are worthless. It takes you this long to comprehend such a trivial sword intent. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yinran, then surveyed the gathering crowd. He felt no obligation to show them respect, especially since they had not extended him any. While such words from others might be perceived as arrogant, Lin Dong possessed the merit to utter them. Having comprehended the complete essence of the sword, who else could claim the right to speak if he could not? Lu Yinran bit her red lip, a flicker of regret stirring within her. She had initially believed Lin Dong incapable of cultivation, deeming him a worthless individual, which led her to withdraw from their engagement and ally herself with Bai Han, whom she considered a paragon. Yet, within 2 days, news emerged that Lin Dong was indeed capable of cultivation. Today, he had not only grasped the sword momentum, but also the sword intent, overpowering Bai Han in every aspect. A hint of jealousy flashed in Bai Han's eyes. Being a young man, he could not entirely mask his emotions like an ancient sage. Lin Dong's words left the crowd speechless, compelling Lu Yin and Bai Han to depart in disgrace, unable to maintain their dignity in the presence of others. Lin Dong declared, "If you're unconvinced, come forth and challenge me." A few hot-blooded individuals stood to confront Lin Dong, but suddenly, someone shouted, "The elder has arrived." What? The elder was summoned? The crowd halted, astonished, their gazes drawn to the sky, where a figure imbued with ethereal elegance descended gracefully before the sword steel. The arrival of Elder Hu was indeed remarkable. Particularly among the inner disciples, there was a collective shock. Elder Hu rarely involved himself in academy affairs, maintaining a low profile. Yet his enigmatic reputation was well known. His status was on par with that of the inner elders, and some had witnessed the academy's head show him utmost respect, indicating his extraordinary background. It was unexpected that Lin Dong's comprehension of the complete sword intent had drawn his attention, eliciting envious glances directed towards Lin Dong from many. To Lin Dong's surprise, the visitor was none other than Elder Hu, who had imparted the flowing cloud sword technique to him the previous day. All the disciples rose to pay their respects to the elder, exclaiming, "We greet you, Elder. No need for formalities." Elder Hu scanned the assembly, his face betraying an unmasked anticipation as he inquired, "Who has just comprehended the complete sword intent?" As soon as Elder Hu's voice resonated, the gazes of the crowd converged on Lin Dong. Lin Dong stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and replied, "It is the disciple who has comprehended the complete sword intent." Elder Hu regarded Lin Dong, initially sensing a familiarity, but upon a second glance, he realized Lin Dong was remarkably young, merely at the foundation establishment stage. He could scarcely fathom this, and, without further contemplation, commanded, "Demonstrate your sword intent for me." "Certainly. I shall humbly display my skills." Lin Dong clasped his hands in respect. His current strength posed no threat to Elder Hu, and as his demeanor grew solemn, a fierce sword momentum surged forth. Just a moment ago, Lin Dong had appeared as a dashing young gentleman. In the next instant, he transformed into an extraordinary divine sword unsheathed. Not only did the onlookers gasp in astonishment, but even Elder, who was taken aback. Was this truly the aura emitted by someone at the Foundation establishment stage? It was likely comparable to that of an ordinary celestial realm cultivator. Lin Dong pointed with his finger, and a sword intent emanated from him, exuding a magnificent aura even without a sword in hand, captivating all with his charm. The fierce sword intent surged into the heavens, akin to a thunderbolt cleaving through the sky, striking towards Elder, who with an unstoppable force. Boom! In the face of such a terrifying blow, Elder, who merely raised his hand and pressed lightly, as if an immense force akin to Mount Tai bore down, swiftly restoring tranquility to the world. Lin Dong was not taken aback. Good, 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 Elder, who exclaimed, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, you have grasped a complete sword intent. Moreover, you have mastered the flowing cloud sword technique to perfection. Young man, you are quite remarkable to comprehend a complete sword intent at such a young age. Your future is boundless. In my many years traversing Qizhou, I have encountered numerous geniuses. Yet I have never seen anyone achieve a complete sword intent at the Condensation Dan realm. You are the first, a natural-born sword genius. Unbeknownst to him, a faint scar appeared on his palm, causing his aged face to show surprise. The esteemed half-step monarch had sustained an injury. What a remarkable young man. Elder, who appeared to recall something, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. Wait. The flowing cloud sword technique. He glanced at Lin Dong, his pupils contracting in shock. Are you the disciple who received the flowing cloud sword technique yesterday? He remembered that only one disciple had obtained the flowing cloud sword technique recently. And Lin Dong's face bore a resemblance, explaining why he felt familiar. Indeed, I am that disciple, Lin Dong replied. At this revelation, Elder, who was left astonished. Are you implying that you comprehended the flowing cloud sword technique to perfection in just one day? Wait, that cannot be right. Elder, who furrowed his brow. The sword steel is a place reserved for outer courtyard disciples to comprehend. You only registered with me yesterday. Do not tell me you also grasped the sword intent in just a day or two. Lin Dong shook his head. Elder, who breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was not to an extraordinary extent. However, Lin Dong's next words nearly caused Elder, who to drop his jaw in shock. Not a day or two, but rather, I inadvertently comprehended it in an instant. Chapter 13. Refusing the Elder's apprenticeship, encountering an assassination. What? Not only had he grasped the sword intent, but he had also perfected the flowing cloud sword technique in a single day. The onlookers stared at Lin Dong in disbelief, questioning what manner of unparalleled prodigy he was. No, this was beyond human capability. He was a true aberration. You inadvertently comprehended a complete sword intent in an instant? Elder, who felt as if struck by lightning. Was such a statement even humanly possible? His worldview began to crumble. It was already absurd for someone at the Condensation Dan realm to comprehend a complete sword intent. Yet he did so instantaneously. However, upon witnessing Lin Dong's demeanor and the reactions of those around him, he realized that Lin Dong's words were likely true. Lin Dong scratched his head and inquired, "Is it difficult to comprehend?" Elder, whose lips twitched involuntarily. He wished to respond, "Is it not difficult?" After all, he had been at the Celestial Gang's realm, yet it took him decades to grasp a complete sword intent. Truly, comparing individuals can be exasperating. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he would certainly not utter such words. Elder, who, with his thick skin, laughed heartily and deftly changed the subject. Indeed, you, young lad, possess the demeanor of my own youth. Who would have thought that while I remain in seclusion, I would encounter such an exceptional sword talent as yourself? However, Elder, whose next statement took everyone present by surprise. Tell me, would you be willing to take me as your master? When it comes to swordsmanship, who else in this academy is more qualified to teach you than I? My strength and comprehension of the sword are such that even the elders who left behind the essence of this sword monument would address me as senior. Should you choose to become my disciple, you would be exempt from the external examination in 3 days and directly ascend to the inner sect as a disciple. You would enjoy the privileges of a core disciple, along with my guidance, protection, and countless resources. Elder, who presented a series of tempting offers, confident that no one would refuse such favorable terms. The crowd cast envious glances at Lin Dong, wishing that Elder, who had directed his inquiry towards them. None could resist such benefits. Please forgive me, Elder, but I am accustomed to a life of freedom. Lin Dong's response left everyone incredulous and puzzled, for he had politely declined. Such advantages would be splendid for others, but for Lin Dong, they were of little consequence. As an intersect disciple, his strength would easily allow him to pass any test, and becoming a core disciple in the future was hardly a concern. Instruction was unnecessary, he sought a system. And as for resources, he would strive for them on his own. Most importantly, he harbored many secrets, including the system he possessed. If he stayed too long with anyone, they might discover his uniqueness and, perhaps, develop covetous thoughts. Moreover, with his superior's strength far exceeding his own, any trouble could leave him vulnerable and at their mercy, an outcome he wished to avoid. Better to eliminate potential dangers from the outset. Ah, well, Elder Hu sighed with resignation. Seemingly having anticipated this, a talent such as yours is beyond my capacity to teach, and the Academy will not be able to retain you in the future. With your gifts, you are destined to soar like a hidden dragon emerging from the depths, traversing the heavens, and making your name known throughout the world. He perceived the truth of the matter clearly. It was merely a hint of reluctance that prompted his inquiry. Lin Dong clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Elder. You are quite right. With my pace of cultivation, I will soon surpass some elders. And it is possible that one day I may leave the Academy. Elder Hu replied, even if you are not my disciple, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall gladly offer you guidance. Lin Dong nodded earnestly. Thank you, Elder. Elder Hu then addressed the others, instructing them to continue their training, before he stepped into the air and departed. Under the varying gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong and the lean monkey also took their leave. Having comprehended the sword intent, Lin Dong saw no need to linger by the sword monument. As for the lean monkey, he was not suited for the path of the sword and could merely accompany Lin Dong. The two made their way to the Academy's dining hall, where they began to feast heartily. Lin Dong had not eaten anything for an entire day and was ravenous, devouring a quantity of food equivalent to that of 10 people. His cheeks were bulging, causing the other disciples, including the lean monkey, to stare in astonishment. Donggu, slow down. No one is competing with you. The lean monkey scratched his head, feeling an unusual reluctance to sit beside Lin Dong for the first time. Ever since he began practicing the Devouring Heaven Sutra, Lin Dong's appetite had become astonishing, surpassing even that of a pig. Yet it still fell short of what was required for the sutra's refinement. Suddenly, the lean monkey sensed a surge in Lin Dong's aura, as if he were on the verge of another breakthrough, causing him to swallow hard. Could it be? Donggu just broke through last night. Lin Dong indeed sought to advance. He had discovered that consuming the flesh of first-tier demon beasts could enhance his cultivation, which led him to voraciously consume dozens of pounds of such meat. However, the essence contained within first-tier demon beasts was far too scant for him at his current level of condensation realm, rendering it insufficient for a breakthrough. Nonetheless, he had not left empty-handed. He had solidified his recently acquired cultivation, feeling a significant enhancement in his strength. Regrettably, as he was now at the condensation realm, the first-tier demon beast meat he consumed could be easily refined into cultivation but would not yield any gluttony points. It seemed that only when Lin Dong was unable to refine the consumed food would it convert into gluttony points. He speculated that perhaps only by consuming the flesh of demon beasts whose tier exceeded his own could he earn gluttony points, thus achieving an accelerated cultivation boost. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong pondered his next move when he noticed his communication jade pendant glowing. Uncle Fu had sent a message indicating an urgent matter, requiring his immediate return. With only 3 days left until the outer courtyard assessment, he decided to visit his family during this interim. He bid farewell to the lean monkey, reminding him to focus on his training, and departed from the academy, heading towards the Lin family. He has emerged. Alert the coral forest. Everyone, take heed. Rest assured. After a day and night of waiting, he has finally come out. There is no escaping now. Meanwhile, outside the academy, several figures flickered stealthily, following Lin Dong without drawing anyone's attention. Whoosh! Lin Dong moved swiftly, akin to a rapid leopard darting through the dense forest. With his cultivation reaching the condensation realm, his speed was beyond ordinary. What typically took him an hour would now only require about 10 minutes to return to the Lin family. Come out. Who are you? Sneaking around behind me. As he entered the coral forest, Lin Dong suddenly halted, surveying his surroundings with a cold demeanor. Even shortly after leaving the academy, he had sensed something amiss, as if 3 or 4 individuals were trailing him. This path was a necessary route for the Lin family, and upon entering this thicket, he felt several pairs of eyes locking onto him. Clearly, they were after him, intending to strike here. Lin Dong was not overly alarmed. The group seemed to be at the third or fourth level of the condensation realm, and he could easily handle them with his skills. Interesting. A fourth-level pulse realm cultivator has actually detected us. However, the dead do not deserve to know so much. The sound of applause echoed through the coral forest, and soon 8 or 9 figures emerged, encircling Lin Dong from all sides, leaving no path for escape. Dressed entirely in black, they were tightly wrapped from head to toe. One among them expressed discontent, exclaiming, "What a farce! Merely a boy at the Pulse Realm, and yet we are summoned in such numbers to eliminate him. He surely overestimates his worth. Let us end this swiftly." With that, the 9 figures surged forth like shadowy phantoms, their formidable presence conjuring a terrifying storm that swept through the mountains, uprooting vegetation and sending rocks tumbling. Do not engage him closely. It is said he possesses a formidable boxing technique. They appeared well informed about Lin Dong, aware of his fearsome prowess. Lin Dong, confronted by their encirclement, raised an eyebrow. Were they so misinformed? The Pulse Realm was yesterday's news. He had already attained the Dan formation today. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my newly comprehended sword intent and techniques. Chapter 14. The Annihilation of 9 Dan formation experts. Enraged, Lin Dong declared, "Oh? You wish to keep your distance? How fortuitous, for I have a move from the flowing cloud sword technique that you shall now experience." In the next instant, a flash of blue radiance surged forth, and with a strike of sword energy soaring into the heavens, 2 heads soared into the air, causing the remaining figures to shrink back, their pupils dilating in shock. How is this possible? You wield swordsmanship? This is bad. He is not at the Pulse Realm. He has reached the Dan formation. The information was wrong. We must flee. Attempt to flee? It is too late. With a chilling cry, the forest became a tempest of sword intent. A fierce, icy glow flashed repeatedly, slicing through the necks of several adversaries with precision, accompanied by the sickening sounds of their demise. Heads flew high, and save for one deliberately spared captive, the remaining black-clad figures fell lifeless into pools of blood. The ground was soon stained crimson, 8 headless corpses gushing forth like fountains from their severed necks, forming a small stream of blood. What a thrill! Lin Dong, armed with a single sword, had dispatched the group of black-clad men with ease. He could not help but express gratitude towards Bai Hao. The flowing cloud sword technique required a fitting sword, and fate had providently delivered this fine weapon, which he wielded with remarkable proficiency. This marked Lin Dong's first experience with taking a life, and while the scene was somewhat nauseating, his years in this world had hardened him to such spectacles, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. He understood the law of the jungle. If one does not eliminate them, they will be eliminated in turn. Thus, he resolved to unleash his wrath upon them without hesitation. "Speak. Who sent you?" Lin Dong demanded, fixing his gaze upon the last remaining figure, the strongest among them. Yet, under the oppressive weight of Lin Dong's sword intent, this individual had long since lost the will to fight, prostrating himself like a defeated dog. Sword intent. You have even grasped sword intent. The leader of the black-clad men appeared dazed, but as he saw Lin Dong approach with an unsettling eagerness, fear gripped him, and he cried out, "Do not come any closer." It was not that they were weak. It was Lin Dong's overwhelming strength that rendered them powerless. Initially, it was presumed that the 9 of them would effortlessly eliminate a mere practitioner at the Chongmai realm. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Dong achieved a breakthrough to the Dan formation realm overnight. Furthermore, he comprehended the essence of sword intent. "I beg you, spare my life. It is the Bai family that seeks vengeance. Last night, the head of the Bai family dispatched individuals to seek our assistance in exterminating a practitioner at the Chongmai realm." So it was indeed the Bai family. What audacity, employing 9 formidable practitioners at the Dan formation realm to eliminate a single Chongmai realm novice, clearly indicating their intention to ensure my demise. However, little did they anticipate that not only had I advanced to the Dan formation realm, but I had also grasped the essence of sword intent. Truth be told, I owe my gratitude to your son for the sword he delivered. Lin Dong had already surmised the outcome. In the past few days, aside from dealing with Bai Hao and Bai Han, he had not offended anyone else. "Young hero, as I mentioned, could you grant me a moment of mercy? Allow me to escort you. No need for pleasantries." With a swift motion of his sword, Lin Dong unleashed a fierce beam of sword light, severing the head of his assailant, which rolled among the other severed heads, eyes wide open, reflecting Lin Dong's departing figure. After taking a few steps, Lin Dong returned, nearly forgetting a crucial matter. He needed to replenish his resources. Ever since acquiring the Gourmand system, Lin Dong required an immense quantity of resources. Merely achieving the Dan formation realm had cost him tens of thousands of spirit stones, and he would likely need even more in the future. With this in mind, he would not let any opportunity to acquire spirit stones slip away. Before long, Lin Dong thoroughly rummaged through the storage bags of the 9 individuals. Although they possessed few valuable items, each had a considerable amount of spirit stones. Altogether, they amounted to over 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, wealth could be swiftly acquired through bloodshed. Lin Dong returned home in high spirits, secretly hoping for the Bai family to send more individuals his way. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at the Lin family residence. Before he could step inside, he noticed the steward pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Dong, the steward seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and hurried over. "Young master, you have finally returned. Why the urgency in summoning me back? What has transpired?" Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. The steward glanced around, furrowing his brow. "Young master, why are you the only one returning? Did you not see the 2 individuals I dispatched to escort you? You sent someone to the academy?" Indeed, the steward had anticipated that the Bai family might target Lin Dong and had sent 2 Dan formation realm experts from the Lin family to escort him home. However, shortly after departing, the 2 had lost contact. It seemed they had fallen victim to foul play. What? They must have perished at the hands of the Bai family's henchmen. Lin Dong surmised that the 2 had likely been ambushed and slain by the 9 individuals en route to the academy, their bodies disposed of without a trace. With a calm demeanor, Lin Dong recounted the recent assassination attempt he endured in the Coral Forest, leaving the steward both astonished and enraged, awestruck by Lin Dong's strength, and incensed by the Bai family's audacity. The Bai family. Such audacity. Not only did they slay experts from the Lin family, but they also dared to lay hands on the young master. The steward's anger caused his beard to tremble. If the master and mistress were here, would they still dare to act so recklessly? The master could have easily extinguished the Bai family with a mere slap. "Steward, has the Bai family also taken action against the other members of the Lin family?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, perceiving an underlying meaning in the stewardess' words. "Indeed, just yesterday, in my haste to leave, the Bai family covertly attacked the Lin family, murdering several of our formidable Dan condensation experts and seizing a significant portion of our assets in Yunlan City. This incident has caused quite a stir in the city, leading to unimaginable losses for the Lin family." According to the steward, during the time when Lin father was still around, the Lin family was the foremost among the 5 prominent families of Yunlan City, with the Bai family and the other 4 families following in their wake. This reputation attracted numerous Dan condensation and sea transformation experts to the Lin family, rendering it immensely powerful. However, after the departure of Lin father and his companion, circumstances began to shift. Initially, the first couple of years were manageable, but gradually, the 4 families began to encroach upon the Lin family's enterprises. As years passed, they realized that the Lin couple would not return and became increasingly unscrupulous, with the Bai family leading the charge. Over the years, they devoured nearly half of the Lin family's holdings. Many of the Lin family's stationed experts initially offered their support, but upon recognizing the absence of Lin father's leadership and the fact that the young master was inept and devoid of any hope, they soon departed. Now, the Lin family is left with only 30% of its former assets, 2 sea transformation experts, a dozen Dan condensation experts, and over 100 chi pulse experts. After this incident, the Lin family has remained inactive, causing the remaining experts to contemplate leaving as well. If they continue to do nothing, the Lin family will inevitably fall apart. If Lin Dong were without cultivation, the steward would have no choice but to watch the Lin family disintegrate. However, with Lin Dong's newfound prowess, the steward beseeches him to return, hoping the young master can take charge once again. The Bai family has already signed their own death warrant. Upon hearing the steward's words, Lin Dong's murderous intent surged uncontrollably, an overwhelming sword aura sweeping across the Lin family. The steward was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. A few figures from the Lin family emerged, initially prepared for battle. But upon recognizing that the terrifying sword aura and murderous intent emanated from none other than Lin Dong, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "Master?" The Lin family's esteemed experts stood frozen in place, thinking they were facing a formidable enemy. Little did they expect that this immense aura of sword intent and killing intent was unleashed by the once-thought ineffectual young master. Was he a waste? How could such an aura emanate from him, causing our hearts to race? Sword intent and Dan condensation. Could it be that he has been biding his time for the past 2.5 years? Exchanging astonished glances, they regarded the young master before them, who was so markedly different from his former self, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. "Master, you must not act impulsively." The steward grasped at Lin Dong's pant leg, preventing him from advancing. Shocked and delighted, he was astonished by Lin Dong's strength, rejoicing in the prospect of the Lin family having a successor. Others may not know, but he had witnessed Lin Dong break through to the qi cultivation stage just yesterday. In a remarkably short span of time, he surpassed his previous cultivation level and ascended to the Dan condensation realm. What an astonishing rate of advancement! It is often said, while the green mountains stand, one need not worry about firewood. As long as the young master continues to cultivate, the day will inevitably come when the Bai family pays the price. With the young master's innate talent and such a rapid progression, as long as he remains unscathed, he is destined to become a formidable force in the future. The insignificant Bai family could be effortlessly obliterated. However, after a moment of impulsiveness, Lin Dong quickly regained his composure and gently helped the steward to his feet. With his current prowess, he was indeed not yet a match for the Bai family. The Bai family boasted a profound heritage and an abundance of skilled practitioners. It was rumored that at least 10 were at the ocean transformation realm, with the family head being a late-stage expert in that realm. He was not someone that Lin Dong, merely at the Dan condensation stage, could recklessly challenge. A breakthrough to the ocean transformation realm was essential before he could confidently confront the Bai family. Had he not been at a disadvantage against the Bai family's head, he would have seriously considered storming their residence to annihilate them completely. Lin Dong resolutely declared, "Though I may not currently stand a chance against the Bai family, I must make my mark. I shall reclaim the lost assets of the Bai family. Otherwise, they will truly believe that there is no one left in the Lin family to stand up against their tyranny." He had intended to focus on his cultivation, but the Bai family's provocations compelled him to take drastic measures. The steward shook his head. "You have already slain 9 of the Bai family's Dan condensation experts. It is likely that the Bai family will mourn their losses for some time. Your foremost priority now is to cultivate." "What?" The Lin family's experts stationed nearby were taken aback. When did the young master eliminate 9 Dan condensation experts? How had they not heard a whisper of this? "I have made up my mind. Steward, please arrange for some spirit stones to be sent to the families of the 2 experts. As for those who wish to depart, let them go. Offer them double the spirit stones. Their contributions to the Lin family have been substantial." Lin Dong held his breath, without clarity of thought. He could not cultivate diligently. From the steward, he learned that they had lost over a dozen shops today, with the Bai family maintaining 4 Dan condensation experts and several pulse unblocking practitioners, having killed 2 of the Lin family's Dan condensation experts. With his strength, slaying these individuals would be as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. As Lin Dong stepped onto the street, a Dan condensation expert approached him rapidly, offering to guide him, with several pulse unblocking practitioners following suit. Only a few Dan condensation and 2 ocean transformation experts remained to guard the Lin family. While the offer to guide him was made, Lin Dong was acutely aware that these experts were merely assessing his true strength, weighing whether to remain with the Lin family. During this critical period, the Lin family was in need of manpower. Lin Dong also had to demonstrate his capabilities to stabilize these practitioners. After all, he intended to enter seclusion for cultivation and needed them to secure the Lin family. He did not wish for any unforeseen complications to arise. With the Bai family sending assassins after him and targeting the Lin family, Lin Dong felt no obligation to be courteous. He confidently strode down the street, and passers-by, witnessing the imposing procession, quickly made way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they traversed a particular street, figures swiftly emerged from numerous shops, 10 in total, comprising 4 Dan condensation experts and the rest being pulse unblocking practitioners. Without a doubt, Lin Dong recognized that this was the very territory that had been seized from the Lin family. The members of the Bai family, initially poised for confrontation, found themselves scoffing at the mere handful of Lin Dong and his companions, 2 of whom possessed the condensation Dan realm. Their disdain was palpable as they mocked the Lin family. "Ah, is that not the young master of the Lin family? You worthless fool. Dare you venture into our Bai family's establishment, bringing a few people along? Do you truly believe you can reclaim your family's shop? How laughable." Their laughter echoed, a cacophony of derision, until a voice pierced through the air like thunder, abruptly silencing their mirth. Suddenly, a sickening sound erupted, and the Bai family members sensed an ominous shift. The previously boisterous condensation Dan expert widened his eyes in horror, clutching his throat as blood poured from his mouth and neck. With a thud, he collapsed, his lifeblood staining the ground. And in his gaze towards Lin Dong lingered disbelief and regret. What is happening? Who dares to slay a master of the Bai family? The unexpected turn of events left the Bai family's warriors stunned, glancing around in confusion, their hearts gripped by fear, hesitant to act. They failed to associate the attack with Lin Dong, as the reputation of the Lin family's young master as a mere waste was widely known. And the recent events at the academy had not reached Yunlan City. Gasped. The few experts of the Lin family inhaled sharply. Only they understood that it was indeed their young master who had struck. Even the Lin family's condensation Dan expert had not grasped how Lin Dong had executed such a swift kill. In the next moment, a flash of cold light darted through the air. 3 more Bai family masters fell, their severed heads rolling at the feet of the onlookers, who succumbed to sheer terror. Unable to contain their screams. What manner of sword is this? Such terrifying sword power. They finally beheld the blue sword, radiating an aura of frost, shimmering with iridescent light, embodying an extreme sword intent as it continued to claim the heads of the Bai family's warriors. Today, I avenged the fallen of my Lin family. Lin Dong's chilling voice resonated. With your blood and lives, I honor their spirits in the heavens. Panic surged within the Bai ranks. This boy is peculiar. Everyone, attack. Quickly. Kill him. A Bai family condensation Dan expert finally recognized Lin Dong as the assailant. His mind reeling in disbelief. Wasn't the young master of the Lin family supposed to be a waste? How could he possess such strength? Ignoring their astonishment, they unleashed their formidable might, a barrage of divine abilities directed at Lin Dong. At this juncture, the conflict had escalated to a life-or-death struggle, and Lin Dong, disinterested in further discourse, focused solely on wielding his sword to reap lives. Swish, swish, swish. A streak of blue cold light flashed, instantly claiming the lives of 3 who were in the Pulse realm and 1 from the Condensation Dan realm. Their heads soared into the air, while their headless bodies continued to charge forward. Swish, swish, swish. The entire process transpired in just a few breaths, with over a dozen elite members of the Bai family falling lifelessly into pools of blood without even a chance to engage. Gulp. Is the young master truly that formidable? Who dared to label him as worthless? The esteemed members of the Lin family gazed at Lin Dong with a mix of reverence and astonishment. It was so swift that they scarcely had the opportunity to intervene before the battle concluded. Lin Dong stood there, merely flexing his fingers, dispatching them with the ease of slaying chickens or dogs. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Dong did not exert his full strength, nor did he utter any menacing words. For his fury could not be quenched by mere threats. It demanded the blood of the Bai family. Whoosh. A few distinguished members of the Lin family approached, presenting the storage bags of the Bai family to Lin Dong. He waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind a single remark as he departed. You may keep them. I shall return first. The oversight here is entrusted to you. The streets were awash with blood and bodies, narrating the events that had just transpired. Witnessed by various factions in Yunlan City, this scene left them all astonished. It would not be long before tales of Lin Dong's rampage would echo throughout Yunlan City, and none would dare to underestimate the Lin family again. Chapter 16. The Bai family's fury. Lin Dong retreats to breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Bai family, the patriarch, upon receiving news of Lin Dong's return to the Lin family, dispatched individuals to investigate, soon discovering the severed heads of 9 men. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Bai family patriarch's expression twisted in extreme displeasure. I spent over 100,000 spirit stones, and they couldn't even kill a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Infuriating. Enraged, Bai Hao leapt to his feet, but the sudden pain in his right hand made him cry out in agony. In his fury, he had forgotten his injured hand, and the freshly bound white bandages quickly turned crimson. The excruciating pain only deepened Bai Hao's hatred for Lin Dong, convinced that all his misfortunes stemmed from him. I must kill him. I will definitely kill him. Son, do not be angered. Rest assured, your brother will take care of him in 3 days. The patriarch consoled Bai Hao, then turned to the silent Bai Han. I assent that right, Honor? Regardless of the circumstances, they could only place their final hopes on their eldest son. Once he entered the assessment secret realm, the patriarch believed that with Bai Han's strength, eliminating a foundation establishment Lin Dong would be a mere trifle. Father, Lin Dong, the previously silent Bai Han finally spoke, his expression wavering with hesitation and struggle, yet ultimately, he recounted the events that had unfolded at the academy that day. What? Lin Dong comprehended the sword intent and even broke through to the core formation stage. How could this waste have such a fortuitous opportunity? I refuse to accept this. The patriarch and Bai Hao were incredulous. Could it be the legacy left by his father? Such a prodigy, it seems he cannot be allowed to live. The patriarch finally grasped why the 9 core formation practitioners had perished. He had been unable to comprehend how Lin Dong could have slain them. For he had dispatched individuals to monitor the Lin family's movements and had seen no sign of the 2 transformation realm practitioners leaving. 2 adept practitioners from the Lin family have ventured out, and I have already dispatched someone to eliminate them. The head of the Bai family was taken aback and filled with rage, grinding his teeth in frustration. No wonder he could slay 9 adept practitioners. Had I known this news earlier, I should have sent 2 formidable masters of the ocean transformation realm. Father, it is all my fault. If Bai Han had informed me of this matter sooner, Lin Dong would surely be dead. Yet, he is but a youth, and for him, the events that transpired today within the academy are an immense humiliation, too shameful to divulge. He was reluctant to share any information with anyone. Had it not been for the troubles plaguing the Bai family, he would have continued to withhold any news. Solely focused on eliminating Lin Dong during the outer academy assessment to claim victory. Alas, master. At that moment, a servant rushed into the grand hall. Panic-stricken, our clan has just seized the Lin family's assets, only to have them reclaimed by Lin Dong and his men. With 4 adept practitioners and several pulse refinement cultivators lying dead in the streets. What audacity! I was just lamenting the lack of justification to strike at the Lin family. Summon all masters of the pulse refinement realm and above, and march towards the Lin family to avenge the deaths of our dozen or so adept practitioners. With a series of dire news arriving, the head of the Bai family could no longer contain his fury, slamming his hand onto the table. His terrifying aura of the late ocean transformation realm sweeping through the vicinity. Bai Han stood up, his eyes gleaming with chilling resolve. How dare you, Lin Dong? Bai Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Dong, you choose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you have barged into hell. Father, spare his life. I wish to torment him thoroughly. Master, do not act impulsively. The servant, taken aback by the fearsome demeanor of the 3 men, hastily interjected. This matter has attracted the attention of the city lord's manor. Someone from the manor has personally intervened, decreeing that private conflicts cannot occur within Yunlin City. Those who defy this command shall face execution without mercy. They have even dispatched powerful guardians to protect the Lin family. No one can touch them. The city lord's manor? Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Bai family felt as though they had been doused with cold water. The city lord's manor operates independently from the clan influences within Yunlin City, typically governing order within the city without meddling in the rivalries between families. Why have they intervened in this matter today? Bai Han's face darkened. It must be that a strong practitioner from the academy has noticed him and requested protection from the city lord's manor. The head of the Bai family cursed under his breath. Damn it. Bai Hao exclaimed. Father, must we swallow this great loss without retaliation? How will the various forces in Yunlin City perceive us? It seems we shall have to wait for the outer academy assessment in 3 days. As long as Honor eliminates Lin Dong, I shall devise a way to dismantle the Lin family. The head of the Bai family suppressed his aura and spoke solemnly. Given the recent events, it is likely that elders have taken notice of Lin Dong and may offer him clandestine protection, leaving him with little opportunity to act against Lin Dong. Bai Han furrowed his brow, recognizing his own limitations. With his current strength, he was no match for Lin Dong. The head of the Bai family produced an item and handed it to Bai Han. Honor, this item is for you. It will aid you in eliminating this boy during the outer academy assessment. I had initially intended to keep it for my own cultivation and to break through to the celestial pass realm. However, this boy has become a thorn in my side. If I do not eliminate him, my heart shall find no peace. In addition, for 3 days, the father would exhaust all family resources for you. Bai Han's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Lin family estate, Lin Dong returned home and recounted the events that had transpired to the steward. The steward, astonished, along with several formidable guardians of the Lin family, remained in disbelief as Lin Dong made his way back to his humble courtyard. Fortunately, upon witnessing Lin Dong's potential and strength, the Lin family's defenders decided against departing. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Dong secluded himself in a secret chamber, intent on rigorous cultivation. Although he had initially hesitated to cultivate, he realized that whether in preparation against the Bai family's impending visit or in pursuit of annihilating them, he needed to swiftly break through to the sea transformation realm. The ground before him was strewn with spirit stones piled high, while various spiritual liquids and herbs lay scattered. instantly saturating the chamber with spiritual energy. With a hum, Lin Dong activated the heavenly devouring technique, drawing in spiritual energy at an accelerated rate. His cultivation speed multiplying tenfold as a faint, radiant glow enveloped him, resembling a black hole consuming all. His dantian absorbed the spiritual essence, while his physical form refined it. Both processes occurring in synchrony. The spirit stones disintegrated at a visible rate. After 6 or 7 hours, Lin Dong's aura surged dramatically, breaking through to the 5th level of the condensation pill realm, yet he felt no joy. He returned to his intensive practice. By noon on the first day, after nearly 10 hours of cultivation, Lin Dong still had not progressed to the 6th level of the condensation pill realm. It was far too slow. At this rate, he would undoubtedly fail to reach the C transformation realm, at best achieving the 7th level of condensation pill. This was already a rapid advancement. Others typically required 3 to 2 months for a minor breakthrough, yet Lin Dong had achieved it in mere hours, yet he remained dissatisfied. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the spirit stones, and an idea struck him. Spirit stones. Wasn't there another opportunity to use the divine ability card today? What if he tried consuming a spirit stone? Lin Dong picked up a spirit stone, hesitated briefly, and then bit into it, the crunch nearly shattering his teeth. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly scold him as a madman. Who in their right mind consumes spirit stones? Lin Dong paid no heed to such concerns. Were they not formed from the essence of heaven and earth? Would consuming a spirit stone accelerate his absorption of spiritual energy? With a thought, he commanded, "System, activate the daily divine ability card." Ding. The host consumes a spirit stone, expending a regular divine ability card, and gains a medium-grade talent. Absorption speed of spiritual energy increased by 150. Incredible! Lin Dong rejoiced, having acquired a 15-fold increase in absorption speed. Coupled with his 10-fold cultivation speed, the results were nothing short of astonishing, presenting him with a significant advantage. Devour it all. Simultaneously, Lin Dong noted that his previous acquisition during the chicken-eating endeavor had yielded a low-grade divine ability, while this time he had obtained a medium-grade talent. This indicated that the quality of divine abilities or talents granted by the daily divine ability card possessed an element of chance, suggesting that there might be opportunities for him to receive high-grade or even imperial divine abilities in the future. Chapter 17. Emergence and Confrontation. 3 days have swiftly passed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted within the secret chamber as a terrifying vortex consumed the heavens and the earth. A tall figure seated beneath the vortex opened his eyes, their divine brilliance slicing through the sky like a thunderbolt. The 8th layer of the condensing Dan. Yet, he still had not ascended to the ocean transformation realm. As Lin Dong's voice echoed, the menacing vortex dissipated without a trace, returning the surroundings to tranquility. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where the golden elixir bore only 8 intricate patterns. Ultimately, Lin Dong had only managed to advance to the 8th layer of the condensing Dan, unable to break into the ocean transformation realm. Without a 15-fold absorption rate of spiritual energy, he would have remained at the 7th layer of condensing Dan. The deeper one penetrates into the realms of cultivation, the longer the time required to break through. However, compared to others, who might struggle for a year and a half to advance a minor realm, Lin Dong's progress was akin to a rocket soaring into the sky, ascending rapidly, essentially a minor realm per day. Were it not for his 10-fold cultivation speed, combined with the 15-fold absorption rate, he might have needed several months to achieve a single minor breakthrough. Time was exceedingly short. Given another 10 days to half a month, with sufficient resources for cultivation, he could surely breach the ocean transformation realm. The Bai family was in disarray. It seemed he would have to venture into the assessment secret realm to seek another opportunity for advancement. Lin Dong rose, exiting the chamber, feeling a tinge of regret for not granting the Bai family an extra day or 2 of life. Yet, he did not consider himself greedy. In just 5 days, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal to a formidable figure among the younger generation of Yunlan City. He was determined to participate in the external assessment, as it offered a chance to join the inner academy, increasing his monthly resources and access to additional benefits. Most importantly, the assessment would take place in a beast-infested secret realm, teeming with 3rd and 4th-tier demon beasts, pure experience points for Lin Dong. Calculating the time, he realized that the external assessment was set to commence today. Casting his gaze towards the Bai family, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. If I cannot annihilate the Bai family, then I shall first eliminate Bai Han during the assessment. After freshening up and donning a pristine white robe, Lin Dong exuded an ethereal charm. He bid farewell to the steward and made his way to the academy. The journey was smooth, with no unexpected incidents. Upon arriving at the familiar gates of the academy, Lin Dong strode confidently inside, attracting the attention of many. Though this time it was not met with disdain but rather with awe. The gathering for the external assessment took place in the academy's plaza. Lin Dong arrived not too late, with half an hour remaining before the commencement, yet the plaza had already filled with several hundred young, striking men and women. Dong-gu. Just as he reached the square, Lin Dong heard the voice of Shou-ho, who approached him eagerly. The two exchanged fist bumps and shoulder nudges. Lin Dong glanced at Shou-ho's cultivation level and smiled. Not bad. You've broken through to the second layer of the pulse unblocking realm. Hee. It's all thanks to the immense pressure from you, Dong-gu. I inadvertently made the breakthrough. The slender monkey scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is unfortunate that only the top 30 can enter the inner courtyard. With my current cultivation, I fear I have no chance of breaking into the top 30. Fear not, my friend, for I, Dong, shall protect you. Gaining entry to the inner courtyard will be a simple task. Lin Dong patted his chest confidently. With his level of cultivation, he could easily sweep aside the disciples of the outer courtyard, making it a trivial matter to assist the slender monkey in securing a place among the top 30. Ah, young lad, why have you arrived so late? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Just as Lin Dong and the slender monkey were reminiscing, a sudden aged voice interrupted them. Elder Hu's figure appeared beside them. Greetings, Elder Hu. Lin Dong and the slender monkey hurriedly bowed. Elder Hu nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Dong replied, Disciple has been in seclusion for several days and only emerged this morning. I apologize for my tardiness. Might I inquire if the elder has summoned me for a specific purpose? Ah, seclusion is indeed beneficial. Elder Hu stroked his beard, becoming increasingly pleased with Lin Dong. Not only was he gifted, but he also displayed diligence. However, as he continued to observe, his pupils narrowed in surprise. Wait a moment. How have you advanced to the 8th level of the condensation realm? In just a few days, you have transcended an entire major realm and several minor ones. You haven't resorted to some potent elixir, have you? Elder Hu was so astonished that he inadvertently plucked a handful of his own beard, oblivious to the pain. In all my years, I have never encountered such a prodigious talent. He recalled that when Lin Dong registered as a disciple of the outer courtyard, he was merely at the 4th level of the pulse realm. Now, just a few days later, he had reached the 8th level of the condensation realm. Surely, even the most potent medicines could not yield such rapid progress. Elder Hu had seen many extraordinary individuals in his life, including a genius of the condensation realm who had achieved a breakthrough of a minor realm in a month. Yet, Lin Dong's aura was robust and solid, indicating a firm foundation. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I have merely encountered a fortunate opportunity, Lin Dong said with a slight smile, clasping his fist in gratitude, accepting Elder Hu's worries without resistance. Beside him, the slender monkey wore an expression of admiration, his face radiating eagerness for guidance from Dong. Indeed, Elder Hu nodded, understanding that cultivators often possess their own secrets, thus refraining from probing further into that topic. He shifted the conversation, saying, in recent days, the Bai family has not troubled you, has it? Lin Dong's pupils contracted slightly. Elder, have you perhaps persuaded those at the city lord's residence? During his seclusion, he had pondered why the Bai family had not attacked him. However, upon hearing about the events in Yunlan City from the steward that morning, he realized it was the city lord's residence that intervened. He had speculated it might be due to a favor owed by his father, but upon hearing Elder Hu's words, he quickly connected the dots to the elder's influence. Not too foolish. Elder Hu chuckled. However, you need not question my motives. I harbor no ulterior intentions. I simply do not wish to see a rare talent emerge from the academy only to fall prematurely. Thank you, Elder. I shall forever remember your kindness today. Lin Dong solemnly bowed, silently remembering the kindness of Elder Hu. Elder Hu waved his hand dismissively, remarking, It's a trivial matter. I simply find you quite agreeable. As he spoke, he shifted the topic, stating, a few days ago, the academy decided to grant a special reward to the top student, allowing entry into the divine pool. Originally, I intended to inform you, as it would greatly benefit your transformation into the Sea of Change. Now, I tell you, it can aid you in achieving this. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I am determined to secure the first place in the outer academy. Lin Dong replied earnestly, understanding that this was indeed the purpose of Elder Hu's visit, and it was highly likely that the additional resources for the top student had been negotiated by the Elder on his behalf. Elder Hu nodded. acknowledging that Lin Dong's cultivation far exceeded that of other Outer Academy disciples, making victory in the competition almost effortless for him. Afterward, Elder Hu made his way to the viewing platform, crossing his legs and sipping a drink. The assessment would commence shortly. Lin Dong and his companion moved towards the gathering crowd. Before long, Lin Dong sensed two hostile gazes directed at him, and without needing to think, he knew who they belonged to: Lu Yin and Bai Han. Bai Han was surrounded by a group of disciples, his reputation as the top student in the Outer Academy still resonating loudly. To survive the assessment and perhaps even break into the top 30, seeking alliances was undoubtedly the best strategy. Upon noticing Lin Dong, Bai Han moved his lips, threateningly uttering, "I will kill you." Lin Dong merely curled his lips in response. Thinking fool. Chapter 18. Slaying the Fourth Order Beast Monarch, Ho Zhanwei. As time gradually passed, the young men and women eagerly rubbed their fists, seemingly unable to contain their excitement. Soon, the assessment began, with two elders from the Outer Academy appearing in midair. After delivering a barrage of comments, the elders proceeded to outline the assessment's content, precautions, and rewards. The assessment would follow the same format as previous years. The Academy would dispatch the disciples into a secret realm, populated with beasts ranging from first to fourth order. The objective of the assessment was to see who could slay the most beasts and accumulate the highest points. The top 30 participants would not only receive generous rewards, but also gain entry into the Inner Academy. When the assessment elder announced that the first-place winner would be granted access to the Divine Pool for training, excitement spread across the faces of the crowd. The Divine Pool was no ordinary place. It could facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation and enhance physical prowess, an aspiration of countless disciples. Each participant received a token that would record in real time the number of beasts they had slain and the points they had earned. By shattering the token, they could withdraw from the secret realm, which also meant forfeiting their participation. As if recalling something, one elder added, "Ah, yes. Within the secret realm resides a beast king. For your own safety, do not provoke it." Over the years, many reckless disciples have met their demise at its jaws. The disciples collectively shuddered at this warning. Only Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. "All right." The assessment elder nodded and proclaimed the commencement of the evaluation. The two elders exchanged glances before sweeping their hands, conjuring mysterious hand seals. As the handprint circulated, a terrifying aura awoke within the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts re-emerging. In a climactic moment, the two figures unleashed a formidable beam of light. In the next instant, a colossal vortex materialized at the beam's landing point, presenting itself as the gateway to the secret realm. Go forth. The assessment within the secret realm will last for 2.5 days. At the conclusion, provided you carry the token, you shall be transported back. With the elder's decree, the disciples surged into the secret realm with fervor, akin to a swarm of bees. Before departing, Bai Han cast a glance at Lin Dong, his lips moving. "I shall annihilate you." Unperturbed, Lin Dong stepped into the vortex at a measured pace. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of disciples vanished, leaving only two elders and a handful of spectators on the observation platform. Upon entering the vortex, Lin Dong felt a dizzying whirl, and when his eyes opened again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The passage randomly transported him to an expansive meadow, rich with spiritual energy, where lush vegetation thrived beneath the shadow of towering ancient trees. Occasionally, the echoes of fierce beasts reverberated from the depths of the forest, akin to the roar of a primordial wilderness. Just as Lin Dong stood in astonishment, a shadow surged forth from a 2-meter-high thicket, moving with lightning speed and exuding an intimidating presence. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, aiming for his neck. In a split second, without time to react, Lin Dong clenched his fist and struck at the approaching shadow, unleashing the full might of his physical strength. A resounding thud reverberated through the ground. Before him lay a 3-meter-tall ferocious demon wolf, writhing in pain, its underbelly punctured with a ghastly wound, blood oozing forth as it bared its teeth in a grimace, displaying a hint of fear and confusion in its eyes. It seemed to ponder whether this generation of humans was truly so formidable. In previous years, they had been so weak that they could only serve as its prey, devoid of any means of resistance, let alone causing it harm. To encounter such a beast upon entry was remarkable. A 4th-tier early-stage wind wolf, comparable to a beast in the initial stages of the Transformation Sea realm. Indeed, a dominant force in this realm. Yet, Lin Dong had effortlessly injured it with a single punch. He found himself momentarily stunned. Was he truly so powerful? His rapid ascension had left him unaware of his own strength. Even his earlier feat of slaying 9 Dan condensation realm cultivators had felt like slicing through vegetables. This was the first time he had genuinely exerted himself to such an extent. A full power strike from his physical form had grievously wounded a 4th-tier demon wolf. The secret realm primarily served as a training ground for disciples, predominantly inhabited by 1st and 2nd-tier beasts, with a fair number of 3rd-tier beasts present. 4th-tier beasts were considered sovereigns of their territories. Typically, no more than one 4th-tier beast could reign over a single clan. Yet here was Lin Dong, effortlessly inflicting severe harm upon a 4th-tier demon wolf sovereign with a mere punch. If those from the outside world were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Thinking of retreat? Not a chance. As Lin Dong momentarily lost himself in thought, the demonic wolf seemed to have come to a realization. Turning to flee, Lin Dong, employing the exquisite steps of Genie Tai Mei, pursued relentlessly, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. Howling in pain, the demonic wolf was propelled backward, whimpering as it utilized the force of impact to escape into the distance. Given the wolf's inherent swiftness, it was soon on the verge of disappearing from Lin Dong's sight. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a flash of blue light appeared, and the wolf's head was sent soaring, blood spilling into the air as the gleaming sword radiated a fierce aura. This lacks challenge, Lin Dong lamented, for he had yet to unleash the full potency of his tenfold true dragon fist. He had initially wished to engage in a melee with the wolf, but as it sought to flee, he had no choice but to resort to the flowing cloud sword technique. He surmised that with the flowing cloud sword technique, augmented by sword intent, he could perhaps contend even with a peak transformation into the sea realm. This revelation brought him a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He resolved that once the assessment concluded, he would venture to the Bai family. His only concern was the potential presence of a formidable celestial warrior safeguarding them. To be prudent, he decided it best to first break through to the transformation into the sea realm within the divine pool. He believed that after such a breakthrough, he would not fear even the celestial realm experts. Regardless of the Bai family's resources, he would cleave them with a single sword stroke. Furthermore, he realized he had left in haste that morning, neglecting to satiate his hunger. Approaching the demonic wolf, he licked his lips, thinking, "If you present yourself to me, who else would I feast upon?" Lin Dong, devoid of mercy towards such a bloodthirsty creature, recognized that had he been weaker, he might have already become its meal. He had yet to taste the flesh of a 4th-tier demonic beast, which was rumored to be rich in potent energy essence. Lin Dong could not help but salivate at the thought. Subsequently, he skillfully prepared the beast, performing the entire process of bleeding it, boiling water, and skinning, all the while setting up a barbecue. He felt compelled to finish quickly and seek out the lean monkey. The secret realm was fraught with danger, and a Mirpulse realm practitioner like the monkey would likely struggle to protect itself. It was indeed unfortunate for Lin Dong that he encountered a 4th-tier demonic wolf upon entering. Had it been anyone else, they would have had to wait 18 years to become a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, in the square, 2 assessment elders radiated boundless divine light, forming mysterious and intricate seals. Before them, an ancient mirror floated in the air, emanating vast divine brilliance, illuminating the heavens. In the next moment, a colossal light screen appeared in the void, revealing the events transpiring within the secret realm. Let us witness what unfolds in the secret realm. The screen displayed a grand scene alongside hundreds of smaller ones, showcasing the activities of the disciples within the realm, either slaying demonic beasts or en route to do so. Who stands out? Let us take a look at Bai Han. He was the foremost disciple of the outer court, most likely to secure the first position. Not only the 2 assessment elders, but also numerous disciples voiced their interest in watching Bai Han. Over 100 disciples gathered, primarily those from the next cohort, eager to observe the assessment, as it would greatly benefit their own endeavors in the upcoming year. In the center of the luminous screen, the grand image displayed everything that transpired in the secret realm with Bai Han, who at this moment had effortlessly slain 2 2nd-tier demon beasts. Subsequently, Bai Han, alongside several disciples, vanquished 2 3rd-tier demon beasts, amassing points that surely placed him far ahead of the others. The striking spectacle elicited shrill gasps from numerous female disciples. Lin Han picked up a communication jade talisman and proclaimed, "Should you encounter Lin Dong, relay the message to me." From the other side, a flurry of voices responded, "Received." "Understood, Brother Han." One voice hesitantly added, "Brother Han, I haven't seen Lin Dong, but I have spotted Ho Zhan, who often follows him closely." After a moment of silence, Bai Han inquired, "Very well, where is he now? I shall head there immediately." Chapter 19. The The crowd was astonished as they witnessed the emergence of the gifted leader of the wolf pack. Indeed, it seems that Baihan is destined to claim the title of first in this year's Outer Academy assessment. Observing this scene, the two assessment elders nodded slightly. Recognizing that Baihan's cultivation and combat prowess had surpassed that of the Outer Academy disciples, reaching the level of an ordinary Inner Academy disciple. I beg to differ. At that moment, Elder Hu's languid voice drifted over, his eyes hazy. The two elders raised their eyebrows. Elder Hu? Typically, it was only the two of them conducting assessments, and they were perplexed as to what had drawn this prominent figure to the Outer Academy evaluation. In ordinary circumstances, who could summon Elder Hu? Today, astonishingly, he came to witness the trivial skirmishes of the Outer Academy students. When asked, he casually remarked that he was bored and decided to take a look. One assessment elder, displaying a demeanor of respectful deference, inquired, Elder Hu, who do you believe is most likely to secure first place? Lindong. Lindong. The two assessment elders were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, having never heard of this individual. Could it be that Elder Hu had come specifically for him? Clearly, neither had paid much attention to the happenings of the Outer Academy, especially since Lindong had only recently made his presence known. It was not surprising that they were unaware of his exploits. It seemed they had just heard Baihan mention Lindong's name. Could it be that a dark horse had indeed emerged this year? To have earned Elder Hu's recognition suggested that this young man was extraordinary. Well, you shall find out for yourselves, Elder Hu concluded. The two assessment elders promptly adjusted the screen to focus on Lindong's image. Upon realizing what Lindong was engaged in, both elders were rendered speechless. Elder Hu, is this the Lindong you spoke of? He hardly appears to be vying for first place. They saw Lindong reclining on the ground, one leg crossed over the other, one hand cradling his head, while the other held a large roasted leg, glistening with grease as he munched away, in stark contrast to the other disciples who were fiercely battling demon beasts. He seemed more akin to a carefree camper. Elder Hu nearly spat out his drink, his lips twitching. He had assumed this lad was in the throes of combat, only to discover he was indulging in roasted meat. How could he be so lackadaisical during the assessment? Truly, he had brought shame upon me. The two assessment elders exchanged amused glances, suspecting that Elder Hu might be somewhat short-sighted. However, out of respect for the other's strength, they chose to remain silent. Isn't that Lindong? One remarked. Why isn't he out slaying beasts to earn points? Instead, he is here hiding away, indulging in roasted meat? Does he believe he cannot compete with Baihan? Upon hearing the disciples' chatter, the two elders realized that Lindong had garnered quite a reputation in the Outer Academy, albeit one that was somewhat inflated. Suddenly, Lindong paused and glanced over, seemingly aware of the scrutiny directed his way. He understood that the Academy's artifacts were tracking him, monitoring his every move. Just then, he recalled the corpse lying beside him. As the two elders prepared to adjust their view, a gasp erupted from the square, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Is that a fourth-tier windwolf? Is he consuming the flesh of a fourth-tier windwolf? Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils dilated, and the two elders were taken aback. Had Lindong truly slain a fourth-tier beast? The fourth-tier beast overlord, aside from the beast king, represented the pinnacle of strength within the secret realm. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to kill a fourth-tier overlord, with such feats appearing only once in several generations. Typically, dozens or even hundreds would band together to defeat a single fourth-tier beast. It was inconceivable that Lindong could do so effortlessly on his own. I told you this lad was capable. Elder Hu's hearty laughter resonated, his face flushed with excitement. A fourth-tier windwolf was worth thousands of points. One would need to slay 10 third-tier beasts to accumulate a mere 1,000 points. Just this one wolf could have kept Baihan and his companions occupied for the better part of a day. Even if they managed to kill a few, they would still lag far behind. How could this be? Someone wondered. He only possesses the cultivation of the Dan formation realm. How could he possibly have slain a fourth-tier windwolf? Such beasts are comparable to formidable experts of the sea transformation realm. Could it be that he had fought beyond his means? Of course. Otherwise, do you think he simply picked up that wolf on the roadside? Another retorted. Though skepticism lingered as many had not witnessed Lindong's prowess firsthand. The crowd buzzed with astonishment at Lindong's extraordinary capabilities. Even the two assessment elders displayed their surprise, though some remained doubtful. Ding. Host has consumed fourth-tier windwolf meat, gaining 188 gourmet points. Lindong continued to savor the roasted meat, relishing in the delight of the system notifications echoing in his mind. Eating the beast's flesh not only enhanced his cultivation and tempered his physique, but also awarded him gourmet points. It was a most gratifying experience. From a single wolf, He had consumed a thigh and acquired over 4,000 gourmet points, significantly strengthening his physique. Although he had not yet broken through, he had made substantial progress, comparable to half a day's arduous training. At this rate, even if Lin Dong engaged in seclusion for self-cultivation, it would take him 10 days to half a month to ascend even a minor realm. Yet, with just a modest consumption of 4th-tier beast meat, he could achieve results akin to hours of diligent practice. Why even bother with traditional cultivation? From now on, he could simply eat his way to success. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, he decided to experiment with the enhancement of his divine abilities. Spending 2,000 gourmand points to elevate the genie beautiful step from a lower grade to a middle grade divine skill. Ding! The host consumed 2,000 gourmand points to enhance genie beautiful step, granting a speed increase of 200. What a thrill! With just 2,000 gourmand points, his speed had doubled. Lin Dong then glanced at the gourmand points required for upgrading other divine skills. The true dragon treasure technique demanded a staggering 10 million gourmand points. The tenfold training speed talent required 5 million, and the sword path enlightenment called for several 100,000. None of these were within Lin Dong's current expenditure capability. He decided to use a daily ordinary divine skill card instead. After one use, 2 remained. Ding! The host devoured a piece of wolf meat, consuming 1 ordinary divine skill card, and acquired the middle grade talent, Wolf's Leadership. Wolf's Leadership gained the charisma of a wolf king, enabling the command of wolf packs. Currently at the condensation realm, the host can command demon wolves of tier 3 and below. Another middle grade talent? Lin Dong first noted the level of the divine skill system. Ding! The level of the daily sign in divine skill will vary with the host's growth, as the host is currently at the condensation realm. The minimum will guarantee a middle grade divine skill. If the host accumulates several uses of the daily divine skill opportunity, there is a chance to obtain a higher grade divine skill. The more times used, the greater the chance, with a guarantee of 1 level up after 30 uses and a potential 2 levels up after 365 uses. So that is how it works. Lin Dong understood that overly weak divine skills would become less effective as one's cultivation improved. Thus, the fluctuation in the levels of the system's divine skill cards was quite user-friendly. The guarantee of a level up after 30 uses indicated that if Lin Dong had accumulated 30 uses earlier, he would have been assured an upper-grade divine skill. Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel at the multitude of features the system offered. Finally, he turned his attention to the newly acquired talent. This divine skill was quite impressive, allowing him to command demon wolves. Howl. Help. Just then, a cacophony of earth-shattering wolf howls echoed in Lin Dong's ears, accompanied by what seemed to be cries for help. It was the perfect opportunity to test this new talent. Rising to his feet, excitement gleamed in his eyes as he patted his backside and dashed into the forest. Chapter 20. Talent displays power, the wolf pack retreats, and the lean monkey is captured in the forest. Dozens of towering lead wolves, with eerie green eyes akin to malevolent spirits of the woods, were pursuing a woman who was sprinting frantically. Mu Qian wept as she ran. Oh mother! Why am I so unfortunate today? She could not comprehend why, merely passing by. She had encountered a pack of wolves that seemed to have gone mad in their pursuit of her. Unable to fight back or escape. Whoosh! Just then, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before her, leaving Mu Qian momentarily stunned, as if she had seen a savior. Finally, someone has come? And a master of the condensation realm, help me, young sir. Silence. Mu Qian initially believed that Lin Dong intended to flee with her, but to her surprise, he bypassed her, his gaze fixated on the multitude of demon wolves before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if the wolves were far more enchanting than any beauty. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly contemplating a heroic rescue? We must flee. With so many demon wolves, is he seeking his own demise? Mu Qian screamed, perceiving Lin Dong as a reckless youth, oblivious to the perilous number of wolves surrounding them. Even if Lin Dong were a master of the Dan realm, he could not possibly contend with such an overwhelming horde. Has he gone mad with fantasies of gallantry? Truthfully, for a fleeting moment, she considered abandoning him and escaping. As the saying goes, a friend's death does not concern the monk. If Lin Dong could just delay them a moment longer, she could make her escape. Yet, her conscience would not permit such a betrayal. She was not heartless. After all, Lin Dong had come to rescue her, and she could not simply forsake him. What on earth is happening? Mu Qian turned to grasp Lin Dong's arm, but in an instant, she was rooted to the spot by the scene before her. Is this mastery? Lin Dong appeared, and astonishingly, the pack of wolves ceased their advance, their fierce eyes filled with wariness as they regarded him, baring their teeth and growling. Lin Dong exuded an aura reminiscent of a wolf king, reeking of blood. The demon wolves, possessing considerable intelligence, quickly deduced that their pack leader had likely met his end at the hands of this young man and dared not act rashly. Fascinating. Lin Dong discovered that he could comprehend the wolves' mournful whines. It seemed that this girl had suffered his unintentional misfortune. The pack had come in response to their leader's dying cries, seeking vengeance. Begone, Lin Dong uttered coolly. Mu Qian watched anxiously, bewildered by Lin Dong's intentions. The wolves' eyes glimmered with a chilling light as their low growls echoed through the forest, inching closer as if poised to attack Lin Dong. Awaken, Wolf King's innate power. In the next moment, Lin Dong silently called forth, his eyes flashing with a deep emerald hue, reminiscent of the wolves yet more profound. An invisible wave of terrifying pressure surged forth. The demon wolves, perceiving the presence of their king, whimpered in fear, instinctively tucking their tails and retreating over 100 meters in panic. Impressive. Witnessing this, Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile, pleased with his initial display of prowess. Yet he remained aware of the spectators and refrained from revealing too much of his abilities. Mu Qian's mouth fell agape, as if she could fit a candied hawthorn within. Glancing between the wolves and Lin Dong with bewilderment, what just transpired? The onlookers were equally astonished, having anticipated Lin Dong's confrontation, only to witness him effortlessly intimidate the pack of demon wolves. What an extraordinary maneuver! Such a tactic had never before been seen. An elder overseeing the examination, his eyes reflecting profound insight, remarked, the demon wolves possess considerable intelligence. They must have sensed the aura and blood of the Wolf King emanating from Lin Dong. Recognizing him as a formidable opponent, thus retreating, the crowd came to a sudden realization. Beyond this explanation, there was no other possibility, nor had they considered any alternative. I am Mu Qian. I am deeply grateful to my benefactor for the rescue. Mu Qian respectfully bowed to Lin Dong. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, might I ask your name, kind sir? Lin Dong, he replied indifferently, not even sparing her a glance as he retraced his steps. Surprised, Mu Qian followed closely behind, exclaiming, Lin Dong? So you are the one heralded as the greatest dark horse of this session. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Dong pondered the extent of his own notoriety. However, kind sir, may I ask why you are hiding here? She continued. Hiding? What do you mean? Are you unaware? Bai Han is out there searching for you frantically. By the way, I heard that your little brother has been captured. Are you not here to evade trouble? What? Bai Han, you seek death. Upon hearing that something had happened to the thin monkey, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Dong, engulfing the entire forest in a palpable tension, clearly indicating his genuine anger. Mu Qian, terrified, felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. Such overwhelming and fearsome pressure. Is this the aura that can be emitted by someone in the condensation realm? Though she considered herself a small prodigy at the 7th level of the pulse realm, she felt utterly incapable of resisting in Lin Dong's presence. Calm down, kind sir, please. Mu Qian trembled as she spoke. With so many onlookers from the academy during the assessment, Bai Han would not dare to act against Ho Zhan in public. My apologies, I was too hasty and overlooked that. Hearing this, Lin Dong regained his composure. Bai Han was simply attempting to lure him out by capturing the thin monkey. He would likely not dare to kill him. Are you all right? Lin Dong approached and helped Mu Qian to her feet. She shook her head, her back soaked in sweat. Glancing at Lin Dong with lingering trepidation, is this the level of strength that an outer court disciple possesses? Do you have any information on the whereabouts of the thin monkey and Bai Han? Lin Dong asked. I do not know, she replied. Thank you for relaying this information. He said. Mu Qian smiled. There is no need for thanks, kind sir. Had it not been for your timely rescue, my fate would have been dire. Is that a 4th order Wolf King? As they spoke, they arrived at the spot where Lin Dong had previously grilled. Upon seeing him store the carcass of the 4th order demon wolf, Mu Qian's face displayed astonishment once more. Did you truly slay a 4th order demon wolf? No wonder these wolves fear you. Lin Dong swiftly placed the remaining wolf meat into his storage ring. The entirety of a demon beast is a treasure. It must not go to waste. He also collected some of the demon wolf's essence blood, which holds significant value for cultivators, capable of enhancing the physique of the estate steward and the Lin family disciples. Take care, Miss Mu. I must go in search of the thin monkey. Lin Dong had no time to dwell on Mu Qian's astonishment. After securing his belongings and leaving a brief farewell, he ventured deeper into the forest. Watching Lin Dong's retreating figure, Mu Qian felt certain that Bai Han was no match for him. Lin Dong was not aimlessly searching for the two. Instead, he was pursuing the demon wolves to make efficient use of the resources at hand. without making a sound. He signaled the wolves to seek out the whereabouts of the thin monkey, and by Han, even tossing the thin monkey's belongings for them to scent. Dozens of demonic wolves sprang into action, their numbers formidable and their sense of smell acute. It would not be long before two individuals descended into the fray. Goodness! Could it be that Bai Han harbors a grudge against Lin Dong? The onlookers displayed expressions of eager anticipation, having initially believed that the two would encounter one another later on. Who could have predicted that they would meet on the very first day of the assessment? A dark horse from the outer court was set to confront the foremost contender of the outer court. What would the outcome be? Chapter 21, a decisive battle? No. A crushing victory. Would the battle commence ahead of schedule? Whispers of excitement rippled through the disciples, their blood surging with fervor. Many were curious about Lin Dong's prowess, eager to witness him in action. The two elder examiners shared the same sentiment. Having heard that Lin Dong had reached the stage of Dan condensation and had comprehended the essence of sword intent. Ordinarily, the final showdown would occur on the last day, with disciples vying for tokens and attempting to seize points from one another to improve their rankings. This was the unspoken rule of the assessment. Yet today, was Bai Han truly intent on confronting the dark horse Lin Dong ahead of time? Could it be that Bai Han felt threatened and sought to eliminate Lin Dong preemptively? The elder examiners adjusted the light screen to focus on Bai Han, eager to discern the unfolding events, only to find their expressions darkening. Let me go? Face me one-on-one. In the image, a gaunt figure was bound tightly beneath a large tree, bruised and battered, defiantly cursing at Bai Han and his cronies who stood before him. He had been engaged in a fierce battle with a second-tier demonic beast when he was ambushed by these individuals who had swiftly overpowered him, injuring him and bringing him to this location. These were elite disciples from the outer court, only slightly inferior to Bai Han's genius. He was no match for them. Bai Han's subordinates glared at him. Lin Dong has offended Brother Han, and as his subordinate, you must endure some humiliation and cooperate with us. We will release you shortly. If you continue to provoke us, don't expect mercy, one of them warned. If you anger Brother Han, you'll regret it. Bai Han stood to the side, his expression dark and impatient. After waiting for most of the day, his patience was wearing thin. Not killing Lin Dong left Bai Han feeling unsettled. He had resorted to this underhanded tactic. Even if he could not kill Lin Dong, he was determined to incapacitate him. Once Lin Dong was neutralized, matters would become straightforward, and the Bai family would ensure that Lin Dong would never return to the Lin family. The crowd, aware of Bai Han's temperament, dared not provoke him further and merely wished for the gaunt figure to silence himself. Bah! The gaunt figure, unable to tolerate their presence, spat dismissively. Bai Han, I never imagined that as the foremost disciple of the outer court, you would resort to such despicable means to lure my brother Dong here. Ha! It's been quite a while, and your brother Dong has yet to make an appearance. Bai Han replied coldly. It seems you are not regarded highly in your brother Dong's eyes, allowing us to bully you at will. Bai Han, cease your attempts to sow discord. If my brother Dong truly arrives, you best not flee. Do not say I did not warn you. With your ragtag bunch, you are no match for my brother Dong. Just wait and see if you end up scurrying away like rats. The slender monkey sneered dismissively with the bond he shared with Dong Gu. How could mere words sow discord between them? He firmly believed that Dong Gu must have been delayed by some matter and had not yet received word. If he had, he would undoubtedly be the first to come to his aid. Dong Gu had once promised to protect him, just as he did in their childhood, vowing not to deceive him and to stand before him in times of need. What was he? Merely a waste who had chanced upon a modicum of fortune. What could he possibly change? Did he truly believe himself to be an unparalleled prodigy? Little did he know, before a true genius like Han Ge, he was utterly defenseless. Bai Han's subordinate let out a cold laugh, as if still trapped in the past. Boom. One among them, unable to bear the slender monkey's mockery, stepped forward and landed a punch that sent the slender monkey spitting blood. And you? Who are you to call anyone a crooked melon or a rotten fruit? Do you truly think we dare not act against you? The slender monkey, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, felt pain coursing through his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and retorted disdainfully, a defeated foe dares to proclaim genius? Just days ago, before the sword monument, you didn't have the audacity to utter a word. Do you really think your current strength can rival Dong Ge? Unable to tolerate anyone disparaging Dong Ge, the slender monkey's face contorted with ferocity as he approached, fists clenched. The actions of these individuals drew frowns from many onlookers, who found their behavior contemptible. Yet the rules did not prohibit such conduct. As long as Lin Dong dares to come, I am confident in my ability to suppress him, Bai Han stated calmly. his demeanor unperturbed, his aura deeper and infused with unwavering confidence. Is that so? I shall see how you intend to suppress me. And you? To bully my younger brother before my very eyes? You seek death. At that moment, a dispassionate voice thundered through the air, chilling to the bone. As though it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, devoid of any emotion. Bang! Ah! As the icy words fell, a shadow surged forth from the forest, hurtling towards the slender monkey and his companions like a leopard in pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, those who had just threatened him found themselves struck by fists the size of sandbags, the immense force akin to celestial bodies colliding, sending them soaring through the air. Crack. Thud. The sound of bones breaking echoed as several of the subordinates crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. These were renowned experts from the outer court. Yet they crumbled effortlessly before Lin Dong. One severely injured disciple convulsed twice and lost consciousness, their fate uncertain. They happened to be among those who had attacked the slender monkey moments ago. They're here. Lin Dong is here. Some in the crowd stood in excitement, feeling that Lin Dong's entrance was nothing short of magnificent, as he dispatched several outer court experts in an instant, igniting fervor among the onlookers. A few young ladies gazed at him with admiring eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a tall figure clad in white appeared before the slender monkey, freeing him from his bonds and administering healing elixirs. Dong Gu. The slender monkey's face was pale, yet he could not conceal the joy on his countenance. I knew you would come. Observing the slender monkey's plight, Lin Dong's expression grew increasingly frigid. You have suffered. Rest assured, I shall make them all pay dearly. Lin Dong cast a cold glance over several individuals. In his eyes, they were already on the path to their demise. For Lin Dong, no scheme or deceit would be tolerated when directed toward his friends and family. I will ensure that everyone knows. Those who dare to provoke me shall face excruciating consequences. Lin Dong's voice was soft yet exuded a commanding chill, leaving no room for doubt. No one dared to question the veracity of his words, as the remnants of the earlier confrontation lay groaning in agony upon the ground. Ah, it hurts so much. Lin Dong, you lack martial virtue. How could you ambush us? Han Ge, hurry. Seek vengeance for us. Kill Lin Dong. Two of the subordinates, still conscious yet writhing in pain, were filled with both fear and fury towards Lin Dong. Yet they were no match for him, and could only implore Bai Han for assistance. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your arrival for so long. A glint of coldness flickered in Bai Han's eyes, unconcerned that Lin Dong had saved the slender monkey. Lin Dong's arrival meant that his objective had been achieved. He only needed to subdue him. Before he finished his thought, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged from within. Before he could identify the source of his unease, he saw Lin Dong, who had previously stood at a distance, vanish and reappear before him in an instant. How is this possible? Bai Han's pupils constricted. How could his speed be so formidable? He hadn't even comprehended Lin Dong's movements before he found him right before him. You are merely pretending. Now, rise and face me. In a flash, Lin Dong's fist struck Bai Han's abdomen with tremendous force. The sheer power erupting within him was akin to a thunderous explosion. Boom. Bai Han barely had time to react. As if struck by an ancient beast, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into countless trees and foliage. Chapter 22. Tormenting Bai Han. Bai Han's demise. Han Ge has been sent flying. How could this be? Han Ge, not even a match for a mere waste. Witnessing Bai Han being utterly defenseless and flung away, several subordinates found it hard to believe, feeling as if the heavens had collapsed around them. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The clash between the Academy's top genius and the strongest dark horse was anticipated to be a fierce battle. Yet it concluded so swiftly. With a single punch, Lin Dong had sent the so-called top genius of the Academy flying. Is the disparity truly that vast? The two elder examiners exchanged silent glances, a bitter smile emerging. Indeed, elder whose keen insight is unmatched. Bai Han and Lin Dong were not even in the same league. It was a clear-cut, overwhelming victory. No wonder elder who came personally to observe. The title of first place in this assessment undoubtedly belongs to Lin Dong. Elder who felt that Lin Dong had brought him immense pride, his face flushed with joy. This lad did not disappoint my expectations. In the depths of the secret realm, within a gaping pit, a battered Bai Han fought through the pain to rise. Yet, in the next moment, a foot came crashing down upon his chest. Heavy as a mountain, and the sickening sound of cracking bones echoed as Bai Han grimaced in agony, crashing heavily back to the ground. No, Lin Dong. How can you be so formidable? You are not merely at the 4th level of the condensation realm, but rather at the 8th. Bai Han, you are too weak. You are not even worthy of forcing me to exert my full strength. You still wish to avenge your brother? Lin Dong's movements reached their zenith, resembling a great rock spreading its wings, expansive and powerful, as he appeared before Bai Han in an instant, looking down upon him from his elevated position. Lin Dong, I will make you pay with your life. Bai Han, momentarily taken aback by Lin Dong's disdain, felt an overwhelming humiliation, struggling violently against it. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Bai Han, a torrent of divine power surging forth, even causing Lin Dong's heart to tremble. This was a formidable weapon, bestowed upon Bai Han by the head of the Bai family, intended solely for the purpose of eliminating Lin Dong within the secret realm. What is this? But Lin Dong would not afford Bai Han the opportunity to unleash his trump card. With a sudden forceful tremor from his feet, a sharp surge of spiritual energy rapidly coursed towards Bai Han's meridians and Dantian. As Bai Han's anguished scream echoed, that terrifying aura dissipated as well. Lin Dong's force shattered Bai Han's meridians, disrupting his Dantian. You, Bai Han, think you can kill me? The sound of thunderous blows mixed with the dull thuds of flesh striking flesh resonated as Lin Dong unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike leaving behind a shadow, delivering retribution for the emaciated monkey. Bai Han was utterly defenseless, blood splattering onto the ground, teeth shattered. The earth quaked, a testament to the magnitude of Lin Dong's strength. He did not even resort to sword intent, relying solely on the power of his physical form. Moments later, Bai Han lay on the ground, his body a grotesque mess, resembling a lifeless dog, utterly motionless. The once confident Bai Han was nowhere to be seen. His current state was one of utter disgrace. He bore no resemblance to the dashing figure he had been earlier. Even his mother would struggle to recognize him as her beloved son. Witnessing this, Bai Han's younger brothers were astonished, trembling in disbelief. Was this brutality truly necessary? The onlookers outside were equally dumbfounded, observing Lin Dong as if he were a fierce dragon sweeping through the river, exhibiting unmatched strength. The emaciated monkey was elated, exclaiming, "Brother Dong is incredibly handsome." He had always asserted that scoundrels like Bai Han would crumble effortlessly before Brother Dong, destined only for a fate of humiliation. Bai Han himself was bewildered. He was, after all, the foremost disciple of the outer sect. At the third level of the condensation realm, he found himself utterly powerless before Lin Dong. Truth be told, it was rare for any disciple to reach the condensation realm prior to the assessments. Bai Han's third-level prowess surpassed that of many outer sect disciples, even rivaling those of the inner sect, marking him as a true prodigy. He indeed had every reason to be confident. In past years, securing the first position was a foregone conclusion. Alas, Bai Han's luck had run dry, for he encountered Lin Dong, an insurmountable wall. Without a hint of reason, Lin Dong shattered his dreams of grandeur with a single punch, relentlessly pummeling him. Even the trump card bestowed by his father never had the chance to be utilized. Had it not been for the palpable sensation of being observed, Lin Dong's strike and subsequent assault would have left Bai Han with no chance of survival. My cultivation. Lin Dong, how dare you render me a cripple? I will kill you. Bai Han, resembling a madman, could hardly bear the thought of being reduced to a state of helplessness. His immobility was overshadowed by an overwhelming expression of resentment and fury in his eyes. Yap, yap, yap. What are you barking about? You permit the Bai family to attempt my assassination, yet you disallow me from retaliating? Fool. If it weren't for the reckless actions of the Bai brothers, Lin Dong would have had no inclination to concern himself with the Bai family at all. In the next moment, Bai Han's pupils constricted as he beheld a scene he would never forget. The young man clad in white unleashed a torrent of terrifying sword intent, causing the mountains and the beasts within to tremble. The sword intent coalesced into countless blades, raining down like a torrential downpour. No, the sword rain engulfed Bai Han's figure. The sound of blades piercing flesh was accompanied by Bai Han's pitiful screams, echoing throughout the forest. Moments later, Bai Han lay in a pool of his own blood, his body riddled with wounds, not a single unscathed area remaining. His gaze becoming unfocused. It seemed that even if he survived, his future would be one of paralysis. This scene was truly tragic, even those witnessing from afar, through the screen, felt a chill run down their spines, gasping in disbelief. They silently vowed never to offend Lin Dong. How utterly reckless. In front of countless outer court disciples and elders, the once arrogant Bai Han showed no fear of antagonizing the Bai family. Lin Dong approached, nonchalantly pilfering the storage pouch from Bai Han, seemingly disinterested in his plight, before casually kicking him into the depths of the forest. As fate would have it, at that moment, two dark figures emerged from the woods, their eyes cold and sinister, with fangs glinting with a chilling gleam. Bai Han fortuitously landed near two ferocious wolves. No, no, no. Bai Han opened his eyes only to be met with the sight of two gaping maws, filled with dread and despair. These were third-tier demonic wolves. Adversaries he had struggled against even at his peak. How could he contend with them now, rendered powerless and unable to avert the impending doom? In that instant, Bai Han was engulfed by terror and despair, a solitary tear of regret falling from his eye. He should never have provoked such a monster as Lin Dong. But it was too late. Darkness enveloped him, a foul stench assailing his senses. The sounds of crunching echoed as he felt himself being torn apart. The two wolves vied for their meal, ripping his body asunder, intestines and blood spilling onto the ground, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Goodness! Is he truly dead? The pride of the outer court, met with such an abrupt end? Outside, onlookers stood frozen in shock, their scalps tingling with horror. Young women, unaccustomed to such bloodshed, could not suppress their retching. The two examination elders, however, were not surprised, albeit lamenting the loss. Each year, some disciples met their demise at the jaws of beasts. And to see such a talented individual as Bai Han perish was indeed a loss for the academy. Only elder whose profound gaze flickered with deep significance. He felt that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Was it not too coincidental? He harbored some doubts that the two ferocious beasts were summoned by Lin Dong. Such capabilities from this young man did not surprise him in the least. This lad was undoubtedly exceptional. Chapter 23, Fear Not. They shall have no chance for revenge, such a coincidence? Lin Dong feigned astonishment, declaring that it seemed fate had decreed the end of Bai Han's life. After devouring the remains, the two demonic wolves once again vanished into the forest, leaving one to wonder whether they had truly departed or were lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Undoubtedly, the two wolves were Lin Dong's handiwork. The Wolf King's innate leadership skills had indeed proven invaluable, having served him multiple times in a short span. Not only had they swiftly located Bai Han and the thin monkey, but they had also enabled him to eliminate Bai Han before the crowd without arousing suspicion. Lin Dong understood the irreconcilable nature of his relationship with Bai Han. Today, it was a matter of either his demise or that of his adversary. He was acutely aware that venturing to rescue the thin monkey would undoubtedly lead him into a den of peril. Yet, he felt no fear. Bai Han sought to kill Lin Dong. Why would Lin Dong not desire to do the same? Had not the head of the Bai family dispatched assassins against him? He would first take the life of one of their sons, reclaiming some interest. However, Lin Dong was not foolish enough to kill Bai Han in front of the entire faculty and student body. He had long since commanded the two demonic wolves to remain in position, intentionally leading Bai Han into their jaws, hence the apparent coincidence. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Run. At that moment, the thin monkey exclaimed as Bai Han's few subordinates attempted to slip away quietly. Upon being discovered by the thin monkey, they ceased their concealment and fled in a panic. After all, no one wished to fall into Lin Dong's clutches. That would be too dreadful. The thin monkey intercepted one of them, engaging in combat. The other three disciples attempted to flee, but in the next instant, they heard Lin Dong's voice, cold as death, resonate in their ears. Humph! Did I permit your departure? In the next moment, a fierce sword intent surged into the sky, striking from behind the three. Three ethereal swords, coalesced from formidable spiritual power, suddenly materialized before them, aimed at their foreheads, barring their escape. A step forward, and they would be dead. Spare us, they pleaded, young master. Please spare us. We recognize our mistakes. Their pupils constricted in terror, a chilling aura encircled them, making them feel as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, paralyzing them with fear. Boom. The individual the thin monkey had intercepted was sent flying by Lin Dong's punch, convulsing a few times before losing consciousness. With just a few swift movements, Lin Dong had completely subdued the ragtag group. Lin Dong advanced with an indifference that suggested no familial ties, exuding no discernible aura yet emanating an invisible pressure that bore down upon them. Thud. The three could no longer withstand this overwhelming force and, frightened, sank to their knees. They swallowed hard, their eyes filled with dread and regret, the scenes of Bai Han's fate replaying in their minds. Thin monkey, I leave them to you. Beat them to within an inch of their lives, but leave them breathing. Lin Dong glanced at the slender monkey and then turned his gaze towards the others, smiling as he said, it would be wise not to retaliate. Surely you do not wish for me to take matters into my own hands? One disciple, with a calm demeanor, attempted to shatter his token discreetly, but in the next instant, he felt an alarming numbness in his right hand that clutched the token. A surge of excruciating pain enveloped him as he turned to see a long hand firmly grasping his, akin to an iron claw, exerting no visible strength. The token fell to the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Dong kicked the token towards the slender monkey. This disciple had hoped to exploit Lin Dong's momentary lapse in attention to crush the token and teleport back to the square, believing that Lin Dong would be powerless to stop him. Yet, he was taken aback by Lin Dong's remarkable speed, leaving him no opportunity to destroy the token. No. As he beheld Lin Dong's icy visage, a flicker of terror crossed the disciple's eyes. What awaited him was a barrage of punches from Lin Dong, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Bang! After delivering a series of punishing blows, Lin Dong sent the disciple flying, his face bruised and battered, collapsing in a heap atop another, both rendered unconscious. The remaining two witnesses were left aghast. Lin Dong turned towards the stunned duo, warning them that any further ill intentions would lead to a fate akin to that of their unfortunate companions. They fervently shook their heads, thoroughly intimidated by Lin Dong's methods. Lin Dong gestured for the slender monkey to approach, encouraging him not to hold back. Return their aggression tenfold. Thank you, Dong-gu. The slender monkey grinned broadly, rolling up his sleeves to confront the three. The sounds of thuds and anguished cries echoed throughout the venue. Weren't you enjoying yourselves a moment ago? Who would have anticipated this turn of events? The tides have shifted. Oh, gu, I was wrong. Please spare me. The slender monkey seized the opportunity without hesitation, remembering how brutally they had struck him, causing him immense suffering. He had endured their torment for far too long, and now he unleashed his pent-up frustration upon them with fists and feet, though he still held back somewhat in comparison to Lin Dong. Dong-gu, it's done. After a while, the slender monkey approached Lin Dong with a look of refreshment. In the distance, the four battered individuals lay on the ground, their bodies aching, unable to move without grimacing in pain. Even upon returning, they would need months to recuperate. Lin Dong patted the slender monkey on the shoulder, saying, "You were a bit lenient. Had I intervened, I would not have allowed them such an easy time." At his words, the four shuddered, feeling a sense of relief. The slender monkey scratched his head in response. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Now, where is your token? I shall transfer the points from their tokens to you. Dong-gu promised to help me into the top 30. It's a guarantee." "Thank you, Dong-gu." Without hesitation, the slender monkey handed his token to Lin Dong. After executing a series of operations, Lin Dong transferred a total of 589 points from Bai Han and his subordinates to the slender monkey. Adding to the slender monkey's existing points, he now possessed a total of 632 points, comparable to a six-headed third-tier demon beast. Securing a place within the top 30 should pose no significant challenge. Let us proceed. Lin Dong casually tossed the tokens of his companions into the underbrush, and after completing his tasks, he departed alongside the slender monkey. As for Bai Han and his few underlings, they were left to fend for themselves. Upon witnessing the figures of Lin Dong and the slender monkey vanish into the depths of the forest, Bai Han's four underlings could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. They had finally evaded the grasp of their pursuers. However, their moment of joy was abruptly shattered as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them, sending chills throughout their bodies. They lifted their gazes, and their pupils constricted in horror as two orbs of ghostly green flames materialized from the shadows of the forest. The eerie glow resembled the gaze of death itself, cold and devoid of any emotion. One among them recognized the source of the spectral light and swallowed hard. "Wolves, those are the demon wolves from earlier." The four trembled uncontrollably, knowing that the scent of blood had drawn the creatures near. It was evident that they were not alone. In swift succession, more pairs of ghostly green eyes emerged, filling the forest and gradually illuminating the surroundings, revealing dozens of demon wolves. "Brother Dong, are we truly going to let them go?" The slender monkey inquired. "Will they seek vengeance upon us in the future?" Lin Dong chuckled. "Do you truly grasp these matters?" "Of course. I am not foolish," the slender monkey retorted. With a knowing smile, Lin Dong reassured him, "Do not worry. They will not have the opportunity to take revenge on us." The slender monkey found himself perplexed by the deeper implications of Lin Dong's words. Yet, in the next moment, they were met with the chilling sounds of screams echoing from the forest, intertwined with the low howls of the demon wolves. "No, help me. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please save me." The slender monkey turned to look back, his pupils narrowing in fear as he involuntarily shivered. "This," Lin Dong explained. "They carry the scent of blood, which will attract the demon beasts." Nodding in understanding, the slender monkey quickly grasped Lin Dong's intent behind sparing them. They were merely waiting for the inevitable. Demon wolves were pack animals, and with the group immobilized and stripped of their tokens, their fate was all but sealed, no better than that of Bai Han. Chapter 24, The Bronze Bell, Crisis Approaches. Before a cave, Lin Dong expertly kindled a fire and began roasting meat, for he was either eating or en route to sustenance. With 2.5 days remaining until the conclusion of the assessment, Lin Dong was in no rush to hunt demon beasts, given that the slender monkey was injured. He had taken the liberty of seeking a secluded area within the mountains to establish a temporary abode for rest and to tally their gains. "Your injuries are not too grave, are they?" Lin Dong inquired, glancing at the slender monkey, who had sustained harm due to his actions. Feeling a pang of guilt, he applied the ointment provided by the steward. "Brother Dong, fret not. It is but a trifling matter. With your medicine, I shall recover swiftly." The slender monkey grinned, flexing his biceps in a display of confidence. Lin Dong nodded, relieved that the slender monkey was unscathed. Had he sustained a hidden injury that might hinder future cultivation, Lin Dong would never have allowed Bai Han's underlings to escape so easily. The slender monkey watched the meat roasting, while Lin Dong began to assess their harvest. Within the storage bags of Bai Han and his companions lay nearly 100,000 spirit stones, along with a collection of miscellaneous items. Lin Dong glanced at the assortment before casually tossing it into his own storage bag. The assorted items were designated for another storage ring, destined to be handed to the steward for sale, thereby providing the Lin family with an additional income. Was this truly the formidable weapon of Bai Han? Ultimately, Lin Dong's gaze settled upon a palm-sized bronze bell. When Bai Han had activated it, even he had felt a shiver of trepidation. The bell, tarnished and seemingly ordinary, exuded an aura of ancient gravitas. It was a supreme magical artifact. Lin Dong instantly recognized the bronze bell's high rank. It was indeed a supreme magical treasure, likely an heirloom of the Bai family. Such artifacts belong to the realm of Purple Mansion experts, crafted from exceedingly rare spiritual materials. Even ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators would covet it for its fearsome potential. This kind of treasure was exceedingly rare, perhaps even beyond the reach of some ordinary Purple Mansion practitioners, and certainly not possessed by the Lin family. It must be the culmination of the Bai family's extensive heritage. Lin Dong smirked. The Bai family had truly invested heavily to slay him, equipping Bai Han, a mere condensing Dan cultivator, with such a lethal weapon in the secret realm. Alas, in the end, it had become his gain. The pain of losing a son, coupled with the ancestral treasure falling into enemy hands. One could only wonder how the head of the Bai family would react upon learning this, perhaps bursting with rage. Lin Dong also felt a sense of relief. Had he not interrupted Bai Han's incantation at the first hint of danger and acted swiftly and decisively, he might have suffered considerable losses. It must be said, the Bai brothers were quite considerate. Aware of Lin Dong's lack of magical artifacts, they had both gifted him treasures. Whether the sword or the bronze bell, each was something he desperately needed. With a hum, Lin Dong effortlessly erased Bai Han's mark from the bronze bell, re-establishing his own claim through blood. Soon, he successfully refined the bell. With a gentle wave, the bronze bell enlarged in the wind, trembling slightly as a substantial oppressive force surged forth, causing the void to ripple. What immense power! The lean monkey was taken aback, feeling a wave of suffocation until Lin Dong retracted the bell, at which point the sensation dissipated. With a thought, Lin Dong placed the bronze bell within his sea of consciousness, where it would safeguard his spirit from harm, rendering him impervious to ordinary soul attacks. The bell proved effective, capable of offense and defense alike. It perfectly concealed Lin Dong's current lack of focus on soul cultivation, while his spirit was not particularly weak. It paled in comparison to his cultivation and physical prowess. Thanks to the heaven-swallowing scripture's innate cultivation, even without prioritizing soul training, Lin Dong's spirit remained significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. However, he silently resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would diligently cultivate his soul, refusing to harbor any weaknesses. How delightful! As Lin Dong completed the refinement of the bronze bell, the air in the mountains became saturated with the rich aroma of roasted meat, revealing that the meat was perfectly charred and oozing with juices. The feast was ready. The slender monkey greeted Dong Go, and Lin Dong approached with a smile. The two began to indulge heartily, intent on feasting, resting for the night, and tomorrow, hunting ferocious beasts. How delightful! As they ate, the slender monkey began to feel something amiss. His body radiated warmth, and he inquired, "Dong Go, what kind of meat have you roasted for me? It feels as if it contains an incredibly pure energy. Having consumed merely a pound, I feel as though my entire being is ablaze, as if my meridians might burst." The slender monkey, who was dedicated to body refinement and possessed a tall stature, typically consumed 10 to 8 pounds of meat without issue. Yet today, 1 pound was overwhelming. Something was certainly off. Lin Dong, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I forgot to mention, This is the meat of a fourth-tier demon wolf. You are only at the Meridian realm. You must not eat too much, or you risk exploding your body. Are you all right? Quickly, circulate your energy to refine it. Fourth-tier demon beasts are rich in energy, serving as a significant supplement for cultivators. For someone at the Meridian realm like the slender monkey, half a pound was already the limit, without needing Lin Dong's urging. The flushed-faced slender monkey sat cross-legged to refine the energy. The energy within him surged violently. If not handled properly, it could lead to dire consequences. Lin Dong, now devoid of appetite, watched the slender monkey with a furrowed brow. If anything were to happen to him, Lin Dong would bear guilt for a lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Dong noticed a faint, mysterious golden light flickering on the slender monkey, which subdued the chaotic aura surrounding him. Lin Dong squinted, sensing that this golden light was extraordinary. It seemed that the slender monkey harbored secrets of his own. Before long, the slender monkey opened his eyes in delight, assessing his physical condition, and chuckled, "I'm fine. Dong Gu, I feel like I can eat more." Lin Dong frowned. "You aren't just forcing yourself to eat to avoid waste, are you? It's merely the meat of a fourth-tier demon beast. I have plenty more. In the future, I'll take you to enjoy fifth and sixth-tier delicacies. Dong Gu, I truly feel ravenous." The slender monkey scratched his head. For some reason, just a moment ago, I felt an intense hunger. Lin Dong, seeing that the slender monkey was in good condition, reluctantly allowed him to continue eating. With Lin Dong's consent, the slender monkey picked up the piece of meat he had previously left uneaten and began to devour it once more. Lin Dong observed closely and noted that after consuming another pound of meat, the slender monkey experienced no adverse effects, suggesting a connection to the golden light that had flashed moments before. Boom. After consuming another 2.5 pounds, the slender monkey reacted, his aura suddenly surging as he broke through to the third layer of the Meridian realm. "I have broken through, Dong Gu," the slender monkey exclaimed with joy, advancing closer to Lin Dong. He had only recently achieved a breakthrough. Without the meat of the fourth-tier demon beast, such rapid progress would have been impossible. Lin Dong smiled. "Well done." However, he noticed a hint of embarrassment on the slender monkey's face as he clutched his stomach and scratched his head. Lin Dong inquired, "Are you hungry again?" The slender monkey nodded sheepishly, feeling an insatiable hunger. "Are you certain you can eat more?" "I can eat more. Go ahead." Lin Dong cast a meaningful glance at the lean monkey, as if he had inadvertently awakened some latent potential within it. The lean monkey, filled with delight, resumed its feasting. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. Eat if you're hungry. We are not lacking in meat. My only concern is whether you can absorb such a vast amount of energy at your current level." "Thank you, Brother Dong," replied the lean monkey. "Strangely enough," it continued, nodding as if recalling something, "after consuming the flesh of this fourth-tier beast, my body seems to be undergoing some unusual changes. I feel insatiably hungry and in need of abundant energy. It's as if I've unlocked my meridians." The two continued to eat until nightfall, and soon, most of the demon wolf's meat had vanished. Suddenly, Lin Dong felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, as an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, akin to being watched by a perilous entity. Chapter 25. The Pursuit of the Fourth-Tier Sovereign, a shock to all. In the secret realm, Lin Dong discreetly surveyed the darkness. This chill did not stem from the ambient temperature, but rather from an uncanny intuition. As if a venomous snake lay hidden in the shadows, fixated on him. "Brother Dong, what's wrong?" The lean monkey's expression grew serious, sensing Lin Dong's unease. Lin Dong smiled broadly. "It appears we have more meat coming our way." "What?" the lean monkey exclaimed in astonishment. Following Lin Dong's gaze, it spotted a pair of crimson, mocking eyes gleaming from the darkness, perched on a nearby large tree. Hiss! A colossal creature coiled upon the tree emanated a sinister aura, flicking its tongue as it stared down at them. Its head was larger than a water barrel, and its scales shimmered with a cold glint. This was a mid-fourth-tier beast, the black Xian snake. Evidently, the scent of roasted meat had drawn the black Xian snake to them, and the flesh of the fourth-tier demon wolf was a considerable delicacy for it. In the outside world, many disciples displayed expressions of shock. "What is that? I can feel a suffocating sensation even through the screen." The two assessment elders furrowed their brows. Is Lin Dong really this unfortunate to encounter a mid-fourth-tier black Xian snake? The scales of the black Xian snake were notoriously hard, and its physique was formidable. Even late-stage transformation C-realm experts would not dare to provoke it lightly. Even if Lin Dong were to miraculously slay the fourth-tier demon wolf, he would still be no match for the black Xian snake. 5 years prior, a talented disciple in the core formation realm, along with several others, had banded together to kill a low fourth-tier beast. But they ultimately fell victim to the jaws of the black Xian snake. Upon hearing the elders' accounts, many disciples gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths in shock. Is it truly that terrifying? The assessment elders believed that no matter how powerful Lin Dong was, he could not possibly contend against the black Xian snake. And they couldn't help but show expressions of regret. Elder Hu, unable to remain seated any longer, stood up, his drowsiness dissipating, his demeanor turning serious. The overwhelming aura emanating from the creature caused the two assessment elders to display expressions of horror. Truly, it was a formidable being, one that had once stepped into the realm of kings. Elder Hu, do you intend to intervene? If Wang Dong can escape this calamity, it would be fortunate. However, should misfortune befall him, I cannot bear to witness such an extraordinary sword talent perish before my very eyes. Yet, the rules of the sect, what utter nonsense! How can one's luck be so abysmal? Even while indulging in roasted meat, I encounter a fourth-tier overlord. Brother Dong, do you think we can handle this? Perhaps we should flee? In the secret realm, the thin monkey swallowed hard, his body bristling with unease as he instinctively stepped back. Never had he encountered such a formidable black Xian serpent, its head broader than a barrel, with scales possessing defensive capabilities akin to ordinary magical artifacts. Do not panic. We can manage this. It has arrived just in time. Just observe closely. Lin Dong had already abandoned the roasted meat. Stepping forward with a hint of exhilaration, having grown weary of wolf meat, it is indeed time for a change of flavor. I wonder how I would fare against a mid-fourth-tier beast with my current strength? He recalled how he had previously overwhelmed a low fourth-tier demon wolf and felt unfulfilled. With the black Xian serpent before him, he would not let this opportunity slip away. He yearned to test whether his strength could rival that of a mid-fourth-tier beast without relying on his trump cards like the true Dragon Fist. Even if he were to falter, he possessed other means. Brother Dong, be cautious. The thin monkey sidled away, realizing his strength would be of no assistance. He merely aimed to avoid hindering Brother Dong's efforts. Roar. Hiss. The black Xian serpent, enraged at Lin Dong's fearless approach, let out a thunderous growl. Bearing its bloodied maw as venom coalesced into dozens of icy glimmers hurtling towards him, Lin Dong executed the exquisite genie time Mei step, swaying effortlessly to evade the onslaught. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying venom splashed onto the ground and beneath the trees, instantly corroding holes into the earth, startling both Lin Dong and the thin monkey. Such a powerful corrosive. Any cultivator at the pulse condensation or essence gathering stage would undoubtedly be reduced to a puddle of blood upon contact with this poison. Lin Dong's expression turned grave. He could not afford to be careless. Just then, a massive serpent tail swept towards him with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! Countless trees were uprooted. Lin Dong deftly dodged the strike and, in the blink of an eye, leaped onto a towering tree. His figure ghost-like as he landed atop the black Xian serpent's head. Bang! 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 Lin Dong's fists became mere shadows, descending upon the serpent's colossal head like a tempest. It emitted a low, furious growl. Roar. The black Xian serpent, in pain, violently shook its head, attempting to dislodge the audacious human daring to challenge its authority. Bang. Yet Lin Dong clung to its head like a parasite, relentlessly pummeling it. Each heavy blow causing the ground to tremble. The flesh of demon beasts naturally surpassed that of human cultivators. The scales on the serpent's head were as hard as low-grade magical artifacts. However, under Lin Dong's relentless assault, blood soon erupted, turning the scene into a gruesome spectacle. Bang! A slicing sound pierced the air as the serpent's tail swept from behind. Lin Dong had no time to evade, taking a heavy hit and being sent flying. His blood surging violently. Without waiting for him to rise, a gaping maw, reeking of blood and decay, lunged towards him as if to swallow him whole. Lin Dong sprang to his feet, his movements fluid and agile, deftly evading the lethal strike. However, before he could fully react, a massive serpentine tail swept toward him, uprooting numerous ancient trees in its wake. This time, there was no escape. In a moment of desperation, Lin Dong raised his fist and unleashed a mighty blow. Infused with spiritual energy, channeling his physical strength to unleash a formidable force. Boom! The terrifying impact reverberated through the forest, causing trees to collapse and rocks to soar into the air. Lin Dong was forced back several meters, his blood surging within him. Had it not been for the baptism of dragon bloodgrass that fortified his physique, rendering him nearly as powerful as a sea transformation realm master, that single blow would have surely left him gravely injured, if not dead. The black Xian snake fared no better, retreating several dozen meters. its gaze toward Lin Dong now devoid of mockery, replaced by palpable wariness. Its body ached, emitting a low, pained roar. It could hardly believe that a typical condensation realm cultivator would be crushed into a bloody pulp by such an attack. Yet this seemingly insignificant blood meal had not only survived, but had also repelled it. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Both the man and the beast paused, locked in a tense standoff. Elation surged within Lin Dong, his eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a hunter relishing the thrill of the chase. And with a flick of his toes, he lunged toward the black shin snake. Roar! The black shin snake, without hesitation, fled, for as a creature of the wild, it possessed an acute sense of danger and perceived a profound threat emanating from the seemingly weak human before it. Don't run. I was just getting started, Lin Dong thought, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He pursued it with fervor. The roles had swiftly reversed. What was once a game of the black shin snake playfully toying with Lin Dong had transformed into a relentless hunt, with Lin Dong now viewing the serpent as his prey. Truly, Lin Dong was remarkable. The lean monkey watched in astonishment, unable to suppress a gulp of awe. Outside, the spectators were entranced by the scene unfolding on the screen, utterly dumbfounded. Here was a fourth-tier overlord, the black shin snake. A creature so fearsome that even sea transformation realm masters would flee, being relentlessly pursued by a mere condensation realm youth? Chapter 26. Robbery? No, a misunderstanding, senior brother Lin. Had they lost their minds? Had they not slept in a day and begun to hallucinate? How could it be that a condensation realm cultivator was hunting down a fourth-tier demon beast? The crowd buzzed with incredulity, their perceptions shattered by the brutal display before them. Had they underestimated him? The two assessment elders exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming in disbelief. In all my years presiding over external assessments, I have never encountered a disciple as ferocious as Lin Dong, a condensation realm practitioner daring to challenge a fourth-tier overlord. Ha ha ha, this lad has put my worries to rest. Elder who sighed in relief, finally breaking into laughter. There was no doubt that the earlier fourth-tier demon wolf had also fallen to Lin Dong's prowess. His combat ability was indeed capable of transcending realms, and no one dared to question his strength any longer. More importantly, it was evident that Lin Dong had yet to unveil all his capabilities. Was he fierce just a moment ago? Why is he running now? Boom, boom, boom. Lin Dong seized the tail of the black serpent with both hands, grounding himself firmly in a stance as he exerted his strength, bringing the creature crashing down onto the earth. He swung it back and forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, sweeping away ancient trees in the process. The serpent's head was left dazed and disoriented, stripped of its combat prowess. Ultimately, Lin Dong slammed the creature down with such force that the ground succumbed to a deep indentation. Yet, he remained wary, fearing the serpent might feign death. As a fourth-tier beast, its vitality was robust, and without a fatal wound, it was unlikely to perish easily. In a swift motion, Lin Dong appeared beneath the serpent's vital point, ready to strike once more. Indeed, a faint glow flickered at the serpent's vital point, shooting towards Lin Dong's brow, seemingly capable of mesmerizing the heart and rendering one immobile. This was the black serpent's innate ability, the illusory realm of serpentine charm. Lin Dong found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze vacant. A glint of cold light flashed in the serpent's eyes as its tail swept towards him, intent on engulfing him whole. In a moment of dazed clarity, a resonant chime echoed in Lin Dong's mind, deep and grand, as if a bronze bell's might could dispel all malevolence. How audacious! Were it not for the bronze bell, I would have fallen for your trick. A shiver ran down Lin Dong's spine as he grasped the approaching tail, tearing it apart with a sound akin to that of a precious artifact being rent asunder, and he hurled the black serpent forcefully to the ground. The serpent emitted a piercing roar, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Dong's ferocity led one to suspect that he was merely a human guise masking a ferocious beast, who had witnessed such savagery in tearing apart a demon beast. I shan't play with you any longer. Lin Dong was aware of his own combat prowess, comparable to some late-stage fourth-tier warriors, akin to a formidable master at the 7th or 8th level of the human transformation realm. Sword, come forth. With the boy's impassioned exclamation, a beam of blue cold light pierced through the void, exuding an unparalleled sword intent. Clang! Sizzle! The sword light flashed, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, as the cold brilliance sliced through the black serpent's neck, severing its head. Even after decapitation, the serpent's remains continued to struggle for a time before finally succumbing to silence. The bronze bell hovered in midair, as Lin Dong commanded it to relentlessly strike the serpent's carcass. Having been bitten by a snake once, one would fear the rope for 10 years. Lin Dong spared the black serpent no chance of survival. At last, after reducing it to a bloody pulp, he deemed it sufficient to relent. Summoning a lean monkey, he instructed, "Prepare the water." Lin Dong began to harvest the treasures from the black serpent, recognizing its worth. The scales could be fashioned into armor, certain to fetch a handsome price. The serpent's gallbladder was commendable, reserved for Elder Hu's concoction. Meanwhile, several miles away in the forest, two male disciples of the pulse-connecting realm navigated through the night, hastening towards Lin Dong's location, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The battle had concluded. Suddenly, the two halted, gazing into the distant woods, their faces lighting up with joy as they surged forward with increased urgency. "Quick!" one exclaimed in excitement. "We must prevent others from getting ahead." Another individual could not help but inquire, "Gu Yun, are you certain there is a chance to seize an opportunity?" The dapper Gu Yun, clad in blue, replied with unwavering confidence, "Indeed, my brother. It appears that in the distance, two fourth-tier demonic beasts are fiercely contesting their territory, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. When beasts clash, one must inevitably fall. With a stroke of good fortune, if we happen to find a wounded fourth-tier demonic beast, it could yield 1,000 points, securing our places among the top 30 and guaranteeing our status as inner courtyard disciples. Even in a less fortunate scenario, discovering a corpse of a fourth-tier demonic beast would still be a tremendous windfall. Well, let us hope it unfolds as you say, Brother Gu." Fengxing nodded. Given their abilities, it would be quite challenging to break into the top 30. Thus, they had no choice but to seek fortune in peril. They decided to take the gamble. Before long, Gu Yun and his companion arrived at the site of the battle between Lin Dong and his beast. The forest lay in disarray, and there, on the ground, coiled a massive black serpent. Heavens! It is a fourth-tier sovereign, the Black Xian serpent. Gu Yun and Fengxing rejoiced. However, upon noticing two figures in the distance, their backs turned towards them as they dealt with the serpent's corpse. Their expressions darkened. It seemed others shared their intentions and had arrived first. What should we do? Fengxing glanced at Gu Yun. They were uncertain whether the Black Xian serpent was dead or alive. If it still breathed, it would mean 1,000 points, a ticket into the inner courtyard. Moreover, the serpent's body was laden with treasures. They were unwilling to relinquish the points or the corpse of the Black Xian serpent easily. Gu Yun's demeanor hardened as he wiped his neck, saying, "Let us assess the situation first. If those two appear weak, we shall join forces to eliminate them." As for Lin Dong's cultivation, they could not discern it. However, considering he was with a lanky fellow who was at the third stage of the pulse-opening realm, they deduced that his strength could not be too formidable. Both Gu Yun and Fengxing were cultivators at the fifth stage of the pulse-opening realm, sufficient to subdue them. Seemingly sensing something, Lin Dong paused and shouted into the shadows behind him, "Who goes there, lurking stealthily? Show yourselves." "Enough. You too. Release the corpse of the Black Xian serpent. This is not something you can lay your hands on." Gu Yun and Fengxing simultaneously channeled their energy, swiftly darting toward Lin Dong, poised to strike with ferocity. "Ah, it seems they have come to rob." Lin Dong observed the fierce approach of his adversaries, a slight smirk creeping upon his lips. He had not anticipated that after slaying the Black Xian serpent, others would dare to confront him. Wait, something feels off. He is Lin Dong. As Lin Dong turned, Gu Yun's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Stop." Both Gu Yun and Fengxing halted abruptly, executing a swift 360-degree turn to stabilize themselves. Without a trace of hesitation, they clasped their hands in greeting toward Lin Dong. "Ah, it is you, senior brother Lin. A misunderstanding. We are but ignorant souls. Please forgive us." The two immediately donned a facade of respect, beads of sweat trickling down their backs. They were fortunate to have witnessed Lin Dong's mastery of sword intent at the sword steel. They realized they were no match for him, lacking even the courage to strike. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. "You recognized me? If you had been a moment later, you might have found yourselves airborne." Gu Yun, "Naturally. When I first witnessed Brother Lin comprehend the essence of the sword, it was nothing short of astonishing. Brother Lin's innate talent for the sword is extraordinarily rare, and his striking appearance is unparalleled in this world. Yet, you ask me to disregard the corpse of the Black Xian snake. What do you mean by that?" Chapter 27, Dreamlike Millennia of Divine Power, the Demon King's Tribulation. Gu Yun extolled Lin Dong profusely, hoping to divert his attention from the words he had just spoken. However, to his surprise, Lin Dong pressed on. "What do you mean?" Lin Dong replied with a smile, gazing at the two. Gu Yun wiped away his cold sweat, saying, "Brother Lin, Please do not misunderstand. When I suggested you both release the corpse, it was out of concern for your safety. Perhaps I should first assess the danger for you." He spoke with an air of righteous seriousness. Earlier, he had inadvertently noticed a neatly severed wound on the neck of the black Shin snake, still emanating a terrifying sword intent. It was evident that there had been no battle between beasts. This formidable creature had been slain solely by Lin Dong. My goodness. A fourth-tier demon beast possesses immense physical strength. By defeating the black Shin snake, Lin Dong's combat prowess must be comparable to that of a mid-stage master in the Transformation Sea realm. Truly a prodigy, one not to be trifled with. The two exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that their earlier actions were tantamount to courting death. Lin Dong, displaying remarkable understanding, nodded with a smile. I comprehend. Thank you for your concern, junior brother." Gu Yun and Feng Xing exchanged awkward smiles. As long as Brother Lin understands, shall we take our leave? Wait. Lin Dong raised his hand. You both have accumulated an excessive amount of points on your tokens. Allow me to safeguard them for you, lest you encounter any peril. After all, it is only fair. Your concern for me warrants my concern for you. Gu Yun and Feng Xing, feeling helpless, recognized that the inevitable had finally arrived. Lin Dong declared, "Considering the flattering remarks you just made, I shall only take your points and spare you from elimination, as long as your tokens remain. You still have a chance." Had it not been for the sweet words that flowed from their lips, their fate would have undoubtedly been sealed. Reluctantly, Gu Yun and Feng Xing surrendered their tokens. With 2 days remaining until the assessment concluded, they still had an opportunity to strive for victory. Suddenly, Gu Yun seemed to recall something and said, "Brother Lin, I have monumental news to share. It is undoubtedly of great value to you. I hope this revelation can absolve us of our points. Speak, and I shall determine if it is worth such a price." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Gu Yun continued, "We inadvertently discovered that the Demon King is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier and will be undergoing tribulation to transform. Over the next couple of days, it will be significantly weakened." Your information can offset half of your points." Lin Dong's pupils contracted, a flicker of an inscrutable expression crossing his gaze, yet he still deducted half of their points. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to depart. Gu Yun felt a pang of regret, but, catching a glimpse of the unusual look in Lin Dong's eyes, asked, "Brother Lin, do you have any thoughts? Do you require our assistance? Do you truly think me a fool?" Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Even if the Demon King were weakened, it would be beyond the capacity of a mere peak 4th-tier beast to contend with, let alone us lowly cultivators. Venturing forth would be akin to courting death. Gu Yun and Feng Xing, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose to withdraw, feeling fortunate to preserve their points. As they journeyed away, both Gu Yun and Feng Xing were engulfed in a sense of melancholy. They had not anticipated such misfortune. Not only did they fail to acquire points or the carcass of the 4th-tier beast, but they nearly forfeited all their hard-earned points. Feng Xing inquired, "Did you truly divulge the information we painstakingly acquired to him?" Gu Yun responded with resignation, "What choice did I have? The information holds no value for us. It is better to share it with senior brother Lin and perhaps mitigate our losses. I suspect that with his strength, he may be unable to resist confronting the Demon King. Should an opportunity arise, we might still benefit." Gu Yun, "I know you well. Your intentions are hardly altruistic." Feng Xing retorted coldly, "It seems you wish for Lin Dong to take the risk, reducing the competition and granting us a greater chance to enter the inner court. Or perhaps you wish to witness their struggle to the death and profit from the chaos. Stealing kills? So what if I do?" Gu Yun chuckled. Meanwhile, on Lin Dong's side, the lean monkey scratched his head after listening to Dong Ji's words and asked, "Dong Gu, do you genuinely believe them?" The matter of the Demon King is not to be taken lightly. He was aware of Dong Ji's desire to consume the flesh of the Demon King, but his own life was paramount. He had heard the elders speak of the Demon King's terrifying prowess. The Demon King was the sovereign of all beasts within the secret realm, with all 4th-tier overlords bowing to his might. Comparable to a cultivator at the threshold of the heavenly gangs, beasts are generally stronger than ordinary cultivators, and even some heavenly gang elders would hesitate to provoke such a creature. The lean monkey was naturally averse to Lin Dong, a mere condensation pill cultivator, risking himself. Even a weakened Demon King was beyond their meager abilities. "I certainly would not be so foolish." Lin Dong shook his head. "Let us observe the situation first. If the claims hold true, with my strength, I could indeed take a chance." Lin Dong remained skeptical of Gu Yun's words. After all, they were not friends, and the other had already suffered losses under his command. Who knows what tricks he might have up his sleeve? To ascertain the truth, he dispatched several demon wolves to scout the matter, and clarity would soon emerge. He had never tasted the flesh of a demon king, and the thought was tantalizing. Achieving half-step 5th-tier status would surely yield numerous culinary points and significantly enhance his cultivation. Most crucially, the demon king, as the king of all beasts, must possess a formidable bloodline, likely granting him extraordinary bloodline-transmitted abilities. The lean monkey questioned, "Isn't that too perilous?" Lin Dong reassured him, "Do not worry. Even if I am not a match for the demon king, I have other means to ensure my safe retreat." The lean monkey nodded and began to roast the black Xian snake. Time passed, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with delight. He had taken special care to roast the 7-inch segment of the black Xian snake. The previous illusionary strike had emanated from that very spot. And Lin Dong had nearly suffered a grave loss, yet he was irresistibly drawn to it. He wondered if he might have the chance to unlock that divine ability. Lin Dong took a bite of the snake meat, finding it tender and fragrant, reminiscent of eel flesh. However, he was not particularly focused on savoring it at this moment. With a thought, he summoned the system. System, activate the daily divine card. Ding. The host has consumed a piece of black Xian snake meat, expending 1 daily divine card, and has received a 1,000-fold critical hit reward, the royal grade divine ability, Dreamlike Millennia. Dreamlike Millennia, a spiritual attack divine ability. When employed unexpectedly, it can momentarily trap foes in an illusion, and with profound cultivation, it can ensnare enemies in a dreamlike state for a millennium. Astounding. What a remarkable technique. Lin Dong was elated, having finally acquired a means of soul attack. Such abilities were exceedingly rare. Even the Grand Lin family possessed none. Only certain sects and powerful families had access to them, and even then, they were not easily mastered. Only those with substantial soul energy and innate talent in spiritual matters could hope to comprehend and cultivate such skills. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to guard against. Much like the sudden strike of the black Xian snake today. Had it not been for Lin Dong's bronze seed protecting his soul, he might have faced dire consequences. Upon receiving the divine ability, Lin Dong discovered that Dreamlike Millennia was a form of ocular technique. With his current soul energy, he could momentarily daze his adversaries for a second. The stronger his cultivation, the more decisive even a mere fraction of a second could be in determining the outcome of a battle. This technique would also grow in potency alongside his soul, making it quite formidable. Lin Dong resumed eating. The essence within the black Xian snake's blood and flesh was far richer than that of the wolf demon, and he fervently refined it using the Swallowing Heaven Sutra. His cultivation surged, and he sensed the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Condensation Dan realm. Regrettably, Lin Dong's spiritual energy was too dense, rivaling that of some experts in the Transformation Sea realm. After an entire night of feasting, he had not yet broken through to the 9th level of the Condensation Dan realm. Yet, his progress was nothing short of terrifying. It is worth noting that he had only just broken through to the 8th level of the Condensation Dan realm that very morning. Lin Dong had speculated that, given his cultivation speed, he would need to seclude himself for 8 to 10 days to have a chance at breaking through to the 9th level. However, in just a single day, he had found a breakthrough opportunity. 1 day of eating equated to 10 days of cultivation. Lin Dong was astounded. Why bother with cultivation when consuming demon beast meat was far more efficient? This was the flesh of a 4th-tier demon beast. What would be the effect of consuming even higher-tier beasts? To Lin Dong's surprise, the lean monkey could also partake. After feasting and drinking, he slept soundly, undisturbed by other demon beasts. After all, the presence of the black Xian snake's aura deterred ordinary beasts, and other 4th-tier overlords would not casually leave their territory. The following day, roar. The once tranquil mountains were suddenly shattered by the earth-shaking roar of a tiger, awakening countless demon beasts. Chapter 28. I have a bold idea. Consume the demon king. Roar. The thunderous roar echoed like a surging tide, swiftly spreading throughout the secret realm. This sound, akin to a clap of thunder, contained boundless majesty and might, reverberating among the mountains, lingering for an extended period. As the sound waves propagated, an overwhelming malevolence surged like a formidable tempest, engulfing the entire secret realm. The mountains and forests trembled, and countless beasts prostrated themselves in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed towards the central mountain range. Whimpering, the oppressive aura emanating from the bloodline of the demon king instilled a primal dread within the very souls of the creatures. Even the 4th-tier beast overlords were not exempt from this terror, bowing low to the ground, their fearful eyes fixed upon the heart of the mountains. The domain of the Demon King. What an immense and terrifying pressure. Is this the Demon King? What has transpired? Has the Demon King gone mad? The disciples of the outer court were paralyzed with horror, clutching their ears as they stared at the central mountain range, their expressions a mix of disbelief and trepidation. The roar of the tiger felt like a soul-shattering assault, an overwhelming force that threatened to suffocate them. Weaker disciples suffered ruptured eardrums on the spot. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Had the roar persisted, it might have shattered their very souls. Flee. The fear was palpable. The crowd felt as though they had narrowly escaped the calamity, while they were uncertain of the Demon King's madness. Many disciples instinctively distanced themselves from the heart of the secret realm. They recalled the elders' warnings about the terrifying nature of the Demon King, having just experienced it firsthand. They understood this was not an existence they could provoke. It was best to stay away. What on earth is happening? Lin Dong, who had been lost in slumber, suddenly awoke with a start, his eyes gleaming as he turned his gaze towards the central mountains. He too had heard the roar of the Demon King. It must be said, the pressure from the Demon King was indeed formidable, causing Lin Dong's head to throb painfully. Moreover, amidst the tiger's roar, he seemed to detect a faint sound of anguish. The Demon King must be undergoing a tribulation to transform. He had read accounts of fifth-tier beasts achieving transformation. A beast of that tier could attain human form but had to endure 2 tribulations, leaving it temporarily weakened for 3 days and nights, or even up to 7. The Demon King was likely undergoing the soul tribulation. Indeed, 2 third-tier demon wolves emerged from the thicket. Lin Dong had dispatched them the previous night to observe the situation regarding the Demon King. He patted one of the wolves on the head. "Good boy. Go." Tossing a few pieces of demon beast flesh, the 2 wolves opened their jaws wide, but not before returning to nuzzle against Lin Dong's leg. Rolling onto their backs in submission, a flicker of green light danced in Lin Dong's eyes as he utilized his wolf-leading talent to glean some of their memories. Consistent with his suspicions, the Demon King was indeed undergoing the soul tribulation. As the wolves departed, Lin Dong remained deep in thought. Before he could ponder further, the voice of the thin monkey echoed, "Dong Gu, we must leave. The Demon King has gone mad." The thin monkey, returning from an unknown location, appeared terrified, urgently pulling at the still-dazed Lin Dong, attempting to drag him away to safety. "Huh? Why are you still dazed, Dong Gu?" he exclaimed. Realizing he was unable to budge Lin Dong, growing increasingly anxious, the slender monkey turned his head and saw Lin Dong gazing at him with a smile. "Slender monkey, do you desire to feast on tiger meat? I have a bold idea. Let us undertake a grand venture. Consuming the flesh of a 4th-tier monster will yield remarkable benefits. But what if we were to consume the meat of a more potent and bloodline-rich monster king? Perhaps it could facilitate a swift breakthrough to the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm. There may even be a chance to ascend to the sea transformation realm. Seizing this opportunity while the monster king is weakened is too good to pass up. With his current strength, even if he reveals all his hidden cards, he might not fear a frail monster king. If he strikes at the critical moment of its breakthrough, success should be within reach." The slender monkey replied, "Brother Dong, are you serious?" Lin Dong's audacious proposal left him momentarily stunned, causing him to swallow hard. Was Brother Dong contemplating devouring a monster king? How outrageous. The monster king was a being on the cusp of the celestial realm, with strength comparable to that of certain elders from the external academy. How could mere ordinary disciples like them hope to contend with such power? Lin Dong asserted, "Do I appear to be jesting? To be honest, when the 2 assessment elders mentioned the presence of a monster king within the secret realm, I had already set my sights on it. I simply decided to act now." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a troubling realization dawned. The monster king was about to undergo tribulation. Would this calamity affect the disciples? The abrupt upheaval within the secret realm caused the 2 assessment elders to exchange worried glances, for such an occurrence had never transpired during assessments before. They contemplated whether to conclude the assessment prematurely. After all, the monster king was on the brink of the 5th tier. Not only the lower-tier disciples, but even the elders felt a twinge of apprehension. Should any unforeseen events arise, even the elders would struggle to respond in time. At that moment, Elder Hu's voice resonated, "Fear not. With my presence, it shall not stir any significant turmoil." Elder Hu waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference, as though the formidable monster king were beneath his notice. "As long as none of the disciples provoke it, I will intervene." This assurance prompted the 2 assessment elders to exhale in relief, grateful for Elder Hu's oversight. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to proceed. With Elder Hu's words, they felt reassured. confident that the disciples would not be foolish enough to provoke the rampaging monster king. Within the luminescent barrier, many disciples distanced themselves from the center of the mountain range, fearing they might innocently incur the monster king's wrath. They had come for the assessment, not to risk their lives. The secret realm trembled, and countless beasts, like startled birds, fled in terror towards the periphery, desperate to escape the impending doom. Especially those near the central area. Some weaker beasts had already succumbed to the oppressive aura of the monster king, disintegrating into clouds of blood mist. If the monster king unleashed another roar, who could withstand it? Yet, amidst the chaos, a striking figure diverged from the other's flight path, while the other disciples ran away. He seemed to intentionally head towards the heart of the secret realm. Isn't that Lin Dong? A murmur of confusion arose among the onlookers. What is he planning to do? His direction appears rather misguided. As they turned their gazes toward him, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd, leaving them puzzled about Lin Dong's intentions. The two elders overseeing the assessment furrowed their brows, pondering. What on earth is this young man attempting? Suddenly, a disciple's pupils dilated, as though he had discerned Lin Dong's intended path. Look closely. He seems to be heading toward the location of the Demon King. This revelation plunged the crowd into silence. Someone whispered, "Is he courting death?" Another voice trembled, "No. I believe I just saw him drooling at the thought of the central secret realm." His eyes gleamed with a predatory delight. Could it be he finds slaying a fourth-tier beast insufficient and now seeks to challenge the Demon King? A collective gasp echoed among the disciples, their minds buzzing with disbelief as they widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 29. The Reckless Assault on the Demon King. Lin Dong could not possibly be seeking his own demise. The only plausible explanation was that he intended to hunt the Demon King. The crowd was overwhelmed by astonishment. Was Lin Dong truly this audacious? After all, the Demon King stood at the precipice of the fifth tier, its strength rivaling that of certain esteemed elders of the heavenly, glistening realm. Even in a weakened state, it was far beyond the reach of Lin Dong. A mere novice in the realm of cultivation. What remarkable audacity he displayed. He dared to seize the moment of the Demon King's tribulation-induced vulnerability to strike. Even the two assessment elders, upon surmising Lin Dong's intentions, displayed expressions of shock and incredulity. One could not help but admire Lin Dong's audacity. Throughout their numerous assessments, they had never witnessed a disciple brave enough to entertain such thoughts. While others fled from the Demon King in terror, Lin Dong charged recklessly toward it. Was this audacity born of fearlessness or sheer ignorance of the peril involved? They acknowledged Lin Dong's considerable strength. Yet slaying a mid-tier fourth-level beast paled in comparison to confronting a half-step fifth-tier Demon King. The disparity in power was insurmountable. A half-step heavenly glistening Demon King. Even some elders from the outer court avoided entanglement with such beings. The Demon King possessed fifth-tier strength, yet it refrained from fully transforming, hesitating to undergo its tribulation to ascend to the fifth tier. With a mere flick of its wrist, it could reduce a fourth-tier beast to mere pulp, let alone Lin Dong. Even if the Demon King were gravely weakened during its tribulation, Lin Dong's current prowess was woefully inadequate. He would be venturing forth to meet his demise without question. Has this young man lost his mind? Elder Hu rose, seething with indignation, unable to contain his fury. Of all things, why provoke the Demon King? If it had been any other disciple acting so recklessly, he would have certainly chosen not to intervene. Yet Lin Dong was different. He was an extraordinary talent. A once-in-a-millennium sword prodigy. He could not stand idly by as Lin Dong marched towards certain doom. Clearly, Elder Hu and the others harbored doubts about Lin Dong's ability to vanquish the Demon King. The gap in their strengths was simply too vast, nearly insurmountable. The assessment elder inquired, "Should we attempt to dissuade him from this course of action?" Meanwhile, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Dong had already ventured several miles into the territory of the Demon King, alone and undeterred. As for the slender monkey, he did not wish to hinder Lin Dong. So he ventured towards the edge of the secret realm, intending to slay some ordinary demon beasts to accrue points. Lin Dong, however, was not concerned about the slender monkey. Currently at the fourth level of the pulse-breaking stage, the monkey's physical prowess rivaled that of some masters at the seventh level. As long as he did not encounter a first, third, or fourth-tier demon beast overlord, he would be able to ensure his own safety. Upon arriving at this location, Lin Dong concealed his aura and proceeded cautiously, fearful of alarming the Demon King. The atmosphere here was oppressive, with an invisible beastly might pervading the air. Aside from Lin Dong, there was not a single creature within dozens of miles. Lin Dong, hurry. The strength of the Demon King is not something you can provoke at this moment. At that instant, The token suddenly relayed the anxious voices of Elder Cow and Elder Hu, causing Lin Dong to momentarily freeze. "Ah, Elder Hu, you nearly scared me to death," Lin Dong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as if facing a formidable enemy. He nearly thought the Demon King had discovered his whereabouts, but upon recognizing the familiar voices, he quickly understood that the elders were trying to dissuade him from his intentions. However, he held his own thoughts and was not inclined to leave so easily. Elder Hu urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly leave this place. If you venture deeper into the heart of the realm and the Demon King locks onto your aura, escaping will be impossible." Roar. Before Lin Dong could respond, a deafening tiger roar erupted, overwhelming him with a terrifying beastly presence. Elder Hu and the others turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's too late. Lin Dong has attracted the attention of the Demon King. Elder Hu lamented, "Alas, this is the path he has chosen. Let this serve as a lesson for him that there are beings beyond reckoning. Otherwise, once he left the academy, he would inevitably face significant hardships." Lin Dong still possessed the token, which could be shattered to escape the secret realm in times of peril. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from making a move. If Elder Hu intervened, it would signify that Lin Dong had lost his eligibility for the assessment. The two assessment elders displayed expressions of regret. Such a talent, they hoped, would not perish at the hands of the Demon King. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Dong felt a chilling aura locking onto him. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloping his heart and intimidation from the Demon King. This was a warning to Lin Dong that should he dare to tread further into its territory, there would be no mercy. Yet, Lin Dong grew increasingly exhilarated. The closer he approached, the clearer he could sense the Demon King's frailty. The tiger's roar was filled with vigor, yet there lingered a hint of weakness. Clearly, the Demon King was currently more bluster than substance. As Lin Dong ventured deeper, he beheld a colossal demon tiger, resembling a small mountain, with golden fur that seemed as though it had been forged from gold. Its pure yang vitality was boundless, akin to an ocean. At this moment, the Demon King lay quietly before a cave, its eyes tightly shut, its massive form rhythmically trembling with each breath. Yet a pained expression adorned its face, evidently enduring a trial unknown to others. Truly formidable. Lin Dong's expression was grave as he sensed the terrifying beastly aura emanating from the Demon King, a presence far beyond that of the previous Black Shin serpent. Its strength surpassed multiple levels. Particularly striking was its tiger hide, which possessed a hardness comparable to that of an ordinary high-grade magical artifact. Yet, it was not insurmountable. A flicker of determination ignited in Lin Dong's eyes. It seemed the Demon King was nearing a critical moment in its transcendence of the soul tribulation. Even as he approached, the creature remained unperturbed, unable to divert its focus to him. A smirk crept onto Lin Dong's lips as he swiftly drew closer to the Demon King. Now just a mile away, the Demon King's formidable physical form belied a weakness in its soul. It was said that nearly 70 to 80% of demonic beasts perished during their soul tribulation. For them, this trial was the most arduous, presenting Lin Dong with his singular opportunity to strike with relentless ferocity before the Demon King completed its transcendence. Is this the Demon King? Behind the barrier, the onlooking disciples could almost feel the oppressive aura of the Demon King, sending shivers of trepidation through them. How powerful! It rivaled that of some elders. Do you believe Lin Dong can slay the Demon King? As Lin Dong drew ever closer, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Some could not help but hold their breath, whispering softly, "I find it unlikely." Lin Dong was merely at the condensation stage, while the Demon King was akin to a celestial warrior. Indeed, even the Demon King's defenses were not easily breached by disciples like us. Many shook their heads. The overwhelming might of the Demon King was intimidating, its intangible aura instilling a sense of insurmountability. The notion of Lin Dong, at the condensation stage, attempting to slay the Demon King was somewhat audacious. Even the two elders overseeing the assessment harbored doubts about Lin Dong's qualifications to confront the Demon King. Should he truly succeed, it would undoubtedly mark a historic feat, as he would have defied the odds to vanquish a Demon King at a full realm below. Look, Lin Dong is about to strike the Demon King. Just as the crowd murmured, Lin Dong's figure surged toward the Demon King, preparing to unleash a thunderous assault. Buzz. Within the barrier, Lin Dong's gaze turned icy, his entire being coalescing with myriad sword intents. In the next moment, these sword intents erupted like a tempest, swirling up clouds of sand and debris as they surged toward the Demon King's head and body, seeking to penetrate through. Chapter 30. The Demon King's demise, the crowd stunned. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Dong appeared as a deity of the sword, unreservedly manifesting the entirety of his sword intent. Its fierce power seemingly ready to pierce through the very fabric of reality. This sight left many female disciples mesmerized, lost in admiration. Clang, clang, clang. The torrential downpour of swords descended, shattering flora, fracturing rocks, and resonating with the sound of metal clashing as the sword intent struck against the Demon King's raised tiger arm. In a critical moment, the Demon King opened its crimson eyes, lifting its massive arm to shield its head and neck from lethal blows. Yet, the deluge of sword rain continued to rain down upon its arms and all over its body. The perfect sword intent was truly terrifying. It was a mastery reserved for celestial and purple mansion realm warriors, imbued with boundless ferocity and a thirst for slaughter. Despite the formidable defenses of the Demon King's corporeal form, it was utterly powerless against the relentless onslaught of the perfected sword intent. The sword intent pierced through the Demon King's defenses, erupting in a shower of blood, leaving behind ghastly gaping wounds across its body. Roar. Ent, you seek death. The Demon King bellowed in agony, its roar reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Possessing the intellect of a half-step fifth-tier Demon King, it was not inferior to humans and could articulate human speech. It was truly enraged. It had not anticipated that a mere human, akin to an insignificant ant, would dare to defy its majesty and disrupt its moment of breakthrough. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, it had forcefully transcended the tribulation of the soul. Otherwise, it would have met its end, silently perishing at Lin Dong's hands. The terrifying roar of the tiger shook the cosmos, intertwined with soul-shattering sound waves that obliterated the stones within a radius of hundreds of meters, capable of shattering the consciousness of cultivators. The most severe consequence could result in the immediate death of a cultivator, while the least would render them mentally incapacitated. Even disciples several miles away trembled at the sound, their heads throbbing painfully, let alone the fact that the Demon King was targeting Lin Dong directly, at such close quarters. Any ordinary cultivator at the sea transformation stage would likely be reduced to a mist of blood. However, Lin Dong was fortunate to possess the bronze bell gifted by Bai Han, which safeguarded his soul and mitigated 99 of the sound wave's power. As for the residual sound waves, Lin Dong remained undaunted. The Demon King, consumed by rage, recognized the gaze Lin Dong directed at it, so familiar to it. Reminiscent of how it had regarded its prey, this child dared to perceive it as a source of sustenance. The Demon King believed this roar would be sufficient to obliterate a frail human such as Lin Dong. Yet, before the Demon King could fully comprehend the situation, an earth-shattering dragon's roar resonated through the air. Seizing the moment, Lin Dong surged forward, his vitality surging like a dragon, conjuring a golden dragon's phantom that enveloped a powerful and forceful punch, crashing down upon the Demon King. How is this possible? You are still alive? The might of the dragon instilled a primal fear deep within the Demon King's bloodline, a flicker of terror flashing in its eyes. In a moment of unpreparedness, it raised another claw to block Lin Dong's punch. Boom. The terrifying force of the tenfold dragon punch erupted, its might fierce and domineering. The Demon King was sent staggering back, as if struck by a primordial beast, with a blood hole the size of a fist forming in its claw. Roar. How can this be? How can a mere human ant possess such terrifying physical strength? The Demon King emitted a low, pained growl, incredulously staring at the unmoving Lin Dong. Blood dripping from its claws and various parts of its body. The crimson liquid stained the ground, a stark contrast against the earth. After all, it was a dignified Demon King, renowned for its corporeal might. It had immense confidence in its own physical prowess, rivaling that of an average celestial warrior. Yet now, it found itself defeated by a human it had scorned. A disgrace, an utterly monumental humiliation. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, as Lin Dong faced off against the Demon King with sheer physical strength and emerged victorious. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Who would dare believe such an occurrence? It prompted an inevitable question. Who truly was the beast here? Elder Hu was momentarily stunned. He had been prepared to intervene and rescue Lin Dong at any moment, only to have Lin Dong showcase his prowess before him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The aura of the Demon King was surging. It had successfully transcended the soul tribulation. Suddenly, Elder Hu's pupils contracted as he realized something was amiss. The Demon King had broken through the soul tribulation and had finally reaped the benefits, nourishing its own soul. Lin Dong's expression hardened, sensing that a critical shift had occurred. Unexpectedly, the Demon King had managed to overcome the soul tribulation at such a pivotal moment. Yet, the sword had already left its sheath and could not be returned. Rather than retreating, He resolved to seize the opportunity and vanquish the Demon King while it was still in the process of recovery. As the Demon King steadied itself, Lin Dong, like a specter, launched his attack, the formidable sword intent coalescing instantaneously and sweeping forth with overwhelming ferocity. Boy, if this is all you can do, prepare to meet your end. The Demon King bared its bloodthirsty fangs. Since declaring itself king, it had never suffered such a significant loss. It longed to devour Lin Dong's flesh and drink his blood. Its aura surged as it rapidly approached its peak once more. A golden demonic energy materialized around its body, forming a protective barrier that deflected some of Lin Dong's sword intent, though a portion still struck its fur. A protective barrier. Lin Dong's gaze narrowed. This was a technique attainable only in the Celestial Gang realm. However, there were also powerful body cultivators who could manifest such energy without reaching that realm, arising from a physical form of sufficient strength. Yet, the manifestation of body energy was exceptionally challenging, achievable only by a select few prodigies. The Demon King was on the verge of advancing to the 5th tier, leaving Lin Dong with limited time to act. In a flash, Lin Dong appeared before the Demon King, seizing the moment while it was still disoriented. A deep, enchanting violet glimmer flickered in his eyes as it met the Demon King's gaze. Dreamlike eternity. The sword intent was merely a feigned assault. The true aim of Lin Dong was a soul attack, having just traversed the soul tribulation. The Demon King's soul was severely weakened and utterly defenseless against Lin Dong's sudden assault on its spirit. Its face remained twisted in a bloodthirsty expression, momentarily frozen in place. Eyes glazed as it succumbed to the illusion. A resounding hum echoed as a blue light, imbued with piercing sword intent, swept across the Demon King's neck. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. With no defenses, the Demon King's head was severed, crashing to the ground in a splash of blood. Even in death, it remained ensnared in the illusion, seemingly oblivious to any pain. Lin Dong exhaled in relief. It was his first time battling such a formidable demon beast. The implementation of dreamlike eternity had yielded surprisingly effective results, freezing the Demon King for just a brief moment, which was sufficient for him to deliver the fatal blow. Meanwhile, Gu Yun and Feng Xing, hidden nearby, were utterly transfixed. They had intended to capitalize on the situation, but were instead struck dumb by the ruthless scene unfolding before them, unable to entertain any other thoughts. Outside the secret realm, the plaza was engulfed in an eerie silence, a profound stillness enveloping the scene. As they gazed at the scene on the luminous screen depicting Lin Dong slaying the Demon King, the crowd stood frozen like lifeless statues. Gasp. He truly vanquished the Demon King. After a prolonged moment, they collectively inhaled sharply, astonished that within mere 5 moves, he had defeated a Demon King while being at the condensation realm. Was he even human? In their minds, the Demon King represented an invincible entity. Yet Lin Dong had slain it. How utterly astonishing. The crowd could not help but speculate that Lin Dong was, in fact, a ferocious beast donning a human facade, his physical strength rivaling that of the formidable Demon King. Not only were the onlookers in shock, but the 2 assessment elders were equally flabbergasted. To be fair, even if they had intervened, they could not have executed such a decisive and swift kill of the Demon King as Lin Dong did. It necessitated a life-and-death struggle. Most importantly, Lin Dong had comprehended the perfect sword intent. It is worth noting that despite their own mastery at the celestial realm, neither had grasped a single complete intent. Yet Lin Dong, at such a tender age, with a mere cultivation of the 8th level of the condensation realm, had achieved an understanding of a complete intent. One couldn't help but question if they had wasted their years. Chapter 31. Another breakthrough? Cracking Earth Tiger Claw. Haha. I knew this lad would not act recklessly. I was right about him. Elder Hu, dispelling the clouds of doubt, chuckled heartily, his hands, previously brewing formidable powers, now at ease behind his back. However, he couldn't shake a slight unease. This young man exhibited extraordinary talent. How long had it been since he had first met Lin Dong? From a mere novice in the Meridian realm to the current genius capable of contending with the Demon King, all in just a few days. Would he surpass me if given just a year or two? Lin Dong's swordsmanship talent would rank him among the top echelon of prodigies even in the central region of Qishou, comparable to the scions of sacred lands and esteemed sections. The assessment elder cast a disdainful glance at Elder Hu, recalling who had been the most anxious, even disregarding the sect's rules to save Lin Dong. Undoubtedly, with Lin Dong's prowess, he would firmly hold the first position in the outer court assessments, unassailable, a true dark horse. The strength Lin Dong displayed rendered him no longer a mere waste. No one dared to underestimate him any longer, and he was now viewed with newfound respect. My goodness! So much vital blood. What a waste. In the secret realm, the blood left behind by the Demon King flowed across the ground like a small stream, causing Lin Dong a pang of regret. This was the Demon King's essence blood, pure young blood, considered a significant tonic that would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Hastily, Lin Dong retrieved a large vat from his storage ring. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly collected the essence blood, knowing that even if he did not require it, it could benefit the experts of the Lin family. He also took care to preserve the Demon King's corpse, leaving only a single tiger paw. Lin Dong then expertly set a pot of water to boil, nearly drooling as he recalled being awakened by the Demon King, lamenting that he had yet to have breakfast. Indeed, it seemed he was either eating or on the way to do so. The onlookers outside the secret realm were momentarily rendered speechless. Who could have imagined that the formidable Demon King had truly become a feast for Lin Dong? Suddenly, Lin Dong cast a glance towards a certain thicket. "Are you not leaving? Do I need to invite you out for some tiger meat?" Gu Yun and Feng Xing shuddered, daring not to entertain any ulterior motives, and departed in a dejected manner. Not long after, the lean monkey, summoned by Lin Dong's message, arrived at the scene. The sight that greeted him was one of utter devastation. The mountains were in disarray, trees splintered, blood staining the ground. And atop the barbecue grill lay the paw of a tiger. The lean monkey stood frozen in place. It was evident that Lin Dong had engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle with the legendary Demon King here, and Lin Dong had emerged victorious. Without uttering a word, the lean monkey gazed at Lin Dong, his eyes brimming with admiration. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth could not help but lift in delight. He had intended to treat the lean monkey to some roasted meat while he indulged in a quick nap, only to awaken ready to feast. However, to his dismay, the Demon King's corporeal form proved too resilient. Ordinary flames could not penetrate its flesh, and after burning for a long while, the skin remained unyielding. Reluctantly, Lin Dong had to take matters into his own hands. He summoned spirit flames, meticulously coaxing the essence contained within the Demon King's flesh. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the mountains, permeating the air for miles. Nearby, some fourth-tier beast overlords, lingering not far away, caught a whiff of the delectable scent, their mouths watering. This was the taste of royalty. But suddenly, a realization struck them. Their eyes widened in terror as they glanced towards the center of the secret realm, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Without hesitation, these beasts scrambled to their feet, hastily retreating towards the edges of the secret realm. This spectacle startled many disciples, leaving them perplexed as to what could have prompted such a panicked exodus from so many beasts. Could it be that a great calamity had emerged from the center of the secret realm? After all, the wrath of the Demon King had not stirred these beast overlords. Yet their sudden flight signified the arrival of an even more terrifying menace. Soon, word spread throughout the secret realm that a great calamity had emerged from its center, prompting the outer disciples to distance themselves from that area. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, the instigator of this chaos, he had unwittingly transformed into the harbinger of doom. As he gazed upon the sizzling, oil-dripping roasted meat before him, his mouth watered uncontrollably. He could not resist indulging in the freshly prepared feast. With each bite, his mouth became coated in oil, a desire long held finally fulfilled. The roasted meat, crisp on the outside and tender within, melted in his mouth. The intense essence of blood and flesh erupted within him, transforming into pure spiritual energy that surged throughout his body. The swallowing heaven technique operated feverishly, absorbing the heavens and the earth, refining all. His cultivation soared, his physical form growing stronger. Boom. After only a few bites, Lin Dong's aura surged dramatically, stirring up clouds of dust. He had just broken through to the 8th level of the condensation pill realm the previous morning, and at that moment, he transcended to the 9th level. Had Lin Dong achieved yet another breakthrough? Hadn't he just ascended to the 8th level of the condensation pill realm? The lean monkey was taken aback, suddenly feeling that the roasted meat in his hand had lost its allure. No, I too must make a breakthrough. The lean monkey indulged in a feast, hoping to consume the flesh of the Demon King to advance and keep pace with Lin Dong. What ecstasy! Half a day passed, and Lin Dong's cultivation broke through once again, reaching the pinnacle of the condensed Dan realm. With the golden Dan in his dantian faintly on the verge of transforming into a sea, this could be considered as being half a step into the sea transformation realm. With a vast abundance of spiritual essence to cultivate the Dan Sea, he could soon break into the sea transformation realm. However, Lin Dong speculated that his Dan Sea would be significantly larger than that of others, requiring several times the amount of spiritual energy to fill. After all, the density and quality of his spiritual power in the condensed Dan realm were comparable to that of an average sea transformation cultivator. His physical body had also strengthened several-fold. He pondered whether, upon breaking into the sea transformation realm, his combat prowess could rival that of a celestial stronghold expert. If so, Lin Dong would fear no one from the Bai family, and he could confront them regardless of their foundation. In the face of his absolute strength, they would remain insignificant. The Bai family was on his list of those destined for annihilation. The Bai family sought to kill Lin Dong, having already slain Bai Han. Lin Dong would not let the Bai family off the hook, nor would they spare him. Lin Dong couldn't help but reflect on the exhilaration of having a cheat-like experience, with tenfold automatic cultivation. Combined with the devouring heaven scripture and the consumption of Demon King flesh, the results surpassed those of several days of closed-door cultivation. Akin to years of arduous training for an ordinary person, why bother with cultivation in the future? No more effort needed, simply indulge. After feasting to near saturation and hitting a bottleneck, Lin Dong did not aspire to break into the sea transformation realm. He glanced at the lean monkey beside him, noticing that the monkey had grown increasingly mysterious, radiating golden light. Having consumed a significant amount of Demon King flesh, he, a mere pulse realm cultivator, could still withstand it. Upon closer inspection, the lean monkey had also broken through 2 minor realms, his physical body strengthened severalfold. Yet, he remained incomparable to Lin Dong. System. Expend a daily divine power card. Lin Dong retracted his gaze and took a large bite of the Demon King's tiger meat, using the divine power card. Eager to discover what abilities he would acquire. Ding. Host has devoured Tiger King meat, expending a common divine power card, and acquired the superior divine power, Earth-Shattering Tiger Claw. Earth-Shattering Tiger Claw, a bloodline divine power of the Tiger King. Perfecting it grants the ability to rend the heavens and split the earth with a single strike, effortlessly plucking stars and moons. To his surprise, it was not the Tiger War sonic wave. With the system's notification fading, memories of the earth-shattering Tiger Claw filled his mind. Quite remarkable, indeed, a new divine power at his disposal. That night, Lin Dong entered the cave created by the Demon King, intending to rest for the night. After all, he had ample points and was not in a rush to slay monsters. Killing a single Demon King would grant him 20,000 points, enough to secure his position at the top. However, to Lin Dong's astonishment, upon entering the cave, he discovered an unexpected bounty. Chapter 32, The Essence of Heaven and Earth, Yitong's Confidence. On the cave floor lay a shimmering pool of the essence of heaven and earth. The pool, several meters in size, shone brilliantly in the darkness. Wei struck gold. Dong Gu, Wei struck gold. The lean monkey's eyes widened, never having seen so much essence of heaven and earth. Lin Dong remarked, I never expected our luck to be this extraordinary. Unperturbed, Lin Dong discreetly cast the thin monkey and his own token out of the cave, burying them beneath rocks and sand. The outside world relies on these tokens to glimpse the occurrences within the secret realm. Lin Dong wished to avoid any trouble for both himself and the thin monkey. He understood well the adage that innocence can attract malice, especially when one possesses something precious. After all, the celestial milk of the earth was a coveted treasure, desired by even the most formidable practitioners of the transformation realm. It was prudent to keep such knowledge scarce. The spiritual milk, nurtured by the heavens and the earth, took months to condense in each drop. And the pool before him was a culmination of countless years of essence. Even a single drop could extend a mortal's life. For cultivators, consuming it could enhance their prowess, fortify their bodies, expand their meridians, and elevate their spiritual roots and potential, an inexhaustible boon. It was no wonder that the Demon King had become so powerful, having monopolized a pool of this heavenly milk. Even a single drop contained an exceptionally rich essence, and such a vast pool could enable several transformation realm practitioners to break through to the celestial realm. Lin Dong felt a surge of joy. He had initially believed that he needed to cultivate in the divine pool to have a chance at transcending the spiritual sea, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a fortuitous gain within the secret realm. He decided to gather some of the milk, while the remainder would be used for cultivation. Lin Dong and the thin monkey retrieved special containers, jade vials and jars, to store some of the milk, each filling about 10 pounds. The celestial milk was extraordinarily unique and required specific vessels to contain it. Otherwise, once removed from its natural pool, its essence and effects would swiftly dissipate into the ether. Despite their efforts, they had only managed to collect a fraction of the milk, as the pool remained seemingly endless. Since they could not transport the remaining milk, they resolved to absorb it entirely, unwilling to leave any advantage for future seekers. Lin Dong drank greedily from large bowls, while the thin monkey, being of lesser cultivation, only managed to extract a few drops at a time. Amidst the ethereal mist, Lin Dong felt an influx of remarkably pure energy surging through him, exploding in his throat like a torrent of waves, cascading into his limbs and bones. The milk transformed into pure spiritual energy, flowing into his dantian and coalescing into liquid, cleansing his meridians and rejuvenating every inch of his flesh. Lin Dong found no need for deliberate cultivation. He merely had to continue drinking voraciously. Aided by his tenfold innate cultivation talent and the operation of his devouring technique, refining the pure energy within, he aimed to seize this opportunity to transcend to the transformation realm. Had outsiders witnessed Lin Dong's frenzied consumption of the celestial milk, they would surely have been astounded. Did he not fear bursting his own body? The milk contained exceedingly rich essence, and few would dare to drink so recklessly. Yet, they were unaware of Lin Dong's system and devouring technique, which allowed him to consume all without restraint. The celestial milk was but a minor challenge. Had it not been for the presence of the thin monkey, whom he feared might disapprove, Lin Dong would have simply immersed himself in the pool to demonstrate his extraordinary speed of absorption. In another secluded corner of the secret realm, a young man was engaged in a fierce battle with a third-tier demon beast. If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. In this competition, apart from Lin Dong and Bai Han, there is yet another individual who has attained the Dan condensation realm. With a sharp sound, amidst the fierce battle, the spiritual energy surged, fists and palms clashed, accompanied by the furious roar of the thunder leopard. Suddenly, a young man clad in white, with an air of solitary pride, unleashed a piercing violet light from his pupils, which penetrated the skull of this initial stage thunder leopard. The creature's eyes glazed over as it fell lifelessly, a gory hole marking its head. A fleeting glimpse of a mysterious purple rune flickered in the young man's eyes. He remained indifferent, devoid of any visible emotions, as if slaying a third-tier beast were as trivial to him as crushing an ant. "Wow, Brother Tong is growing stronger," exclaimed onlookers. "Impressive. This marks the sixth third-tier beast killed by him. With Brother Tong's prowess, no one in this external examination stands a chance against him. All will be effortlessly subdued beneath his feet." At that moment, a gasp was heard as several young men and women emerged from the surrounding grass, gazing at the white-clad youth with reverence. "Have you found Bai Han?" they inquired. Their flattery brought a subtle smile to his lips. They were referring to Yi Tong. Alas, Bai Han seems to have vanished without a trace, they lamented, shaking their heads. They had been searching for Bai Han for days, but to no avail. They understood Brother Tong's intentions. Possessing the spiritual eyes and a cultivation level on par with Bai Han, he had remained inconspicuous, waiting for the external examination to make a resounding impact. He aimed to sweep away all talents in the external academy and claim the top position, thereby garnering the inner academy's attention. First, he had to deal with Bai Han, but regrettably, Bai Han was nowhere to be found. Yutong furrowed his brow. Tomorrow was the final day. The decisive battle was approaching, yet without Bai Han, how could he showcase his strength and potential? "Brother Tong, it is rumored that there is a dark horse in the external academy named Lin Dong," someone remarked. They speculated that Lin Dong's strength was not inferior to Bai Han's, and that he too was in the Dan condensation realm, making him a formidable contender for the top spot in the external academy. If Bai Han is absent, why not set a new target? Someone suggested. Indeed, with Brother Tong's strength, none can rival him. As long as Lin Dong remains in the Dan condensation realm, he cannot be Brother Tong's opponent. Others concurred, nodding in agreement, filled with confidence in Yi Tong. Yi Tong nodded. Bai Han likely does not know where he has perished, consumed by some beast. "I shall seek Lin Dong instead. Where is he?" His tone dripped with disdain, as if Lin Dong were merely a target to be easily subdued. A woman interjected. "Someone has seen him heading towards the center of the secret realm. Let us go and have a look," Yi Tong commanded. "Brother Tong, it is said that Lin Dong has comprehended the sword intent and is formidable, should we not?" Before the speaker could finish, another retorted angrily. "Do you underestimate Brother Tong? He possesses spiritual eyes and unmatched confidence at his level. As long as Lin Dong remains in the Dan condensation realm, he stands no chance against Brother Tong." "Not a problem." Yi Tong waved his hand, a confident smile gracing his lips. "His concerns are perfectly natural. But my self-assurance transforms all the prodigies of this generation into mere stepping stones for my ascent. Lin Dong is merely one among them. I hope Lin Dong is not too weak, for I would be utterly disappointed." Enveloped in the flattery of several young men and women, Yi Tong completely lost himself. Chapter 33. Who said I am in the condensation realm? The next day, in the morning, a terrifying wave emanated from the cave, sweeping in all directions, causing the flora to tremble. The oppressive force of the transformation realm radiated from Lindong without reservation, immensely powerful, startling even the slender monkey beside him. He had reached the transformation realm. The pool of spiritual milk before him was nearly depleted. It contained enough resources for several transformation realm experts to break through to the celestial realm, yet it was only sufficient for Lindong to ascend one major stage, illustrating the solidity of his foundation. The intensity of his spiritual energy was at least tenfold that of his peers. Lindong clenched his fist, unleashing a punch that reverberated with overwhelming force, creating a large hole in the cave and causing the mountain to tremble. How formidable! Is this the power of the transformation realm? A casual punch wielding such might. His overall strength had multiplied more than tenfold since his breakthrough. Lindong felt assured that, given another chance to confront the Demon King from yesterday, he could effortlessly slay him, without needing to reveal all his trump cards. More importantly, his spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative transformation. Upon gazing into his dantian, he beheld an endless ocean, the spiritual liquid shimmering with brilliance, surging in tumultuous waves. Is this my dantian sea? Lindong was somewhat astonished. The larger the dantian sea, the more spiritual liquid it could harbor. A larger dantian sea would grant him an advantage in battle, eliminating any concern of energy depletion, allowing him to continuously unleash his extraordinary abilities. Goodness! Is this not the ability to unleash endless moves? In the future, Lindong would undoubtedly possess a plethora of techniques. Just imagine the terror on his opponents' faces when their spiritual energy runs dry while he still has an arsenal of countless abilities at his disposal. The thought alone delighted him. Yet, he also felt somewhat dazed, as if all of this were surreal. Achieving the transformation realm in mere days, a feat that others might take a decade or more to accomplish. Lindong had transformed from an incapable layman to someone whose cultivation now positioned him among the elite of Yilan City. The struggles endured during his cultivation journey were known only to him. At the tender age of 18, to break through to the transformation realm, Lindong could be regarded as the youngest transformation realm expert in the history of Yilan City. Brother Dong, must you be this formidable? The slender monkey sighed. Having only managed to break through 3 minor realms in a single night, while Brother Dong had achieved a major breakthrough. Basic skills. Lindong waved his hand dismissively, resuming his consumption of the spiritual liquid. With only a bit left, he wondered if he could reach the second level of the transformation realm. The Bai family. Wait for me, for I shall arrive shortly. Alas, after finishing the spiritual milk, Lindong still failed to break through to the second level of the transformation realm. Lindong briefly cleans himself, washing away the grime accumulated from the previous night, before stepping out of the cave. Once again, he prepares to heat oil and indulge in breakfast. What could be more beneficial for cultivation than nourishment? During this time, Lindong commands a few wolf demons to procure some second and third tier injured beasts for the lean monkey to train and earn points. While Lindong can grant points to the lean monkey, he hopes for its self-reliance, envisioning a future where it can stand independently. He sits nearby, savoring tiger meat while enjoying the spectacle. With his cultivation realm at the first level of the sea transformation, the essence contained within the flesh of demon kings no longer aids him as significantly as before. To achieve prior effects, he requires 5th or 6th tier beasts. Unfortunately, the strongest within the secret realm is the tiger demon king, with no 5th tier beast present. Otherwise, he would truly wish to taste the flesh of a 5th tier beast. Were others to learn of Lindong's thoughts, they might deem him insane. This marks the final day of the assessment. In the square, the crowd expected a fierce battle among the disciples, yet upon witnessing Lindong leisurely feasting on meat, their mouths twitched in disbelief. What is this? While others are fighting for their lives to earn points, Lindong eats and sleeps, likely still securing the top spot in the outer academy. After all, he had slain the Demon King, earning 20,000 points. Even if others fought for 10 days or half a month, they could scarcely match his score. It seems a group is approaching Lindong. Suddenly, someone exclaims in shock. They can't be intending to attack Lindong, can they? The onlookers outside the secret realm straightened up, anticipating a thrilling spectacle. The luminous screen reveals Yi Tong and his companions surrounding Lindong. Who is this? I have never encountered such a figure. I recognize him. His name is Yi Tong, and he is indeed at the Dan Condensation Realm. Aside from Bai Han, this cohort boasts another in the Dan Condensation Realm. The 7 Stars Academy truly conceals formidable talents. Spectators outside are astonished, murmuring in surprise. Both Lin Dong and Yi Tong possessed the Dan condensation realm. Judging by the current scene, this must be the climactic battle of the final assessment day. Yet, many believe the outcome is evident. Yi Tong is unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. Although the special spiritual pupil is rare, it pales in comparison to Lin Dong, who can single-handedly slay fifth-tier demon kings. This is merely a feast for Lin Dong. One can only observe how long Yi Tong can endure. Suddenly, as Lin Dong stands in contemplation, a sound of air being sliced resonates sharply, and a cold gleam hurtles towards his head. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? With a swift movement, Lin Dong evades the strike, which instead carves a deep trench into the ground. Fortunately, his breakthrough in cultivation has significantly amplified his spiritual perception. Had he not sensed the danger immediately, he might have suffered a severe setback. From within the forest, a man's voice expresses astonishment, seemingly surprised that Lin Dong could evade his attack. You are Lin Dong. Truly remarkable to have eluded my probing strike. Yi Tong's figure appeared on a grand tree, standing with his back turned and his toes lightly touching a branch, gazing down at Lin Dong from a lofty height. You are indeed worthy to be my rival. To serve as my stepping stone towards becoming the foremost in the Outer Academy is a privilege for you. His eyes shimmered with mysterious purple runes, interwoven and intricate, bestowing upon him an air of exceptional nobility. So he is at the condensation realm. No wonder he dares to recklessly challenge me. And he possesses the special spiritual eye. The purple extreme spirit eye. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Yi Tong's previous strike was a mental assault, undoubtedly emanating from the purple extreme spirit eye. The dual-eyed are the mightiest ocular constitution across the heavens and earth. In ancient times, there existed a dual-eyed individual who ascended to emperor status, capable of manifesting the annihilation and rebirth of the cosmos with a mere blink, obliterating emperors of the same tier. Humph, you wish to use me as a stepping stone? What audacity you possess. Lin Dong's expression was as frigid as frost. If you had focused on slaying monsters for points, it would have been acceptable. But you should never have provoked me. Witnessing Lin Dong's demeanor, the onlookers understood that he was thoroughly enraged, recalling the last time Lin Dong was incensed. When Bai Han and others were defeated, they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Yi Tong. There are indeed disparities even among those at the condensation realm. Lin Dong, I shall make you witness the vast chasm that exists between us. Yi Tong maintained a placid demeanor, exuding the aura of a second-tier condensation realm practitioner as he advanced towards Lin Dong, his voice brimming with unparalleled confidence. Who told you I am at the condensation realm? Lin Dong grinned, lifting his hand lightly, unleashing the immense pressure of the Sea of Spirits, which overwhelmed Yi Tong like a celestial collision, sending him hurtling backwards several times over. Chapter 34. A ferocious beast mightier than the Demon King. Silence reigned over the scene, interrupted only by Yi Tong's agonized cries echoing through the air. A group of young men and women in the distance exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. Brother Tong has actually been defeated, and so utterly, without even being able to withstand a single blow. Countless trees splintered as Yi Tong lay in a deep pit, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the ground crimson. His gaze grew vacant. He had envisioned how to subdue Lin Dong and claim the title of the Outer Academy's best, yet he was effortlessly overwhelmed instead. The lofty demeanor he once held, looking down upon Lin Dong, was now replaced by utter disgrace. The confidence he had previously embodied was now met with humiliation. Swish! Lin Dong's figure materialized before him, looking down upon Yi Tong with an air of superiority, stating calmly, "Indeed, the disparity between us is vast. You are simply too weak to withstand even my casual strike. And you dare to suggest I should be a stepping stone for you? Do you think you are worthy?" The thin monkey added, delivering a blow to Yi Tong's spirit. With that, Yi Tong coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, uncertain whether it was due to Lin Dong's and the thin monkey's words or the earlier injury. You are at the Sea of Spirits? How is that possible? This is supposed to be the Outer Academy's assessment. How could there be someone at the Sea of Spirits? In all honesty, Yi Tong found himself questioning the very essence of life. Where had his efforts gone? He had thought he had quietly broken through to the Dan condensation realm, believing no one in the Outer Academy could rival him. Yet, unexpectedly, a master of the Spirit Sea realm emerged. A master of the Spirit Sea realm, no less. A prodigy even among the elite of the Inner Academy. How could such a remarkable talent exist in the Outer Academy? Who exactly are you? Elder, there is evidence of foul play. A distinguished master of the Spirit Sea realm coming to the Outer Academy for an assessment. It was utterly absurd. Yi Tong could hardly believe anyone could break through to the Sea transformation realm before the age of 18. and he sought to have Elder Lin Dong's qualification revoked. Lin Dong regarded him as one mighty clown. Shout all you wish. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to your aid. Yitong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Wasn't it true? Reflecting on his recent actions, he resembled a fool, an individual in the Dan condensation realm, boasting about suppressing a master of the sea transformation realm, only to be subdued in return. How ludicrous was that? Outside the secret realm, the two assessment elders, an elder who could not help but rise from their seats, their aged eyes fixated upon the figure of Lin Dong within the luminous screen, each face etched with astonishment. It could not be mistaken. He was indeed at the sea transformation realm. But wasn't Lin Dong a practitioner of the Dan condensation realm? When had he ascended to the sea transformation realm? How could Lin Dong possibly have achieved such a breakthrough without anyone witnessing his cultivation? If he had merely reached the pulse-opening realm, it would not have been so astonishing, as that is merely the second level of a practitioner's journey. However, the transition from the Dan condensation realm to the sea transformation realm is an entirely different matter. Breaking through such a significant boundary demands extensive time, resources, and the refinement of spiritual liquid to succeed. It is not to be taken lightly. Even the elders who had previously achieved the sea transformation realm had spent years in preparation. Yet Lin Dong had done so in a matter of hours? The silence surrounding his ascension was nothing short of shocking. What infuriated everyone even more was that Lin Dong had seemingly done nothing but indulge in consuming Demon King meat to reach the sea transformation realm. It must have occurred last night. One assessment elder's eyes lit up with realization as he recalled the scene from the previous night, which had been obscured all night long. Initially, they thought Lin Dong was merely resting, thus cloaking the events. Yet, it became evident that Lin Dong had intentionally concealed something significant that had transpired during that time, suggesting he had encountered an opportunity unknown to them. I must tread carefully, this lad is quite the anomaly. Elder who nodded in agreement with this elder's hypothesis, taking a sip of wine to calm his astonishment. Lin Dong's rapid advancement, 2 major realms in just a few days, compelled even him to marvel at Lin Dong's exceptional talent. Just days prior, when he had first met Lin Dong, he was merely at the pulse-opening realm. And now he had transformed into a master of the sea transformation realm. Keep shouting, continue your cries. Inside the secret realm, Lin Dong remained unhurried, smiling as he observed Yitong's desperate yelps. What filled Yitong with despair was the realization that after shouting for so long, no elder had appeared, confirming that Lin Dong was indeed an 18-year-old disciple of the sea transformation realm in the Outer Academy. This revelation shattered his pride entirely. What were his aspirations of being a prodigy of the Dan condensation realm? When compared to Lin Dong, they were utterly insignificant. The Demon King has perished at the hands of my esteemed Dong. I find it utterly perplexing how you could summon the audacity to confront him. The lean monkey voraciously devoured a large piece of roasted meat, gazing at Yitong with an expression of bemusement. Upon hearing this, Yitong's pupils dilated in shock. His peripheral vision caught sight of the meat in the monkey's hand, and the familiar golden tiger fur scattered on the ground. Could it truly be the fur of the Demon King? Were the lean monkey and Lin Dong feasting upon the flesh of the Demon King? What? You actually slew the Demon King? How is that possible? Yitong trembled uncontrollably. This was beyond madness. He suddenly recalled that they were indeed in the lair of the Demon King, a place they had intended to investigate. Yet, after a considerable time, there was no sign of the Demon King, only Lin Dong and the monkey amidst a plethora of fur, which spoke volumes. The Demon King was dead. And now, he was consumed by Lin Dong and the lean monkey. Was Lin Dong truly the legendary harbinger of doom? Several young men and women gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide open, yet the truth lay starkly before them. One individual, struck by the fear of Lin Dong's infamous reputation, tumbled from a tree. Indeed, he was more formidable than the Demon King. Who could have imagined that the fabled harbinger of doom was merely a boy with a radiant smile, as bright as the morning sun? Enough. You have had ample time. Lin Dong snapped his fingers, channeling a robust surge of spiritual energy into Yitong's body, shattering his meridians and rendering his cultivation null. Ah, Yitong screamed. My cultivation. My spiritual eyes. Lin Dong, you are ruthless. In Lin Dong's grasp, a violet orb of light materialized, extracted from the essence of Yitong's spiritual eyes. Without uttering a word, Lin Dong discarded Yitong into the forest. Soon, the woods echoed with piercing cries, and Yitong's fate was all too clear. Yitong's spiritual technique, a mental assault aimed at the very core of his being, would incapacitate any weaker cultivator of the condensation realm, rendering them senseless, if not dead. Lin Dong never showed mercy to those who sought his life. He stared at the violet essence in his hand for a long while, furrowing his brow, ultimately finding it difficult to consume. While demon beasts were one matter, this was the essence of a human eye, which felt somewhat distasteful. Should he consume it? Lin Dong believed he could potentially acquire a new technique for his spiritual sight, thus enhancing his arsenal of methods against souls. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to place the essence into his storage bag, unwilling to part with it, for perhaps there would be an opportunity to refine it later. In truth, Lin Dong pondered a question. Could consumption be considered as devouring and refining? What if he employed a different method of refinement? For instance, cultivating a technique that could be refined by hand, seizing it, and refining it instantaneously. This was something he would certainly experiment with in the future. Otherwise, the act of consumption could sometimes be rather unseemly, and certain substances were simply not meant to be consumed. Lin Dong shifted his gaze toward the bushes, nearly forgetting about them. Chapter 35, Lu Yanran, have I truly erred? This is unfortunate. He has discovered us. As Lin Dong's piercing gaze swept over them, several of Yitong's followers stumbled out from the bushes and tumbled down from the trees, their eyes betraying palpable fear. The reputation of Lin Dong was truly formidable. Lin Dong did not let Yitong's companions escape unscathed. This path was forged by him, and this tree was planted by him, with a flick of his hand. He transferred their points to the lean monkey, allowing them to leave the secret realm. For the next half-day, no one dared to disturb Lin Dong. Soon, the time for the assessment's conclusion arrived. Lin Dong cast a glance at the demon wolves. Regrettably, he could not bring the mystical beast out of the secret realm. Otherwise, he would have relished the idea of bringing a few demon wolves along to guard the Lin family, striking fear into the hearts of all factions in Yunlan City, ensuring they would think twice before showing arrogance towards the Lin family. Even in Lin Dong's absence, the demon beast could protect Uncle Fu and the Lin family, alleviating concerns for their safety. He would have to wait until he exited the secret realm to see if there were any demon wolves in the nearby mountains of Yunlan City before making further plans. In the square, a colossal vortex materialized out of thin air, profound and vast, from which figures emerged, none other than the disciples from the outer courtyard. They held tokens in hand, engaged in animated discussions, some expressing joy while others displayed sorrow. Some gazed at a string of impressive numbers, elated, believing they had secured a place in the inner courtyard. Others stared despondently at their empty scores, realizing they must wait until next year for another opportunity to enter the inner courtyard, thus missing the prime cultivation period and potentially diminishing their future achievements. However, as the rankings had yet to be announced, most harbored anxious hearts. The crowd lined up to present their tokens to an elder overseeing the assessment for score recording. And only afterward would the rankings be revealed. Lin Dong and the lean monkey stood at the end of the line, unhurried. Where's Han Go? Have any of you seen Bai Han? At that moment, Lin Dong heard a familiar voice. Lu Yanran was incessantly inquiring among the emerging disciples about Bai Han's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the disciples shook their heads in confusion. Bai Han was not the top of the outer courtyard. Seeing Lu Yanran so anxious, Lin Dong wondered if something had gone awry. Lin Dong was surprised. In just a few days, Lu Yin had made a breakthrough to the Dan formation stage. It seemed she had encountered some fortuitous event in the secret realm, which had kept her apart from Bai Han and the others. As Lin Dong suspected, upon entering the secret realm, Lu Yanran had received certain opportunities and had secluded herself for a day to slay monsters. After emerging, she sought out Bai Han and the others, but upon finding no trace of them, she was compelled to hunt demon beasts on her own. It was only after exiting the secret realm without finding Bai Han that she began to sense something was amiss. Lu Yanran caught sight of Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback. As if surprised, Lin Dong, how are you still alive? You should be more concerned about your brother Bai Han, and whether he is still among the living. Lin Dong replied, crossing his arms and casting a casual glance at her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yin believed Bai Han to be the true prodigy, while she was merely dismissed as a waste, even prompting him to withdraw their engagement. Uncertain of the expression that Lu Yin would wear upon learning of the demise of the illustrious Bai Han at the hands of Lin Dong, one could only consider it a surprise left for her. The lean monkey remarked, "What a pity, to be so young and yet destined to live in widowhood." What do you mean? Lu Yanran's pupils contracted, a foreboding sensation creeping into her heart. Wasn't Brother Han supposed to confront Lin Dong? Yet, Lin Dong remained alive while Brother Han was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yin quickly considered another possibility, but shook her head in disbelief. No way. Lin Dong is a mere waste. How could he possibly defeat Brother Han? Surely, Brother Han was merely delayed and would emerge soon enough. However, as time passed and the swirling passage of the secret realm gradually closed, a growing unease settled within Lu Yinran. Could it be that Brother Han had truly encountered misfortune? She turned to the elder overseeing the examination. Elder, one of my classmates has yet to emerge. Might we delay the closing of the secret realm's exit? She simply could not entertain the notion that Bai Han would come to harm. With Bai Han's cultivation at the third level of the condensing pill realm and the unparalleled treasures of the Bai family at his disposal, he was beyond reproach. You mean Bai Han? He is dead. The examination elder glanced at Lu Yinran, seemingly recognizing her connection to Bai Han, and let out a sigh. His words struck Lu Yinran like a thunderclap, causing her delicate frame to tremble uncontrollably, as if she might collapse at any moment. Impossible. How could Brother Han come to harm? Lu Yinran struggled to accept the truth, her hopeful gaze searching for a different answer. Elder, you must be joking, right? Why would I deceive you? The elder replied. Bai Han fell to Lin Dong's hand and perished within the belly of a beast. This is the truth witnessed by many. The elder shook his head, his tone laced with regret, while the other disciples nodded in agreement, affirming the elder's words. Bai Han was defeated? The outer disciples emerging from the secret realm remained unaware of the events that had transpired within. Upon learning of this, they regarded Lin Dong with a newfound reverence, suggesting that he was now the foremost individual in the outer court. Brother Han was defeated? Lin Dong, you have caused Brother Han's death? Lu Yinran's eyes reddened instantly, resembling a frenzied she-wolf, as she lunged at Lin Dong, fangs bared, exclaiming, I will kill you. How could Brother Han be gone while Lin Dong stood unscathed? She sought vengeance for Brother Han. Impudent. The elder's voice rang out. I will not allow you to lay hands on a fellow disciple. A small reprimand was all that was warranted, and it would not be tolerated again. Before Lin Dong could respond, the examination elder's cold command reverberated, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent Lu Yinran hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the square. How could Brother Han be dead? How could he leave me? Lu Yinran spat blood, collapsing to the ground in disgrace, her expression dazed. It's all your fault, Lin Dong. Lu Yinran's eyes filled with resentment. Bore into Lin Dong. She did not believe that Brother Han's attempt on Lin Dong's life was wrong, only that Lin Dong deserved to perish. Crash. At that moment, a crystal of records unexpectedly rolled before Lu Yinran. This crystal possessed the extraordinary ability to capture and flawlessly present everything that had transpired. Lu Yinran beheld the crystal conjuring a luminous screen, depicting a familiar figure soaring into action, Lin Dong mercilessly beating Bai Han, leaving her momentarily stunned. Is this truly the chosen prodigy you selected? He can't even withstand a single blow. Pathetically weak. At this juncture, Lin Dong's disdainful voice pierced the air as he cast her a fleeting glance. To him, Lu Yinran was no longer a part of the same realm. Yet, could he claim to harbor no resentment towards her? Lin Dong was not some ancient being, capable of remaining unfazed by any circumstance. Lu Yinran had looked down upon him as a worthless being, and now he yearned for her to witness just how helpless the prodigy she had chosen truly was at his hands. Lu Yinran stood transfixed, watching the crystal replay the scene, observing Lin Dong, almost divine in his prowess, assaulting the partner she had selected. Had I truly erred? After a prolonged silence, a twinge of regret began to unfurl within her heart. Chapter 36. The disheartened Lu Yinran. Regretful? Indeed, talent emerges in each generation. Lin Dong, your performance was commendable. I eagerly anticipate your display in the inner academy. Soon, it was Lin Dong's turn to present his token. The assessing elder received the token, casting an appreciative glance before nodding slightly. Your humility is commendable, young man. You merely employed clever tactics, Lin Dong replied with a smile. Understanding the elder was acknowledging his feat of slaying a demon king while at the condensation realm. Lin Dong bore no goodwill towards those who harbored animosity against him. However, he did not respond with arrogance to the elder who had shown him favor. Instead, he offered a courteous acknowledgement. Indeed, excellent. Remaining humble and grounded is the essence of growth. The elder's satisfaction with Lin Dong grew. Not only was he a prodigious talent, but he also exhibited an amiable demeanor. Unlike other disciples from the inner academy who exuded haughtiness, it was time to announce the assessment results. After collecting the final tokens from Lin Dong and the Slender Monkey, the assessing elder surveyed the anxious crowd, then waved his hand. With a hum, a luminous screen materialized, adorned with ornate characters. As the crowd discerned the pinnacle of the text, their pupils constricted in disbelief. First place, Lin Dong, 26,666 points. when the elder's proclamation resonated. It crashed like thunder, and the other disciples turned to Lin Dong with expressions of shock and incredulity. What? Over 20,000 points? Am I hearing this correctly? It seems impossible to acquire such a score from slaying beasts in the secret realm. Absurd, utterly ridiculous. I hunted tirelessly for 2.5 days, not daring to pause, and barely amassed 100 points. How on earth did he achieve over 20,000? The crowd buzzed with speculation, glancing at their own scores, which barely reached a few dozen or hundreds, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? A number of female disciples gazed at Lin Dong with eyes filled with youthful infatuation. Some of them were utterly enamored, exclaiming, "Senior brother Lin, you are far more handsome than in the holograms." Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to the heavens, reveling in the awe and admiration directed at him. Yet, one could not help but notice the smile at the corners of his mouth that he struggled to suppress. Impossible. I refused to believe it. At that moment, an untimely voice pierced through the admiration. It was Lu Yanran, standing not far away, barking like a wounded animal. Lu Yanran, are you still living in the past? You know nothing of my Dong Ji's might. The thin monkey stepped forward, declaring, "Who dares to question my Dong Gil? I shall be the first to object." He believed that Lu Yin and was merely attempting to tarnish Lin Dong's reputation out of jealousy, aware she could never attain such an exceptional individual. As the thin monkey suggested, Lu Yin and appeared trapped in yesteryears. The continuous blows to her ego left her in a state of disarray. She could not fathom how Lin Dong, once deemed worthless, had suddenly become so formidable. Furthermore, she resented the idea of Lin Dong achieving the top rank in the outer academy and soaring to greatness. Individuals like her never reflect on their own faults. She harbored no desire for Lin Dong's success. After all, acknowledging Lin Dong's strength would be tantamount to admitting her own poor judgment. Ignoring the thin monkey, Lu Yanran turned to the elder overseeing the assessment, demanding, "Elder, is there something amiss with the token? 20,000 points. How can that be possible? I refuse to believe it. I suspect Lin Dong has cheated, and I implore the Academy to investigate this matter thoroughly." Her eyes brimmed with malice, utterly disbelieving that Lin Dong could have slain so many beasts. Truth be told, only those disciples participating in the assessment truly understood how challenging it was to accumulate points. It sometimes took half a day to earn merely 10 points for slaying a second-tier beast. In 3 days, Lin Dong had amassed over 20,000 points, an achievement as daunting as scaling the heavens, bordering on the absurd, unless he had indeed slain suddenly. Someone stirred from their stupor, recalling the previous day's rumors, exclaiming, "Wait, Lin Dong couldn't possibly have killed the Beast King in the secret realm, could he?" Indeed, this elder witnessed Lin Dong slay the Beast King with my own eyes. 20,000 points. Precisely the points awarded for vanquishing the Beast King. The elder responded, addressing the crowd's speculations while casting a cold glance at Lu Yanran, harboring no fondness for her. My heavens, is it true? The revelation that Lin Dong had slain the legendary Beast King was simply unbelievable. This statement resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of the crowd, who were left in a state of shock. The other observing disciples nodded in agreement. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Yanran gasped in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in despair. The notion that Lin Dong had killed the Beast King was even more unbearable for her than the revelation of his 20,000 points. How formidable was the Beast King? The thought of its oppressive presence made Lu Yin and tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, she was perilously close to the central secret realm, a wave of oppressive force washing over her, instilling such terror that she found herself prostrating on the ground, nearly overwhelmed by fright. The aura emanating from the Demon King was no less formidable than that of certain celestial realm beings. Yet, how could she fathom that Lin Dong had slain the Demon King? This revelation left her in disbelief. Was the chasm between her and Lin Dong truly so vast? Lu Yanran, do not allow your narrow-minded perceptions to undermine my efforts. Lin Dong remarked coolly, there are always greater talents beyond oneself. A woman as self-assured as you is destined to falter. The crowd gazed at Lin Dong with awe and reverence, while they pointed and mocked Lu Yanran, ridiculing her for discarding a divine being in favor of a mere mortal. Could it be that I was truly in the wrong? Lu Yanran felt a profound sense of disillusionment, a wave of regret surging from the depths of her heart. In such a short span, Lin Dong had transformed from a worthless young master whom she scorned into a figure she could hardly aspire to reach. Lin Dong, follow me, she commanded. The others were instructed to retrieve their rewards from the inner court. After this brief interlude, The elder in charge of the assessments announced the results of the top 30 and then proceeded toward the inner court, with the crowd respectfully sending a few individuals off. With Lin Dong's assistance, the lean monkey was expected to gain entry into the inner court, while surprisingly, Lu Yin also qualified for admission. In truth, Lu Yin owed her gratitude to Lin Dong. Had he not eliminated Yutong and deprived others of their points, her own scores might not have sufficed for a place among the top 30. Elder, may I visit the divine pool a bit later? On the way, Lin Dong scratched his head, glancing at the three elders. He wished to return to the Lin family, fearing that if he lingered too long, the Bai family, upon learning of Bai Han's demise, might act against the Lins. First, we must head to the divine pool. It will not remain open for long. Opportunities to access the divine pool are rare. You have no idea how many disciples are willing to fight tooth and nail for a single spot. If you delay, the situation may change. Elder Hu remarked with significant emphasis, and the two assessment elders nodded in agreement. Given Elder Hu's insistence, Lin Dong had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Elder Hu, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Perhaps Elder Hu had set a trap for him. Do not worry about the Lin family. There is no need for concern, Elder Hu assured, understanding Lin Dong's apprehensions. With my presence, they will be safe for the time being. Ultimately, Lin Dong followed the two assessment elders to the divine pool. Chapter 37. Will the academy hold it against me if I drain the divine pool? The two assessment elders guided Lin Dong through the air. Those in the sea transformation stage could momentarily soar, while those in the celestial realm could traverse the skies with ease. Soon, they arrived at a majestic peak, lush with greenery, where the surrounding aura of spiritual energy was extraordinarily dense. Is this the divine pool? Before Lin Dong lay a pool large enough to accommodate dozens of individuals, its milky white, crystalline liquid shrouded in ethereal mist. With a single inhalation of the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, Lin Dong experienced an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Not to mention the immense benefits of settling down to cultivate. Indeed, the sacred pool serves as a reservoir of spiritual veins, where the quintessence of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures is distilled into divine liquid, aiding cultivators in transcending realms and refining their physical forms, as well as purifying their meridians and marrow. It was said that no fewer than 3 inner court disciples had achieved breakthroughs to the celestial realm within the sacred pool. The inner court disciples vied fiercely for even a single spot, and one should be grateful to Elder Hu. The assessment elder couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for Lin Dong's privilege, as even he had never had the opportunity to cultivate in the sacred pool. Only exceptionally outstanding disciples or those who had made significant contributions to the academy were granted such an honor. His words implied that the slots in the sacred pool were too scarce for the inner court disciples, let alone the outer court disciples, who were even less likely to gain access. Furthermore, the sacred pool required an immense amount of resources to maintain, including spiritual liquids and rare treasures. Each activation consumed a considerable sum of resources. Lin Dong silently nodded, understanding that it was Elder Hu who had secured this opportunity for him. His gratitude for Elder Hu deepened, and he resolved to repay the elder when the chance arose. By the way, Elder, Lin Dong inquired, I wish to ask, since the sacred pool is so precious, what if I were to completely absorb the divine liquid? Would that be acceptable? The academy wouldn't hold it against me, would it? If you can absorb it all, there is no problem at all. The academy won't lament the loss, they assured him. The two assessment elders exchanged glances, unable to suppress a light laugh, evidently doubtful that Lin Dong could consume all the divine liquid of the sacred pool. After all, the essence was so concentrated that it could facilitate breakthroughs for several individuals. Lin Dong, being merely a fledgling cultivator who had just ascended to the first level of the transformation sea realm, could absorb only so much in 3 days. Now that the elders have said this, I am at ease. Lin Dong smiled broadly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Just because others might not succeed, it did not imply that he would fail. The swallowing heaven sutra could devour anything, and even if he couldn't absorb it entirely, he could convert it into points for sustenance. Very well, you may begin your cultivation. We shall not disturb you further. You have 3 days to cultivate. And when the time is up, you must leave the sacred pool. Of course, we shall wait outside. You may call upon us should you need anything. The two elders offered a few parting words before departing. Lin Dong clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders. A voice echoed back, yes. Absorb as much divine liquid as you can, but remember to act within your limits. Do not be greedy, lest it backfire. Lin Dong nodded, baring his arms as he descended into the sacred pool. Boom. Lin Dong sat cross-legged, and immediately activated the Swallowing Heaven Sutra. The divine liquid of the sacred pool surged toward him in a frenzy, forming a vortex as the essence poured from every pore of his body, transforming into pure energy. Boom. Before long, Lin Dong experienced a breakthrough to a higher realm, reaching the second level of the transformation sea. He had already absorbed a considerable amount of celestial essence. Hitting a bottleneck, and with the divine liquid from the sacred pool before him, he smoothly ascended to the second level. The sacred pool was indeed extraordinary. The divine pool bestowed upon Lin Dong sensations far exceeding the effects of the essence of heaven and earth, brimming with an extraordinary concentration of celestial vitality. It is no wonder that disciples from the inner court vie to cultivate here. The Seven Stars Academy indeed possesses profound heritage, opening such a miraculous pool for its disciples to train. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Dong securing the top position in the outer court and gaining entry into the divine pool spread like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions among the inner court disciples. How could it be? The quota for the divine pool was unexpectedly granted to an outer court disciple? Are there not enough spots for us, the inner court disciples? What does this signify? It has been said that Yang Feng has contended for months to earn this quota, only for an outer court novice to emerge and claim it. Yang Feng? Is he not the renowned prodigy ranked 10th in the inner court, Young Pinnacle? Indeed. It is he. Hiss. Young Pinnacle is infamously known for his wild temperament. Given his nature, he certainly will not swallow this affront quietly. True. But word has it he is currently in seclusion. When he emerges, a grand spectacle is surely to ensue. It seems the entry of outer court disciples into the inner court will be quite the event. Simultaneously, in Yulan City, at the Bai family. Lin Dong, you seek death. The furious roar of the Bai family head resonated throughout the household, the oppressive aura of a late-stage transformation realm expert sending waves of panic among the Bai clansmen. Crash. In the grand hall, the Bai family head's rage reached its zenith as he overturned the tea table, shattering the cups, leaving the elder members of the Bai family in a silent stupor. No one dared to provoke the ire of the family head. Just moments ago, he received the news of Bai Han's demise in the secret realm. He could not fathom such a coincidence. A monstrous beast suddenly appearing to devour Bai Han seemed too convenient. He attributed all blame to Lin Dong. At this moment, the Bai family head's eyes burned with fury, akin to a beast poised to strike. He had believed Bai Han possessed countless hidden trump cards to easily eliminate Lin Dong. Yet unexpectedly, not only did his son meet a tragic end within a beast's belly, but he also lost the ancestral treasure, the bronze bell, to Lin Dong. A son lost. And now a precious artifact as well. This is an immense grievance and humiliation. If word spreads, the Bai family will become the laughingstock of all Yulan City. My honor, I shall kill that wretched Lin Dong. The Bai family head seethed with rage, having placed all his hopes on his two sons. Yet now, Bai Hao has suffered a severed arm at Lin Dong's hands, and Bai Han has perished due to Lin Dong's actions. This one individual has extinguished all hope for the Bai family. Summon my command. Annihilate the Lin family. The Bai family head could no longer wait, gesturing with urgency to issue his orders. For Lin Dong's prodigious talents instilled in him a profound sense of threat and fear. If given another year or two, would he not tread upon those of them who are seasoned transformation realm experts? If they do not eradicate this threat soon, the future portends great peril for the Bai family. An elder stepped forth, clasping his hands and imploring, "Family head, remain calm. This matter requires careful deliberation. My son is dead. How can you expect me to remain calm?" The head of the Bai family exclaimed furiously, "Bring forth his son and execute him before his eyes." Allowing him to experience the agony of losing a child, let us see if he can retain his composure. Head of the family, I have no son. Then bring forth his daughter. No. Head of the family. The elder panicked, striking his own face in desperation, yet he could not alter the grim reality. The head of the Bai family surveyed the other elders. Does anyone else dissent? The elders, intimidated, shook their heads in unison. One elder hesitated before speaking. Head, I have heard that the city lord's elite will be departing Yunlan City tomorrow. Perhaps we should wait? Very well. The head of the Bai family nodded. Issue my command to swiftly assemble all experts from our clan who have reached the Pulse realm and above. Tomorrow we shall assault the Lin family to reclaim our ancestral treasures and avenge my son. We shall not hesitate to offend the city lord if it means annihilating the Lin family and eradicating that vile wretch Lin Dong. The head seemed to recall something and added, as a precaution, send word to that individual, should he manage the city lord's affairs. The Bai family will acquiesce to his terms. The elders' pupils constricted, as if they were aware of the formidable nature of that figure. Chapter 38. triggering a billion-fold critical hit. Obtaining the World Destruction Eye. At the 7-Star Academy, within the divine pool, ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings, golden light illuminating Lin Dong, accentuating his extraordinary presence. His muscles were well-defined, radiating explosive power. Suddenly, Lin Dong's aura surged, his cultivation breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit sea. His essence becoming increasingly profound and formidable, immeasurably stronger than before. With his breakthrough, a significant portion of the divine pool's essence vanished. Had the 2 assessment elders witnessed this, they would surely have gasped in astonishment. Lin Dong had absorbed enough essence to elevate 1 or 2 sea transformation experts to the celestial realm. Yet he had only advanced a few minor realms. Lin Dong's eyes remained tightly shut, unaffected by his breakthrough. His focus seemed to lie elsewhere. As the devouring sky technique operated autonomously, voraciously absorbing the divine pool's quintessence. Ding. Host has devoured the essence from the divine pool, gaining 1,000 glutton points. With a 10-fold innate talent for automatic cultivation, Lin Dong was far from foolish. He multitasked, contemplating other matters. Suddenly, Lin Dong opened his eyes. A glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. A purple orb of light materialized in his palm. It was the primordial source of Yitong's purple extreme spirit eye. With a small black vortex appearing in his hand. The vortex, akin to a black hole, consumed the source of the purple extreme spirit eye, refining it in an instant. In the next moment, a deep purple divine light flickered in Lin Dong's eyes, profound and majestic, as the purple radiance tore through the void. It worked. The devouring sky technique is indeed unfathomably mysterious. It possesses the ability to absorb and refine the primordial essence of others for one's own use. Lin Dong rejoiced. Not only had he acquired the purple extreme spirit eye, but he had also obtained its divine abilities. On this day, Lin Dong allowed the Tongtian Sutra to operate and cultivate autonomously, immersing his mind in its profound understanding. Recently, he had comprehended another layer of the sutra's techniques. Through refinement, Lin Dong discovered that he could absorb and refine certain entities, such as the essence of divine pupils and the vital energies of heaven and earth. Without the need for ingestion, this revelation unveiled yet another function of the Tongtian Sutra, the ability to devour the essence of others and transform it into his own power. Lin Dong questioned the system, pondering whether the spiritual pupil could be enhanced into a. The system possessed enhancement capabilities that extended beyond mere spells and techniques, allowing for the amplification of other items, such as magical treasures. Although the spiritual pupil was formidable, it paled in comparison to the legendary. Lin Dong was intensely envious of the, which ranked among the top 30 physiques across the myriad realms, boasting terrifying potential and destructive power. The system responded, ding. If the host possesses sufficient food points, it can be enhanced too. Lin Dong glanced at the panel indicating the evolution of the spiritual pupil into a. Only to be taken aback by the requirement of 10 million food points. He was left speechless. He had barely accumulated over 100,000 food points. And reaching 10 million seemed a distant endeavor, likely taking years without external assistance. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that as long as there was a chance to obtain it, all would be well. Understanding that he could not force the matter, Lin Dong chose to maintain a calm mindset. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. His purple extreme spiritual pupil radiated an overwhelming light, releasing a terrifying suction force that drew the divine liquid from the divine pool, as if perfecting his innate essence. The divine liquid vanished at a visible rate, quickly depleting the pool. Simultaneously, Lin Dong experienced excruciating pain in his eyes, rendering him unable to open them, as if thousands of needles were piercing through. Ah, damn. This hurts. Can someone tell me what is happening? The sudden turn of events left Lin Dong utterly bewildered. He feared he might be going blind. In a panic, he called out, "System? Help me." Just then, the system's prompt sounded, ding. An anomaly detected in the host's spiritual pupil. Would you like to consume 100,000 food points to assist in enhancing the spiritual pupil to a higher level? Yes. Lin Dong replied without hesitation. He was astonished that his spiritual pupil had undergone a transformation, though he could not comprehend it fully. The system's message indicated that this was likely a blessing rather than a curse. He decided not to dwell on it further. The system announced, ding. The host consumes 100,000 food points to enhance the spiritual pupil, triggering a billion-fold critical hit, resulting in the acquisition of the annihilation. What the heck? A billion-fold critical hit. Lin Dong was overwhelmed by this unexpected stroke of fortune. He had previously only encountered critical hits in the thousands, but this was unprecedented. With a swift motion, Lin Dong opened his eyes, revealing two pupils, one large and one small, each reflecting the birth and destruction of the universe, infused with an aura of annihilation. It was indeed the system had truly delivered. After Lin Dong's spiritual pupil mutated into the world-destroying heavy pupil, his cultivation soared by 2 minor realms, reaching the 7th level of the sea transformation realm. Alongside this advancement in both cultivation and physical form, Lin Dong also sensed a change in his constitution, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate several times faster than before. Will the Academy hold this against me? Lin Dong glanced at the nearly drained divine pool, scratching his head awkwardly. After all, it was the elder who mentioned that absorption was permissible. Upon exiting the divine pool, Lin Dong found the 2 assessment elders engaged in a game of chess in a small courtyard, and he nervously bowed to them. Ah, Lin Dong? Isn't it just the first day? Why are you out already? Shouldn't you be cultivating a bit longer? Or have you encountered some issue? The 2 elders simultaneously set down their pieces, looking at Lin Dong in surprise. The opportunity presented by the divine pool was rare. Other disciples would be loath to waste a moment, eager to cultivate until the very last moment before its closure. Elder, the divine pool is empty, Lin Dong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What? The 2 assessment elders sprang to their feet, even neglecting the fallen chess pieces, their deep-set gazes fixated on Lin Dong. Lin Dong, repeat that. The divine pool is empty. Lin Dong awkwardly nodded. In unison, the 2 elders exclaimed, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere sea transformation realm cultivator absorb so much divine liquid? They then hurried into the divine pool. The next moment, they stood frozen in place. I must be seeing things. It's truly empty. Old Lu pinched me. After a considerable time, the 2 assessment elders finally regained their composure and turned to Lin Dong, regarding him as though he were an anomaly. Lin Dong felt a bit bashful under their scrutinizing gazes. The elders approached him, examining him as one would a curious creature, unable to contain their astonishment as they pinched his arm, as if questioning how such a small frame could absorb so much divine liquid without perishing. Elder Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Only at the 7th level of the sea transformation realm? They simultaneously began to understand why Lin Dong possessed such formidable combat prowess, capable of slaying a demon king. Absorbing this much resource from the divine pool, and only managing to break through a few minor realms, was it not impressive? Concentrated essence indeed. The 2 assessment elders were left speechless. It had only been a few days, yet Lin Dong had broken through multiple minor realms. They couldn't shake the feeling that in a few days, Lin Dong's cultivation might surpass their own. They finally comprehended why Lin Dong was concerned about the Academy's reaction to his complete absorption of the divine liquid. He genuinely had the means to achieve it. They realized they had somewhat miscalculated. However, what had happened could not be undone. Yet, it also indicated that the 7-star Academy was on the verge of producing an extraordinary prodigy. Elder Lu reassured, it's fine. Elder who will vouch for you at the Academy, so you need not worry. Just return with peace of mind. Thank you, Elder. Lin Dong bid farewell to the 2 elders and hastily departed the area. Just a few steps away, Lin Dong received a message through the jade slip, causing his expression to change drastically. Damn it, the Bai family has actually come to our doorstep. Chapter 39. Those who dare to touch the Lin family shall perish. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the air. Outside the Lin family gates, hundreds of Bai family's formidable warriors surrounded the Lin household, launching an onslaught of divine abilities and martial techniques that resonated with astonishing power. Boom! The terrifying assault struck the Lin family's defensive formation, creating endless ripples. Once the foremost family of Yunlin City, the Lin family possessed certain defenses. This was a 5th-tier formation left behind by Lin's father, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of the Tiangang realm for a time. Do not hold back. Swiftly subdue the Lin family. The head of the Bai family coldly observed the scene, his heart seething with uncontainable rage and coldness. He intended to drag the entire Lin family down with his son. What is happening? Did not the city lord's mansion decree that no lethal combat was allowed in Yulon City? Has the head of the Bai family gone mad, disregarding even the city lord's authority? Indeed, he had lost his sanity. It was said that the Bai family's prodigy, Bai Han, had perished at the hands of the Lin family's so-called worthless young master, prompting the head of the Bai family to recklessly invade. The Lin family had fallen from grace, and it seemed they were destined for calamity today. Cultivators from various factions in Yulon City were abuzz with discussions regarding the confrontation between the 2 great families and its implications for the future landscape of Yulon City. Bai family, what is your intention? A voice from within the Lin family echoed, to openly assault my Lin family in Yulan City. Do you not fear the City Lord's mansion's retribution? The City Lord's mansion? The head of the Bai family sneered. Do you still hold hope that the City Lord's people will come to your rescue? Ridiculous. If they intended to come, they would have done so long ago. With a certain esteemed figure backing him, he feared not the City Lord's forces. The origins of that figure were astonishing, and the power behind them held significant sway, even in Qingzhou, rendering them unafraid of the City Lord's mansion. It appears the Bai family indeed came prepared. The steward and the others from the Lin family wore expressions of despair. The strongest expert of the Lin family was merely at the initial stage of the Transformation Sea realm. While the Bai family boasted a multitude of experts in the same realm, the Lin family stood no chance against them. The steward lamented their predicament, as the powerful protectors dispatched by the City Lord's mansion had only departed yesterday, only for the Bai family to attack today. It seemed the Lin family was facing dire straits. The steward continued, by Jun Tian, having wronged my Lin family. Do you not fear the head of the family and the matriarch seeking retribution? The head of the Bai family replied nonchalantly, Steward Lin, have you exhausted your wits? Resorting to threats from a dead man? Laughable. You would be better off surrendering. I might consider sparing the elderly and infirm of your Lin family. Had this been a few years prior, the steward might have invoked the names of Lin Dong's parents to intimidate him, and he would have been somewhat apprehensive. Yet now, he merely scoffed in disdain. The hundreds of Bai family's warriors also chuckled coldly. Once they subdued the Lin family, they would seize their resources, paving the way for the Bai family to ascend as the foremost family in Yulan City. We can hardly hold on. Is there any news regarding the young master? Do not allow the young master to return. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as the young master is alive, revenge on the Bai family can be sought. As time flows onward, the grand formation trembles precariously, causing the steward to become exceedingly anxious. A servant reported, there is no news of the young master. According to the scholars, he has gone to the divine pool for cultivation and will not emerge for at least 3 days. The steward sighed in relief and inquired, have all the elderly, weak, and women of the Lin family been sent away? A servant nodded affirmatively. The steward glanced at the remaining 2 or 3 dozen people and asked, is there anyone else who wishes to leave? You may take a sum of spiritual stones with you. It is likely that the coming days will be perilous. And he does not expect these individuals to risk their lives for the Lin family. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances. Ultimately, a few practitioners of the Pulse opening realm collected their rewards and departed through the back door. The Bai family had arrived, and it seemed that the Lin family was in grave danger. These individuals were merely here to fill their bellies, not to sacrifice themselves for the Lin family. The steward looked at the remaining 10 or so individuals, and one stepped forward, clasping his hands. The head of the family once saved my life. I am willing to live and die with the family. Among the remaining practitioners of the Pulse opening and Dan condensation realms, several had received favors from the Lin family, or life-saving assistance, and were thus wholeheartedly devoted to the Lin family. As long as we are alive, when the young master grows strong, you all shall become the elders of the Lin family. Surprisingly, 2 practitioners of the Sea opening realm did not leave. The steward studied them intently and offered an ethereal promise. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, several terrifying attacks descended, leaving a web-like pattern on the grand formation, which seemed on the verge of collapse. Retreat. The formation is about to break. The steward's pupils constricted at this sight, commanding everyone to withdraw several dozen meters and brace for the impending impact, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. However, the steward underestimated the ferocity of the Bai family's assault. With another series of fierce strikes, the head of the Bai family and his companions unleashed their might. Crack, crack, bang. The formation could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering like a broken mirror, unleashing a terrifying force that swept in all directions. The combined might of dozens of Sea opening realm experts and over 100 practitioners below the Dan condensation realm was nothing short of terrifying. Even practitioners of the Heavenly Gang realm had to take this seriously. The overall cultivation level of the Lin family was too low, even retreating several dozen meters. They were still affected by this overwhelming aura. Spurt, spurt, spurt. The steward and the practitioners of the Pulse opening and Dan condensation realms spat blood and were sent flying, severely injured. Only 2 practitioners of the Sea opening realm fared slightly better, retreating swiftly and utilizing their robust spiritual power to withstand the assault. Though their expressions were notably grim, the strength of the Bai family was overwhelmingly powerful, and the pressure exerted by the dozen or so Sea opening realm practitioners was stifling. The Lin family's strongest members were merely two in the Sea opening realm, while the remaining practitioners of the Dan condensation and Pulse opening realms were insufficient. They would likely not hold out for long and had no hope of victory. Quickly, capture them alive. The patriarch of the Bai family issued a chilling command once more. His intent clear, to first conquer the entire Lin family, and then leverage their downfall to coerce Lin Dong into submission. The Bai family's warriors descended like a swarm of locusts, their presence formidable, encircling the Lin family with an air of menace. The butler and others retreated incessantly, their faces painted with a resolute determination to face death. In a certain void, subtle ripples began to shimmer. Elder, who was on the verge of making a move when he suddenly halted, as if sensing something. He turned his gaze to the distance and stroked his beard, declaring, "Since you are returning swiftly, this old man shall refrain from intervening." Boom. The battle was on the brink of eruption, as the Bai family surged forward with a cacophony of violence, overwhelming the Lin family. In the blink of an eye, one or two cultivators at the pulse-connecting realm fell grievously wounded. The Lin family cultivators, fueled by rage, refused to yield an inch, vowing to defend the land bequeathed by their patriarch at all costs. Shout all you like. No one will come to your rescue this time. Today, the landscape of Yunlan City shall be irrevocably altered. There shall be no more Lin family. The Bai family will ascend as the foremost clan of Yunlan City. Leading the charge was a formidable expert of the sea-transforming realm, the fourth elder of the Bai family, who sneered, envisioning the Lin family's defeat and the Bai family's meteoric rise. Is that so? Those who dare to touch my Lin family shall perish. In that instant, a whisper, akin to the voice of a deathly specter from the abyss, reverberated in the ears of all present, sending chills down their spines. Buzz, as the words echoed. An ethereal figure clad in white descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, instantly sending Bai family's experts flying. Even the leading dozen sea-transforming realm cultivators were no exception, spitting blood as they were hurled backward. The previously mocking fourth elder found his smile frozen upon his face, his head abruptly severed and soaring high. Puff, puff, puff. Even the weaker cultivators at the pulse-connecting realm exploded into clouds of blood mist on the spot. Chapter 40. Instant annihilation of the Bai family patriarch. A chorus of wails arose from the scene. The Bai family members suffered grievously, with many dead and others severely injured. The might of the newcomer was terrifying. With a single strike, the Bai family had lost over half of their elite fighters. And even formidable figures like the fourth elder of the sea-transforming realm had perished, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Dust and debris filled the air as the Bai family stared in terror at the hazy figure in white. So powerful! The Bai family's sea-transforming realm experts bore expressions of grave concern, as if facing an insurmountable foe. The various powerful entities in Yunlan City could not help but speculate. Could it be that the Lin family patriarch had returned? Only he possessed the strength to save the Lin family. What audacity! Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Bai family? Witnessing the Bai family's significant losses, their patriarch was both astonished and enraged, gazing warily at the familiar figure in white. Heh, did you not dream of killing me, Bai family patriarch? Why is it that now that I have arrived, you fail to recognize who I am? The clear voice of a youth resonated through the crowd, as a tall, elegant figure in white slowly turned, revealing a handsome face. Who else could it be but Lin Dong? Lin Dong stood tall and imposing, his presence striking fear into the hearts of the Bai clan, causing them to retreat in haste, embodying the spirit of a solitary hero who could withstand an entire army. Young master, why have you returned? The steward questioned, concern etched upon his face. Did I not send word instructing you to stay away? Lin Dong replied. How could I possibly stand idly by and watch you perish? I will not allow the legacy left to me by my parents to be seized by others. The steward opened his mouth to respond, but Lin Dong interjected with a smile. Do not worry, steward. My return signifies my defiance against the Bai clan. Turning to the others of the Lin family, he declared, Now, witness my strength. At his words, the skilled members of the Lin family nodded with fervor. They had been cornered by the Bai clan for far too long, their frustration boiling over. The sight of Lin Dong single-handedly driving back hundreds of Bai clan warriors, inflicting heavy casualties, ignited their spirits. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Dong's ear. System task. The dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and face death. Eliminate the Bai clan to receive generous rewards. Lin Dong was taken aback. The system had a task feature? To annihilate the Bai clan? Was this not a reward bestowed by the system itself? Lin Dong. You, a mere cultivator at the condensation stage, dare to return to seek death? You tread where angels fear to tread. You have willingly walked into the gates of hell, saving me the trouble of hunting you down. The patriarch of the Bai clan's pupils constricted, and an overwhelming killing intent radiated from him, as if Lin Dong were a mere plaything to be manipulated at will. Evidently, the Bai clan had only learned of Lin Dong's act of slaying Bai Han, unaware of his breakthrough to the oceanic stage and the extermination of the Demon King. However, even if they were informed, they would not regard it as a threat. The Bai clan boasted over a dozen cultivators at the oceanic stage, including several high-ranking ones. How could Lin Dong, a mere fledgling in the oceanic stage, pose a challenge? The crowd could not help but feel a sense of astonishment, as if they were encountering the young master of the Lin family for the first time. How could this so-called waste of the Lin family have grown so formidable in such a short span? He stood alone, pushing back the formidable forces of the Bai clan. Today, I shall slay you to avenge my son. Upon seeing his son's murderer, the patriarch of the Bai clan could no longer restrain his murderous intent, which surged forth as he bellowed and charged at Lin Dong. Wait, he is not at the condensation stage. He is at the oceanic stage. Patriarch, be cautious. An elder exclaimed, recalling Lin Dong's imposing aura, which could not possibly belong to a mere condensation stage cultivator. How could one at the condensation stage have slain the fourth elder? Enough with your nonsense. I care not whether he is at the condensation or oceanic stage. He shall die by my hand. The patriarch of the Bai clan dismissed Lin Dong entirely, unleashing his formidable pressure from the late oceanic stage. Raising his hand to conjure a massive spiritual white tiger claw aimed at the figure in white. In his eyes, Lin Dong was merely a larger insect, easily crushed without stirring the slightest ripple. Patriarch Bai, are you so eager to reunite with your son Bai Han? Very well, let me escort you there. Facing the patriarch's claw, Lin Dong unleashed a punch, infused with rich spiritual energy, striking forth with an unstoppable force, with a fierce and domineering presence. Capable of obliterating anything in its path, the head of the Bai family scoffed disdainfully. Is that all you can muster? How laughable. You might as well join your parents below. Yet, in the next moment, his expression drastically shifted. Boom. Crack. The massive hand of spiritual energy wielded by the Bai family patriarch shattered like fragile paper. His once proud physical form crumbled under a single blow, sending him hurtling back as if struck by an ancient beast, disbelief etched across his features. How is this possible? The seventh level of the sea transformation realm? How could you possess such strength? The patriarch crashed heavily onto the bluestone slab, the sound of splintering bones resonating around him, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Eyes wide with terror and incredulity. Just days prior, he was at the Dan condensation realm. How could he have ascended to the seventh level of the sea transformation realm so swiftly? It had taken him over 200 years to reach the late stages of the sea transformation realm. The rapid rise of Lin Dong was nothing short of astonishing. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. The seasoned patriarch of the Bai family, a master of the sea transformation realm, was no match for Lin Dong. The Bai clan members were left dumbfounded. Are you telling me this is merely the Dan condensation realm? Even the celestial warrior pales in comparison. Lin Dong gazed at the Bai family patriarch, disdain etched on his features. You couldn't withstand even 3/10 of my strength, and you still dare to threaten me? Here is your chance. Utter your final words. No, I refuse to accept this. How did you become such a formidable force? The patriarch's eyes were filled with regret and resentment. I should have disregarded all costs to eliminate you back then. With that, his body convulsed uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. Patriarch, you can't be gone. The patriarch is dead. A powerful member of the Bai family rushed forward to assess the patriarch's condition, only to discover that he had drawn his last breath. Terrified, they staggered back, casting incredulous glances at Lin Dong. What? Is he truly dead? Did a mere punch from a seemingly useless young master annihilate a late-stage sea transformation realm expert? My apologies, I may have exerted a bit too much force. Lin Dong grinned at the onlookers. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing the demise of the Bai patriarch, they might have mistaken him for an innocuous and cheerful young man. The steward felt a surge of elation. The members of the Lin family regarded this young master with newfound reverence. With him around, the Lin family was assured salvation. Some recalled that just a few days prior, the young master was merely at the Dan condensation realm. How had he transformed into the seventh level of the sea transformation realm and defeated the patriarch in a single blow? A hint of helplessness crossed Lin Dong's face. This was his first strike following several rapid breakthroughs through minor realms. Perhaps he had miscalculated his strength. The Bai family cultivators, overwhelmed by Lin Dong's intangible aura, staggered backward in fear. Many felt the urge to retreat. Lin Dong's power was simply terrifying. It was no wonder they were daunted. After all, the Bai patriarch was the strongest among their ranks. Yet, such a formidable figure had been effortlessly dispatched by Lin Dong's fist. What hope did they have of winning? It seemed utterly hopeless. And you, Lin Dong declared coldly, those who offend the Lin family shall meet their demise. Subsequently, all present witnessed a figure clad in white gradually ascend into the sky. Behind him, a colossal golden spectral tiger surged forth, its fierce and massive claws looming over the members of the Bai family. Chapter 41. A Rampage, Betrayal, Roar. Earth-shattering tiger claw. The tiger's roar resonated with a thunderous intensity, and the icy gale it conjured was capable of shredding everything in its path. The immense claws emitted a chilling metallic gleam, as if even the hardest black iron would crumble like mere tofu before them, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Let us strike together. He cannot possibly face us alone. As Lin Dong's terrifying strike loomed, the Bai family's morale wavered, and many harbored thoughts of retreat. The elder of the Bai family bellowed immediately, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. He will not spare us. It is better to act decisively before he exacts his reckoning. We, the dozen or so masters of the sea transformation realm, shall strike together. Even those at the celestial gang realm would tremble before us. Let alone a mere fledgling of the sea transformation realm." The Bai family had reached a point of no return. It was either the annihilation of the Lin family or their own demise. As the elder, second only to the family head, he commanded great authority. And the Bai family's experts naturally heeded his call. Another Bai expert echoed, "The elder speaks wisely, rather than waiting for him to pick us off one by one. It is far better to join forces and eliminate him. Our chances of victory will be greater." Agreed. Let us strike together. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, the Bai family's experts' expressions hardened, and they collectively unleashed an astonishing aura, channeling their formidable techniques towards Lin Dong. They acknowledged his strength, but they too were not to be trifled with. All were seasoned masters of the sea transformation realm. How could they fear a mere junior? If word of their defeat spread, they would be laughed at. And how could they ever hold their heads high in Yulan City again? However, what they could not possibly foresee was that the proud techniques they wielded would shatter like paper beneath the tiger's claws, offering no resistance whatsoever. Before the claws even reached them, the gale struck first, and several weaker Bai cultivators were instantly torn apart into bloody fragments by the chilling metallic radiance. How is this possible? How can a sea transformation realm be this powerful? What manner of monster are you? The Bai family's masters fought desperately to defend themselves. But Lin Dong's overwhelming strength was utterly demoralizing. They finally grasped the nature of the creature their family head was up against. Bang! Thud! The colossal claws, capable of obliterating all, finally descended. Countless agonized screams erupted, mingled with the sounds of blood spraying and bones snapping, echoing throughout the Lin residence as though they were enduring hellish torment. The pungent scent of blood rapidly permeated the area, so acrid it made one want to retch. The heavens trembled, and the frigid gale swept through, causing even distant onlookers to feel their skin sting, eliciting a sense of dread. In the firmament, only a solitary figure in white remained, his gaze indifferent, exuding a terrifying aura. With every gesture, he seemed capable of determining the fates of hundreds. The gaze of the onlookers was filled with reverence. Lin Dong alone could confront 1,000 troops. Most astonishingly, he was merely 18 years of age, an exceptional talent at such a young age in the realm of transformation. Undoubtedly, he was the youngest prodigy in the history of Yunlan City, and his future achievements were beyond imagination. As the dust settled, a massive claw mark was imprinted upon the hardened ground, a testament to the tremendous force exerted. With countless shattered bodies and pools of blood strewn about, among the hundreds of experts from the Bai family, 2/3 had perished, leaving only a few dozen survivors. A handful of those in the realm of transformation remained alive, along with a few fortunate ones who had narrowly escaped the lethal grip of the tiger's paw. Flee. This was the singular thought occupying the minds of the surviving Bai family members. Suddenly, before the few transformation experts could react, a chilling blue light sliced through the air. The sword's intent sharp and unforgiving, severing two heads that soared high before crashing down. The sight of the headless corpses collapsing, splattering blood high into the air, sent the remaining transformation experts into a state of complete panic. Lin Dong, spare me. I am a transformation expert, if you allow me to live. I will serve the Lin family for life. I am willing to assist you in eradicating the Bai family. All I seek is mercy." Upon hearing this, two other transformation experts echoed his plea, leaving the Bai family's elders with grim expressions. After all, they were not Bai family loyalists. They preferred to seek a glimmer of hope rather than perish in vain. Lin Dong remained silent, resolutely continuing his assault. He responded to the transformation expert's plea with a flash of sword light, dismissing the notion of keeping such a cowardly dog, who would abandon its master in the face of death. Once disloyal, forever discarded. Another flash of sword light ensued, and the speaker's head was sent flying. As Lin Dong prepared to strike once more, the Bai family elder hastily interjected, "Lin Dong, if you spare the remaining experts of the Bai family, we will not pursue the matter of your slaughtering so many of our kin." It was ironic that the Bai family, having initiated the assault against the Lin family, now twisted the narrative to place the blame upon Lin Dong. "Huh, old fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Dong retorted coldly, recognizing the elder of the Bai family, who seemed to have lost his clarity amidst the chaos. "How dare you?" The elder seethed with indignation. He was the esteemed elder of the Bai family, a position of great honor, and it was unheard of for a junior to speak to him in such a manner. Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed the youth in white launching a colossal palm toward him, a terrifying force accompanying it. In a moment of desperation, the Bai elder shoved a transformation expert forward, and with a crushing grip, the unfortunate Bai expert was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. "Ah, so you intended to buy time, old fox?" Lin Dong's eyes flickered with understanding as he noticed mysterious runes flashing upon the Bai elder's form, quickly realizing that the elder possessed some means of escape. The cunning old man was inciting the Bai experts to act. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the elder retreated unceremoniously behind the others, unhesitatingly shattering a talisman in an attempt to flee. "How amusing that you've discovered this, yet what of it?" The elder of the Bai family scoffed. Just as he flickered away, a blade of light swiftly severed his neck. The cold smirk and cruelty etched on his face froze, his eyes widening in terror and disbelief. Buzz! The elder's head soared into the air, his divine patterns vanishing from his lower half. Lin Dong stepped forward, casually kicking the elder's head away, disdainfully remarking, "You wish to leave, yet you utter such threats? Do you not know that villains often perish from their own verbosity? The teleportation talisman was wasted on you." Lin Dong then cast his gaze upon the remaining formidable figures of the Bai family, an invisible pressure rendering the atmosphere suffocating. "Why, you demon? Don't come any closer. Someone save us." The sight paralyzed the other Bai warriors, stripping them of their will to fight. Lin Dong harbored no pity. The slayer is invariably slain. Had he not returned in time, his own kin would have been the ones massacred. How laughable their claims of innocence. Cruelty? A demon? No. Lin Dong merely raised his sword to protect himself and his family. Kill. The tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in Lin Dong's favor, and he lost the desire to engage further. One of the Lin family's gray-robed experts, witnessing the scene, bellowed and charged at the remnants of the Bai forces. Dozens of Lin warriors joined in, ensuring that not a single Bai warrior remained unscathed. Suddenly, Lin Dong felt an excruciating pain strike from behind. Chapter 42. The Assault on the Bai Family. With a swift thrust, the gray-robed Lin expert, having dispatched several Bai cultivators, discreetly approached Lin Dong while continuing his onslaught. None noticed his nefarious actions. He had been a planted operative within the Lin family for years, and today, his moment had finally arrived. As the gray-robed expert closed in to within 3 meters of Lin Dong, a cold glint burst forth from his hand, plunging into Lin Dong's back. Splatter. Blood erupted. This scene caught everyone off guard, helplessly witnessing his success. The outcome of the battle seemed inevitable. Even the steward and Lin Dong had not anticipated a betrayal from within their ranks. The Bai family members appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope. Yunlan City and the others expressed regret, lamenting that a prodigy was fated to fall just as he began to shine. A close-range ambush from a sea transformation expert would be lethal. Even for a celestial phenomenon master, Lin Dong was undoubtedly doomed. "Old man, have you lost your mind? How dare you lay a hand on the young master?" The steward's eyes bulged with fury, shocked that one he had nurtured for years was, in fact, a traitor from the Bai family. Should any misfortune befall the young master, he would bear the blame. "I'm not mad. I simply intend for him to die." The gray-robed expert could not contain his maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! No matter how talented he is, he shall still perish by my hand. Attempt to kill me?" In the next moment, he was taken aback, hearing Lin Dong's voice which resonated like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. Lin Dong, with a stoic expression, withdrew the blade and, under the astonished gaze of Bai Lao, gently twisted his head off. with a splatter reminiscent of a burst watermelon. Bai Lao's head burst open on the ground, blood spraying in all directions. The butler stepped forward, worry etched across his face. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "This is all my fault. I shall ensure the Lin family is held accountable for this." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, merely a minor wound." However, the butler's eyes widened in shock as he observed Lin Dong's injuries healing at a visible rate. Within mere moments, he appeared as good as new. The butler had never witnessed such a terrifying rate of recovery, as long as the young master is unharmed. Lin Dong's body had been transformed by the essence of heaven and earth, and the sacred pool, his blood akin to a precious elixir, enabling him to heal far beyond ordinary capabilities. This trivial knife wound posed no threat to him. At this point, the members of the Bai family were utterly despondent. Lin Dong struck again, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Bai family members like a harbinger of death. The powerful figures of Yunlan City seemed momentarily dazed, as if they were witnessing the formidable prowess of Lin Dong as father from the past. As the last member of the Bai family fell, all who had come to the Lin family were vanquished, with no survivors remaining. Hiss. The skies over Yunlan City were about to change. Observing the chaos strewn across the ground, the various powerful figures in Yunlan City could not help but gasp in astonishment, shaken by Lin Dong's decisive methods of slaughter. They gazed upon the white-clad figure standing tall before the Lin family, filled with a sense of reverence. Who would have imagined that the Bai family, boasting hundreds of elite fighters, would come in a grand procession intending to seize the Lin family and threaten Lin Dong, only to have the so-called waste of the Lin family emerge and annihilate the Bai family entirely? Has the task not yet been completed? Then let us press on and storm the Bai family. Lin Dong had waited a long time, yet the system had not yet acknowledged task completion. It seemed he was required to eradicate the Bai family for the system to grant him his reward. He eagerly anticipated the system's rewards for when the system intervened. It was assuredly of the highest quality. The initial novice gift pack from the system, along with the invincible techniques and divine ability cards, was evidence enough of that. "You all clean up the spoils," Lin Dong instructed before making his way outside the Lin family estate. The butler inquired, "Young master, where are you going alone?" "To annihilate the Bai family," Lin Dong declared, his words striking with an undeniable force. It was the perfect moment for him to capitalize on his breakthrough to the sea transformation realm, as he was in need of cultivation resources. Being one of the 5 prominent families, the Bai family surely possessed a wealth of treasures accumulated over the years. He hoped to acquire valuable artifacts and gain powerful abilities. The crowd, on the verge of departing, was taken aback by his proclamation. What? Is he really going to assault the Bai family? To obliterate them? Could it be that one of the 5 great families, which has stood tall in Yunlan City for centuries, is truly to be brought to ruin by this rising talent? Meanwhile, at the Bai family, in a bid to subdue the Lin family, the Bai clan spared no effort, deploying nearly their entire strength. They left behind merely 1 adept at the Transformation Sea realm, along with a dozen at the Dan condensation stage and several dozen at the pulse unblocking stage. At this moment, the remaining experts of the Bai clan, unaware of the calamity that had befallen the Lin family, were gathered around a headless corpse that had mysteriously materialized on the ground. The corpse appeared strikingly familiar. "Is this one of our own?" The onlookers exchanged glances, recognition flickering in their minds, yet they struggled to pinpoint the identity. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "This is the body of the Grand Elder." At this declaration, immediate disbelief swept through the crowd. "Impossible. Are you saying the Grand Elder is dead? Wasn't he dispatched to confront the Lin family? How could he possibly end up here?" Others nodded, equally incredulous that the Grand Elder could meet such a fate. After all, he was a formidable powerhouse in the Transformation Sea realm, a top-tier expert in Yunlan City, who among the Lin family could contend with him. Moreover, their confidence stemmed from the fact that the Bai clan had dispatched hundreds of experts, rendering them invincible in Yunlan City, let alone against a declining Lin family. "Just look at the ring on his hand." Another voice interjected, "The Yunlong storage ring, only the Grand Elder possessed one in all of Yunlan City. This is irrefutable proof of his identity. How could this be? The Grand Elder is dead?" The crowd followed the man's gaze and indeed beheld a ring, glistening like jade, which was none other than the Grand Elder's cherished Yunlong storage ring, never leaving his side. Their pupils constricted in unison, as the grim reality of the deceased's identity became apparent. The storage ring, far more valuable than a mere storage pouch, was a treasure the Grand Elder had acquired during his travels, and he treated it with utmost reverence. What had transpired within the Lin family to lead to such a calamity? If the Grand Elder had perished, what fate had befallen the others? An ominous premonition gripped their hearts. Soon, a message arrived, conveying the shocking events that had transpired within the Lin family, leaving the crowd in stunned disbelief. Hundreds of experts. Utterly annihilated. Lin Dong, how could he possibly be this formidable? The remaining Bai clan experts fell into a hushed silence, their eyes filled with disbelief and dread. All glancing toward an elder among them. Elder Liu, what shall we do? Elder Liu was the sole Transformation C expert remaining in the Bai clan, entrusted by the clan leader to oversee the Bai family. With both the clan leader and the Grand Elder deceased, he was their only hope for direction. The Bai family's situation was perilous. Should they flee, or remain idle and await their doom? They were acutely aware of the clan's dwindling resources. Hundreds of experts had proven inadequate to withstand Lin Dong's wrath, and now they had barely a tenth of their former strength. Sweat trickled down their brows as they contemplated the dire prospect of Lin Dong storming their gates. Elder Liu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Do not let panic unsettle you. Lin Dong cannot possibly arrive here so swiftly. Elder Liu, what leads you to this conclusion? They questioned. Consider this. No matter how monstrous Lin Dong may be, he is still merely at the Transformation C realm. Faced with the siege of over a dozen masters at the Transformation realm, accompanied by hundreds of experts at the Dan condensation stage. Even one as formidable as he would inevitably sustain injuries and deplete his spiritual energy, leaving him incapable of mounting an assault on the Bai clan. Moreover, the Bai clan is not devoid of resources. Should he dare to approach, his demise is certain. The words of the sixth elder brought a sense of clarity to the crowd, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Their curiosity piqued regarding the resources he alluded to. The sixth elder surmised that Lin Dong was merely a rising star. Regardless of his strength, he would hardly risk a direct confrontation with one of the five great families. The Bai clan. As long as the Bai clan fortified their defenses and weathered the storm, they would remain one of the five great families of Yunlan City. The sixth elder further declared, nevertheless, we cannot remain idle. Convey my orders to activate the protective formation of our clan. Turning to two masters at the Dan condensation stage, he instructed, you two, venture forth to gather intelligence on Lin Dong's movements, but be cautious not to reveal your identities. As the two departed, the sixth elder continued to orchestrate the situation with calm precision. However, before he could utter more words, the two Dan condensation experts who had just exited were sent flying back, crashing to the ground, fear evident in their eyes. They attempted to articulate something, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. The assembly was momentarily stunned, just as the sixth elder was about to inquire about their return. A resonant voice pierced the air. I hear you are searching for me? Chapter 43. Rending the Great Formation. Breaking limbs? The youth's voice was clear and magnetic, resonating in the ears of the gathered, akin to the harbinger of death itself, instilling dread among the Bai clan members. How amusing. Is the Bai clan reduced to mere remnants? You dare not flee, awaiting my arrival? At the end of their gazes, a figure clad in white advanced steadily, illuminated by the sunlight, revealing a strikingly handsome face with sharp features and an imposing stature. The youth bore a slight smile, yet to the eyes of the Bai clan, it appeared terrifying, as if a demon were grinning malevolently. Lin Dong? He truly dares to come forth. Wasn't he supposed to be gravely injured? Yet, he appears unscathed. The Bai clan experts found this hard to believe, their voices tinged with tremors as they looked to the sixth elder for guidance. Sixth elder, what shall we do? Do not panic. The formation is activated. He cannot enter. The sixth elder observed the youth's figure, his eyelids twitching. As his words fell, the protective formation of the Bai clan was set into motion, a shimmering barrier enveloping the entire estate. With a hum, the formation sprang to life, instantly isolating Lin Dong's presence outside. The members of the Bai clan could not help but release a collective sigh of relief. Young man, this grievance and humiliation shall be remembered by the Bai clan, the sixth elder remarked with a cold smile. The protective formation is the culmination of the Bai clan's heritage, fortified by generations of clan leaders. Even a master of the celestial realm would require a full 2.5 days of relentless effort to breach this formation. Let it not be said that you, a mere sea transformation realm cultivator, possess the qualifications to breach the grand array. Spare yourself the futility of effort and depart at once. The grievances and insults of today shall surely be avenged by my Bai family in due time. How can it be that one of the illustrious five great families, the Bai family, is obstructed at their doorstep by a mere youth, compelled to activate the protective array? Such a situation is indeed a monumental disgrace. The sixth elder, arms crossed, bore an expression filled with inexhaustible murderous intent. Yet, he understood that Lin Dong would not depart easily. In the next moment, however, the eyes of the Bai family members widened in disbelief as they beheld something extraordinary. Without uttering a word, Lin Dong unleashed a powerful punch against the grand array, his fierce and domineering strength colliding with the luminous barrier. Boom! The array rippled with astonishing waves, subtle cracks appearing as it trembled precariously on the brink of collapse. Yet, it quickly restored itself. Lin Dong, taken aback, mused, could it truly withstand a blow from me? Is this the depth of the Bai family's foundation? But this is where it ends. The grievances of today will be repaid today. The Bai family shall have no opportunity for vengeance. Lin Dong, are you truly seeking a relentless confrontation? The sixth elder warned, considering your years of diligent cultivation to achieve this level, I urge you not to misjudge your own capabilities. The might of my Bai family is beyond the comprehension of a mere junior like you. I advise you to leave while you still can. The sixth elder's pupils constricted. Lin Dong's punch had indeed shaken the array. The youth's prowess instilled a sense of unease within him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Could it be that a mere sea transformation realm cultivator possesses the combat strength of a celestial realm expert? But in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The young man remained silent, yet a terrifying aura emanated from him, and a golden tiger materialized behind him, mirroring Lin Dong's movements as it struck at the grand array. Ripping sounds ensued. The array trembled violently as the tiger's claws, infused with the fierce and sharp essence of metal, proved astonishingly effective against the array. To the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the grand array, which could withstand the might of a celestial realm expert for 2.5 days, was torn apart by Lin Dong's bare hands as easily as if it were made of paper. Oh, how delightful! Closing the door to beat the dog? I relish this. Lin Dong entered the array, glancing at the gradually mending barrier, and turned to the astonished members of the Bai family with a wide grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. This was an opportune moment to ensnare them all and fulfill the task of the system. Before the Bai family could react, Lin Dong surged forward, akin to a wolf among sheep, delivering devastating punches that sent several Bai family experts flying. Bang! Bang! None could withstand Lin Dong's might. A few were obliterated into blood mist. Flee! The remainder of the Bai family members, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions. To Lin Dong's surprise, the sixth elder, at the 5th level of sea transformation realm, did not flee but instead braced himself with a bone in hand to withstand one of Lin Dong's strikes. However, he was sent reeling, blood spewing forth. Lin Dong pinned him beneath his foot, seizing the bone that had fallen from his grip. After a cursory examination, he found it to be rather mundane, unable to discern its origin. He wondered aloud, what manner of bone is this, capable of withstanding my sword intent? Not dwelling on it further, he stowed it away, intending to study it more closely at a later time. In a moment of distraction, Lin Dong heard the anguished cry of the sixth elder beneath him. I am the sixth elder of the Bai family. I implore the esteemed family head to emerge from seclusion and save us from this peril. Alas, who would have thought that after a century, the once formidable Bai family has fallen to such depths, reduced to being blocked at our own doorstep by a mere boy, slaughtered without mercy. It is truly lamentable. As the words of the sixth elder echoed, a deep sigh resonated through the air. Lin Dong halted in his tracks, observing a frail figure materialize not far from the sixth elder. The man appeared withered, as if half buried in the earth. Yet his eyes were sharp as those of a hawk, standing there silently, exuding an overwhelming presence. Indeed, one should never underestimate the 5 great families. The old still endure. Fortunately, I did not act rashly during my chi condensation phase. Otherwise, I would have surely faced disaster. If Lin Dong's conjecture was correct, this individual was none other than the previous head of the Bai family, Bai Jun Tian, the grandfather of Bai Han. It was rumored that he had secluded himself a century ago in pursuit of a breakthrough to the celestial realm. A century prior, the family head had declared that his attempted breakthrough had failed, leading to his demise in the Bai family's rear courtyard. Yet here he stood today, amidst the family's crisis. It seemed he had indeed achieved his breakthrough. Great family head, you were truly alive. The sixth elder, feeling as though he had found a lifeline, was uncertain about the old family head's survival, as this was merely gossip circulating among the upper echelons of the Bai family. However, faced with life and death, he felt compelled to seek assistance, and to his astonishment, divine providence had graced the Bai family. The family head was indeed alive. Have you broken through to the celestial realm? The terrifying aura exuded by the family head was a source of trepidation, far surpassing that of the former family head. prompting someone to voice the collective curiosity. Indeed, the old family had nodded, his weathered eyes devoid of any emotion. A century of seclusion had rendered his mind as tranquil as still water. Even upon receiving the news of his son and grandson's demise, he remained unmoved. He believed that as long as he lived, the Bai family would never perish. Splendid! Our Bai family is saved. A celestial realm powerhouse has emerged from our ranks. The members of the Bai family rejoiced, their confidence renewed, casting venomous glances at Lin Dong, thinking, your time has come. They yearned to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. They implored the old family head to act, to rescue the sixth elder, and to take vengeance upon Lin Dong for the fallen members of the Bai family. Youngster, release the sixth elder. Kneel and repent before the souls of my deceased kin. I can grant you a swift end and spare your remains. Otherwise, I shall break your limbs and leave you to suffer in agony. The old family head's hawk-like gaze pierced through the air, his demeanor imposing and his voice frigid. Completely disregarding Lin Dong, a mere practitioner of the transformation realm. Unbeknownst to him, an overwhelming pressure descended, potent enough to subdue an ordinary practitioner of the sea transformation realm. Unfortunately for this force, it was met by Lin Dong, who was not easily intimidated. Break my limbs? Old ghost, what a splendid suggestion. Lin Dong smiled, as if he were untouched by the oppressive force. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a brilliant flash of sword light severed the neck of Elder Six, sending his head soaring through the air, rolling to a halt before the patriarch of the Bai family. Chapter 44. Divine Art Card. The God Elephant's Prison Suppressing Technique. Gulp. Gulp. Silence. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness, broken only by the eerie sound of the head rolling on the ground. The eyes of Elder Six brimmed with disbelief. How could Lin Dong dare to kill him in front of the patriarch? Elder Six, you seek your own demise. The Bai clan members were equally astonished, unable to comprehend Lin Dong's audacity in slaying Elder Six without a shred of respect for the patriarch, even kicking the head towards him in a blatant act of provocation. Impudent! It seems I have been absent for too long, and the world has forgotten my might. The patriarch of the Bai family seethed with rage. Never had he been so furious, even in the face of losing his son and grandson. Yet, this young man dared to challenge his authority. A transgression he would not tolerate. In the eyes of the patriarch, a master of the sea transformation 9th layer was merely an ant to be crushed at will, let alone a mere 7th layer practitioner. The dignity of the heavenly gang could not be infringed upon. The patriarch's aura erupted without reservation, coalescing into an intangible white tiger's energy that was unyielding. He resembled a white tiger poised to unleash its wrath, extending his hand towards Lin Dong. The energy rippling outward as a claw of pure energy materialized, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Come forth. The Demon King is eager for more. I have longed to confront a genuine heavenly gang realm master. As Elder Six head rolled towards the patriarch, Lin Dong charged forward, faced with a heavenly gang realm powerhouse. Lin Dong's eyes shimmered, devoid of fear and instead brimming with anticipation. He had previously slain a Demon King while in the core formation realm. How much stronger had he become after advancing to the 7th layer of the sea transformation realm? A single 1st layer heavenly gang warrior was trivial in comparison. His eyes sparkled with an intensity that was both terrifying and exhilarating as he unleashed a fierce and domineering punch. Boom. The two collided, the earth-shattering sound reverberating throughout the Bai family estate, stirring up a tempest of energy that crushed several nearby mountains. Is this the true power of the heavenly gang realm? The members of the Bai family fell to their knees, horrified at the spectacle of someone who could stride across the heavens and shatter mountains with ease. Ignorance breeds no fear. It appears you know nothing of the heavenly gang's might. The patriarch of the Bai family scoffed, dismissing the notion of a sea transformation realm practitioner matching a heavenly gang master as absurd, envisioning Lin Dong being obliterated into a bloody mist. The higher the cultivation, the more pronounced the disparity. Fighting beyond one's rank was unattainable, save for an unparalleled prodigy emerging once in a millennium. Yet, in the next moment, his complexion shifted dramatically. A formidable force surged through his palm, shattering his once proud aura. He was jolted back over 100 yards before barely managing to halt his retreat. This strike had unsettled his internal organs, and had he not possessed a life-saving trump card, it would have surely claimed his life. Moreover, a terrifying energy surged from his palm into his meridians. This essence, remarkably condensed, rivaled the innate aura of a formidable celestial being, compelling him to summon all his strength to suppress it. How could this be? It seemed that I have neglected my training for far too long. The elder of the Bai family cast an uncertain gaze towards the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a century of seclusion, had such a prodigy emerged in Yunlin City? At merely 18, breaking through to the sea transformation realm was already impressive. Yet, to inflict such injury upon an established celestial being was nearly incomprehensible. It made him question whether his years of cultivation had been for naught. This youth must not be allowed to live. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in the elder's eyes. Should Lin Dong remain alive, the future of the Bai family would surely be jeopardized. Is this what it means to be a celestial being? So feeble? Suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged unscathed, the youthful voice echoing through the heavens, tinged with disappointment. I expected much more. Is this the revered might I should not dare provoke? He then turned to the elder of the Bai family, quipping, or perhaps you, old man, have simply grown weary? The elder's countenance darkened to an extreme. Each word Lin Dong uttered felt like a resounding slap to his face. Intriguing. A mere sea transformation youth. Unscathed by a strike of my full power. Even if you were to perish today, you would have reason to be proud. Yet, true to his seasoned nature, the elder quickly regained his composure, donning a facade of indifference. Enough chatter, old fool. I grant you a chance to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, I fear one punch will send you flying, and you shall have no opportunity to retaliate. With that, Lin Dong surged forth like a divine light, an unstoppable force. And the two clashed midair. In an instant, they exchanged several blows against the backdrop of the sky. A Bai family expert questioned, is the elder holding back? How could he not subdue a mere sea transformation lad in just a few exchanges? Look, someone is flying. Suddenly, a figure hurtled towards the distant woods. Trees collapsing and mountains crumbling, deeply embedded in the earth. I knew the elder could not possibly be overmatched by a sea transformation youth. No, wait. It seems the one flying is the elder himself. What? How could this be? The elder is a celestial being. How could he be defeated? Upon this revelation, fear swiftly engulfed the eyes of the Bai family members. Has the elder been bested? Does this not spell the end of hope for the Bai family? It's over. It's all over. The elder's presence had instilled in them a glimmer of hope. The prowess of the celestial realm is astonishingly formidable, instilling a confidence that one could annihilate any adversary that dares to approach. Yet, witnessing the elder patriarch's defeat was akin to plummeting from the heavens into the abyss. This young man is truly extraordinary. How can one from the oceanic realm contend with the celestial? Lin Dong's ferocity left even elder who, concealed in the shadows, astounded. He contemplated intervening. Yet who could have anticipated Lin Dong's overwhelming dominance over a celestial expert? In a flash, Lin Dong appeared before the patriarch of the Bai family, who, despite still retaining an air of superiority, was reduced to a pitiful state. Old man, you have greatly disappointed me. In less than 3 moves. And I haven't even warmed up. You can't endure any longer? The patriarch of the Bai family, embedded within the mountains, was utterly humiliated, bruised, and battered. His mouth twisted and blood flowing uncontrollably. The so-called majesty of the celestial realm had vanished without a trace. He could hardly believe it. He had always been confident in his celestial cultivation, believing himself invincible in the absence of the city lord. Yet here he was, being utterly crushed by a junior. Lin Dong yanked him out and tossed him to the ground, placing a foot upon his face. Old ghost, I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Dong unleashed 4 beams of light, shattering the patriarch's limbs, eliciting harrowing cries of agony. This was not cruelty, but rather a poetic justice, a retribution fitting for his transgressions. As Lin Dong's murderous intent became apparent, fear flickered in the patriarch's eyes for the first time. He realized Lin Dong was truly capable of ending his life. You cannot kill me. I am. Before he could finish, Lin Dong's sword swept across his neck, silencing him forever. Lin Dong cared not for his identity. Today, the Bai family would meet their end. A resounding hum followed as a blue glimmer flickered throughout the Bai residence, claiming the lives of numerous Bai family members. One must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. Lin Dong then seized the patriarch's storage ring and made his way to the Bai family's treasury. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 sacred skill card, 1 divine elephant suppression technique. Lin Dong was no stranger to the sacred skill card. However, the description of the divine elephant suppression technique left him in awe. The divine elephant suppression technique? Incredible! What a remarkable system. This is a divine-level body refinement technique. The system's rewards certainly did not disappoint. The unparalleled body refinement technique. Divine elephant suppression technique. The ancient divine elephant, capable of subduing hell, draws energy into the body, condenses the spirit into form, and wields the strength of the divine elephant with every gesture. The human body contains countless minuscule particles. Each particle rivals the divine elephant. When awakened, these particles generate an overwhelming force, capable of shattering stars with a mere gesture or shaking the earth with a stomp. The might of the divine elephant's power is truly a tyrannical body refinement technique. Never before had he encountered such an extraordinary method. It could very well rival the legendary emperor's scriptures, if not surpass them. In this world, the path of cultivating chi is not the sole pursuit. There exists also the refinement of the body and the spirit among cultivators. The path of body refinement is the most arduous, demanding not only an abundance of resources, but also the fortitude to temper the flesh and awaken the latent potential within. It is a journey reserved for those with unwavering resolve. The techniques of body refinement are exceedingly rare. Even my Lin family possesses none. Lin Dong resolved to cultivate both chi and body refinement, for the corporeal form is a vulnerability of chi cultivators. Although Lin Dong's physique has been tempered by the melting heaven technique, rendering him stronger than ordinary practitioners, he would still find himself at a disadvantage against true body refinement prodigies. For others, the quest for body refinement requires vast resources and an immense investment of time, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. However, for Lin Dong, this is not a concern. The melting heaven technique allows him to absorb the essence of the universe, accelerating his cultivation speed tenfold, making dual cultivation a simple task. If possible, he also yearns to acquire techniques for spirit refinement, which, when combined with the heavenly soul refinement, would render him invulnerable in all aspects. He aspires to genuinely embark upon the path of body refinement, with the divine elephant suppression technique as his ultimate goal. However, the time for such pursuits is not now. He remains within the Bai family, where danger could arise at any moment. Who knows when an ancient monster might emerge from the shadows? First, he must secure his gains and return to the Lin family to cultivate further. Lin Dong's hands moved with astonishing speed, gathering the valuable treasures from the Bai family's vault. He intended to conduct one last check for any unexpected finds before departing. The Bai family has stood tall in Yunlan City for centuries, accumulating wealth through generations. Lin Dong's harvest was indeed substantial, several million spirit stones and some rare materials. However, most of these resources catered to cultivators at the meridian opening and Dan condensation stages, with only a few suitable for those at the C transformation stage. Their utility for him was minimal. Then he stumbled upon the dragon pattern flower. To his surprise, the ancient Bai family possessed such a remarkable treasure. Regrettably, it was an invaluable item he could not bear to use, which ultimately benefited him. In his hand appeared a wondrous flower with 3 leaves, each adorned with golden patterns that, upon closer inspection, resembled the sinuous form of a dragon. The central bloom resembled a pearl, evoking the imagery of 3 dragons playing with a jewel. This flower is known to the world as the dragon pattern flower. It thrives in desolate and frigid lands, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Its most precious attribute lies in the chance it grants the consumer to comprehend the imperial dragon chi. The imperial dragon chi, a force of devastating might, transcends the ordinary and, when paired with the powers of the dragon race, can unleash astonishing prowess. Upon returning, he would employ the divine skill card of the highest order. Lin Dong was determined to attain the imperial dragon chi when combined with the true dragon fist. It would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable combat strength. As for the resources he would not utilize, Lin Dong planned to bestow them upon the steward, focusing on nurturing a select group of elite warriors who had stood by the Lin family through perilous times. Their unwavering loyalty, even in the face of adversity, warranted Lin Dong's investment in their development. In the future, as the Lin family rises, these warriors will undoubtedly become the esteemed elders of the clan. Outside the Bai family estate, dozens of figures stood in solemn concentration, their gazes fixed upon the Bai family, representing various factions within Yunlan City. Curiosity piqued regarding whether Lin Dong could annihilate the Bai family. Yet alas, the formidable barriers of the Bai family obscured any insights into the unfolding events within. The earlier aura was undeniably potent. All that was known was a sudden surge of astonishing energy, which swiftly dissipated, leaving uncertainty about the current state of the Bai family. Had the battle concluded? They speculated on his potential to obliterate the Bai family. Yet, before discussing annihilation, one must ponder whether he could even exit the Bai family alive. Indeed, the earlier fluctuations were undoubtedly from the Bai family's patriarch, who had remarkably ascended to the celestial realm. With his intervention, Lin Dong, merely at the C transformation stage, would be utterly insufficient. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their curiosity about the battle's outcome palpable, though most held little hope for Lin Dong. Truth be told, had the patriarch of the Bai family perished, Lin Dong alone, with his capacity to slay hundreds of the Bai family's elite, could have easily decimated the Bai family. Regrettably, the patriarch remained alive and had broken through to the celestial realm. The aura he had radiated was capable of moving mountains and filling seas, instilling on the onlookers, who could only speculate how many times stronger he was than a sea transformation expert. Unassailable. This was the immediate thought that arose in the minds of the witnesses. They believed that no matter how formidable Lin Dong might be, he was still merely a sea transformation cultivator and could not possibly possess the strength to slay a celestial realm powerhouse. How absurd. Someone scoffed. His courage is commendable, yet his strength is lacking. The battle concluded so swiftly, clearly indicating a crushing victory. It is obvious who dispatched whom. Can one truly believe that a sea transformation cultivator could annihilate a celestial realm expert? Who would take such claims seriously? The consensus among the crowd was that it was the patriarch of the Bai family who had eliminated Lin Dong. The youth from the Lin family was still too impulsive. An elder sighed, somewhat regretful. With his talents, had he exercised patience for a few years, he might have had the chance to eradicate the Bai family. But alas, suddenly, the question arose, who has emerged? Lin Dong. Good heavens, he single-handedly infiltrated the Bai family and emerged alive. At that moment, an exclamation rang out, and the crowd's attention sharpened, witnessing a figure clad in immaculate white emerge, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Eyes widened, as if encountering a specter. Could it be that Lin Dong had indeed slain the old patriarch of the Bai family? How astonishing! To dominate a celestial realm expert as a sea transformation cultivator, what an extraordinary prodigy! Lin Dong had truly survived and departed from the Bai family. The fate of the Bai family was all too evident. One of the 5 great families of Yunlan City, the Bai family, had been obliterated. As Lin Dong exited the Bai family, he felt the heat of numerous gazes upon him. He abruptly halted, his eyes fearlessly scanning the assembled experts. The voice of the young man, cold yet commanding, resonated. From this day forth, the Bai family shall no longer exist in Yunlan City. Should anyone dare to provoke my Lin family again, they shall meet the same fate as the Bai family. With these words, the protective formation of the Bai family shattered instantaneously, revealing the desolate ruins of broken pillars and debris within. The once glorious Bai family had met its demise in a single day. This act, imperceptibly, instilled a profound sense of trepidation within the hearts of the elite of Yunlan City. The once disparaged young master has transformed into a figure of remarkable prowess, whose very presence commands reverence throughout the city, a prodigious youth whose every step reverberates with authority. No one dares to disregard his words. The powerful factions, observing Lin Dong's departing silhouette, reveal expressions of awe. Chapter 46, a billionfold critical hit, acquiring the unranked talent. Imperial Dragon Chi. Lin family. Before the Lin residence, the anxious steward paced back and forth, his heart heavy with concern. Young master, please, do not come to harm. Young master, you have returned? His familiar figure suddenly appeared, igniting a spark of excitement within the steward. Young master, are you unharmed? The steward scrutinized Lin Dong. And upon seeing him unscathed, he exhaled a sigh of relief, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable shock. The young master's return implied the annihilation of the Bai family. It's all well. Lin Dong smiled. The Bai family has been vanquished. The steward expressed his elation with 3 affirmations, visibly gratified. Steward, when you have a moment, please send someone to oversee the Bai family's assets. I have reaped benefits from this battle and shall require a period of seclusion. By the way, here is this storage ring for you. It contains items I no longer need. With that, Lin Dong instructed the steward and eagerly retreated to his secret chamber to cultivate the divine elephant suppression technique along with the Imperial Dragon Chi. The system activated the sacred skill card. As Lin Dong settled into position, he eagerly bit into a dragon pattern flower, akin to a diligent ox grazing, while simultaneously calling upon the system. Ding! The host has consumed a dragon pattern flower, expending the sacred skill card, triggering a billionfold critical hit, and acquiring the unranked talent, Imperial Dragon Chi. Imperial Dragon Chi, a power both noble and supreme, possessing the ability to obliterate adversaries. When infused into divine weapons or skills, it can unleash extraordinary combat prowess. Incredible! The unranked talent signifies limitless potential. Unmatched in combat, it can augment one's own strength. With the amplification contingent upon the might of my Imperial Dragon Chi, While the Imperial Dragon Chi was anticipated, the unranked nature was an astounding surprise. Lin Dong felt exceptionally fortunate of late. He had experienced 2 successive critical hits exceeding 1 billion, the world-annihilating heavy pupil, and now the Imperial Dragon Chi. Could it be that departing from Lu Yanran has awakened my royal fortune? According to the typical effects of the dragon pattern flower, an ordinary individual would merely glean comprehension equivalent to the astral realm's vital energy. Even the astral-level Imperial Dragon Chi is coveted by countless astral masters, unparalleled in combat, surpassing others of the same realm. Yet now, the system has bestowed upon Lin Dong an Imperial Dragon Chi that possesses infinite growth potential, granting him the power of the astral realm while still in the C transformation stage. In the future, it could even rival the imperial pressure of the emperors, standing strong against celestial might. Exhilarating. Lin Dong felt a sense of gratitude towards the Bai family. Bai Han and his kin were truly kind-hearted. Bai Han gifted him a bronze bell, while his grandfather presented him with the dragon pattern flower. Boom. Lin Dong unleashed the explosive Imperial Dragon energy, encircled by a golden dragon aura that instilled an air of inviolable majesty, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Indeed, a quintuple amplification of strength. When combined with the true Dragon Fist, the power became unimaginable. Lin Dong conducted a brief experiment before satisfactorily retracting the Imperial Dragon energy. Subsequently, he embarked on the comprehension of the divine elephant suppression technique, envisioning the human body as a myriad of particles, first condensing them into colossal elephants through spiritual energy, transforming 100,000 particles into 100,000 giant elephants. To advance further, one must metamorphose the giant elephants into dragon elephants, the dragon elephants into primordial elephants, and the primordial elephants into divine elephants, achieving ultimate mastery. As Lin Dong contemplated, the heaven-swallowing scripture activated, channeling the essence of heaven and earth into his body, circulating throughout. His physique resembled a miniature universe, with luminous particles akin to embryonic giants, brimming with boundless power. With a thunderous roar, Lin Dong soon sensed an embryonic particle within him absorbing the quintessence of the cosmos, instantaneously forming into a colossal elephant that bellowed towards the heavens. The sound reverberated through the universe, shaking the stars. As the giant elephant took shape, Lin Dong felt an immense force emanating from the divine elephant, coursing through his entire being. A jolt ran through him. His physical strength had surged by 10,000 pounds. Was the strength of a giant elephant equivalent to 10,000 pounds? If one particle embodied a giant elephant, then 100,000 particles could potentially yield 100,000 giant elephants, allowing his physical power to reach a staggering 1 billion pounds. How formidable was that? Lin Dong understood the implications, and he believed he could indeed shatter stars with a mere gesture. As he continued to condense the giant elephant particles, each particle transformed into its colossal counterpart, amplifying his aura exponentially. Dimly, one could perceive a magnificent giant elephant phantom rising behind him, shaking the very heavens. Boom. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. Lin Dong opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying, his entire being pulsating with vigor as vast as an ocean. 600 particles. In that half-day, he had exhausted the resources of the Bai family, refining 600 particles, thereby augmenting his physical strength by over 6 million pounds. Lin Dong's physical prowess was undoubtedly on par with some high-tier celestial realm cultivators. The Purple Mansion realm remained an unknown, as he had yet to encounter one. However, should he face such an opponent, he would not shy away from battle. It is worth noting that ordinary celestial realm experts possess strength of only several 100,000 pounds, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Yet, here was Lin Dong, at the C transformation realm, exhibiting physical power exceeding that of the celestial realm by tenfold. It was simply terrifying. Had it not been for insufficient resources, he could have continued condensing particles. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Dong's aura surged violently, shrouded by the Imperial Dragon energy, transforming into a formidable essence. Today's breakthrough led to yet another elevation. Initially, he had reached the pinnacle of the C transformation realm, but with the Imperial Dragon energy, he effortlessly ascended to the celestial realm. Previously, he had merely attained the peak strength of Yulan City, yet now, he had truly entered the ranks of the city's most formidable, his eyes surveying the world with disdain. With such gains, Lin Dong had no intention of continuing his seclusion. He emerged from the chamber, standing tall with his dark attire billowing, his gaze surveying the 8 directions with an air of invincibility. As Lin Dong stepped out of the secret chamber, night had already fallen. Famished after a day of hunger, He intended to seek out the butler for a serving of Demon King meat. However, something felt amiss. Just then, Lin Dong halted in his tracks. A sudden wave of crisis washing over him. He focused his gaze into the inky darkness ahead, his eyes shimmering with mysterious runes. There, a peculiar shadow had appeared before the small courtyard, seemingly out of nowhere. Who could it be? Lin Dong felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Someone had infiltrated the Lin family estate under the cover of night. This individual emanated an aura of immense strength, far surpassing that of the old master of the Bai family, suggesting a being of even greater power, a higher celestial realm. It was evident that this was an enemy, not a friend, were it not for Lin Dong's cultivation of the heavenly soul refinement, which granted him an extraordinarily powerful soul. He might not have sensed the presence of this individual. Interesting. You have detected my existence? A raspy, unpleasant laugh emanated from the shadow, sending a chill through the air, making the entire Bai family estate feel 3 degrees colder. I am Xie Yun of the Evil Heaven sect. You must have heard of my illustrious name. The old man was emaciated, clad in black, yet possessed a pair of blood-red eyes, akin to a wolf lurking in the darkness, fixated on its prey. Xie Yun spoke with an air of arrogance. The Evil Heaven sect was comparable to the Holy Land of Qingzhou, notorious throughout the region, its name recognized by all, from the most formidable warriors to 3-year-old children. However, the sect's reputation was infamous for its malevolence, as it thrived on dark practices and captured powerful cultivators as disciples, employing ruthless methods. Should anyone resist, entire families and cities would be annihilated. Consequently, even some holy lands and ancient clans in Qingzhou preferred to steer clear of the Evil Heaven sect. He was eager to witness Lin Dong's astonishment. Unfortunately, Lin Dong merely furrowed his brow and replied, I have not heard of you. What brings you to the Lin family? He sensed the old man's gaze upon him was inappropriate, as if he were an object of desire, with greed flickering in his eyes. This made Lin Dong uncomfortable. Could this old specter be contemplating seizing his body? Although he was unfamiliar with Xie Yun, he had certainly heard of the sect's notorious ruthlessness. For now, he had no intention of provoking the Evil Heaven sect, yet he would not grant them any courtesy. Xie Yun, unfazed, responded, You inquire about my purpose for visiting the Lin family? Huh. You killed a disciple of my Evil Heaven sect and exterminated his clan, disrupting my plans. What do you think I am here for? The old man's tone was chilling, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing Xie Yun's words, Lin Dong finally grasped the reason for his visit, recalling the old master of the Bai family, who had proclaimed him a wretched being before his demise. It appeared that the old master was indeed a disciple of the Evil Heaven sect. There must be some conspiracy between the Evil Heaven sect and the Bai family. By annihilating the Bai family, Lin Dong had inadvertently thwarted their scheme, prompting Xie Yun's arrival. It seemed that the intent was to eliminate him. Lin Dong's speculation proved accurate. Xie Yun was indeed the individual referred to by the Bai family's patriarch and others, the one who had obstructed the officials of the city lord's mansion. However, upon his return to the Bai residence, he was met with a scene of utter desolation, devoid of any survivors, leaving him momentarily stunned. After inquiring further, he learned that a young man of the Sea Transformation realm had obliterated the Bai family, thereby dismantling his meticulously crafted plans that had spanned several years. Young man, do not be hasty. It is not yet time for life and death. Observing Lin Dong's rising aura, Xie Yun waved his hand and settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, leisurely continuing, Originally, I had intended to take your life. Yet, your innate talent has sparked a sense of admiration within me. To be candid, upon hearing of Lin Dong's annihilation of the Bai family, he was filled with rage. His initial intention was to eliminate Lin Dong, but the news of Lin Dong's accomplishments piqued his curiosity even further. You do not wish to kill me? Lin Dong glanced at Xie Yun. Xie Yun chuckled. Why would I kill you? The Bai family was merely a pawn in my game. There is no need for excessive measures. In comparison to them, your potential holds far greater significance. Young man, you are quite impressive. Would you consider joining my Xie Tian sect? With your talent and proper cultivation, you could ascend to become the 10th rank within our sect in the future. In less than half a month, you have transformed from a mere waste into an extraordinary prodigy capable of defeating those in the celestial sphere realm. Surely, you harbor numerous secrets, do you not? You would not want those secrets to be unveiled to others, nor would you wish for the Lin family, which has sheltered you since childhood, to be drenched in blood overnight, would you? With a sinister laugh, Xie Yun sought to coerce Lin Dong. The Bai family had been extinguished, killing Lin Dong would serve no purpose. It was far more advantageous to secure this young man and mitigate some of the losses. This was Xie Tian sect's modus operandi. If one could not be utilized, all must be destroyed. Even though Lin Dong had slain the patriarch of the Bai family, Xie Yun did not perceive him as a threat. The patriarch was merely a low-level figure in the celestial sphere realm. The celestial sphere realm is stratified by strength. Each level represents a formidable barrier. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the celestial sphere realm, Xie Yun could crush the Bai patriarch with a mere finger. Thus, regardless of Lin Dong's strength, Xie Yun felt justified in regarding him as a pawn to be manipulated at will. Boom. Just as Xie Yun was about to chuckle, his expression faltered. A figure clad in white surged towards him, radiating an overwhelming aura as a fist magnified before him. With no time to mount a defense, it struck him squarely in the face. Boom. Xie Yun was struck with tremendous force, his body hurtling backward, disintegrating in midair into a mist of blood. I detest being threatened. The cold, youthful voice reverberated through the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Dong had no intentions of offending the Xie Tian sect so soon. Yet he was not genuinely afraid of them. Xie Yun's threats had ignited his fury. Even at the risk of offending the sect, he felt compelled to eliminate him. Possessing a system, he believed that given time, he could surpass even the mightiest of emperors. By the time the strong members of Xie Tian's sect reacted, he would no longer fear them. Not dead? Just as Lin Dong was about to depart, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned his gaze towards the blood mist. His expression hardened as he heard the sinister laughter of the evil cloud emanating from within. The blood mist writhed rapidly, coalescing into the form of the evil cloud, whose blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Dong with a chilling intensity. A flicker of profound murderous intent passing through them. The evil cloud, internally alarmed, dared not underestimate Lin Dong any longer. Had it not been for the peculiarity of his physical form, a single strike could have spelled his demise. This youth's combat prowess rivaled that of some of the unparalleled prodigies from Qingzhou. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. If one punch cannot vanquish you, then what of 100 swords? Before the blood mist could fully take shape, a myriad of sword lights descended like a torrential downpour. The fierce sword intent ravaging and mercilessly shredding the blood mist. You truly believe you can slay me? My might is beyond your imagination. I intended to grant you the opportunity for ascendance, but alas, you proved to be ineffective. However, the blood mist remained unvanquished, replaced instead by the evil cloud's audacious laughter, causing Lin Dong's brow to furrow. Indeed, the evil heaven sect was insidious. Perish, blood sea of heaven and earth. The blood mist engulfed the surroundings, sealing the Lin family's courtyard within a radius of several miles, transforming it into a realm of corpses and blood. A nauseating stench wafted through the air as countless skeletal remains rose, clawing and grasping towards Lin Dong. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent and countless resentful spirits. Any ordinary person would surely be rendered senseless by the horrific spectacle before them, ultimately becoming one with the multitude of corpses. Lin Dong's pupils shimmered with mystical patterns as his dual pupils manifested, piercing through the veil of reality. Just then, the heavens brightened, a resplendent golden light illuminating the scene. Unfortunately for the evil cloud, Lin Dong unleashed a punch, summoning a magnificent golden dragon that soared skyward, its sacred and regal imperial aura sweeping across the expanse, shattering the entire sea of corpses and blood. Dual pupils? Imperial dragon aura. Are you not at the sea transformation stage? How have you ascended to the celestial gang stage? The evil cloud was taken aback, his voice tinged with a newfound gravity and dread. Lin Dong's seemingly endless array of techniques instilled fear within him. The Imperial Dragon aura countered malevolent entities. The techniques practiced by the evil heaven sect were most susceptible to such invulnerable powers, which would be suppressed. What astonished him further was Lin Dong's sudden breakthrough to the celestial gang stage. In such a brief period, Lin Dong has reached the celestial gang stage? I find it hard to believe. It seems there has been a miscommunication from the outside world. I had wondered how a mere sea transformation monk could slay the old man from the Bai family. It appears you have long been at the celestial gang stage. Cursed be it, it seemed capturing this youth would be impossible, and he could only await the descent of his true form. Taking advantage of the time the blood sea of corpses had afforded him, the evil cloud successfully materialized his body. Upon witnessing Lin Dong wielding the Imperial Dragon aura, he did not hesitate to flee towards the Lin family's exit. With a roar, the golden dragon pursued relentlessly, its maw wide open, devouring the evil cloud's form as the Imperial Dragon aura wreaked havoc. Ah, young one, you cannot kill me. The malevolent Yin bellowed, release me, and I shall not pursue this matter. The essence of the dragon of imperial path possesses a restraining effect against wicked entities, yet his blood form, forged from the souls of countless beings, is immortal and indestructible. For the time being, he cannot be vanquished. Is that so? My dragon of imperial path is unlike that of others. Lin Dong understood well that the malevolent Yun must have cultivated some dark arts, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against him. However, his dragon of imperial path is a divine ability bestowed by the system, unparalleled in quality. Chapter 48. The frustration of the Liu clan's higher echelons regarding the sovereign realm power? How can this be? What manner of power is this? As the dragon of imperial path continued to devour the blood mist, the malevolent Yin seemed to sense something unusual, his voice tinged with fear and disbelief. His flesh and essence began to dissipate. This young one's dragon of imperial path possesses supreme lethality, capable of suppressing all malevolent beings. It can indeed consume his corporeal essence, perhaps even slay him. Feeling his flesh disintegrating, the malevolent Yun immediately abandoned his physical form, a wisp of his soul escaping, recklessly charging towards Lin Dong. Young one, you have forced my hand. I am somewhat reluctant to kill you. You should willingly submit to me. The emergence of his soul indicates that the malevolent Yun's true strength is at least at the Purple Mansion realm. Only by opening the Purple Mansion can one condense a soul and split it. The power of the soul is formidable, a devastating blow to cultivators who have yet to manifest their own souls. Devour. As the malevolent Yun rushed forth, Lin Dong murmured softly, raising his right hand to conjure a colossal vortex before him. What is this place? What manner of technique is this that can consume my soul? The vortex engulfed the remnant of the malevolent Yun's soul, akin to falling into a profound black hole, emitting terrified screams. He had intended to seize Lin Dong without hesitation, unaware that Lin Dong possessed means to counter souls. Young one, await my return. This is merely one of my blood avatars. As the vortex swirled, the malevolent Yun's unwilling voice gradually diminished until it vanished. This technique is a manifestation of Lin Dong's comprehension of the soul refinement tome. Heaven and earth can be refined. What more for a mere soul, which is but nourishment for Lin Dong's own soul? Having devoured the malevolent Yun's soul and purified the negative energies, it transformed into a ball of soul essence. Lin Dong absorbed it, his soul nourished, sensing an increase in his soul power, as if he had discovered a new realm. To consume another's soul and enhance one's own without adverse effects, this was a revelation. Similarly, one could consume the flesh and essence of others to fortify the physical body. When he exterminated the Bai clan, he had not realized this method, thus squandering the blood and flesh of those individuals. Lin Dong silently vowed that this technique defies the heavens and must not be revealed in public. Otherwise, he would be deemed a practitioner of demonic arts. Yet even after slaying the malevolent Yun, Lin Dong's countenance bore no joy, but rather a solemnity. Could this truly be but a mere avatar of his? There exists a certain degree of trouble. The opposing party is at least a formidable figure of the King realm, perhaps even a powerful being of the Emperor realm. Such an individual, even in Qingzhou, is a force to be reckoned with. Lin Dong had only heard of them, never encountered one. While he does not feel fear under their gaze, a sense of urgency has washed over him, sweeping away the joy of his recent breakthrough into the celestial realm. He recognizes the necessity for greater strength. He has gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, realizing he is likely invincible beneath the Purple Mansion realm. As for the Purple Mansion realm, he remains uncertain. Only through battle will he comprehend its depths. Upon exiting the small courtyard, Lin Dong wore a serene expression, his robes unwrinkled, entirely unlike someone who had just endured a fierce battle. Young master, are you not in seclusion? What brings you out? The steward approached, perplexed that Lin Dong had emerged so soon, and inquired if there was something he required of the old servant, having just finished delegating tasks to his subordinates. The steward hurried over upon hearing commotion from the back courtyard, only to find Lin Dong stepping out. Ah, you have exited seclusion. Lin Dong, with his hands clasped behind his head, chuckled, I'm famished. Have someone prepare me a meal. I haven't eaten all day, and after so many skirmishes, I am in dire need of sustenance. Ah, you are out already? The steward nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Typically, a master of the sea transformation realm would remain in seclusion for at least 10 days to half a month. Yet, his young master had emerged in merely half a day. Such a brief time would scarcely suffice for a nap. Moreover, he could sense that his master's aura had grown significantly deeper and more potent, evidently surpassing his strength prior to this. In just half a day, had he achieved such a remarkable breakthrough? The steward found himself increasingly unable to fathom his young master. He recalled just a few days prior when Lin Dong had only reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. How could it be that mere days later, he had advanced to the Qi transformation realm and vanquished the Bai family? The steward could not fathom the reasons behind such rapid growth and could only attribute it to Lin's father, perhaps leaving something for him. Is there a problem? Lin Dong observed the steward's astonishment and smiled gently. The steward shook his head. No, I shall arrange everything for you immediately. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the disarray in the small courtyard, leaving him momentarily stunned. The once peaceful courtyard was now in utter disarray, with a powerful residual aura lingering, as if there had been a fierce battle. What has transpired here? The steward swallowed hard. Even the lingering aura sent shivers through his soul. Lin Dong casually explained that he had inadvertently caused some damage while practicing, brushing it off. Meanwhile, in Yulon City, at the Liu family estate, the night was silent, yet the meeting hall of the Liu family was ablaze with light. Within the hall sat a dozen figures, with Liu Yicheng, the head of the Liu family, presiding at the forefront, surrounded by the high-ranking elders of the clan. It seemed they were deliberating a matter of great significance. Liu Yicheng, filled with exasperation, remarked, "Alas, Yinran, look at the foolishness you have wrought. How could you go through with the annulment of the engagement? Indeed, young lady, even if you harbor disdain for Lin Xiaoyu, considering the historical ties between the Lin and Liu families, it is inappropriate to unilaterally annul the engagement. Alas, it seems futile to lament now. My Liu family has suffered a great misfortune, missing the opportunity to welcome such an extraordinary son-in-law." The elders of the Liu family pointed fingers and shook their heads in dismay at Liu Yinran. Initially unaware of the situation, the elders had been pleased. For Lin Dong was to be their son-in-law, and should he achieve remarkable success in the future, their family would certainly benefit. They had envisioned a day of prosperity. However, who could have anticipated that just a few days prior, the young lady would call off the engagement, prompting Lin Dong to respond in kind. The senior members were blissfully ignorant, celebrating for naught. This was not merely about losing a son-in-law with unparalleled potential. Liu Yin and had also offended Lin Dong. How could this be remedied? The Liu family wished to avoid the same fate as the Bai family, which is why an urgent meeting was convened. Liu Yinran frowned slightly. She had just returned from the academy when her father summoned her to the grand hall, where she was reprimanded by the elders, all because of Lin Dong, who had caused her much embarrassment before her peers at the academy. Feeling inexplicably aggrieved, she was overwhelmed with a sense of indignation and, disregarding the elders' dignity, declared, "This is my own happiness. I have the right to make my own decisions. There is no need for you elders to concern yourselves. Moreover, Lin Dong is merely at the transformation C stage. In the future, I too could attain that level. Is it truly necessary for you, esteemed elders, to be so grave in your demeanor?" Liu Yinran spoke defiantly, seemingly oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part, wholly unaware of Lin Dong's recent annihilation of the Bai family. Her confidence in her own talents led her to believe she would not be outmatched by Lin Dong. "Ignorance. Do you comprehend what Lin Dong accomplished today?" An elder thundered. Half a day ago, Lin Dong single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of elite members of the Bai family, ascending to their stronghold and slaying the Bai family's patriarch of the celestial realm, completely obliterating them. What? He killed a celestial realm master? Liu Yinran was struck as if by lightning, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 49. Father, I am confident I can bring Lin Dong back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wasn't Lin Dong merely at the transformation C stage? How could he have slain an invincible master of the celestial realm in Yunlin City? Liu Yinran found it hard to accept such a reality. A celestial realm master. Even her father, Liu Yicheng, would treat such an existence with utmost respect. Lin Dong had actually killed one. With a thud, Liu Yinran's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her face a picture of despair. The talent Lin Dong exhibited filled her with a sense of hopelessness. She felt she could never reach such heights, regardless of her own confidence in her abilities. In a mere span of time, Lin Dong had transformed from a figure she deemed inconsequential into an unattainable being. She finally comprehended why the elders chastised her. Even her father, who usually doted on her, did not speak on her behalf. "My dear eldest daughter, you are misguided," the elders of the Liu family lamented. Lin Dong, at such a tender age, has already surpassed the celestial boundary. In the future, even if he ventures to the central region of Qizhou, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure. His potential is indeed limitless. It can be said that the Liu family has foolishly lost a golden son-in-law. All of this was instigated by Liu Yinran. However, in truth, these actions were tacitly approved by the higher-ups of the Liu family. But now they had turned into her stubborn defiance. Father, Liu Yin, and bit her crimson lip, her complexion as pale as parchment. She truly regretted her decisions. Had she known Lin Dong was such an extraordinary talent, she would never have chosen the short-lived Bai Han. Lu Yicheng's tone was frigid as he sighed. Enough. There is no need for further discussion. Yanran, you shall accompany me to the Lin family tomorrow to apologize. Father, I refuse. Lu Yanran protested vehemently. The thought of bowing her head to Lin Dong was unbearable. After all, it was Lin Dong who had withdrawn from their engagement, and she had humiliated herself before the faculty and students of the academy. Why should she, Lu Yanran, be the one to apologize? For the sake of the entire Liu family, you must go. The Bai family has been annihilated. You have offended Lin Dong. And soon it will be our Liu family's turn. Lu Yicheng's words struck Lu Yanran's heart like a thunderclap, marking the first time her father had spoken to her so sternly, rendering her somewhat bewildered. All of this was merely because of Lin Dong. Lu Yanran was lost in thought. She recalled when Lin Dong was still deemed a waste, the Liu family had never regarded him with favor. Yet now, Lin Dong had become so powerful that the esteemed Liu family felt compelled to humble themselves and seek his favor. Did you hear that? Lu Yicheng's voice echoed once more. Regret flowed from Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes, and she suddenly remembered how things might have been different had she not gone to the Lin family to withdraw from the engagement. Father, rest assured, I am confident I can win Lin Dong back. Lu Yanran wiped away her tears, her gaze transforming into one of determination. Having grown up together with Lin Dong, their childhood bond was profound. She could not believe that Lin Dong could so callously abandon her. She felt certain he harbored feelings for her, and that his wrath against the Bai family stemmed from her association with Bai Han. If she approached him and expressed her lingering affections, Lin Dong would undoubtedly forgive her. Her confident declaration took the elders of the Liu family and Lu Yicheng by surprise. Exchanging glances filled with hope. Initially, they had merely intended for Lu Yanran to mediate the relationship between the two families. But they had not anticipated that the eldest daughter possessed a means to win Lin Dong back. This was indeed fortuitous. Very well. Father believes in you. Lu Yicheng's brow finally relaxed. He had unwavering faith in his daughter, who had always been a source of pride for him. The following day, at dawn, the Lin family was bustling with activity. In the bustling city of Yunlan, prominent figures frequently visited the Lin residence. Since the departure of Lin Dong's parents, the Lin family had become rather desolate. Never before had such a multitude graced their doorstep with courteous visits. This was all due to Lin Dong's recent annihilation of the Bai family, a tale that had swiftly spread throughout Yunlan City by nightfall. Every faction, great and small, became acutely aware of the transformation of the once ineffectual young master of the Lin family into a formidable force that reverberated through the city. It was merely a matter of time before the Lin family, under Lin Dong's leadership, reclaimed its position as the foremost among the 5 great families of Yunlan City, second only to the Lord's manor. Indeed, given Lin Dong's youth, surpassing the Lord's authority was not beyond the realm of possibility. The housekeeper engaged in amiable discussions with the city's elite, while the Lin family's numerous adept warriors garnered respect and recognition. Each visitor lavished compliments upon the housekeeper, celebrating the Lin family's emergence of a true dragon from the depths of obscurity. However, the housekeeper, well-versed in the ways of the world, remained unmoved by their flattery, responding with measured indifference. He understood profoundly that the accolades and gifts received by the Lin family were merely ephemeral. Should anything befall the young master, those present would soon shun the Lin family like a plague. Nevertheless, the gifts presented were genuine, and the housekeeper had his subordinates accept them one by one. With the young master's cultivation progressing, the Lin family's resources seemed inadequate to support Lin Dong's advancement. Thus, the timely offerings from these visitors were invaluable. Rare treasures and potent medicinal herbs, typically scarce in Yunlan City, now filled the Lin family's treasury. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, in a state of repose, was reaping the rewards of his strength. In a corner, Lu Yicheng and Lu Yanran found themselves in an awkward position, having been left to their own devices. In times past, given the relationship between the Liu and Lin families, the Liu family would have been esteemed guests at the Lin residence. The disparity now was quite stark. Wasn't that the head of the Liu family and his daughter? What misfortune had befallen them to be relegated to such a corner? Envy rippled through onlookers, as whispers circulated about Lu Yanran's betrothal to Lin Dong, suggesting the Liu family would soon soar alongside the Lin family's newfound fortunes. Shoo, lower your voice. Are you not aware of the latest news? Just a few days prior, Lu Yin disdainfully sought to annul her engagement with Lin Dong, only to have him reject her proposal in turn. Now, he has transformed into an unparalleled prodigy. I dare say the Lu family must be regretting their hasty decision. The two had come to the Lin residence. Were they perhaps seeking to reconcile with Lin Dong? Such speculation was rife among the powerful of various factions, though they only dared to speak in hushed tones about the father and daughter duo. Regardless, the Lu family still held a position among the five great families, their strength formidable enough that many smaller factions dared not offend them. Lu Yanran and her father wore expressions of deep displeasure. Lu Yiqing scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yanran, as if to say, "Look at the foolishness you've displayed." The entire Yunlan city is now a spectator of the Lu family's embarrassment. As the housekeeper approached, he exchanged pleasantries with the head of the Lu family and his daughter before preparing to mingle with other guests. "Wait," Lu Yanran called out, biting her lip in determination. The housekeeper turned to her. "Lady Yanran, do you have any further inquiries?" Lu Yin summoned her courage and addressed the steward. "Might I request you to inform young Master Lin that Yanran wishes to see him? I have matters to discuss." The others around her cast glances, realizing that these influential figures were merely there to present gifts, hoping to establish familiarity without any intention of ingratiating themselves with the Lin family. Only Lu Yanran, with her considerable standing, sought an audience with Lin Dong directly. The steward regarded her with an expression of surprise before apologetically stating, "Miss Lu, I must ask for your understanding. My young master does not receive guests." He harbored no fondness for Lu Yanran, recalling the incident when she had come to annul their engagement. Were it not for the young master as counteraction, she would have become a laughingstock throughout Yunlan City. Having also heard of the events between Lu Yanran and Lin Dong at the academy, he had attempted to humiliate the young master on several occasions. Thus, he had no intention of offering Lu Yanran any kindness. As the steward prepared to depart, the head of the Lu family was compelled to lower his pride. Smiling as he said, "Steward Lin, might I implore you, for my sake, to deliver a message to my nephew?" "Well, it is possible," the steward replied. "But as we are short-staffed at the Lin family and must attend to various guests, it may take some time. I hope the head of the Lu family will be understanding. Moreover, whether my young master meets with you or not is beyond my authority to decide." After a moment of silence, he conceded that, despite his displeasure towards Lu Yanran, he still needed to show respect to the head of the Lu family. "Thank you very much," the Lu family head expressed with a bow. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel that a mere steward from the Lin family warranted such deference from the head of one of the five great families. Truly, times had changed. Lu Yanran bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Map and Confident Lu Yanran. At noon, under the brilliant sunlight, Lin Dong sat in a small courtyard of the Lin family, studying the mysterious bone he had acquired from the sixth elder of the Bai family. He had spent the previous night examining it, yet found nothing particularly unusual. However, the fact that this bone could withstand a grip strength of over 6 million pounds indicated its extraordinary nature. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Dong, prompting him to activate his Desolation Eye, renowned for its ability to pierce through all illusions and supreme restrictions. The Desolation Eye rendered all things in the universe transparent before its gaze. As the eye unveiled the enigmatic patterns on the bone, Lin Dong was astonished to discover that they formed a map. A smile spread across his face. Could it possibly be a treasure map, a key to a hidden realm? The Jiuzhou continent was not lacking in unparalleled powerhouses who, upon nearing death without finding an heir, often concealed their legacies in secret realms, disseminating tokens or maps into the world. They hoped that a fortunate individual would unlock these realms and inherit their teachings. Had it not been for the Desolation Eye, his own strength at the Tiangang realm would have rendered him incapable of discerning this secret. But it was clear that the one who left the map was undoubtedly an extraordinary master. This artifact was destined to be his. The sixth elder of the Bai family may have devoted his entire life to research, yet he departed without uncovering the map, merely aware of the bone's enigmatic nature. Ironically, this benefited Lin Dong. Furthermore, Lin Dong discovered that the locations marked on the map seemed to lie a mere few hundred kilometers outside the academy. He contemplated visiting them at some point, pondering the possibility of unexpected gains. "Young master, have you awoken?" a voice called out. "The Lu family has come to pay their respects." At that moment, the sound of the butler knocking on the door echoed, indicating some urgency. Lin Dong returned the bone to his storage ring, stretched leisurely, and approached the door. The Lu family's visit? Well, if they wished to visit, the butler could manage it himself. Lin Dong had anticipated such visits from the powers within Yulan City. Given his current strength, it was only natural that many would seek to curry favor with him, yet he had little desire to engage in such social niceties. The head of the Liu family and his daughter arrived bearing generous gifts, demonstrating their earnest intentions. The Liu patriarch specifically requests to see you. Considering the historical ties between the Liu and Lin families, I felt it inappropriate to refuse him in front of so many, hence I came to inform you. Do you wish to meet with them? The father and daughter of the Liu family had waited from morning until noon, and as people began to disperse, the butler finally made his way to the rear courtyard to relay the events of the morning to Lin Dong. Lin Yinyan? Lin Dong inquired as he walked. What schemes does she have in mind? The butler replied, from her demeanor, she appears somewhat regretful. I surmise her intention is to mend the engagement with the young master and ease the relations between our families. Regret? Lin Dong scoffed coldly. Anyone might feel regret. But I doubt Lin Yinyan would. They must have ulterior motives. Having grown up alongside Lin Yinyan, he understood her character all too well. Competitive and determined to possess only the best, she wouldn't deign to consider him, whom she viewed as a failure, worthy of her attention, let alone retracting their engagement. Thus, he found it unlikely that this proud woman would truly feel regret. As for mending their engagement? Impossible. The moment he, Lin Dong, chose to annul their betrothal marked a definitive end to their relationship, severing all ties. Is lunch ready? I am famished. Let us dine. Lin Dong shifted the conversation. In the vastness of the world, what could be more paramount than a meal? Eat? The butler was taken aback. Young master, did you not intend to meet with the Liu patriarch and Miss Liu? Lin Dong countered. Did I ever express a wish to meet them? Upon reaching the dining area, Lin Dong leisurely indulged in his meal. The flesh of the Demon King no longer held the same potency for him, yet it still contributed to his cultivation, coalescing into numerous giant elephant particles. After a night of automatic cultivation coupled with the consumption of Demon King meat, he had amassed over 200 additional giant elephant particles, granting him at least 8 million pounds of strength. Suddenly, Lin Dong declared, inform them that I am in seclusion. Kindly request them to wait in the side hall until evening. He had no intention of meeting Lin Yinyan. However, the Liu patriarch was akin to an uncle, having been a brother to his father since childhood. It is precisely the relationship between Lin's father and Liu's father that has led to the engagement between Lin Dong and Liu Yinran, which has now transformed into a recent annulment. However, Liu Yinran's decision to withdraw from the engagement is her own matter. Uncle Liu. Lin Dong still needs to pay a visit, although it can wait for a while. Had the Lin family not faced the assault from the Bai family a few days ago, the Liu family, considering the ties between the two families, might have intervened. Lin Dong might have been compelled to meet the head of the Liu family immediately out of gratitude. Yet, the Liu family remained idle. Had it not been for Lin Dong's return, the Lin family would have faced dire consequences. Therefore, he feels no obligation to extend goodwill towards the Liu family. They do not deserve it. At this moment, Lin Dong possesses sufficient strength and does not need to concern himself with the whims of any faction in Yulan City. What is the worth of the Liu family patriarch's favor? The Liu family's long-neglected affections will only be acknowledged by Lin Dong now that he has become a formidable force. If they did not come to his aid in times of need, what value is there in offering assistance during prosperous times? Were it not for the memory of his deceased father, he would not bother to meet the father and daughter duo. In the Lin family's side hall, Liu Yin'an and the head of the Liu family sat on a nearby bench, having been kept waiting by the Lin family for an entire day. Their expressions far from pleasant. Under normal circumstances, when the Liu family visits any faction, they are treated with utmost courtesy and regarded as honored guests. To slight the Liu family would invite their wrath, a consequence few could bear. Yet, here was Lin Dong, fresh from vanquishing the Bai family, who the Liu patriarch did not dare to offend, though his countenance grew increasingly grim. He understood well that this treatment signified the Lin family's dissatisfaction with the Liu family. Lin Dong likely harbored considerable resentment towards his uncle. The two families, once close, had descended into such discord, a predicament largely of the Liu family's own making. The entire Yulan city must be observing the Liu family's embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, Liu Yicheng spoke. Yinran, perhaps we should return and come another day. Liu Yinran shook her head, her gaze resolute. Father, let us wait a little longer. Lin Dong will surely come to see me. He is merely still upset with me. Yet her tone wavered slightly, as doubt crept into her heart. Did Lin Dong truly feel no affection for her? Liu Yicheng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. If Lin Dong still held feelings for his daughter, he would have arrived by now. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the grand hall, and a figure clad in white, strikingly handsome, approached. Both Lu Yanran and Lu Yicheng felt a surge of joy upon recognizing that it was Lin Dong. I knew he would come. He must still have feelings for me, Lu Yanran thought, her gloom dissipating, a faint smile gracing her lips as her demeanor returned to one of composure. As long as Lin Dong was present, she felt she could handle the situation. Chapter 51. Lu Yanran, do not be overly sentimental. Lin nephew. Lu Yicheng immediately rose, a smile brightening his face. Lin Dong replied, Uncle Lu, please have a seat. It has been a while. Thank you for your patience. The nuance in Lin Dong's words was intriguing. He acknowledged only Lu Yicheng's weight, omitting Lu Yanran entirely, which caused Lu Yicheng's expression to shift. He hurriedly clarified, Lin nephew. Regarding yesterday's events, I understand. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference, and replied in a nonchalant manner, Uncle Lu is the head of the Lu family. Burdened with countless affairs, it is to be expected. However, Lu Yicheng could sense a hint of unfamiliarity in Lin Dong's tone, as if he were addressing a stranger. This realization stirred a discomfort within Lu Yicheng, who fondly recalled the days when Lin Dong held him in the highest regard, addressing him as Uncle Lu with utmost respect. Yet now, the myriad of words he wished to convey dissipated into a mere sigh. The head of the Lu family turned to Lu Yanran and whispered, Yanran, why are you still standing there? Go apologize to young Master Lin. Lu Yicheng then shifted his gaze back to Lin Dong and said with a smile, Nephew Lin, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between you and Yanran. I came today to clear the air. I don't believe that is necessary. I came solely to meet Uncle Lu and do not wish to see anyone else. You may take your leave, Lin Dong interjected with evident disinterest. There is no misunderstanding between us. Housekeeper, please escort them out. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Lu Yanran. Was Uncle Lu truly here for her sake? It appeared that the Lu family, recognizing his strength and boundless potential, sought to mend the broken engagement with Lu Yanran. In response, Lin Dong's tone grew sharper, and he waved his hand decisively to dismiss them. Lu Yanran, who had been poised to speak, felt her expression stiffen, forcing a rather unnatural smile. All the strategies she had concocted to deal with Lin Dong evaporated in an instant. Was he truly sending her away? Wasn't he here for her? No. From his tone, it seemed he was still upset with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see her. Perhaps he was employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Pushing her away to elicit an apology? It must be so. She was convinced that if she simply bowed her head and admitted her fault, Lin Dong would surely forgive her, and their relationship would swiftly return to its former state. With this thought in mind, Lu Yanran stood gracefully, a renewed glimmer in her eyes as she said, Lin Dong, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. What does Miss Lu mean? Lin Dong replied. Is indifference still palpable? Hadn't they already clarified their issues? Lin Dong, are you still angry with me? The matter of the broken engagement and Bai Han was indeed my fault. Lu Yanran bit her lip, blushing as she continued, as long as you forgive me. Our engagement shall remain intact, and I am willing to spend a night in your company. Lu Yanran was already a vision of beauty, and at that moment, she radiated an alluring charm, her words laced with irresistible seduction. The sleeve of her garment unintentionally slipped, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Any young disciple from a prestigious academy who witnessed such a scene would undoubtedly feel a rush of admiration. As Lu Yanran spoke, she lifted her delicate foot and slowly approached Lin Dong. In the past, even the slightest attempt to touch her hand had been met with her firm refusal. After all, wasn't it her body that he desired? Now she has come to him, her beauty embodying the dream goddess of countless disciples from the academy. Lin Dong could never resist such temptation. In a desperate attempt to win Lin Dong back, Lu Yanran threw caution to the wind, disregarding the presence of her father. However, when faced with Lu Yanran's advances, Lin Dong displayed a look of utter disdain, sweeping her aside as if swatting away a fly. Begone, filthy wretch, do not repulse me. Uncle Lu, I implore you to keep your daughter in check. Do not allow her to act out of line again, or I shall not be gentle. A man of principle, Lin Dong had no interest in women who had been touched by others, especially those deemed cursed. Lu Yanran's actions left him somewhat speechless. Did she truly believe he harbored any lingering feelings for her? To claim she was angry and attempt to seduce him was a display of sheer self-delusion. Lu Yanran fell heavily to the ground, the pain coursing through her body numbing her senses, obliterating any remnants of her earlier confidence. Lin Dong's actions rendered her pale, evoking a sense of pitiful vulnerability. She had always been confident in her beauty and believed she understood Lin Dong well. It was inconceivable to her that he could so coldly reject her. Had any disciples from the academy witnessed this, they would surely rush to console her, exclaiming, "Oh, my goddess, how could you be so humble? Lin Dong, I have come to apologize." Lu Yin and could no longer bear the weight of such humiliation and questioned, "What more do you want? Why must you prolong this?" "Yin Ran, perhaps you should say less. Otherwise, let us leave," suggested the head of the Lu family, his expression shifting as he stepped forward to support his daughter. The sight of his daughter so diminished stirred a fire within him, yet he dared not express it. Lin Dong's unintentional aura was vast and intimidating, rendering even a seasoned expert like him powerless to entertain thoughts of resistance. He understood that Lin Dong had shown restraint out of respect for him. Lin Dong's demeanor displayed indifference toward his daughter, devoid of any anger or affection. Lu Yinran's actions were entirely self-inflicted humiliation, causing him to sigh inwardly, regretting his initial support of her decision to break the engagement. Had he not done so, she would not have endured such indignity. "Angry at you? You amuse me, Lu Yinran. Have I asked you to apologize? This is merely a case of your own misplaced feelings. Furthermore, there is no possibility for us. I advise you to abandon any fantasies of reconciliation between us." Lin Dong, considering the respect he owed to Lu Yicheng, refrained from taking any harsh action against Lu Yinran. He recognized that she must have misunderstood the situation, and it was imperative to clarify matters. Despite Lin Dong's continued coldness, Lu Yinran felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. She had cast aside all pretense and dignity, only to be met with Lin Dong's frigid words. He had become a stranger to her, seemingly devoid of any trace of affection. "Could it be that I am merely being overly sentimental?" Lu Yinran's pale visage whispered. "Are you not angry because of me? Did you not kill Bai Han and annihilate the Bai family out of rage? I took their lives because they deserved it. It has nothing to do with you." Lin Dong retorted, "Lu Yinran, you truly disgust me. Your partner, Bai Han, has perished. Should you not be at the Bai family to pay your respects? What brings you to the Lin family? Are you so eager to find another man? I genuinely pity Bai Han." Lin Dong's words pierced Lu Yinran's heart deeply. She, like a deranged creature, gasped in disbelief. "I cannot believe this. If you did not kill them for me and feel no affection for me, then why did you come to see me? Did I ever say I came to see you?" Lin Dong's face contorted with disdain. "I merely intended to visit Uncle Lu. Do not delude yourself." Chapter 52. The Eternal Gift of Imperial Talent. "Impossible," Lu Yinran exclaimed. "I refuse to believe you are so heartless. After over a decade of our relationship, you would abandon it so easily? You must be deceiving me." Lin Dong laughed coldly. "Our bond ceased to exist the moment you came to annul our engagement. Why deceive yourself and suffer humiliation? Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. All of this is your own doing." His icy words struck Lu Yinran like a bolt of lightning. Were it not for Lu Yicheng supporting her, she would have crumpled to the ground. Had Lu Yinran not regretted her choice of Bai Han and sought to mend things, Lin Dong might have regarded her differently. Yet, her self-indulgence and attempts at seduction only repulsed him further. Lin Dong had completely seen through Lu Yinran. The death of his partner did not seem to grieve her. Rather, she was eager to cling to him, revealing her opportunistic nature. Lin Dong felt relieved that he had ended their engagement. Lu Yinran's despair left her heart utterly shattered. She genuinely regretted her actions, reflecting on her recent behavior. She felt like a fool, while Lin Dong had remained distant, treating her like a stranger. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, in light of your relationship with my father, as long as your Lu family refrains from foolish actions, I will not act against you. As for my affairs with your daughter, let it end here." With that, Lin Dong chose not to say more, leaving the grand hall with a single statement, leaving Lu Yin and the head of the Lu family behind. Soon, the sound of a young girl's weeping echoed, filled with 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts regret. As Lin Dong exited the side hall, chewing on jerky, he strode towards the treasury with a measured gait. This was a snack prepared by his steward, and with each bite, its flavor intensified. Even if some essence had been lost, it was better than nothing. Ding! The host consumed pseudo-fifth-order Demon King jerky, gaining 588 foodie points. Lin Dong enjoyed the jerky without employing the swallowing heaven technique for refinement. This was a new technique he had discovered that allowed him to acquire foodie points. By the end of the day, he had amassed several thousand foodie points. The points for indulging in culinary delights are rare, and Lin Dong has no intention of utilizing them to enhance his cultivation. Presently, Lin Dong has reached the celestial realm. And to ascend a minor level using culinary points would require over 100,000 points. It would be far more expedient for him to cultivate autonomously. Culinary points are best suited for augmenting divine abilities and refining techniques. Once he accumulates a sufficient amount of culinary points, he plans to strengthen the divine abilities he previously acquired. Otherwise, their low grade renders them ineffective at the celestial realm. With a creak, Lin Dong opened the treasury door and beheld a plethora of gifts from various factions, arranged neatly on the ground. An assortment of gift boxes, some crafted from precious materials, others from jade, contained elixirs and pills, treasures that would make even masters of the sea transformation realm envious. However, there were few items beneficial for those at the celestial realm, as the most formidable practitioners among the factions typically peaked at the sea transformation realm. Even if there were items of celestial realm caliber, they would be preserved for personal use, as self-strengthening is paramount. Few would part with such treasures. In a corner, 2 bottles of exquisite spirit wine caught Lin Dong's attention. Such fine quality. Elder Hu, an aficionado of fine spirits, would surely appreciate them. Tomorrow, when registering the inner courtyard disciples, he would take these as a tribute to the esteemed elder. Lin Dong would not forget Elder Hu's kindness. On that fateful day, when the Bai family attacked the Lin family, it was Elder Hu's hidden presence that Lin Dong sensed as he retaliated against the Bai family. The elder sought no reward. He merely believed in Lin Dong and had offered assistance on several occasions. Lin Dong selected a few items he required and instructed the steward to distribute some treasures to the Lin family's experts based on their contributions. He also handed over some divine ability manuscripts obtained from the Bai family to the steward. These manuscripts could be utilized by the Lin family's practitioners to enhance their skills across various aspects. Upon returning to his courtyard, beneath the bright moonlight, Lin Dong reclined in a chair, savoring a moment of tranquility as he observed the silvery rays illuminating the rippling surface of the lake. With a satisfying crunch, he casually popped precious 4th-grade elixirs into his mouth, like candy. Consuming pills and rare treasures as mere snacks and treating elixirs as water would surely evoke exclamations of wastefulness from the powerful in Yunlan City, who would lament such extravagance. Suddenly, a surge of rich spiritual essence erupted within Lin Dong, quickly refined by him as particles akin to colossal elephants coalesced within. His cultivation saw a modest advancement. However, breaking through the celestial realm is no simple feat. Achieving daily minor breakthroughs as he once did is nearly impossible at this stage. The celestial realm necessitates the conversion of spiritual power into a denser, more potent form of energy known as celestial qi, representing a qualitative leap in strength. It also requires profound comprehension of one's intentions. Each minor breakthrough might demand several years of diligent cultivation, as evidenced by the elders at the academy, most of whom are celestial realm experts that have gone years without achieving any minor progression. Although Lin Dong's royal dragon aura is akin to the formidable energy known as Gang Qi, requiring no transformation of spiritual power, its concentration far exceeds that of ordinary heavenly Gang realm cultivators. Nevertheless, he still seeks to comprehend more profound meanings. What is this? Such a rich essence of life. Lin Dong opened a treasure box from which a potent aura emanated, revealing a verdant branch within. The branch shimmered with a luminous glow, exuding a vibrant green radiance. Resembling an ordinary willow branch, yet brimming with an intense life essence. His intuition informed Lin Dong that this item was extraordinary. Having refrained from using his spiritual cards for 2 days, Lin Dong had accumulated 5 daily spiritual cards. With these items, he contemplated whether any treasures were suitable for utilizing the spiritual cards. This particular item seemed apt for such use, prompting him to take a bite and experience the explosion of rich life essence in his mouth. System: consume 1 daily spiritual card. Beep. Host has consumed the life willow branch, expending 1 daily spiritual card and triggering a 1,000,000-fold critical reward, acquiring the imperial grade talent of eternal vitality. Eternal vitality: as long as one's spiritual power and vital blood do not dwindle, one can swiftly recover from injuries, achieving profound cultivation. Even with a single drop of blood remaining, rebirth is possible. Another critical hit? The imperial grade talent of eternal vitality? Lin Dong casually inflicted a wound on his arm, blood flowing forth. Yet in an instant, the mysterious green essence, rich with vitality, enveloped the wound, restoring it to pristine condition in no time. What an astonishing recovery method! With such a talent, he need not fear prolonged battles. It surpasses any divine elixir. It possesses the miraculous efficacy to turn the tides of conflict. Lin Dong's brief experimentation left him in awe. Any injury could be restored in an instant. He wondered, could a severed limb be reborn? Legends say that in ancient times, there existed a willow tree that defied death through countless tribulations. It was shrouded in mystery, rising from the minuscule, embodying an indomitable life force. Even with just a single branch or leaf remaining, it could still regenerate, leaving behind enigmatic tales in the realms. It appears that Lindong has inherited the talent of the willow tree. Chapter 53. Young Pinnacle emerges from seclusion. Elder who is astonished. Meanwhile, at the Seven Stars Academy during the night, amidst the lush green peaks rich in spiritual energy, a cave dwelling stood tall. A privilege granted exclusively to the top 10 prodigies of the inner court. Within Lindong's cave, the voice of a youth filled with fury echoed. Clad in a blue robe, the handsome youth bore a fierce expression, a scar gracing his side profile, adding an air of menace. What qualifications does an outer court disciple possess to seize my spot in the sacred pool? Thunderous rage surged forth, a terrifying sword intent radiating in all directions, illuminating the cave and startling the passing disciples with astonishment. How formidable! Is this the might of the top 10 in the inner court? Outside the cave, an inner court disciple was left in shock. Brother Yongfeng, he has only reached the ocean transformation realm, yet he has already comprehended sword intent. By heavens! It won't be long before our Seven Stars Academy births another swordsmanship powerhouse. Yongfeng, renowned as Yang Dinfeng and also referred to as the Sword Madman, was once celebrated as the most gifted swordsman within the illustrious Qixing Academy. However, the tides have shifted with the arrival of Lindong. When Lindong is mentioned, many disciples cast knowing glances toward Yang Dinfeng's cave dwelling, hinting at the likelihood of an impending confrontation between the two, given Yang's temperament. Where is Lindong? In the depths of his cave, Yang Dinfeng's fury remained unabated. Take me to him. How dare he seize the belongings of his senior brother before even entering my inner courtyard? Such audacity! I shall impart to him the rules of the inner sanctum. His tone was frosty, imbued with a fierce aura akin to a sword unsheathed, as he strode toward the cave's exit. The opportunity for the divine pool was hard-won, pivotal for his future cultivation. He awaited its opening, hoping to leverage it for a breakthrough to the celestial realm, thereby securing a place at the Qixing headquarters. A sanctuary of cultivation coveted by every disciple of the academy. The headquarters, situated in the heart of Qixio, is the epicenter of martial prowess, where countless prodigies arise, and the likes of divine bodies and royal physiques abound. Here, the heirs of various sects vie for dominion over the cosmos and strive for an imperial fate. In this realm, the strong are as numerous as the fish in a river, and only by attaining the celestial realm and venturing to Qingzhou can one be deemed a true prodigy, with a chance to receive guidance from the headquarters. Yet now, after a mere retreat, he was informed by the elders that the divine pool was closed. His chance at breaking through to the celestial realm had vanished, leaving him bereft of the opportunity to compete for a place at the headquarters. This predicament stemmed solely from the actions of an outer courtyard disciple, igniting Yang Dinfeng's wrath. If he were to lose his chance at the headquarters, who could possibly bear the consequences? Unbeknownst to Yang Dinfeng, the divine pool had been set to remain open until his emergence from seclusion. The elders had not anticipated that Lindong, with his extraordinary talent, would single-handedly absorb all the divine liquid from the pool. Even the elders found themselves powerless to intervene, resulting in the pool's closure. Though the chance for the divine pool may be irretrievable, Yang Dinfeng was determined to make it known throughout the Qixing Academy that his possessions were not easily taken and would exact a heavy toll. Senior brother Yang, Lin Shidi is unlike any other. He is in the sea transformation realm and has slain a half-step fifth-tier demon king. Upon hearing Yang Dinfeng's words, the expressions of two inner courtyard disciples shifted markedly. Initially, every outer courtyard disciple entered with lofty aspirations, believing themselves destined for greatness. Yet, shortly after joining the inner courtyard, who among them was not tempered by the rigorous realities imposed by their inner counterparts? This has been the long-standing tradition of the inner courtyard. Enter as a dragon, and you must coil. Enter as a tiger, and you must lie low. Unlike the other newly arrived disciples from the outer academy, Lindong was an exceptionally young practitioner at the initial stage of the Transformation Sea realm, tasked with the formidable challenge of vanquishing a weakened demon king. As for Lindong's annihilation of the Bai family and the slaying of a formidable Bai family expert at the Celestial Gang's level, it seemed that it would take 3 to 5 days for such news to reach the academy. What of being at the initial stage of the Transformation Sea? Yang Dinfeng was somewhat taken aback upon learning Lindong's realm. It appeared that this young man possessed some extraordinary qualities, which explained his exceptional admission to the divine pool. However, his surprise was but fleeting. Those who pursue the path of cultivation must press forward fearlessly, undeterred by adversaries of higher realms, let alone a weaker foe beneath their level. During my own time at the mid-transformation sea, I once defeated a late-stage expert of the same realm. Now, having advanced to the 7th level of the transformation sea and comprehended the essence of the sword, what significance does an initial stage spirit sea practitioner hold? As for the weakened Demon King, that is a topic of no concern. Even if a celestial gang's expert were present, I would dare to engage in a test of strength, let alone a feeble half-step 5th-tier Demon King. Brother Yang, Lin Dong has also comprehended the sword essence. What? He has grasped the sword essence too? Yang Dianfeng's brow furrowed. Only he understood the arduousness of comprehending sword essence at the transformation sea realm. Were it not for his innate sword body, which drew him close to the sword path, it would have been impossible for him to attain such understanding at this stage. Yet, Lin Dong's comprehension of sword essence took him by surprise. Humph, so what if he has grasped it? There are distinctions in the strength of sword essence. I possess the Taihang sword body, naturally attuned to the sword path, confident in my invincibility amongst peers of my level. Yang Dianfeng brimmed with self-assurance. With his understanding of sword essence augmenting his divine sword, even a celestial gang's expert would meet their demise upon its emergence. The following day, at the Lin family courtyard, Lin Dong stood tall, his attire billowing, hair dancing wildly in the wind. The night prior, he had practiced some of the Lin family's divine abilities, as well as those acquired from the Bai family, thus augmenting his repertoire of techniques. Presently, he was bound for the academy to complete the registration process for his inner disciple identity, fully transitioning into an inner sect member. With a single step, he ascended to the celestial gang's realm, able to traverse the air. His speed was astonishing. With each stride, the forests and towering mountains beneath him receded rapidly. What once required over 10 minutes to reach the academy now took merely 2.5, as he beheld the ancient and majestic institution, steeped in historical significance, nestled among the towering peaks in the distance. Upon arriving within a mile of the academy, Lin Dong glided to the entrance. Entering the academy, he encountered far fewer onlookers pointing fingers at him. Instead, he was met with reverent gazes, as many bowed in respect. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Oh, no need for such formalities. Fellow disciples, focus on your cultivation. Lin Dong nodded in response to each, savoring the feeling of being idolized. He was not in a hurry to reach the inner sect and instead made his way to the registration hall, where he observed Elder Hu still seated in a chair, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. Elder Hu. Lin Dong approached with a respectful bow. Elder Hu's eyelids fluttered. Just as he was about to admonish the disturbance to his rest, he focused and recognized Lin Dong, a smile breaking across his face. Oh, have you finished dealing with family matters? You actually have time to visit this old man. Lin Dong chuckled. With Elder Hu's support, I, Lin, am safe and sound. So I came to see you. Elder Hu remarked, this is good wine you've brought. Oh, I shouldn't have, he said, feigning modesty. Yet he accepted the exquisite bottles without hesitation. Upon uncorking one, the rich aroma enveloped him, and he appeared thoroughly enchanted. Upon learning that Lin Dong was there to register the inner court disciples, Elder Hu waved dismissively. You go ahead with your registration. Come to see me tonight. I have matters to discuss, and we shan't leave until we are inebriated. As Lin Dong departed, Elder Hu furrowed his brow, pondering, strange. How is it that I cannot discern this lad's cultivation after just one day apart? Chapter 54. Encountering Shun Yun again, the Azure Dragon Steel. Lin Dong had met with the elder. He arrived at the Grand Hall for registering inner court disciples, where he bowed respectfully to an elder present, explaining his purpose. You are Lin Dong. The inner court elder set aside the alluring pictorial he had been examining, looking up in astonishment as he scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe. You are the first disciple in the history of the inner court to possess the cultivation of the sea transformation realm upon entering. Lin Dong's reputation had long since spread throughout the 7-Star Academy, even piquing the interest of the inner court elders regarding this prodigy. Indeed, I am a disciple. Lin Dong replied with a composed demeanor. The elder nodded slightly, truly impressive, exuding both charisma and approachability, lacking in arrogance. To have broken through to the sea transformation realm at such a young age is a mark of exceptional talent, even among the elite of the Qingzhou Academy. This lad has the potential for greatness. Little did the elder know that Lin Dong's cultivation was not merely at the sea transformation level, but had reached the celestial pole realm. He might be left utterly speechless. Here is your inner court identity token. You may claim a technique or divine ability from the inner court. The elder produced a pre-prepared token, handing it to Lin Dong. Then resumed his engrossing study of the pictorial. By the way, as the top disciple of the outer court, you have earned the privilege of an independent cave dwelling. Seemingly recalling something, the elder added, unless there is something else, hurry along to your cave. Delays may lead to unforeseen circumstances. Thank you, elder. Lin Dong accepted the inner court token and proceeded towards the inner court, dismissing the elder's kind warning from his mind. After all, this was an academy. What troubles could arise in a cave? The inner court was situated at the heart of the academy, where spiritual energy was abundant, and majestic mountains loomed over countless palatial structures hidden among the clouds. The spiritual energy in the inner court was, astonishingly, 2 to 3 times denser than in the outer court. As Lin Dong stepped through the grand entrance of the inner court, he was greeted by a wave of potent spiritual energy, leaving him somewhat surprised and curiously observing the surroundings. This was a revered cultivation haven long coveted by numerous outer court disciples. Before him lay an expansive plaza, encircled by countless stone steps leading in various directions, some of which were adorned with spiritual herbs. Lin Dong found himself momentarily uncertain of which path to take. At the moment when Lin Dong was lost in thought, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Shen Yun, a deacon of the outer sect and a disciple of the inner sect. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. The Shen Yun before him seemed somewhat anxious, in stark contrast to their first encounter when he had looked down upon him. Now, Shen Yun bowed his head and saluted him. "Ah, it's you, Brother Shen," Lin Dong exclaimed with a broad smile, exuding the charm of a bright young man. Entirely unlike the ferocious figure who had vanquished the Bai family and torn apart the Demon King. In truth, their relationship was not characterized by deep-seated enmity. Merely a few minor frictions. Lin Dong had initially expected that upon entering the inner courtyard, Shen Yun would seek to make trouble for him. However, to his surprise, upon his arrival, Shen Yun promptly bowed to him. This indicated that Shen Yun was keenly aware of the prevailing circumstances. With Shen Yun showing him respect, Lin Dong felt no need to be unyielding. In return for Shen Yun's courtesy, Lin Dong offered him a warm smile. Shen Yun chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Brother Lin, the previous incident was due to my immaturity. I merely knew Bai Han and favored the Bai brothers, thus giving Bai Hao a bit more attention. However, upon hearing about Bai Han's demise and your fearsome reputation as the one who tore apart the Demon King, I have been unable to sleep for days, terrified that you might hold a grudge against me. As for the notion of coincidence, there is no such thing as mere happenstance. Everything is the result of someone's silent efforts." Ever since he learned of Lin Dong's formidable reputation, Shen Yun had been on edge, fearing Lin Dong would seek retribution. Thus, he had chosen to take the initiative. After 2 days and nights of waiting, he finally encountered Lin Dong and immediately approached to apologize. Hoping that Lin Dong would be magnanimous and not hold his past actions against him, Lin Dong waved his hand, indicating that the past was behind them. Shen Yun's face lit up with joy, and admiration flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Dong. "Thank you, Brother Lin," he said, recalling the duel days prior when he had exchanged blows with Lin Dong, finding himself evenly matched. Yet, after merely a few days, Lin Dong had surged ahead, breaking through to the Sea Transformation realm, defeating Bai Han, and slaying the Demon King, growing so powerful that Shen Yun could only look up in awe. They were no longer peers of the same caliber. From now on, whenever Shen Yun encountered Lin Dong, he would need to respectfully address him as Brother Lin. "Brother Lin, since you have just arrived at the inner courtyard, you must be unfamiliar with everything here. If you require assistance, I am free and would be delighted to guide you through the inner courtyard," Shen Yun offered, thumping his chest, eager to seize this opportunity to leave a favorable impression on Lin Dong. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Shen," Lin Dong replied after a brief moment of silence. Finding it fortuitous to have free labor at his disposal, Shen Yun smiled, saying, "Brother Lin, please do not mention it. This is merely my duty as a junior disciple." The two conversed, each acknowledging the other's rank. However, Shen Yun's expression turned grave as he said, "Senior Brother Lin, from now on, please refer to me as Junior Brother, while I shall address you as Senior Brother." Lin Dong furrowed his brow. "Is there a specific reason for this?" Shen Yun explained, "Senior Brother Lin, you may not be aware that the internal academy differs significantly from the external one. Here, strength reigns supreme, and titles are not assigned based on the order of entry into the academy. The rules here bear some resemblance to those in the outside world. If you possess great strength within the academy, you are considered a senior brother, Outside, you are known as a Tao brother, Lin Dong remarked. It seems the competition in the internal academy is far more ruthless than that of the external academy. Shen nodded in agreement. Indeed. While the external academy may be likened to flowers in a greenhouse, the disciples of the internal academy endure a reality as harsh as the outside world. All the cultivation resources one requires must be fought for based on strength. The internal academy permits a maximum of 10 years of cultivation. After that, one must venture into the outside world. The academy encourages competition among disciples, desiring that they do not emerge from the external world still as sheltered flowers. For such weakness tarnishes the reputation of the 7-Star Academy. Everything here is vastly different from the outside world. There is no room for complacency. Shen inquired. Senior brother Lin, do you have a destination in mind? Lin Dong replied, let us first visit the library pavilion. The two continued their conversation as they walked. However, upon reaching a certain location, Lin Dong noticed a throng of onlookers gathered. Curiously, he asked, Junior brother Shen, what is this place? And why are so many people gathered here? This is the Azure Dragon Stele. Shen Yun pointed to the towering azure stone stele, which reached a height of 10 zhang. The stele, ancient and imbued with a profound sense of history, bore the image of a majestic azure dragon, its claws and every inch of its body radiating power. It is known as the Azure Dragon Stele. It is said that the stele was crafted by the powerful beings of the Academy using extraordinary artifacts and techniques. Each branch of the Academy has its own Azure Dragon Stele, intended to test the physical strength of the disciples and motivate them to enhance their physical capabilities. Disciples may approach the stele to unleash their strongest physical prowess. Should they break the record, they will be rewarded generously by the Academy. It is rumored that a predecessor once obtained a fragment of the Dragon Clan's divine ability through this, allowing them to traverse the 9 provinces with ease. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the Azure Dragon Stele, causing the ground to tremble, signifying the immense force exerted. Incredible! Exclaimed Lin Dong, as he recognized that Yang's senior brother had once again surpassed his own physical limits. 60,000 pounds, though not breaking the record for the Transformation Sea realm, was nonetheless formidable enough to rival some of the Celestial Templar realm experts. Truly, he is one of the top 10 prodigies of our internal academy. The overwhelming physical strength sent shockwaves through the surroundings, prompting the gathered disciples to gasp in awe as they gazed reverently at the figure clad in azure before the stele. Lin Dong nodded slightly, acknowledging that the disciples of the internal academy far surpassed those of the external academy. The combat power at the Transformation Sea realm was not inferior to that of ordinary Celestial Templar realm experts. Is this what constitutes the true prodigies of the academy? If the branch is thus, how formidable must the main academy be? Suddenly, Lin Dong felt a hostile gaze directed at him, emanating from Yang Dianfeng, who had just demonstrated his prowess at the Azure Dragon Stele. Chapter 55, Seeking Trouble, Seizing the Cave Dwelling. Yang senior brother, this is Lin Dong. Yang Dianfeng basked in the admiration of the crowd when suddenly he heard one of his subordinates mention that Lin Dong had arrived, causing his gaze to sharpen with intensity. Lin Dong, you have made it quite easy for me to find you. After emerging from seclusion the night prior, he had searched in vain for Lin Dong, only to come to the Qinglong Monument to vent his frustrations. Little did he expect that after breaking a record during his outburst, he would hear that Lin Dong was indeed present. Was this not a case of finding light after traversing through darkness? Yang Dianfeng proceeded towards Lin Dong. Upon witnessing Yang Dianfeng approaching Lin Dong, Shen Yun felt a chill run down his spine. What bad luck. I just arrived and have already run into senior brother Yang, he thought, wishing to avoid any trouble. Shen Yun desperately wanted to pull Lin Dong away before Yang Dianfeng noticed him. However, Shen Yun quickly realized that Lin Dong was unmovable. Senior brother Lin, we must leave at once. If we don't, trouble will surely follow. Lin Dong sensed that Yang Dianfeng was heading towards him and replied nonchalantly, Who is he? There is no need to leave. He is clearly coming for me. Senior brother Lin. Shen Yun chuckled wryly. He is the Yang Dianfeng I mentioned to you, a prodigy ranked among the top 10 in the inner courtyard, also known as the Swordman Man. So, this was the infamous Yang Dianfeng. Lin Dong realized, waving his hand dismissively and adopting a composed demeanor. What is there to fear? If he comes, let him come. If he dares to cause trouble, I shall handle it without hesitation. As they walked, Lin Dong gleaned much about the inner courtyard from Shen Yun, including the buzz surrounding the quota for the divine pool. Shen Yun speculated that Yang Dianfeng would indeed seek trouble with Lin Dong. True to form, as soon as Lin Dong encountered Yang Dianfeng, he approached with an imposing presence. However, given Lin Dong's prowess at the celestial apex realm, He held no fear of the Seven Stars Academy disciples and had never regarded Yang Dianfeng as a formidable opponent. Let him come, if he is not satisfied. I shall subdue him, he thought. While open confrontations were easy to navigate, he preferred dealing with challenges head-on rather than facing deceitful tactics, such as those employed by Bai Han, who threatened him through others, or the Bai family head who sought to capture the Lin family. In truth, the Bai family was comprised of schemers. Shen Yun sighed, if only it were as simple as you say, senior brother Lin. Yang Dianfeng is a master at the 7th level of the Sea Transformation realm, with a physical strength comparable to 600,000 pounds at the celestial apex. Why is Yang Dianfeng approaching with such ferocity? Is he truly intending to confront Lin Dong? Observers noted Yang Dianfeng's unusual behavior and recalled his past encounters with Lin Dong, many of whom displayed curious expressions, eager for an unfolding drama. You are not afraid of me? Yang Dianfeng stood before Lin Dong, somewhat taken aback by Lin Dong's calm demeanor as he gazed back unperturbed. Why should I fear you? Lin Dong responded, meeting Yang Dianfeng's imposing stance with serenity. Yang Dianfeng crossed his arms, intrigued. When I first entered the inner courtyard, I too was as naive and uninformed as you. Later, as he spoke, a flicker of nostalgia danced in his eyes. He saw his younger self reflected in Lin Dong. Regrettably, he had once acted with reckless abandon, suffering a stern lesson from the senior disciples of the inner court, which dulled his once sharp spirit, taking him 2 or 3 years to regain his former vigor. That was simply because you were too inexperienced. Lin Dong cast a glance at Yang Dianfeng, speaking candidly. Unlike others, Lin Dong possessed the confidence to challenge all adversaries. A collective gasp echoed among the disciples of the inner court, astonished by Lin Dong's audacity. No disciple had ever dared to speak to senior brother Yang in such a manner. Even the top 10 prodigies showed him a measure of respect. After all, when Yang Dianfeng unleashed his fury, it was fearsome beyond measure, devoid of restraint. Yet here was a newcomer, brazenly addressing him with such familiarity. Considering Yang's temperament, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Lin Dong, foreseeing his impending misfortune. One remarked, I recall that the last disciple who disrespected senior brother Yang was bettered in for 2.5 months, thereafter choosing to cultivate diligently in the inner court. Quite normal. Such arrogance from a fresh entrant to the inner court will surely be rectified. Many inner court disciples sighed, reminiscing about their own experiences as they looked at Lin Dong, as if witnessing the fall of a once promising talent. How intriguing. It has been a while since I encountered such an audacious disciple from the outer court. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Yang Dianfeng paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, shifting the conversation. Do you know why I am here? Lin Dong replied. For the divine pool quota? Indeed. Are you aware that you have taken my divine pool quota? Lin Dong replied coolly, I earned my quota through my own efforts. There is no basis for claiming I took yours. Resources in the inner court are contested based on one's own strength. If you disagree, feel free to consult the elders. Very well. Yang Dianfeng, enraged yet amused, retorted, you have already grasped the essence of the inner court upon your arrival. But I wonder if your strength matches your bravado? I have heard you are the top disciple of this outer court. Do you dare to battle me? He was known as Yang Dianfeng precisely because of his ferocious, combative nature. If he did not engage Lin Dong in a fight, his resolve would falter, leaving him disinclined to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Clarity of thought is crucial for cultivators. Without it, one might stagnate, achieving no further progress in their lifetime. Anticipation lit the faces of those present. A clash between a top inner court prodigy and the foremost of the outer court had never occurred before. Brother Lin, do not accept his challenge. Before Lin Dong could respond, Shen Yun hurriedly advised, he is among the top 10 prodigies of the inner court. Only we have the right to challenge him. He does not have the qualifications to challenge a lower-ranked disciple. As long as you do not accept, he will have no recourse against you. We are newcomers. Our cultivation level's inferior to his. Knowing when to withdraw is not disgraceful. He implored Lin Dong, believing that acquiescing to Yang Dianfeng was certainly imprudent, and that it would be wiser to endure and seek broader horizons. If both individuals had identical training durations and realms, it might have been acceptable. However, Yang Dianfeng has practiced for several years longer than Lin Dong, rendering the situation inherently unfair. He has witnessed countless proud newcomers to the inner academy, spurred by their arrogance, only to suffer brutal humiliation at the hands of established disciples. He wished to shield Lin Dong from such setbacks and tested his resolve. The other disciples found Shen Yun's words quite reasonable. After all, possessing 600,000 pounds of physical strength could easily obliterate any practitioner at the Sea transformation stage. Not to mention Lin Dong, regardless of his exceptional talent, he still required time to evolve and was by no means a match for Yang Dianfeng. Are you afraid? Yang Dianfeng expressed disappointment, having expected Lin Dong, as the top disciple of the Outer Academy, to possess a certain pride. Alas, he found himself sorely let down. Yet, having anticipated Lin Dong's refusal, he was well prepared. Suddenly, a meaningful smile crossed his face. Last night, I claimed your cave dwelling. If you wish to reclaim it, you must face me in battle. Do not allow me to regard you with disdain. As he spoke, he produced a crystal stone that recorded the moment he seized the unclaimed cave dwelling. Chapter 56, Yang Dianfeng Questioning Life. Seizing the cave dwellings of Outer Academy disciples. This is a tried-and-true method for Inner Academy disciples to provoke their outer counterparts. As long as one possesses strength, they can seize cave dwellings and resources from others. Conversely, lacking strength means one cannot defend their cave dwelling nor compete for additional resources. The top 3 in the Outer Academy are allocated independent cave dwellings by the institution. But whether they can retain them solely depends on their strength. This is an implicit rule established by the Academy to encourage competition among disciples. Yang Dianfeng firmly believed that no one would endure such humiliation in silence, especially not Lin Dong, who was known for his lofty aspirations. It is not fear, rather. I find myself somewhat uninterested, Lin Dong replied coolly. If he were still at the sea transformation stage, he would be eager to spar with these talented individuals. Unfortunately, he had ascended to the celestial stage and was currently refining the divine elephant suppression technique, rendering any engagement with the sea transformation practitioner beneath him. However, it appeared he had no choice but to take action. Having returned just a day or two late, he found his home violated. If he continued to remain passive, he feared that all disciples within the Inner Academy would perceive him as easy prey. He needed to demonstrate his strength to instill respect and assert dominance over the Outer Academy disciples. Humph. If you wish to reclaim your cave dwelling, step onto the arena. However, Lin Dong's candid words were somewhat jarring to Yang Dianfeng's ears. It felt as though Lin Dong was belittling him, dismissing any notion of confrontation, and showing no regard for his standing. Even the top-ranked Dao Qinshan would not dare to treat him with such disdain. Flames of anger ignited within him, and he resolved to teach this youth a lesson, ensuring he understood the essence of humility. Why bother with the arena? This can be resolved here, and swiftly. Lin Dong shook his head, indicating that such complications were unnecessary. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, it became evident that Lin Dong would soon fall to Yang Dianfeng. With a smile, Yang Dianfeng declared, "Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. I have long desired to witness my junior's prowess." The overwhelming aura of a 7th-level transformation realm erupted forth, a torrent of spiritual power surging. Heavenly Thunder Palm. Yang Dianfeng stood with his hands clasped behind him and struck out with a palm, the force resonating with the ferocity of thunder, as spiritual energy swept forth like crashing waves. With a faint smile, Lin Dong flicked his robes, effortlessly emanating a formidable energy that neutralized Yang Dianfeng's strike. This spectacle left the assembled disciples in astonishment. It was somewhat embarrassing for Yang Dianfeng, facing a newly initiated disciple and yet unable to subdue him with a single blow. Lin Dong glanced at Yang Dianfeng and urged, "Please, do not hold back." Yang Dianfeng's eyes flickered, revealing his surprise at Lin Dong's strength. To him, Lin Dong was merely a new disciple, not yet worthy of his full effort. Yet, he understood the principle that even a lion must exert itself when hunting a rabbit. The previous strike had indeed been his full force. Even a typical 8th-level transformation realm practitioner would warrant such seriousness. The ease with which Lin Dong had deflected it suggested that this young man possessed an arrogance grounded in undeniable capability. Suppressing his astonishment, Yang Dianfeng's expression grew solemn. "Very well, you are indeed the foremost among the outer disciples. Your abilities have taken me by surprise." Lin Dong's effortless defense indicated his exceptional nature, deserving of Yang Dianfeng's hidden strengths. With a fierce roar, Yang Dianfeng summoned his inner vitality, his blood surging like a mighty river, accompanied by a thunderous bellow akin to that of a great bull. This was the essence of his physical cultivation. The Azure Bull technique. He was a paragon of both body and sword, his physical prowess unmatched within the inner sanctum. With a thunderous punch aimed at Lin Dong, his momentum was as fierce as a tempest. Behind him, a colossal Azure Bull seemed to rear back, its powerful hoof descending towards Lin Dong as if to suppress the very heavens. The sheer might of his physical strength unleashed a force of 600,000 pounds. Augmented by the Azure Bull technique and its mystical powers, this punch manifested an astonishing force exceeding 800,000 pounds. As the punch and hoof descended, The air trembled violently, sweeping toward Lin Dong with the force of a tidal wave. The disciples present turned pale at the might of Yang Dianfeng's strike, a demonstration of overwhelming strength aimed at regaining the dignity lost in the earlier exchange. As the fist's radiance approached, Lin Dong stood resolute, seemingly frozen in place. Yang Dianfeng sneered coldly, "Have you been stunned into silence?" However, in that very moment, Lin Dong extended a single finger and lightly pointed at Yang Dianfeng. Initially taken aback, Yang Dianfeng's face soon contorted with rage. How audacious to treat our duel with such disdain. But the next instant, his pupils widened as he sensed an unparalleled force bearing down upon him, shattering his pride in his physical strength. The Azure Bull let out a mournful cry, its illusion fracturing. Boom! A resounding tremor echoed through the surroundings as the bluestone slabs cracked beneath the force. Yang Dianfeng lay in a deep pit, his face a mask of disbelief. He had been defeated in an instant. Even the top-ranked Dao Qichen would have exerted every ounce of effort against him. Yet here he was, having unleashed his full strength, only to be effortlessly repelled by a mere fingertip from a newly admitted disciple of the inner courtyard. The other disciples stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at the ethereal figure clad in white above them. With just a single gesture, he had crushed the top 10 prodigies of the inner courtyard. From beginning to end, Lin Dong maintained an air of indifference. Defeating a cultivator at the sea transformation stage was hardly a cause for pride. It felt as effortless as swatting away an irritating fly. How could this be? Yang Dianfeng was left in a daze, questioning his very existence. It was inconceivable. He had not held back in that strike. Even against an ordinary cultivator at the Celestial Gang stage, he had confidence in his ability to dominate. How could it be so easily countered? It was a clear display of overwhelming superiority. Suppressing the excruciating pain, he rose to his feet, facing Lin Dong's formidable presence, which evoked a sense of confronting an elder of the inner courtyard, an adversary beyond his capacity to contend with. Wait. Suddenly, Yang Dianfeng's realization struck him. This was not merely a cultivator at the first level of the sea transformation stage. He was a Celestial Gang's cultivator. From Lin Dong's strike, he had sensed an insurmountable force, one that could only belong to a master of the Celestial Gang stage. A Celestial Gang's cultivator at 18? Unbelievable. When did the disciples of the outer courtyard become so extraordinarily gifted? In the annals of the Seven-Star Academy's history spanning thousands of years, such a prodigy had never emerged. The disciples were incredulous, engaging in fervent discussions. Under ordinary circumstances, if someone had told them that an outer courtyard disciple possessed such strength, they would have scoffed at the notion. Yet, the reality unfolded before their very eyes. How had he cultivated to such a degree? Even if he had been training since birth, it was inconceivable for one to reach the Celestial Gang stage by 18. There was no denying that Lin Dong's exceptional talent profoundly impacted the prideful disciples of the inner courtyard, who regarded him as a curiosity. Among them were those who had practiced diligently for 7 or 8 years without attaining the sea transformation stage, fully aware of the arduous journey it entailed. The fact that Lin Dong had reached the first level of the sea transformation stage was already astonishing. But now, to learn that he was not merely a cultivator at that level, but rather at the Celestial Gang stage, was enough to instill a sense of terror. This was comparable to the cultivation level of some ordinary elders of the inner courtyard. Shen Yun's lips twitched involuntarily. When had Lin Dong become a Celestial Gang's cultivator? As an elder of the outer courtyard, he understood deeply that not all disciples of the outer courtyard possess such extraordinary talent. Lin Dong was a singular anomaly. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy erupted from the plaza, startling all present. The disciples cast astonished glances in its direction. Chapter 57. Allow me to show you what true sword intent is. This is sword intent. My heavens, Brother Yang has actually comprehended sword intent. Is he about to unleash the Taihang sword technique? This is indeed his signature skill. He once vanquished the former top 10 with this very sword technique, forcefully breaking into the ranks. In those days, even without the essence of sword intent, his strike was formidable. Before me now, with the enhancement of the Taihang sword body and the infusion of sword intent, its power has multiplied beyond measure, perhaps even capable of contending with those of the Celestial Gang realm. The sharp sword intent emanating from Yang's Taihang sword body struck fear into the disciples surrounding him, causing them to retreat over 100 meters. It is well known that Brother Yang's greatest strength lies not in his physical form, but in his mastery of the sword. He is a prodigy of the Taihang sword body, a rare talent in swordsmanship that the Seven Stars Academy has not seen in a millennium. Within the inner court, in just 3 short years, he has attained an alarming level of swordsmanship, ranking among the top 10 prodigies. What stands before us is undoubtedly his ultimate gambit. An elder of the inner court once remarked that if Yang were to reach the higher stages of the sea transformation realm and comprehend the sword intent, the emergence of the Taihang sword body could allow him to challenge those of the celestial gang realm, feeling inadequate in comparison. I do not believe it. What does it matter that you are of the celestial gang realm? As cultivators, we defy the heavens and dare to wield our swords against the strong. Today, I, Yang Feng, shall reverse the tides of the sea transformation realm to confront the celestial gang realm, proving the invincibility of my swordsmanship. Yang's gaze was resolute. He stood as a divine sword, radiating an unparalleled sword intent that soared to the heavens. Yang Feng, without a doubt, is a prodigy of the inner court. From the moment of despair and shock upon learning of Lin Dong's celestial gang status to now, he swiftly adjusted his state and prepared to strike. While an ordinary person might falter in courage, he was undeterred, embodying an indomitable spirit. Thus, this strike illuminated the heavens and earth, seemingly cleaving the world in two as it descended upon Lin Dong. In response to the incoming strike, Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Any typical celestial gang expert would likely find themselves overwhelmed. Alas, you face me. Your courage is commendable, yet your strength falls short. Allow me to show you what true sword intent looks like. As he spoke, Lin Dong's aura shifted, transforming from calm to fierce, a surge of sword intent more potent, more piercing, and more vast than Yang Feng's previous outburst erupted forth. Yang Feng's sword intent, though formidable, was akin to a mere grain of sand against this oceanic wave. Swiftly obliterated, Lin Dong unleashed countless strands of sword intent, emerging like an unparalleled sword deity. Yang Feng would not yield. Lin Dong would compel him to submit. Simultaneously, the swords on the plaza resonated in unison, bowing to Lin Dong as the torrential downpour of sword intent engulfed Yang Feng. Ah, is this the perfected sword intent? How can this be possible? Yang Feng could hardly accept this. His desperate cries echoed throughout the small plaza. He was incredulous. Having believed Lin Dong merely grasped the rudimentary sword intent, confident that his Taihang sword body combined with sword intent would surpass his opponent. But Lin Dong, not only was his cultivation superior, but he had also comprehended perfected sword intent. What manner of prodigy is this? Not only was his cultivation realm superior to his own, but Lin Dong's comprehension of the sword path was also leagues ahead, a fact he found difficult to accept. In that moment, his heart and body were ravaged by the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Lin Dong, leaving him feeling somewhat shattered. A slight solace came from the realization that Lin Dong did not cultivate his physical form. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the impact of being defeated in both the sword path and body refinement by someone he had once regarded with pride. The murmurs of disbelief echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. They had anticipated that the newly inducted Lin Dong would succumb to the prowess of the top-ranked Yang Dianfeng. Yet no one could have foreseen Lin Dong unleashing the power of the celestial realm, effortlessly overpowering Yang Dianfeng and leaving the audience in utter shock. Lin Dong stood poised in the air, his white robe billowing like a flag, and his long hair danced in the wind. His indifferent gaze fell upon Yang Dianfeng, who lay defeated among the ruins like a lifeless dog. "Do you yield?" he inquired. "Junior brother?" "No. Senior brother Lin is truly a hidden gem. I concede defeat." From this point onward, Lin Dong would undoubtedly be recognized as one of the top 10 prodigies of the Inner Academy, if he so desired. Claiming the title of the Academy's foremost would be well within his grasp. Yang Dianfeng's pupils contracted slightly as he forced a bitter smile, his address shifting from junior brother to senior brother, indicating his genuine submission. "Words of concession are insufficient. Show some sincerity." Lin Dong's tone was calm, yet it bore an undeniable authority that left no room for doubt regarding his strength. He was not a trifling opponent. When he made a move, it was only right to expect some reward. After all, Yang Dianfeng had previously exerted his influence over the Inner Academy to seize his cave dwelling. So Lin Dong felt no obligation to hold back. This was the unwritten rule of the Inner Academy. One must vie for the resources they required. The bitterness on Yang Dianfeng's face was palpable. The confidence he had arrived with was now a distant memory. He had intended to teach Lin Dong a lesson about the Academy's rules, yet now he found himself on the receiving end of a rather humbling lesson. What a turn of events, losing both the lady and the soldier. The news of this defeat would surely spread, bringing him shame beyond measure. How could he ever lift his head high within the Academy again? He was one of the top 10 prodigies, and even those ranked just above him would never dare to treat him in such a manner. Perhaps only Lin Dong had the audacity to do so. Yet, what could he do? He was powerless to resist. A gleam of gold flashed as Yang Dianfeng raised a golden, flowing spirit fruit in his hand, reluctantly stating, "This is the golden purity fruit, a treasure I obtained during my training. I present it to you, senior brother, in hopes of forging a good bond." My heavens! It is truly the golden purity fruit, gasped the onlookers in astonishment. Yang Dianfeng was willing to part with such a precious item for Lin Dong. The mere sight of the fruit ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd, their eyes fervently fixed on the golden orb, the golden purity fruit. A legendary item said to grow in the blood-red mountains, was coveted even by those of the king realm, who might resort to violence to acquire such a treasure. The essence contained within can fortify the divine soul and strengthen the physical form. What entices the powerful beings of the monarch realm is the opportunity to awaken the divine ability of spell immunity by consuming the golden Puyuo fruit. However, this is not without peril. Its effects are domineering, harboring terrifying laws within, and ordinary individuals who ingest it may meet with catastrophic consequences. This rare item was acquired by Yang Jianfeng during a trial, and he did not believe he would be bested by Lin Dong, which is why he carried such a precious spiritual fruit with him. Indeed, what a fortunate twist of fate. I did not expect junior brother Yang to possess such an opportunity. I shall graciously accept it. Lin Dong unreservedly took the golden Puyuo, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It is truly a remarkable treasure. Should Lin Dong consume it and utilize the divine power card, he would undoubtedly gain a fleeting immunity to all spells. Unexpectedly, a simple gesture has yielded such an unexpected boon. Immunity to all spells. Upon reaching the monarch realm, one begins to comprehend the laws, and the spells augmented by these laws are capable of cataclysmic destruction, causing upheaval with the slightest motion. If Lin Dong were to obtain the immunity to all spells, he could temporarily disregard the magical arts of the monarchs. In the context of battle, it would significantly influence the outcome. Chapter 58. A single punch shatters the Azure Dragon steel, a force of 10 million pounds. Observing Lin Dong take the golden Puyuo, Yang Dianfeng felt a pang of regret. Lin Dong turned to Yang Dianfeng. "Take your time to tidy up my cave dwelling, and then vacate yours." He then addressed Xin Yun. "Junior brother Xin, you shall reside in his cave dwelling from now on." Xin Yun was taken aback. "Senior brother Lin, is that appropriate?" Understanding his concerns, Lin Dong glanced at the surrounding disciples and calmly declared, "From now on, I shall protect junior brother Xin. Anyone who dares to contest this can come to me. Should I discover anyone attempting to seize his cave dwelling, I will show no mercy." The aura of the celestial gang realm emanated imperceptibly, instilling a sense of invisible pressure, causing the dozens of inner courtyard disciples present to lower their heads. Even Yang Dianfeng dared not speak further. Lin Dong was simply too formidable. Even the top-ranked Dao Qingxin felt the weight of pressure from Lin Dong far more acutely than from any other. The thought of opposing him was inconceivable. To offend Lin Dong over a cave dwelling was not worth it. Let him have it. Just as Yang Dianfeng intended to depart, he noticed Lin Dong slowly approaching the Azure Dragon steel, causing him to freeze in place. Could it be that he has delved into the realm of physical prowess? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A cultivator's energy is finite. How could someone so young as Lin Dong, having attained the celestial gang realm and perfected the sword intent, possibly have achievements in the realm of physical strength? He must merely be curious, wanting to give it a try. With this thought, Yang Dianfeng exhaled deeply. Indeed. How could there possibly exist a prodigy who masters 3 paths simultaneously? Boom. Just as Yang Dianfeng pondered, a deafening sound erupted from the Azure Dragon steel. The earth quaked and the heavens trembled, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that sent many nearby inner courtyard disciples flying. Yang Dianfeng stiffly turned his neck, witnessing a scene before the stone tablet that caused his pupils to constrict, as if he had beheld something utterly unbelievable. Unable to contain himself, he let out a curse. Thunderously, Lin Dong extended his massive hand, his body bent like a bow drawn taut, and suddenly, a colossal elephant phantom materialized, bellowing towards the heavens. With a fierce shout, Lin Dong struck the Azure Dragon stone tablet with a powerful fist, unleashing an overwhelming force of pure physical strength without reservation. His vitality surged like a dragon. The ground trembled with a resounding boom. On the Azure Dragon stone tablet, a crimson sequence of numbers soared rapidly, ascending from 1 million, blinking to 5 million, and only halting at 10 million. Crack. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon stone tablet quivered twice, spiderweb-like fissures appearing on the dragon figure, swiftly spreading across the entire stone pillar. Boom. The majestic Azure Dragon stone tablet, standing for thousands of years at the 7 Stars Academy, collapsed in an instant, reducing itself to a pile of rubble. The small square fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The disciples stood frozen like lifeless statues, gazing at the unforgettable spectacle before them. Deeply shaken. With the fall of the azure dragon stone tablet, many disciples could not withstand the overwhelming pressure and collapsed onto the ground. Once the tranquility dissipated, a cacophony of thunderous discussions erupted in the square, akin to a colossal stone being cast into a serene lake. No way. Did I just witness that? The azure dragon stone tablet shattered, obliterated by Lin Dong's fist. Is he even human? 10 million pounds of strength. Is this the physical power a Tiangang realm human can wield? No one in the academy has ever broken the tablet throughout history. I thought the azure dragon stone tablet was destined to decay, but it turns out they were simply not strong enough. The crowd regarded Lin Dong as though he were a monster, feeling the tidal wave of vitality he emanated, vast as the sea. As if even a mere fragment of his essence could suppress them, instilling fear in their hearts and compelling their bodies to kneel. The vitality manifested before them like a dragon, leading them to perceive Lin Dong not as a human, but as a ferocious beast clad in human skin. Just moments ago, he had not even exerted his full strength. How could his physical form be so formidable? Truly, he was a monster. Yang Dianfeng had yet to catch his breath when he nearly succumbed to Lin Dong's terrifying aura, his entire being numbed. What else was there that he did not know? He had assumed that Lin Dong had not cultivated his physical body, yet the chasm between them was still so vast. Yang Dianfeng had practiced the Tianqing Niu Ju since childhood, achieving a strength of several 100,000 pounds over more than 20 years. In contrast, Lin Dong unleashed a force of 10 million pounds with a single strike. He suspected that some elders of the Tiangang realm, who had lived for hundreds of years, possessed lesser physical strength than Lin Dong. Perhaps he had reached the pinnacle of physical power in the Tiangang realm. This was what it meant to crush. This was true domination. Every aspect thoroughly overwhelmed Yang Dianfeng, grinding his resolve deeply into the ground. Before encountering Lin Dong, one might ponder whether such extraordinary individuals truly exist in this world, having refined their paths to the utmost limits. Yet now, he believes it. How has he cultivated to such a state? Lin Dong retracted his fist, standing tall and proud, his gaze surveying the surroundings with an air of dominance. His white robe billowing like that of an unparalleled war god. Is this shattered? Is it truly this inferior? Lin Dong glanced at the ground strewn with shattered stones, his brow furrowing in mild dissatisfaction. At his words, Yang Dianfeng and the others could not help but twitch their lips. The Qinglong stone tablet had stood for millennia. Bearing the brilliance of countless generations, its might had been validated through the passage of endless time. It was not the Qinglong stone tablet that was lacking, but rather his senior brother, who was simply too formidable. Lin Dong was not posturing. He genuinely believed that his strength exceeded 10 million pounds. Merely by practicing the divine elephant suppression technique, he possessed over 10 million pounds of strength, and the power of his physical body must surely exceed 1 million pounds. It could only be said that 10 million pounds was the limit of the Qinglong stone tablet, not Lin Dong's true potential. Roaring. At that moment, beside the Qinglong stone tablet, a colossal stone platform erupted with boundless azure light, enveloping Lin Dong's figure. A majestic azure dragon soared into the sky, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth, radiating an overwhelming presence. This was an extraordinary phenomenon, breaking the record of the Qinglong stone tablet. Under normal circumstances, the crowd would be utterly astonished, yet Lin Dong had already left them in a state of shock, making this revelation less surprising. With 10 million pounds of strength shattering the Qinglong stone tablet, how could it not break records? However, everyone understood that once this news spread, it would certainly reverberate throughout the entire Seven-Star Academy. Shun Yundao exclaimed, Lin's senior brother, quickly inscribe your name to receive the rewards from the Qinglong stone platform. Your name will be passed down for millennia. Future disciples of the Academy would set you as their goal. All right. Lin Dong nodded, and on the stone platform, he elegantly inscribed the character Dong. As the character fell, the Qinglong stone platform radiated immense light, towering 10 zhang high, adorned with a plethora of names, records left by predecessors. Previously, a prodigy known as Mu Xian held the highest position with 5 million pounds of strength, gazing down upon all others. At that moment, a flash of azure light illuminated the character Dong, which now hung high at the pinnacle. From Qingzhou's Dongyu Yulan branch, possessing a pure physical strength of 10 million pounds at the first level of the Tiangang realm. Simultaneously, the Qinglong platform emanated boundless light, even imprinting Lin Dong's ethereal silhouette. His gaze dominating the heavens, his form as majestic as a peak. To the astonishment of the crowd, not only did Lin Dong's silhouette materialize, but also the ethereal figures of prodigious individuals from generations past emerged one after another. Each youth stood proudly, exuding a unique aura of strength, destined for greatness in the future. Yet among these youthful prodigies, one figure towered above all. This presence emanated a dragon-like might, resembling a young celestial emperor, gazing down upon the world's talents and inspiring awe and reverence. This figure was none other than Lin Dong himself. On the stone pedestal, a beam of azure light shot forth, just as Lin Dong intended to resist. He heard Xin Yun mention that this was the reward from the azure dragon steel for breaking Lin Dong's record. Lin Dong decided to allow the gentle azure light to envelop his brow. Chapter 59, Tremor at the Grand Academy, the supreme reward of the azure dragon steel. Meanwhile, in the distant Qingzhou, at the Seven Stars Academy, Grand Institute. The Grand Institute of the Seven Stars Academy boasts a rich history, spanning countless millennia, and has birthed numerous unparalleled powerhouses renowned throughout the 9 provinces. It stands as the highest academy in Qizhou, its prestige rivaling that of sacred lands and immortal sections. Nestled within a majestic mountain range in the central part of Qizhou, the Grand Institute rises like a series of inverted swords piercing the heavens. The spiritual energy here is thick as mist, resembling a celestial paradise. The Grand Institute is also home to an azure dragon steel, towering into the clouds, its grandeur surpassing that of the azure dragon steel at the Yulon branch by an immeasurable degree. The intricate azure dragon patterns upon it are mystical and lifelike, as if a true azure dragon was gazing down upon the myriad of beings below. Legend has it that this azure dragon steel was crafted by a former quasi-emperor of the academy, embodying the institution's profound heritage. It is said that the quasi-emperor concealed astonishing secrets within the steel. Should a prodigious talent transcend the limits of the human body, unimaginable rewards await. The azure dragon steel of each branch is connected to the Grand Institute's steel through the extraordinary powers of the Academy's elder saints. The disciples of the Academy place great emphasis on their physical forms. Thus, the azure dragon steel is renowned throughout the Seven Stars Academy, with hundreds of disciples awaiting their tests before it. These disciples possess extraordinary prowess, each one a prodigy capable of standing out in Yunlin City. Suddenly, the azure dragon steel trembled without warning, causing the earth to shake violently, and the resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens. A brilliant azure light burst forth, illuminating the world, as an immense azure dragon materialized, soaring into the sky. The dragon coiled around the vast expanse of the firmament, exuding an undeniable majesty, its presence instilling a sense of awe that compelled many to kneel. What is happening? Why has the azure dragon steel stirred? This sudden spectacle left the esteemed disciples of the Grand Institute in shock and confusion. Some murmured, "Has someone broken the record?" Yet, they had been present for so long without witnessing anyone surpassing the steel's records. How could such a monumental phenomenon arise abruptly? Who could it be that has shattered the record of the azure dragon steel? The record for the physical body at the Tiangang realm? Such an event has triggered this grand spectacle. This record was established by the Venerable Mu, who achieved a physical strength of 500,000 jin, representing the pinnacle of human physical limits at the Tiangang realm. In the eastern region of Qingzhou, at the Yunlin branch, the first level of the Tiangang realm boasts a pure physical strength of 10 million jin. This individual has surpassed that esteemed predecessor, boasting double the physical might. A figure steeped in the Academy's legendary history. Does this not imply that this person has transcended the physical limits of the Tiangang realm? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their expressions filled with astonishment, many unable to suppress a gasp, feeling an intense blow to their hearts. It is known that among the elite of the inner court, the physical strength of those in the celestial realm typically ranges from 2 to 300 pounds. The record of the first place on the azure dragon steel, held by Mu Xian, has remained unbroken for thousands of years, an insurmountable chasm that countless disciples of various academies have failed to cross. This individual, possessing the first level of the celestial realm, wields an astonishing 1 million pounds of pure physical strength. To surpass the esteemed Mu Xian implies that had this person existed in the same era as him, they could effortlessly crush Mu Xian. Yet, Mu Xian himself achieved the status of a quasi-emperor, merely a step away from attaining the title of emperor. The future potential of this individual could very well eclipse that of Mu Xian. Could it be that this person possesses the bearing of an emperor? After all, 1 million pounds of pure physical strength at the first level of the celestial realm is truly terrifying, even among the renowned young sovereigns of the demon race. Such as the offspring of the true dragon nest, none possess such formidable physical prowess. Look, Upon the head of the azure dragon, there appears to be a figure. Someone gasps, having spotted a silhouette atop the formidable azure dragon. The youth, clad in flowing robes, possesses hair that dances wildly. With a stature as upright as a divine being, exuding a vitality as vast as the ocean, his gaze seemingly surveying all directions, resembling a young heavenly emperor. Could it be that he is the one who shattered the record? A figure towering above the azure dragon, overlooking the remnants of the once mighty prodigies of the academy. Such a robust vitality. Merely observing the silhouette, one can almost feel the overwhelming essence of vitality akin to that of a true dragon. The crowd is awestruck, gazing up at the figure upon the back of the azure dragon. From just the silhouette, the terrifying aura of this individual's physical presence can be felt, as if standing before a true dragon. What kind of prodigy is this? Such physical strength is likely unparalleled in history. When did our 7 Stars Academy produce such an extraordinary figure? Why have I not heard a whisper of this? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had never heard of nor seen this individual, as if he had materialized from thin air. No, this is not a prodigy from our main academy. A keen-eyed disciple remarked. He is indeed recorded on the azure dragon stele from a branch academy in the eastern region. His words fell like a heavy hammer, striking the heads of all the prodigies in the main academy with a resounding impact. They were utterly stunned. Who would believe that a disciple from a branch academy could overshadow the numerous prodigies of the main academy? This revelation was more disheartening than if they had learned he was from the main academy. They had always looked down upon disciples from the branch academies, considering them to hail from barren lands, akin to uncivilized savages. Yet here stands a disciple from a branch academy they had never heard of, who has shattered the long-standing record that countless prodigies of the main academy could not approach in millennia. Many felt a profound blow, finally grasping what it means to be beyond the realm of the ordinary. An elder stationed before the azure dragon stele, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over. Despite having weathered many storms, he could not help but feel a jolt of shock at this scene, momentarily rendered speechless. In such a remote corner, such a prodigy has emerged? It appears that the golden age is truly upon us, as prodigies from the 9 provinces rise like spring bamboo. This matter must be promptly reported to the dean. The branch has unexpectedly given rise to such a prodigious talent. This opportunity must not be missed. He must immediately escalate this matter to the higher-ups. With a cultivation level of the first stage of the celestial realm and a body strength of 10 million pounds. It is astonishing that, with his extensive experience traversing the 9 provinces for many years, he has never encountered nor heard of anything like this, given this individual's innate talent. With proper cultivation, he could potentially rival the offspring of the true dragon's nest and the 9-headed lion clan. Meanwhile, at the 7 Stars Academy, Yunlan branch, Lindong, the person at the center of this commotion, remains oblivious to the stir he has caused at the Qizhou main academy, as he quietly contemplates the rewards from the azure dragon stele. Upon opening his eyes once more, a glimmer of delight shines within Lindong's gaze. He has been granted the ultimate secret of the azure dragon stele, the Dragon Clan's scattered hand techniques. This encompasses several formidable abilities, including the true Dragon Claw, Dragon Roar technique, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, and the Dragon's Confinement technique, among others. This bestows upon Lindong a myriad of new capabilities. It is indeed surprising that the 7 Stars Academy harbors such Dragon Clan heritage techniques. If he were to channel the Imperial Dragon Chi while executing the Dragon Clan's scattered hand techniques, his combat prowess would rival that of certain Imperial Dao techniques. Should any disciples from the main academy learn of Lindong's extraordinary rewards, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy and resentment. It is said that this is the astonishing secret treasure left behind by the Azure Dragon's provisional emperor, a means by which he ascended to prominence and swept across the 9 provinces. Though it may not be the legendary True Dragon's treasure technique, it is nonetheless an immensely powerful killing technique. Chapter 60. Recruiting a younger brother. Which elder broke the record of the Azure Dragon stele? Congratulations, Brother Lin. Xinyun exclaimed with a smile. It seems Brother Lin has attained unimaginable fortune. Lindong replied modestly, a modest harvest. Xinyun remarked, your record will likely endure for millennia, becoming an insurmountable chasm for the disciples of the academy. Lindong chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying, and said, let us go. With Yang Dianfeng resolved and an unexpected gain in hand, it is time to head to the scripture pavilion. At that moment, Yang Dianfeng suddenly spoke, Brother Lin. Wait a moment. Limping towards Lindong, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Lindong furrowed his brow. Is there something you need, Brother Yang? He was not particularly interested in men. Yang Dianfeng knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with hope. Brother Lin, I wonder if you would still accept a younger brother? I wish to learn the sword path and body refinement under your guidance. He is a sword fanatic, deeply devoted to the sword path. His dedication to both the sword and cultivation is unwavering. He is well aware of the principle that the accomplished come first, as long as he can learn. He is willing to humble himself and seek guidance from Lin Dong. Gasped. Brother Yang has knelt? This scene left everyone astonished. How proud Yang Dianfeng is. Being a prodigy of the sword path within the academy, even the first-ranked Dao Qichen could not compel him to bow. Yet here he is, kneeling before Lin Dong, imploring him to accept him as a younger brother, truly an unbelievable spectacle. Others would not comprehend Yang Dianfeng's intentions. If one were to speak of the prowess of Dao Qichen, it is visible, and he possesses the opportunity to pursue. However, Lin Dong's strength is so extraordinary that it renders him an unattainable figure, making it unnecessary to set such a prodigy as a goal. Even if granted time to chase, the future remains distant and out of reach. As a paragon, possessing a proud and unyielding spirit, to kneel before a peer in the presence of so many requires immense courage. Lin Dong finds a measure of admiration for him. Rise, he commands. Originally, I had no intention of accepting any younger brother, but your sincerity compels me to make an exception. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, Lin Dong personally assists Yang Dianfeng to his feet. Having a 10th-ranked prodigy as a younger brother indeed brings a certain prestige. Thank you, senior brother Lin, Yang Dianfeng exclaims. Exhilarated. Following Lin Dong, he believes his future is boundless. Lin Dong nods. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have some matters to attend to. Feel free to seek me out when you have the chance. With that, Lin Dong and Xin Yun depart. The onlookers regard Lin Dong's retreating figure with awe, as if witnessing the rise of a legend. One day, his name shall resonate throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces. Ouch. Following Lin Dong's departure, Yang Dianfeng clutches his chest and slowly collapses to the ground, grimacing in pain. Senior brother Lin is truly formidable. I feel as though my entire body is about to fall apart. He had been holding on for so long, but now he can no longer endure. This internal injury will require at least 10 to 8 days of rest. This disciple cannot sleep here, comes the voice of Elder Lu. Are you Yang Feng? What happened? Who has reduced you to this state? Having been patrolling nearby, he had heard the tremors from the Azure Dragon steel, suggesting someone must have broken its record, prompting his investigation. To witness the scene before him, he is astonished. Who could have inflicted such a state upon the 10th-ranked Yang Dianfeng? Once handsome and fierce, Yang Dianfeng now appears disheveled and beggarly, his eyes clear yet filled with a sense of defeat, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Yang Dianfeng opts for silence. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Elder Lu shifts his gaze elsewhere, but seems to glimpse something unbelievable, his pupils widening in shock. Who has shattered the celestial realm record of the Azure Dragon steel? The Azure Dragon steel? Goodness, who has damaged it? Elder Lu rubs his eyes, struggling to believe what he sees as he stares in astonishment. The Azure Dragon steel, which has stood for thousands of years, has fallen? A timid disciple speaks up. Elder. It was not any elder who broke the record, but a disciple named Lin Dong. Lin Dong? What nonsense is this? ISNT Lin Dong at the Sea Transformation Realm? How could he break the celestial realm record? You think I'm senile? I may be old, but I'm not foolish, if you want to tell me. I shall see for myself. Good heavens, it truly is Lin Dong. Elder Lu is initially taken aback, but quickly regains his composure, muttering curses as he directs his gaze towards the Azure Dragon steel. Upon seeing the name at the pinnacle, he is left in awe. The first place has unexpectedly shifted from Mu Xian to Dong. I have finally come to believe that this reality is indeed true. Elder Lu remained silent for a considerable time before he bitterly remarked, it has only been a short while, yet this young man, Lin Dong, has truly ascended to the celestial realm? What an extraordinary prodigy! Elder Lu was somewhat taken aback. In his long life, he had never encountered such an extraordinary talent. Just days ago, when Lin Dong broke through to the Sea Transformation realm, he and another elder had surmised that, given 2 or 3 years, Lin Dong would surpass them. Yet, who could have anticipated that just a few days later, Lin Dong would achieve the celestial realm, with his physical strength reaching an astonishing 10 million pounds. It seems that their aged bones would no longer be a match for Lin Dong. They had indeed underestimated him. Elder Lu suddenly cast a glance at Yang Dianfeng. You didn't go and provoke Lin Dong, only to be soundly thrashed by him, did you? Yang Dianfeng shot him a knowing look, fully aware of the implications. Elder Lu stroked his beard and chuckled. Ah, it is for the best. You so-called prodigies are far too arrogant. A little setback will do you good. It will serve as a reminder that there are always greater heights beyond your own. It is better to suffer embarrassment here at the Branch Academy, where outsiders cannot see. Meanwhile, in the Scripture Pavilion, Lin Dong and Shun Yun had arrived at the inner courtyard Scripture Pavilion. Unlike the outer courtyard, the inner pavilion housed more advanced techniques, representing the true essence of the academy. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first level was filled with middle-grade techniques accessible to most disciples, such as snow-treading finger and thundercloud slash. However, for Lin Dong, these were too rudimentary, equipped with a system and possessing imperial-grade techniques and innate talents. He naturally looked down upon middle-grade techniques. After a mere cursory glance, he ascended to the second level. The second level housed relatively precious upper-grade techniques suitable for sea transformation and celestial realm practitioners. Yet, he headed directly for the third level, where the techniques finally caught his interest, with the minimum being upper-grade techniques and many surpassing that. Exceptional techniques here were comparable to the strength of a Purple Mansion realm practitioner. Ordinary disciples could claim a middle-grade technique upon becoming inner courtyard disciples, but Lin Dong, being the top of the outer courtyard, had the privilege to select an exceptional technique. As he browsed through the various technique tomes, he encountered exceptional techniques such as the Heavenly Punishment Sword Art, Thundercloud Palm, and Dragon Elephant Fist, among others. He was not in a rush to choose. He recalled the protagonist from novels frequently picking up fortuitous finds in the Scripture Pavilion, acquiring unparalleled techniques that led them to invincibility. He wondered if he might also stumble upon such fortune. Chapter 61. Fortuitous Find, The Walking Character's Secret. After leisurely exploring for an hour or two, Lin Dong had witnessed an abundance of profound techniques, including some royal-grade techniques, which left him in awe. The 7-Star Academy truly lives up to its reputation as a formidable power with such profound foundations. My Lin family, with a legacy spanning centuries, possesses only one exceptional technique, treated like a treasure. Yet, the 7-Star Academy boasts so many exceptional techniques, readily available for disciples to cultivate. To Lin Dong's disappointment, after such a lengthy search, he still had not stumbled upon any remarkable divine abilities. While these abilities were indeed impressive, they lacked the element of awe. It seemed that novels were nothing but deceiving tales. Just as Lin Dong was about to casually select a seemingly superior technique, a dusty tome in the corner caught his attention. It was enveloped in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had not been opened for quite some time. Lin Dong picked up the tome and gently wiped away the dust, revealing a few characters, heavenly steps. Instinctively, he opened it to find a phrase that made his pupils contract. What the hell? I really found a treasure. On the first page, it read, 9 secret heavenly steps. Lin Dong was somewhat astonished. In such an inconspicuous corner of the 7 Stars Academy's Scripture Pavilion, there lay the legendary 9 secrets. The 9 secrets were renowned throughout the realms, invoking the power of combatants. All numbers, proceed. It was the supreme secret technique created by the Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Each technique possessing unparalleled might, representing the pinnacle of power in its respective domain. When united, the 9 secrets rivaled celestial-grade divine abilities. The heavenly steps were undoubtedly the legendary technique of movement. This technique, said to be the fastest in the world, boasted a speed that transcended time. Ignoring all formations and restrictions, and when grasped to perfection, could even reverse time. Hey, senior brother Lin, what draws you to this incomplete scripture? Without allowing Lin Dong to bask in his excitement, he heard Xin Yun's voice nearby. Xin Yun had assumed Lin Dong had chosen a divine ability. But upon seeing him staring foolishly at the heavenly steps, he was taken aback. You know about the heavenly steps too, junior brother Xin? Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. Noticing Xin Yun appeared entirely unfazed, Xin Yun nodded with a smile. Of course, the heavenly steps are one of the 9 secrets. Who doesn't know? As for the heavenly steps in the Scripture Pavilion, it's not just me who knows. All the inner court disciples are aware of it. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. If all the inner court disciples know, why has it been left here to gather dust? Xin Yun chuckled. I understand your confusion, senior brother. What you may not know is that the heavenly steps are merely an incomplete version of the 9 secrets, not the complete set. Incomplete version? Indeed. When the heavenly steps first appeared, many disciples tried to cultivate it. However, they soon discovered that understanding the heavenly steps was exceedingly difficult. And since it wasn't the complete 9 secrets, no one could grasp its profound meanings. Even achieving great mastery would only yield results comparable to a high-grade movement technique. The difficulty of comprehending the heavenly steps is akin to that of royal-grade divine abilities, requiring a significant investment of time. Many disciples felt that with the time spent on this, they might as well comprehend an ordinary movement technique instead, which would be far more worthwhile. Due to these reasons, over time, disciples became reluctant to cultivate the heavenly steps. Thus, the heavenly steps languished in the scripture pavilion, neglected and ignored. Lin Dong was left speechless, having been elated at the thought of uncovering the legendary 9 secrets, only to find it was merely an incomplete version. Senior brother, I advise you not to cultivate the heavenly steps. It simply isn't worth it, Xinyun concluded kindly, suggesting he would be better off choosing a superior divine ability tome instead. Thank you for your kind intentions, junior brother. I wish to attempt the celestial steps. Lin Dong did not put down the manual for the celestial steps. He surveyed the other techniques, which he found unimpressive, and decided to hold on to this one for now. Just because others struggled to cultivate does not mean Lin Dong would find it difficult. After all, he was a man equipped with a system. While others needed time to practice, he only required a bit of effort to swiftly comprehend the celestial steps. Perhaps he could even utilize the system's enhancement feature to strengthen the technique, ultimately becoming one of the 9 mysteries, specifically the secret of movement. Very well. Xinyun refrained from further persuasion, understanding that the thoughts of a prodigy differ from those of ordinary individuals. Lin Shixiang's willingness to take this path indicated he had his own reasoning. Lin Dong nodded, taking the manual and descending from the scripture pavilion, approaching the elder in charge. Greetings, elder. I am Lin Dong, and I have chosen this technique, he stated. The elder glanced at the celestial steps, then at Lin Dong, somewhat astonished. Ah, another headstrong young one? The 9 mysteries are not so easily obtained. Young one, are you certain you wish to claim the celestial steps? This choice is final and cannot be altered. The elder raised his gaze, confirming repeatedly. To be candid, he had encountered too many so-called prodigies, arrogant and self-assured, believing they could grasp the secret of movement. Unfortunately, many wasted significant time, falling behind in cultivation, and the celestial steps they failed to comprehend gradually faded into obscurity. He perceived Lin Dong would likely be no exception. I'm certain. Lin Dong's eyes shone with determination. The elder nodded, forming a complex seal with his hands to unlock the manual's protective barriers against prying eyes and theft. Take it, and return it within 3 months. With a hum, the manual for the celestial steps floated before Lin Dong. He accepted it with both hands, expressed his gratitude to the elder, and took his leave. What is this? As he exited the scripture pavilion, Lin Dong felt his token vibrate, releasing a beam of information that startled him. Lin Dong, ranked 10th on the prodigy list. Xinyun exclaimed, Brother Lin, you are the first newcomer in history to ascend to the top 10 of the prodigy list upon entering the inner sect. Lin Dong turned to Xinyun and inquired, what benefits does being in the top 10 of the prodigy list confer? Xinyun replied, the advantages are numerous. You will receive an independent cave residence, monthly resources from the academy, and access to cultivation facilities that ordinary disciples are not qualified to enter. Most importantly, those in the top 10 are eligible to participate in the great competition of the 10 core disciples. Securing a position as one of the top 10 core disciples grants the opportunity to train at the Qingzhou main academy. Xinyun's eyes sparkled with longing. It is said that outer sect disciples aspire to the inner sect, while inner sect disciples yearn for the main academy. The main academy? As a disciple of the academy, Lin Dong had indeed heard of it. It must be said, Yang Dianfeng truly was a good junior brother. Not only did he give him the golden puwa, but he also provided him with a place in the top 10 of the prodigy list. Indeed, it has been rumored that the assessment for core disciples will commence shortly. In a while, prodigies from the Qingzhou main academy will arrive. As for the nature of the assessment, it remains shrouded in mystery. Only by passing it can one proceed to the main academy, Xinyun stated. Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. How intriguing. A prodigy hailing from the Qingzhou main academy, is it? To Lin Dong as a formidable figure within the celestial realm. The disciples of the Yunlan branch had long ceased to be worthy adversaries. Rumors spoke of the central Qingzhou as a land rich in talent, where exceptional individuals abounded. The top 10 prodigies from the branch, upon reaching the main academy, would merely be regarded as average talents. There were even young paragons of the celestial realm and purple mansion realm. Lin Dong felt a flicker of anticipation. Only these so-called prodigies of the main academy could stand as his equals. Brother Lin, this is your dwelling. As their conversation meandered, they arrived at Lin Dong's abode. Xinyun remarked, the mountain before you is entirely within your domain. After Xinyun departed, Lin Dong stepped into his residence, where an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The small mountain peak could be likened to a quaint courtyard. Within the cave, tables, chairs, and various items were plentiful. alongside a high-level spirit-gathering array set by the Academy's masters, which would greatly enhance the disciples' cultivation efforts. The concentration of spiritual energy was at least 2 to 3 times that of the Inner Academy. Truly, it was a privilege reserved for the top 10 of the Inner Academy, Lindong mused. Understanding that the Academy's intention was to inspire the disciples to strive for the top 10, instilling in them the notion that only the strong were deserving of superior treatment. After tidying up, he exited the cave and noticed that night had fallen. Remembering that Elder Hu was still awaiting him, Lindong hastened towards Elder Hu's residence. Chapter 62, A Breakthrough Amidst Revelry Under the Luminous Full Moon. Lindong arrived at Elder Hu's exclusive courtyard. The surroundings were picturesque, adorned with flowers and trees, and a small scenic lake shimmered under the moonlight. "You rascal, you've made me wait quite a while." Upon reaching the lakeside, Lindong heard Elder Hu's voice tinged with mild displeasure. Not far away, an elegant ancient pavilion stood aglow with light, where Elder Hu sat, indulging in his own libations. "Apologies, Elder, I was delayed by a matter. I shall self-impose a penalty of 3 cups." With a few leaps, Lindong approached the ancient pavilion, smiling as he feigned a serious demeanor before Elder Hu. The elder chuckled. "Now that's more like it. Sit down." Elder Hu produced a treasured spirit wine that he had carefully aged for centuries. "Fortune smiles upon you, for this wine is crafted from countless rare herbs and spiritual grasses. I have preserved it for hundreds of years. Others covet it but cannot obtain it." As he filled Lindong's cup, he cautioned, "Savor it slowly. Do not be greedy. This wine possesses potent effects, brimming with rich essence. Even masters of the Purple Mansion realm may find themselves intoxicated. For lower-tier cultivators like you, it is a tremendous tonic. Should you overindulge and fail to refine it, it may harm your body. I do not demand you impose a penalty of 3 cups, lest you jeopardize your health." The fragrant aroma of the wine wafted through the air, and Lindong could sense the profound essence contained within. It was undoubtedly a significant boon for his cultivation. Indeed, Elder Hu, a figure of great stature, is capable of producing exceptional items with the slightest effort. With Elder Hu's generous disposition, Lindong, not one to be coy, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Hu. I shall not be polite." He raised his cup and drained its contents in one swift motion. Lindong paid little heed to Elder Hu's words. For most, this wine contained a vast essence, and excessive consumption could lead to a fatal explosion of one's body. Yet for Lindong, it served as nourishment. With the swallowing heaven scripture, he could refine as much as he desired, and his cultivation surged with each sip. A surge of immense and pure essence flowed down Lindong's throat, spreading through his limbs and exploding within him. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Truly, this was a remarkable offering from Elder Hu, as a single cup surpassed the essence of an entire meal of Demon King flesh. His cultivation had indeed advanced significantly. As for the intensity, Lindong did not perceive it as overwhelming. Rather, it felt perfectly suited to him, akin to a grand tonic. Observing Lindong's hearty consumption, Elder Hu stroked his beard and chuckled with a mix of exasperation and amusement. This lad, disregarding the counsel of the wise, shall soon find himself in trouble. Nevertheless, he respected Lindong's pride. This cup of wine could incapacitate an average celestial realm expert, let alone a mere beginner in the sea transformation realm like Lindong. News from the inner courtyard would take some time to reach the outer courtyard. Elder Hu was still unaware of Lindong's recent breakthrough to the celestial realm, mistakenly believing him to be the same sea transformation cultivator from days prior. He was curious to see Lindong in a drunken stupor, swaying and acting foolishly. However, to his surprise, Lindong laughed heartily and called out, "Another round." Elder Hu's expression shifted slightly. This young man certainly possessed a remarkable capacity for liquor. "Very well. I shall fill your cup once more. In my youth, I never drank as well as you." Elder Hu mused that one could not merely teach. Sometimes, life itself must impart its lessons. He intended to intoxicate Lindong, hoping to enlighten him about the harsh realities of society. With him present, Lindong could indulge in several cups without consequence. Yet, outside, such indulgence could indeed be perilous. It was better to teach him a lesson. Elder Hu envisioned a scenario where, upon Lindong's inebriation, he would be stripped of his dignity and bound to a tree, providing a spectacle for all to witness. Yet, as Lindong consumed another cup, his demeanor remained unchanged, no flush to his cheeks, no quickened heartbeat. Elder Hu narrowed his eyes. 2 cups, and still standing? Lindong, undeterred, declared, "Bring it on. As promised, I shall self-impose 3 cups." Unaware of Elder Hu's intentions, Lin Dong simply felt that the essence within the wine was facilitating his breakthrough. Elder Hu filled Lin Dong's cup once more, convinced that this third drink would surely mark his limits. To his dismay, Lin Dong continued to exhibit no signs of intoxication. Elder Hu's gaze sharpened. Could it be that this lad had indeed reached the celestial realm? Observing Lin Dong consume such a quantity of wine without a hint of inebriation and without any notable breakthrough in his cultivation, Elder Hu could not help but harbor doubts. A single cup could elevate an ordinary seed transformation cultivator by 1 or 2 minor realms. Even for a prodigy like Lin Dong, several cups should elicit some response. Yet he remained unfazed. Could it be that Lin Dong was indeed a celestial realm cultivator? It is impossible. Lin Dong only recently reached the ocean transformation realm. Even if Lin Dong is extraordinarily talented, it would take him at least a month to refine his vital energy. How could he possibly advance from the 7th level of the ocean transformation realm to the heavenly gang realm in just a few days? Elder Hu mused to himself, I have underestimated this young man. I refuse to believe that he possesses such a remarkable capacity for alcohol. To this cup, I express my gratitude for Elder Hu's care. Had it not been for Elder Hu, my Lin family would have undoubtedly faced calamity. Lin Dong was not yet satisfied. Before Elder Hu could pour him more wine, he filled his own cup and Elder Hu's to the brim. You are quite thoughtful. To this cup, let us raise another. Elder Hu, in honor of our fateful encounter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong downed several cups of wine. Still drinking heartily as if he could not be intoxicated. Elder Hu stared in astonishment. How could this young man remain unperturbed and composed? It made him question whether the wine he served was genuine. Stop. If you continue to drink like this, something unfortunate will surely occur. Elder Hu finally sensed something amiss. After consuming so many cups, even a strong cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm would be incapacitated, yet this young man appeared utterly unfazed. At this rate, he would soon deplete his fine wine. Elder Hu was not concerned about Lin Dong wasting his liquor. Rather, he feared for Lin Dong's health. Worried that his body could not withstand the energy of the alcohol and might burst asunder. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Wait. Are you in the heavenly gang realm? Suddenly, Elder Hu seemed to perceive something, his eyes narrowing. Boom. At that moment, Lin Dong's aura surged dramatically, soaring like a rocket as he broke through 2 minor realms. The 3rd level of the heavenly gang realm. Lin Dong rejoiced and bowed to Elder Hu. Thank you, Elder Hu, for bestowing this opportunity. A fierce wind rose, and Elder Hu was thrown into disarray. His eyelids twitching as he bitterly smiled. When did you become a heavenly gang realm cultivator? What kind of breakthrough speed is this? He had thought Lin Dong was still in the ocean transformation realm. Elder Hu felt a bit dazed. How long had he known Lin Dong? He recalled that during their first meeting, Lin Dong was merely a practitioner of the pulse unblocking realm. Yet, just a few days had passed, and he had risen to the heavenly gang realm, truly inconceivable. Even he had taken several years to ascend from the ocean transformation realm to the heavenly gang realm. In fact, even the most prodigious geniuses he had encountered required at least 2.5 months to achieve such a breakthrough. But Lin Dong? Just a few days. A few days is nothing. He could blink, and a few days would have passed. Now, to hear that Lin Dong had reached the heavenly gang realm was almost unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. Elder Hu was entirely unaware that Lin Dong had shattered the record of the Azure Dragonstone tablet, or else he would have been utterly astonished. Chapter 63, Competing with Prodigies and Monsters for the Opportunity of the Great Path. Young man, how on earth have you cultivated? Lin Dong's actions had sobered Elder Hu to some extent, leaving him in a daze as he gazed at Lin Dong, as if observing a rare creature. Cultivating? Lin Dong said, I have never practiced cultivation. Elder Hu narrowed his aged eyes slightly and replied, Do not try to deceive me. You cannot possibly have broken through merely by indulging in food and drink. Lin Dong retorted, Indeed, Elder Hu, do not be too envious. Elder Hu, though claiming not to envy, could not hide his astonishment. You, young lad, seem to possess an extraordinary physique, as if cultivation presents no obstacles for you. Elder Hu, hailing from central Qingzhou and well-versed in the ways of the world, had no need for Lin Dong's embellishments. The vast expanse of the 9 provinces harbors countless peculiarities, with 3,000 distinct physiques. Among them, the devouring physique known as the gluttonous god body stands out, capable of consuming everything and refining all it ingests, ultimately reaching a state where even the stars may serve as sustenance. Equally remarkable is the art of the heavenly devouring demon technique, which allows one to consume all things to augment one's own strength. This technique was once crafted by a mere mortal, who ultimately ascended to the rank of emperor. Yet regardless of Lin Dong's cultivation methods and physique, it is all a manifestation of his own destiny. Elder Hu took a hearty sip of wine and said with a leisurely smile, "Do not worry. I am old and have no interest in your secrets." Lin Dong replied, "I naturally trust in your character, Elder Hu." If Elder Hu had harbored any ulterior motives, he had ample opportunities to act against Lin Dong during his vulnerable moments. There was no need to wait until now to lend assistance. Elder Hu held a profound debt of gratitude towards Lin Dong and his family. "If there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask, as long as it is within my capabilities. I shall certainly oblige." Lin Dong spoke earnestly. Elder Hu, feeling that Lin Dong possessed a commendable spirit, stroked his beard with a smile. His murky eyes reflecting a complex reminiscence, "It seems I did not misjudge you this time." However, Lin Dong sensed a hint of melancholy beneath Elder Hu's smile, suggesting that the elder too bore his own tales of hardship. Otherwise, why would he leave the esteemed Qizhou headquarters for the remote Yunnan city? Understanding the unspoken, Lin Dong chose not to inquire further, silently noting it for the future when he would possess the strength to aid Elder Hu. "Elder, I have brought some specially prepared jerky from home. Please, try it. It pairs perfectly with the wine. Though it is merely pseudo-fifth-grade meat, do not disdain it." Lin Dong shifted the topic, presenting several pounds of jerky on the table, crafted from the flesh of demon kings and increasingly fragrant with each chew. Lin Dong smiled and reassured, "Elder, feel free to indulge. If this is insufficient, I have more in my storage ring." Elder Hu nodded, growing increasingly pleased with Lin Dong, who had the decency not to arrive empty-handed. It was a pity that such a young man, possessing both admirable character and talent, was not his disciple. As they drank and conversed, Elder Hu soon learned of Lin Dong's achievement in breaking the Qinglong stone tablet, and the astonishment on his aged face was unmistakable. "You truly are a prodigy. I once thought that your ability to defy a celestial general with your spirit sea realm was impressive enough. Who would have imagined that your physical cultivation is equally extraordinary, boasting a strength of 10 million pounds? Even ordinary Purple Mansion realm cultivators would struggle to match your physical prowess." Elder Hu's astonishment only grew with each passing moment. Lin Dong is not merely adept in swordplay. He possesses an extraordinary talent akin to that of a prodigy, exhibiting a terrifying aptitude for body refinement that resembles a humanoid beast of prey. Even if you were to venture to the Central Academy of Qizhou, your innate combat prowess would position you among the elite, effortlessly qualifying for the top 10 ranks and granting you access to the institution's finest resources. Would you be inclined to journey to the Central Academy of Qingzhou? In the heart of the Seven Stars Academy? The confines of Yunnan City are too small. Lingering here too long would stifle your exceptional gifts. With your prodigious abilities, you ought to ascend to the Central Qingzhou, where you can truly shine. The Central Qingzhou is replete with boundless resources and the legacies of unparalleled powerhouses. You would have the opportunity to compete with so-called peerless talents and monstrous prodigies for chances at greatness. Elder Hu's gaze burned with intensity as he finally revealed the purpose of his invitation for Lin Dong to join him for libations. He wished for Lin Dong to train at the Central Academy. "Elder, I shall go." Lin Dong interjected before Elder Hu could finish, "I am grateful for your kind offer, but I wish to earn my way to the Academy through my own efforts. Moreover, I am not yet ready to depart for the Central Academy. I have matters to attend to, and I shall take part in the assessments once the Academy personnel arrive at the branch." Lin Dong's eyes shimmered with brilliance, and he felt deep gratitude for Elder Hu's goodwill, appreciating that he was the first to consider him. However, he still had unfinished business to resolve. He wished to explore the locations marked on the map, convinced that the map on the Dragon Bone would yield unique discoveries. The Lin family had yet to arrange their affairs satisfactorily. They depended solely on Lin Dong's strength to command respect from all quarters. Should he leave, the Lin family would swiftly revert to being a hollow shell, unable to escape the fate of prior annihilation. Very well, Elder Hu conceded, not wishing to impose. He merely hoped Lin Dong would hasten his journey to the academy. The Central Qingzhou is indeed where the true talents of the region converge, and one might even encounter prodigies from other states. Is the Central Qingzhou vast? Lin Dong felt a surge of yearning, as his youthful aspirations revolved around conquering the boundless heavens and the vast seas of stars. Indeed, it is vast, Elder Hu reflected, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. Even at my peak, I have yet to traverse the entirety of Central Qingzhou. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, humanity is but a speck, as insignificant as an ant. If Central Qingzhou is thus, one can only imagine the expanse of the entire realm of the 9 provinces. Even a formidable saintly being, The pinnacle of a state's might would find it impossible to tread upon every inch of this vast earth in a lifetime. Elder Hu fell into contemplation, his gaze tinged with reminiscence. When speaking of saintly beings, a deep reverence filled his eyes, mingled with a hint of self-deprecation. In my youth, much like you, I emerged from a humble background, driven by dreams of conquering the vast world. I arrived at Central Qizhou, firmly believing I would become a legendary figure of unmatched power. Yet, upon reaching Central Qizhou, I realized that there are always greater beings beyond one's reckoning. My once proud mastery of the transformation into Sea Realm was commonplace here, while the Celestial Gang realm was abundant, making me acutely aware of my own naivete. Elder Hu regarded Lin Dong and remarked, "You are indeed different. Your extraordinary talent is something I have neither heard of nor witnessed in my lifetime. I firmly believe that with your innate abilities, you will undoubtedly make your mark in Qizhou." In Elder Hu's words, there lay a profound expectation for Lin Dong, as if he foresaw the rise of a brilliant star on the horizon. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Hu." Lin Dong laughed heartily, "Rest assured. Should I achieve success in the future, I will never forget your guidance. I shall traverse the landscapes of Qizhou on your behalf." With such a promise, I am truly elated, Elder Hu chuckled. I am old, and it is not often that someone listens to my musings. I cannot help but indulge in trivial chatter. Suddenly, amidst their jovial exchange, Elder Hu was seized by a violent cough. Lin Dong's brow furrowed in concern. "Elder Hu, what affliction plagues you?" With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Lin Dong hesitated, for his cultivation allowed him to sense the heavy aura of mortality surrounding Elder Hu. Initially dismissive, he soon recognized the gravity of the elder's condition. By employing his profound gaze, he discerned the lingering, unhealable injuries inscribed upon Elder Hu's energy pathways. Wounds so severe that even the venerable elder was rendered powerless. "Ah, I have grown accustomed to these old wounds over the years." Elder Hu replied with a hint of resignation, as if Lin Dong's words had struck a chord within him. He took a deep swig of his drink to suppress the urge to cough, yet could not mask the sorrow etched upon his face. How did he perceive my injuries? A sudden realization dawned upon Elder Hu as he cast a surprised glance at Lin Dong. His affliction was undetectable to ordinary cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet here stood Lin Dong, whose growth had enabled him to unveil the elder's hidden suffering. "Your injuries," Lin Dong began, but Elder Hu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that." Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with determination. "Elder Hu, I believe I may possess the means to heal your wounds." "What?" Elder Hu exclaimed, the effects of the alcohol momentarily dissipating. His murky eyes fixed intently on Lin Dong. "Do you comprehend the nature of my injuries? They are injuries of the Tao. Such wounds are known to be unhealable. Even the most potent sacred pills cannot mend them. What remedy could you possibly offer?" After a moment of reflection, Elder Hu chuckled softly, as though he had long since come to terms with his fate. Once a formidable being of the sovereign realm, he had succumbed to injuries that left him powerless. What could a mere celestial realm cultivator hope to achieve? He regarded Lin Dong's concern as genuine, but deemed the specifics irrelevant. The torment of his Tao injuries had plagued him for years, and he had long reconciled himself to the inevitability of death. If there were a cure, he would not have plummeted from the sovereign realm to the brink of the half-step sovereign stage. Nor would he be facing the precipice of the Purple Mansion realm, wherein his lifespan would be drastically curtailed. "I wish to attempt it," Lin Dong asserted earnestly. "What if it truly works? Do you not yearn to reclaim your former glory? Just because others have failed to heal him does not imply that he lacks the capability. He possesses the world-destroying. Just 2 days ago, he awakened the two divine powers of the destruction and rebirth. Destruction embodies the principle of annihilation, leaving no trace of life in its wake. Rebirth possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability, capable of reviving even the most lifeless of remains. As long as one does not perish, restoration is possible. When cultivated to the utmost, a mere glance can govern the existence and extinction of the universe." Elder Hu gazed at Lin Dong for quite some time, and upon seeing that Lin Dong was not joking, he feigned a relaxed smile. "Very well, let us see what you can do, for I have nothing to lose. Should fortune favor you, and you truly manage to heal my injuries, I would indeed be fortunate, with a chance to return to my former glory. Please, Elder, relax your mind." Lin Dong took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Elder Hu nodded, withdrawing his usual frivolity and sitting cross-legged. He fixed his gaze upon the young man before him, eager to witness how Lin Dong would address his injuries. In the next moment, Elder Hu's pupils constricted, as if he beheld something utterly incredible, and he could not help but exclaim softly. Elder Hu's face bore an expression of shock. This young man actually possessed the? A glimmer of hope surged within him. At that moment, he genuinely believed that perhaps Lin Dong could indeed help. Within Lin Dong's pupils shimmered incomprehensibly intricate and profound symbols, the gradually manifesting, reflecting a vast universe that illustrated both the destruction and birth of existence. As they activated, even Elder Hu, with his formidable half-step kingly cultivation, felt a thread of death's threat that was indeed terrifying. Buzz. In that instant, Lin Dong's world-destroying radiated boundless light. A blue luminescence illuminating the afflicting Elder Hu. Elder Hu sensed an indescribable life force surging forth. To his astonishment, that had tormented him for years began to dissipate like a mouse fleeing from a cat upon feeling this formidable might. Miraculously, his injuries started to gradually heal. Lin Dong's face revealed a hint of joy. It truly worked. Elder Hu was overwhelmed with shock and exhilaration, his emotions beyond words. He had not anticipated that he would have the opportunity to restore his injuries in this lifetime. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed his weathered face, as if to say, "I have not misjudged this young man." Boom. As the other faded, that had plagued Elder Hu for decades vanished entirely. Lin Dong exhaled softly. His complexion somewhat pale, yet the joy upon his face was undeniable. Elder Hu, see? I did not deceive you. I said it could be done, and it has. You truly are impressive. Elder Hu also noticed Lin Dong's frailty and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? You did not sacrifice something to save me, did you?" Elder Hu's brows furrowed as he sensed Lin Dong's depleted vitality. If Lin Dong had jeopardized his future to aid him, even if Elder Hu's injuries were healed, he would feel an unshakable debt. Lin Dong still had an infinite future ahead of him. Should Lin Dong sacrifice his promising future for the sake of an old man, who has only half of his body immersed in the soil of his homeland? Such a decision seems hardly worthwhile. Elder Hu, you truly underestimate my capabilities. It is merely a minor injury. What cost must I bear? At most, I shall part with a few drops of my essence. Lin Dong chuckled, acknowledging that with his cultivation at the celestial realm, opposing a king realm injury would be somewhat strenuous. To ensure Elder Hu's complete recovery, he must offer some of his vital blood. Yet, all of this is worth it. Elder Hu felt rejuvenated, appearing as if he had shed decades of weariness. The pallor of death dissipating, it wouldn't be long before he regained his king realm prowess. Splendid. I was right to place my faith in you. Elder Hu's visage was filled with gratitude as he joyfully downed a hearty gulp of wine. He truly hadn't anticipated that a young lad he had inadvertently aided would save him, granting him a chance at rebirth. Good deeds are rewarded. Lin Dong replied. This is the fortune that Elder Hu rightfully deserves. The elder felt indebted to him, considering that a mere drop of essence was inconsequential. To that, they clinked their cups and drank heartily, words of gratitude left unspoken between the two men. Elder Hu sighed. Truly, you are a wielder of the dual pupils, the unparalleled physique of this world, capable of healing injuries that even saints cannot mend. I have indeed gained insight today. You possess the demeanor of an emperor. An emperor? Lin Dong had only encountered this term in ancient texts, the pinnacle of cultivation in the 9 provinces, a realm pursued by countless practitioners. Indeed, an emperor, gazing down upon all beings. Only the legendary, supreme emperor is entitled to tread upon the 9 provinces. The emperor comprehends the great Tao to an unimaginable extent. Their existence transcends all life. The emperor is omnipotent, revered by the myriad races of the 9 provinces. Elder Hu's murky eyes glimmered with aspiration, yet alas, he had aged. And the hope of attaining the emperor's throne in this lifetime was but a distant dream. He glanced at Lin Dong by his side. Perhaps the youth might one day fulfill this destiny. At this moment, a seed was sown in the young man's heart, a yearning to become a powerful emperor. An emperor? I shall inevitably rise to that status. The old and the young conversed until the depths of night before returning to their respective abodes. Lin Dong, buoyed by the wine, indulged in a deep slumber, planning to practice the celestial steps and consume the golden poo fruit upon awakening. Chapter 65, Emperor-level divine techniques, impenetrable by all laws. Completing the Xing secret. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Lin Dong lay in his cave dwelling, sound asleep. Since the conclusion of the outer courtyard competition, he had not afforded himself a moment of genuine rest. He had either been embroiled in battles or en route to confrontations, first annihilating the Wang clan, then slaying Xie Yun, and finally suppressing Yang Dingfeng. Ultimately, he had indulged in a drunken revelry with Elder Hu, a well-deserved respite. He slept for 2.5 days before finally stirring. Upon awakening, Lin Dong discovered that he had unexpectedly broken through to a new minor realm. Achieving the 4th layer of the celestial realm, Glancing at his gluttonous points, he was astonished to find a total of 170,000 after deducting his original 50,000 points. The previous night's revelry had granted him an additional 100,000 points. Lin Dong smacked his lips, reflecting on the days spent savoring the flesh of the Demon King, which paled in comparison to Elder Hu's exquisite wine. Ah, how delightful it is to drink, especially Elder Hu's fine spirits. He resolved to visit more often, to indulge in his generous offerings. With newfound vigor, Lin Dong rose, stretching lazily as he settled onto a cushion within his cave abode. In his hands lay the tome of the celestial steps and a golden poo fruit. Which shall he choose first? A moment of indecision gripped him, but ultimately, he opted for the golden poo fruit. It was straightforward. Consuming it would grant him divine abilities, whereas the celestial steps required contemplation. Most importantly, having just awoken, he felt parched and yearned for a refreshing fruit. Were anyone to discern his thoughts, they would surely deem him mad. The golden poo fruit harbored an extraordinarily volatile energy, one that could spell death for an ordinary person. Even those of the king's realm needed to exercise utmost caution. Yet here he was, contemplating it as a mere thirst quencher. Without hesitation, Lin Dong seized the radiant golden poo fruit and took a generous bite, the juice exploding in his mouth. The sweet nectar cascaded down his throat, the immense essence within the fruit surging through his limbs and bones. For others, the golden poo fruit might present a perilous challenge. But for Lin Dong, it posed no threat whatsoever. With the celestial devouring scripture, he could absorb the fruit's primal essence, refining it to bolster his own strength. His physical prowess surged, and his spiritual power expanded. System, activate the daily divine ability card. System, ding. Host consumes the spiritual fruit, golden poo fruit. Expending one daily divine ability card, triggering 100,000-fold critical reward, gaining the imperial divine ability, invulnerability to all methods. Invulnerability to all methods, for a brief period. It allows one to disregard most spells and divine attacks. At its peak, it can nullify all techniques and laws in existence. Imperial grade, invulnerability to all methods? Astonishing. Truly the essence of the system. With Lin Dong's current cultivation, he could employ invulnerability to all methods for 3 seconds. What thrilled him further was the system's critical reward, which elevated the fruit's effect. Originally, consuming the golden poo fruit merely offered a chance to comprehend the spell immunity ability. Yet the system's critical success transformed it into invulnerability to all methods, an advancement surpassing mere levels. An imperial-grade divine ability comparable to the complete level of the 9 secrets. A power sought after by many, yet Lin Dong acquired it effortlessly. However, he lamented the brevity of its duration. 3 seconds? Lin Dong frowned. He had no desire to be labeled a 3-second man. Fortunately, the capability of invulnerability to all methods would extend as his cultivation advanced. Even if he were to ascend to the realm of saints or emperors, invulnerability to all methods would remain beneficial. Yet, should anyone overhear Lin Dong's disdain for a mere 3 seconds of this ability, they would undoubtedly think him insane. 3 seconds could decisively alter the tides of battle. Imagine a scenario where an opponent was preparing a critical strike, intent on swiftly vanquishing Lin Dong, only to discover that he possessed invulnerability to all methods, rendering their prized technique futile. What expression would adorn their face? Alternatively, if the opponent were to shatter Lin Dong's invulnerable defenses, would they not find themselves engulfed in despair upon discovering that Lin Dong possessed a physique rivaling that of a true dragon? Lin Dong did not ponder this further. Instead, he retrieved the manuscript of the celestial steps. The beauty of Gni was unmatched, yet her rank was too low, even with enhancements. She remained unworthy of the heavenly gang's realm that Lin Dong inhabited. He sought a more formidable technique. Lin Dong harbored hope that the celestial steps would bestow upon him an unexpected delight. As he opened the manuscript and began to comprehend the celestial steps, a system notification resonated in his ears. Ding. Detected that the host is cultivating the residual techniques of the Xing character secret. Would the host like to expend 100,000 gourmet points to complete the divine art and transform it into the Xing character secret? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, followed by exhilaration. The system possessed such a function. Indeed, by utilizing 100,000 gourmet points, he could restore the exquisite divine art's residual techniques into the Xing character secret, a veritable windfall for him. It is noteworthy that even ordinary royal or imperial-grade techniques could fetch exorbitant prices, let alone the legendary imperial-grade divine arts, which are priceless and exist solely within the hands of certain imperial clans and forces, never to be disclosed. Ding. The host expends 100,000 gourmet points, completing the Celestial Steps divine art, obtaining the Imperial-grade Xing character secret. As Lin Dong's words fell, the system notification chimed once more. He felt an overwhelming tide of memories surging into his mind. An ethereal figure, stepping with profound and mysterious strides, traversed vast distances in an instant. As if no force in heaven or earth could constrain his movements, Lin Dong rose to his feet, irresistibly drawn towards the entrance of the cave. With a thrum, he stepped forward, and beneath his feet, mystical and arcane symbols materialized. Upon closer inspection, his steps aligned perfectly with the figure in his mind. In the next moment, his silhouette vanished. He reappeared in the high sky several miles away, moving with such velocity that it seemed as though he tore through the very fabric of space. Coincidentally, he found himself at the scripture pavilion of the inner courtyard. Is this the scripture pavilion? Just as Lin Dong was immersed in his enlightenment, he was taken aback to discover he had arrived at the pavilion. In an instant, he had traversed miles. The speed attained after cultivating the Xing character secret left even Lin Dong himself awestruck. It had enhanced his velocity by at least 5-fold. He was confident that even a formidable Purple Mansion realm expert would only trail behind him, gathering dust in his wake. As his strength grew, the speed achievable through the Xing character secret would accelerate even further. Should Lin Dong grasp the most profound essence of the Xing character secret, he could potentially accelerate to the point of bending time itself. Observing his surroundings, he resolved to head towards the academy, since he had emerged. He might as well explore the mysterious location atop the bones. Is that the Celestial Steps? Elder Yi, stationed before the scripture pavilion, appeared to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes and gazing at Lin Dong in the heavens with astonishment. It is he? Did he not just acquire the Celestial Steps a few days ago? How could he have attained such profound mastery in merely a few days? He surpassed even those prodigies I have witnessed who have trained in the Celestial Steps for several years. Elder Ye's murky gaze sharpened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he evidently recognized Lin Dong, who had only recently acquired the Heavenly Step technique. Just days prior, Elder Yi had dismissed Lin Dong as stubborn and had little faith in his capacity to comprehend the Heavenly Step. Yet, Lin Dong's speed now suggested a profound mastery of the technique, evoking the semblance of unparalleled swiftness. It gave Elder Yi the impression that Lin Dong had indeed grasped the essence of the secret of movement. As Elder Yi observed Lin Dong's departing figure, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This youth's speed is astonishing. It evokes in me, an old man of the Purple Mansion realm, an unshakable sense of being outpaced. What a remarkable prodigy. After so many years of mentoring disciples, I find myself misjudging this one. He must be the newly renowned Lin Dong, a fresh talent of the Heavenly Gang realm, possessing a physical strength of 10 million. Such innate talent rivals that of the elite students from the main academy. Considering the timeline, the main academy's examination is approaching, and with this youth's gifts, his admission is all but assured. His arrival at the main academy will surely stir quite the commotion. The main academy has always looked down upon students from the branch schools. If they provoke this prodigy from the Yulon branch, it is likely they will be met with chaos." Elder Yu shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the years spent in the Sutra Pavilion, which had perhaps dulled his vision. Yet, he felt a sense of anticipation for Lin Dong's performance at the main academy. Chapter 66. The Opening of the Secret Realm. Ancient Families. 2.5 days later, Lin Dong arrived at the location marked on the map. It was a desolate mountain range, thousands of miles from the 7-Star Academy, far exceeding Lin Dong's initial estimate of a few hundred miles. Roar, roar, roar. As Lin Dong ventured deeper into the mountains, he sensed numerous formidable presences. Rumor had it that the mountains were home to many 5th and 6th tier beasts, as well as a true demon king. Many powerful warriors had met their demise here. The environment was intricate and perilous, compelling even Lin Dong to exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, after a day of searching, he finally located the site indicated on the map. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Dong noted the desolation, where even beasts were scarce, and his gaze settled upon a weathered stone tablet. This was most likely the location marked on the map. However, he wondered if whatever had been indicated had endured through the years. Before him stood only a single stone tablet. If anything were to be found, it would most likely be concealed upon its surface. Could it be a secret treasure left behind by a great sage? Or perhaps the culmination of a lifetime's insights inscribed upon this ancient and weathered stone? Lin Dong hoped that no one had arrived before him, lest his 2.5 days of searching be in vain. Just as Lin Dong prepared to approach the stone tablet, pondering how he might uncover the hidden secrets of this place, The map suddenly slipped from his grasp, transforming into a radiant golden light that surged into the stone tablet. The map appeared to be the key to unlocking the hidden treasure, imbued with mysterious and arcane power. Upon contact with the tablet, it erupted in a dazzling display of light. The tablet's weathered surface revealed enigmatic and profound mystical patterns. Lin Dong's pupils constricted. Could it truly be a legacy left behind by a formidable being, inscribed upon the stone tablet? Suddenly, with a crack, the stone tablet split open, slowly revealing a vast vortex, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. This was a secret realm. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened through the vortex. He glimpsed a verdant world teeming with life. Deep within this secret realm, a majestic cluster of palaces flickered into view, as if nestled among the clouds of a celestial palace, evoking a sense of awe. Observing the fluctuations of the vortex and the ancient aura emanating from the realm, it was evident that this was indeed a secret domain left by a powerful entity. What a treasure map this is! A wave of joy washed over Lin Dong, a secret realm that had never been opened before, and he owed a debt of gratitude to the Bai family. Suddenly, Lin Dong's expression shifted. He watched as the vortex erupted with a brilliant golden beam of light, shooting skyward and illuminating the heavens. Cursing under his breath, Lin Dong had intended to claim the treasure for himself, but now it seemed the stone tablet had other plans. Clearly, the master of the secret realm wished for more than one individual to seize the treasure, hoping that his successor would emerge from a multitude of powerful contenders. First come, first served. Without a second thought, Lin Dong dashed into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the extraordinary phenomenon of the secret realm drew the attention of formidable beings from all directions. They raised their heads in astonishment and transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the source of the radiance. Several miles away, a few figures halted in their tracks. A large secret realm has been activated. The young man at the forefront gazed at the beam of light with delight, astonished that his expedition to the wilderness mountains would yield such unexpected rewards. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him and inquired, "Fu Bo, with your vast experience, what level of secret realm do you believe this to be?" "It appears to be at least a legacy realm of a saint-level being." The middle-aged man, known as Fu Bo, replied, "Second young master, you truly possess great fortune. Saints are among the top-tier powerhouses even in Qizhou, beings who establish their own legacies. Any fragment of their possessions or insights is exceedingly precious to those below the quasi-saint level, let alone for cultivators of the Tiangang and Zifu realms. Let us go and see. This opportunity belongs solely to me." The young man's lips curled into a smirk, and a mysterious lightning rune flickered between his brows, bestowing upon him an air of haughty superiority as if he regarded the world with disdain. With that, the group vanished in a flash. Buzz, buzz. In a matter of minutes, numerous powerful individuals received the news and hurriedly surged into the secret realm. Within moments, the young man and Fu Bo arrived at the vortex, where a powerful aura surged forth, causing many cultivators to hesitate. "Leave at once. This secret realm belongs to the Liu family." The young man scanned the surrounding cultivators, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, causing several strong figures to pause in their steps. Many formidable beings merely cast a fleeting glance, their figures unperturbed, hardly heeding the youth's words. One strong individual, a celestial realm expert, scoffed, "What is this Liu family? I have never heard of them. Fortune from the heavens is reserved for those fated to possess it." What a jest! When such a secret realm emerges, it is evident that great opportunities abound. Those who venture here, are they not all powerful figures, well-versed in the tempests of life? How could they depart simply at the utterance of a youth? "I am indeed a person of destiny. Do you dare to contest that?" Bang! The youth's cold voice reverberated, and a flicker of terror involuntarily crossed the man's eyes, only for the next moment to find himself reduced to a puddle of blood mist. What? Instantaneously slaying a celestial realm expert? This scene caused other powerful beings eager to enter the secret realm to halt in their tracks, deterred from taking rash actions. This is a remote area of Qizhou, where celestial realm figures are deemed strong, while those of the Purple Mansion realm can establish themselves as ancestors, unlike in Qingzhou, a being of the monarch realm. Some Purple Mansion realm experts, sensing the ripples of the laws of the universe, were struck with astonishment as they cast wary glances at Uncle Fu, as though facing a formidable adversary. The celestial realm condenses its essence, contemplating the true meaning, while the Purple Mansion realm gathers its spirit, beginning to grasp the laws. Yet, only those of the monarch realm can truly comprehend the power of these laws. This middle-aged man of the monarch realm is undoubtedly a formidable presence. Yet, he stands respectfully before the young man, akin to a servant. Hiss. The crowd involuntarily gasped. To have a monarch realm expert as a servant? Who is this individual, truly? He must either be immensely wealthy or of noble birth, with a background far more complex than it appears, rendering all hesitant to defy his commands. Is there still an unwise individual among us? The young man's words were imperious, his overwhelming aura instilling a sense of trepidation even among many seasoned celestial realm experts. Wait. The divine lightning insignia. Are you perhaps Lu Daoyuan? A middle-aged expert seemed to recognize the young man's identity, exclaiming, "This is from the ancient family of Lu in Qingzhou." The ancient family of Lu? Such a name resonates widely, known to all powerful beings in Qingzhou. This ancient lineage boasts profound heritage, with teachings passed down for millennia, and a plethora of formidable experts, any one of whom could shake Qingzhou to its core. They are a dominant force across the 9 provinces. Many cultivators were reluctant to leave at this juncture. Yet, the reputation of the ancient family was too formidable. Even some powerful factions were loath to offend such a colossal entity, let alone individual cultivators. Observing the crowd's response to the name Lu Daoyuan smirked coldly, declaring, "The secret realm is sealed. It belongs solely to my Lu family." Humph. You Lu family are rather overbearing. At this moment, a cold voice pierced the air, startling everyone. Could it be that someone dares to oppose an ancient family? Chapter 67. The Dao Fruit, Lu family's brazen theft? Rumbling. Suddenly, the void split apart, revealing an ancient vessel that blotted out the sun, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon the platform stood dozens of formidable young individuals, exuding an air of restraint, their presence indicating an extraordinary grandeur. What? The disciples of the Celestial Pole sect? Do you intend to oppose the Lu family? Upon noticing the inscription of Celestial Pole on the ancient vessel, it swiftly became evident who had arrived. Lu Fubo furrowed his brow. Celestial Pole sect. How is it that your noses are so keen? Lu Fubo, you jest. The unclaimed secret realm is open to all. Each individual is entitled to seek their own fortunes based on their abilities. Are you not afraid of inciting public outrage by denying others the opportunity to pursue their fortunes with a mere word from the Lu family? Do you think this place is still your family's private garden? Others do not fear the Lu family, and neither do we of the Celestial Pole sect. This secret realm cannot be monopolized by your family alone. From aboard the ancient vessel of the Celestial Pole sect, a middle-aged man radiating authority without anger spoke. His presence equally imposing as Fubo's, resembling that of a sovereign. This man was Ling Jun, an elder of the inner sect of the Celestial Pole sect. The terrifying aura of the 2 sovereigns pressed upon the heavens and earth, leaving the onlookers struggling to breathe. The crowd's countenance shifted. In the face of such immense powers, where did that leave the scattered cultivators and lesser factions? The 2 formidable forces stood opposed, neither yielding an inch. Ultimately, considering the secret realm would only be accessible for a maximum of 3 months and solely for cultivators below the Heavenly Gang realm, both parties agreed to retreat a step. The younger generation from both factions would explore the secret realm together, each relying on their own abilities for fortune. After all, they are merely a group of insignificant fish. What harm could it do to let them in? Lu Daoyuan spoke with a tone of disdain, as if he possessed an overwhelming confidence that could vanquish all adversaries. Clearly dismissing the Celestial Pole sect's entourage, the disciples of the Celestial Pole sect dared not voice their anger. For Lu Daoyuan indeed had the qualifications to make such declarations. As a body tempered by thunder tribulations, his innate combat prowess was extraordinarily strong, only slightly inferior to that of his elder brother. At the 8th level of the Sea Transformation realm, he had once slain a strong opponent of the Heavenly Gang realm, after which he had not been seen in action. Now, having broken through to the Heavenly Gang realm, the extent of his newfound power remained a mystery. It was likely that few peers in Qizhou could rival him. It was said among the people that had he not been 3 years younger than his brother, the title of the Lu family's divine son would have belonged to Lu Daoyuan, not his elder sibling. The ordinary disciples of the Celestial Pole sect were certainly no match for this young prodigy. At this moment, a clear voice emerged from the ancient vessel of the Celestial Pole sect. Lu Daoyuan, I have heard of your remarkable feats. Today, seeing you in person, you truly live up to your name. May I, Yuanqi, have the honor of battling you? From the ancient vessel, the disciples of the Celestial Pole sect parted to create a path for an imposing young man. Clad in azure battle robes, he was as refined as jade, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, radiating an overwhelming presence. Master brother, you have emerged from seclusion? How splendid! With you stepping forward, Lu Daoyuan is surely no match. Upon seeing the newcomer, the disciples of the Celestial Pole sect bowed in respect, their faces alight with joy. filled with confidence in their master brother. Is he the senior disciple of the heavenly polar sect? Indeed, he possesses the qualifications to be my adversary. Yet that is merely a qualification. Lu Daoyuan cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Qi, and under the fiery gazes of the disciples from the heavenly polar sect, he stepped into the swirling vortex of the secret realm. You may proceed, he said nonchalantly. The disciples of the heavenly polar sect, filled with indignation, gestured dismissively. The two formidable factions joined forces to employ a grand spell formation, sealing off the secrets of the realm and the extraordinary phenomena within. Fu Bo surveyed the dissatisfied cultivators around him and remarked, if you wish to enter, you may follow the disciples of my faction. The benefits will depend on your own fortuity. The secret realm is perilous. An additional ally means an extra measure of strength, and these cultivators can scout the path for their own disciples. As for the rewards, they may consider their lives first. Some of the stronger individuals felt helpless. Even if they wished to depart, they lacked the qualifications to do so at this moment, so they might as well gamble for the chance at fortune. The mighty figures of the heavenly polar sect, including King Lingjun, also sought to persuade other cultivators. Subsequently, the disciples of the two factions entered the vortex of the secret realm in groups of 2 or 3. Within the secret realm, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and ancient trees towered majestically, resembling an entirely different world. The secret realm randomly teleports individuals, and Lin Dong found himself amidst a mountain range. He discovered several precious herbs from the outside world, which flourished here like common weeds, and he collected them as he walked. Is this the spirit-gathering herb? It can enhance cultivation and is tremendously beneficial even for experts at the sea transformation stage. And this is the North Emperor flower? I must collect it. He speculated that the secret realm had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, allowing such an abundance of precious herbs to grow. Suddenly, as Lin Dong sped along, he halted at the edge of a cliff, his gaze fixed on the distance, and his pupils constricted as he beheld a large tree adorned with a dozen shimmering golden fruits. These are the Daoyin fruits, which can enhance comprehension. Lin Dong's eyes widened. He had encountered this item in ancient texts. Consuming it during enlightenment would significantly boost a cultivator's understanding. Even powerful beings in the king realm would fiercely contend for the Daoyin fruits, causing the heavens to tremble and rivers to run red with blood. If he were to consume a Daoyin fruit and utilize his daily divine card, it would undoubtedly augment his comprehension. Such understanding would be immensely advantageous for his future enlightenment and ascension to kingship. With utmost focus, Lin Dong approached, prepared to activate the secret escape technique at a moment's notice. He was well aware that where spiritual treasures are found, formidable beasts lurk. However, much to Lin Dong's surprise, no anomalies occurred, and he successfully plucked a Daoyin fruit. Just as he secured the fruit, a booming voice echoed nearby. Kid, stop. That is a spirit fruit discovered first by my Lu family. 3 figures materialized in midair, evidently disciples of the Lu family, their eyes hot with desire as they fixated on the golden fruits hanging from the tree. Should they obtain these Daoyin fruits and return them to their family, they would undoubtedly garner greater attention from their clan. In truth, the 3 had arrived at this location long ago, but remained hidden. Observing Lin Dong stepping forward as a willing pawn, it is indeed astonishing that such a precious spiritual fruit remains unguarded by any fierce beasts. If one does not emerge soon, there may be nothing left. Swish, swish. Lin Dong did not spare a glance at the man before him. With a casual wave of his hand, he collected a dozen mature Daoyuan fruits into his possession. The expressions of the 3 disciples from the Lu family darkened instantaneously. Upon revealing their lineage, they were met with Lin Dong's audacity in attempting to seize the Daoyuan fruits, clearly indicating his disregard for the Lu family. Damn this insolent brat. Did you not hear my words? If you cannot comprehend, then meet your demise. The man who had just spoken harshly, feeling humiliated by Lin Dong's indifference, acted out of anger. Hiss! A beam of blue divine light shot forth from the man's hand, its momentum formidable, aimed directly at Lin Dong's head. Humph! Lin Dong merely let out a cold snort. The air quivered as the divine light dissipated inch by inch. His ink-black eyes lifted slowly, casting a gaze upon the 3 from the Lu family, devoid of any emotion. The trio felt an overwhelming sense of invisible pressure, causing their hearts to tremble wildly, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with fear. The singular thought that echoed in their minds was, this person is extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 68, The Majestic Celestial Palace. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 young talents of the Lu family could not withstand the oppressive gaze of Lin Dong and fell to their knees. They found it hard to believe that merely a glance from him, who was supposedly just a youth, could suppress 3 so-called prodigies of an ancient lineage. It was an utter humiliation. Even the pressure exerted by the former divine offspring of their family paled in comparison. Lin Dong was aware that the commotion of the secret realm's opening would attract many formidable beings, yet he had not anticipated their swift arrival. Unbeknownst to him were the events unfolding in the outside world. However, what intrigued Lin Dong was that this individual, merely at the threshold of the celestial realm, dared to berate him, a true celestial realm cultivator, and sought to kill and plunder. It was an outrageous affront. Did he truly believe Lin Dong to be trifling? Roar. A dragon's roar, resonating with unparalleled might, echoed throughout the heavens. The royal dragon aura obliterated the speaker, followed by chilling cries that soon faded, leaving not a trace behind. Was this the legendary supreme royal dragon aura? Who are you? Do you not fear offending the Lu family for slaying our descendants? The remaining 2 young disciples of the Lu family bore expressions of extreme dismay, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Dong. They had presumed him to be merely a tender youth of 17 or 18, questioning how formidable he could truly be, yet they were utterly mistaken. His strength was bewilderingly prodigious. So youthful, yet exuding such overwhelming presence, he was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy, on par with the divine offspring of their lineage. Roar. Before they could ponder further, another resounding dragon's roar erupted. The youth remained silent, resolutely swinging his fists, responding to the 2 remaining disciples from the Lu family. As numerous strands of royal dragon aura entwined around his arms, surging forth with vigor, to eradicate the roots of evil, to eliminate threats without leaving a trace. This principle was deeply ingrained in Lin Dong's mind. Stop. Do not kill me, for I am one of the Lu family. The 2 Lu family scions were engulfed in terror, sensing within Lin Dong's imperial aura a palpable intent to kill. This man truly dared to silence them. How could he have such audacity? Did he not fear being trapped in this secret realm for eternity? In a moment of desperation, they invoked their lineage. The Lu family? What of it? Lin Dong's brow furrowed as he extinguished the life of 1 young prodigy with his imperial might, sparing only 1, the remaining Lu family scion. Disregarding Lin Dong's disdain for the Lin family, clutched at the glimmer of hope, do you not know that this secret realm is jointly owned by the Lu family and the Tianji sect? Is it not a realm without a master? Lin Dong's expression tightened. When did it become the property of the Lu family and the Tianji sect? As the Lu scion divulged the events transpiring outside the realm, Lin Dong was taken aback by the upheaval in the outside world. The Lu family truly is tyrannical, claiming dominion over the land. Lin Dong scoffed. It was he who had unlocked the secret realm, and yet these 2 factions had the audacity to impose restrictions. It implied that his exit from the realm would require their consent, thereby exposing his secrets to the scrutiny of others. No wonder the Lu family had been so brazen. Having acquired the information he sought, Lin Dong, under the terrified gaze of the remaining scion, swiftly snapped his neck. He had already committed the act of murder. The life of 1 more mattered little. To leave him alive would only invite future troubles. Better to eradicate the roots of evil. Who would know he had slain members of the Lu family? Lin Dong dispatched 3 individuals, his imperial aura consuming everything, leaving no trace behind. He cast a lingering glance at the Dalian fruit tree, reluctantly departing. Were it not for the tree's stringent survival conditions, requiring specific water and soil, he would have uprooted it to cultivate in the Lin family, thus fostering a continuous flow of powerful warriors. Is this the caliber of prodigies from Qingzhou? Along his journey, Lin Dong reflected on the prowess of the 3 Lu scions. Among them, 2 were at the pinnacle of the Sea transformation realm, and 1 stood at the threshold of the Heavenly Gang realm. They were formidable. If united, even a Heavenly Gang expert would find them challenging. Alas, they had encountered Lin Dong, who shattered myriad techniques with a single punch. Yet, Lin Dong could not help but marvel at the exceptional talents of Qingzhou. Such mere fish, yet possessing such formidable strength, rivaling the so-called prodigies of the Yulon branch under Yang Dianfeng. No wonder prodigies from lesser regions, upon arriving at the Qizhou main academy, would fade into obscurity as mere practitioners. Lin Dong felt a burgeoning anticipation for the true prodigious talents of Qingzhou and their unimaginable strength. He journeyed northward, swiftly exiting the mountainous terrain. Before him, the scenery brightened, and as Lin Dong's gaze reached its destination, he was struck with astonishment. At the end of the forest stood a magnificent palace complex. Each edifice exuded an overwhelming grandeur, resembling slumbering beasts of prey, evoking a sense of reverence. Ethereal mists swirled around, enhancing the enigmatic allure of this celestial realm, as if a divine palace had descended upon the clouds. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with realization. Was this not the celestial palace that fleetingly appeared when the secret realm opened? Its existence was indeed real. It seemed this was the very heart of the secret realm. Was this opulent palace complex the sacred ground of its master, or perhaps the stronghold of a once mighty faction? Such splendor could only hint at its glorious past. As time flowed and the sun and moon transitioned, this palace remained unchanged, a testament to its former magnificence. Lin Dong, with little time for contemplation, transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the palace complex. He noticed several figures atop the structures, seemingly transported here by a vortex. Eager to seize the opportunity, from all directions, indistinct streaks of light converged upon the palace. Within the complex, earth-shattering tremors resonated as a fierce battle erupted. Many powerful individuals clashed in pursuit of treasures. If he did not hurry, he would be left with nothing. Upon entering the domain of the palace complex, Lin Dong sensed an unusual presence. Within this realm, a subtle aura of sword intent lingered, formless yet palpable, slicing through the air like countless celestial blades grazing his skin. However, this level of sword intent was not particularly formidable. The deeper he ventured, the more he felt its potency. Could this be the trial of the secret realm? After a while, Lin Dong comprehended the purpose of the palace complex, his astonishment growing. Countless treasures lay hidden within these palatial walls, remnants of the ancients. He witnessed individuals emerge from the palaces, clutching exquisite artifacts, rare medicinal herbs, and mysterious legacies. Lin Dong had previously struck the grand hall, causing it to resonate thunderously. Yet it remained steadfast. Eventually, he understood that only those fated could unlock the palaces, while those without fortune would find their efforts in vain. He raised his gaze toward the towering celestial palace at the heart of the complex. The surrounding palaces encircled it like stars orbiting the moon, exuding an aura of majestic supremacy, akin to the divine abode of a celestial sovereign. The ultimate legacy surely resided within this palace. But one must withstand the sword intent to reach its threshold. Lin Dong did not dwell on these thoughts. He would confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Along his path, he observed others, their bodies drenched in blood, yet they pressed on valiantly. When they beheld Lin Dong gliding effortlessly, seemingly impervious to any pressure, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 69. The Legacy of the Emperor? Who is he? How can he move so swiftly? Has he not felt the sword intent? The crowd stood in stunned silence, watching as Lin Dong vanished like a specter, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Along his journey, Lin Dong encountered several palaces, but regrettably, he found nothing of value. However, upon entering another palace, he finally made a significant discovery. He acquired the imperial-grade sword technique, the Nine Calamities sword art. With a thunderous rumble, as Lin Dong exited the palace, he felt an ominous presence locking onto him with relentless intensity. Not far away stood a gray-robed elder, his expression indifferent, wielding a celestial blade suspended in the air, fixated on Lin Dong as he emerged. "Young one, what treasures lie within? Surrender them, and I may spare your life." The elder was undeniably a formidable figure of the fifth tier of the celestial realm, exuding an aura of murderous intent that sealed off Lin Dong's paths of escape. For an ordinary practitioner of the fourth tier of the celestial realm, this would undoubtedly spell doom, compelling them to relinquish their possessions for the sake of survival. Yet Lin Dong remained undaunted, shaking his head defiantly. "I possess nothing. If you wish to know, you may enter and see for yourself." The elder's brows furrowed in anger, his patience wearing thin. "So be it. I shall capture you first, then examine your belongings at leisure." As his words fell, the celestial blade descended with a force that seemed to cleave heaven and earth asunder, its cold gleam aimed directly at Lin Dong. Clang! Clang! The air reverberated with the deafening clash of metal. The elder sneered, envisioning Lin Dong being cleaved in two. "A mere junior of the fourth tier dares to confront me? He seeks death." However, in the next instant, the elder's smirk froze on his face, his pupils constricting in disbelief. "What? He actually withstands my artifact with his flesh? What manner of creature is this?" Before him, an enormous hand emerged, vast as a grinding wheel. The celestial blade, which had seemed so formidable, merely glinted with metallic luster upon contact, failing to budge the colossal hand. With a resounding crack, the grinding hand crushed the celestial blade into dust. Unrelenting, it surged forth with the might to uproot the very heavens, seizing the gray-robed elder as if he were a mere chick. Lin Dong, initially unwilling to waste time, now faced an adversary bent on self-destruction. His demeanor was as impassive as a deity, gazing down upon the elder with an air of judgment. Slowly, he tightened his grip, The elder's eyes widened in terror. Young friend, it's a misunderstanding. This was the last utterance of the elder in his lifetime. Accompanied by the chilling sound of cracking bones, his scream elongated until a resounding explosion marked his demise, his form disintegrating into a mist of blood. Lin Dong nonchalantly took the elder's storage ring, not sparing a glance back, and continued deeper into the palace. What misunderstanding could there be? Had it been an ordinary practitioner of the fourth tier, they would not have escaped the elder's strike. Alas, he had encountered Lin Dong. With thunderous footsteps, Lin Dong advanced, soon encountering the sound of a fierce battle ahead. His brow furrowed at the sight. The attire of those engaged in combat was all too familiar. They were the young prodigies of the Liu family, assailing a lone man who, though only at the brink of the celestial realm, was holding his own against four initial-tier adversaries, drawing Lin Dong's intrigued gaze. Yi Hao, swiftly surrender the sword manual, or you shall not survive to leave this secret realm. The cultivators of the Liu family and rogue practitioners unleashed a torrent of lethal attacks upon the young man named Yi Hao, determined to seize the treasures he possessed. With a resonant thud, Yi Hao staggered backward, drenched in blood. Seizing the moment from a powerful strike, he fled towards the outside, heading directly for Lin Dong. Witnessing Yi Hao's emergence, the members of the Liu family wore grim expressions. A young prodigy shouted at Lin Dong, "You there, assist us in subduing this brat. In the future, the Liu family shall reward you handsomely." Panic surged through Yi Hao, his complexion paled. He was at his limits, and if this individual intervened, he would be in dire straits. To his surprise, Lin Dong paid no heed to the group, fixated solely on advancing towards the central palace. Little did he know, this very action incited the ire of the Liu family disciples. How dare a mere Yi Hao disregard them and attempt to flee with precious treasures? And who was this insignificant child to overlook them? How audacious! The man who had spoken raised his hand, aiming a lethal strike at Lin Dong's back, intent on demonstrating the fate that befell those who defied the Liu family. Thunderous roars erupted. Lin Dong had not intended to engage. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his restraint was perceived as weakness. I do not initiate conflict, but should one provoke me, they shall meet a certain demise. With a forceful punch, he unleashed a fierce and overwhelming power that reverberated throughout the palace, shaking its very foundations. The assailant's pupils constricted as he sensed an unparalleled might approaching, causing his hand to shatter upon impact. No, I am. He was overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom, instinctively attempting to threaten Lin Dong. But before he could finish his words, a flash of sword light severed his neck, blood splattering as his severed head soared into the air. Lin Dong's strength was too formidable, causing the remaining individuals to momentarily halt, bringing the skirmish to an abrupt end. In response, another young man from the Liu family exclaimed in fury, "Who are you, with such audacity to slay my kin? I assure you, you shall not leave this secret realm alive." "Whether I survive or not remains uncertain," Lin Dong replied coldly. "But what I do know is that you must die now." The Liu youth felt an overwhelming sense of mortal threat, incredulously exclaiming, "What? Are you mad enough to strike at me?" Another flash of sword light ensued, severing the heads of the Liu youth and several rogue practitioners, their eyes wide with terror. Blood gushed from their necks in torrents, and their headless corpses collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yi Hao cast a deep glance at Lin Dong before swiftly vanishing from the palace. Observing Yi Hao's retreating figure, Lin Dong looted the valuables from the fallen and continued his advance towards the central palace. Meanwhile, before the main hall of the palace cluster, the grand main hall stands majestically, akin to a magnificent divine palace, surveying the heavens and the earth. Its bricks and tiles shimmer with a radiant glow, adorned with mysterious Taoist patterns, as if forged from celestial gold, indestructible in nature. A divine rainbow emerges from the distance, breaching this realm. Below, he gazes up at the hall like an ant, overwhelmed by an indescribable awe. Approaching the main hall, a profound sense of antiquity envelopes him, as if whispering tales of its extraordinary past. Upon witnessing this edifice, one comprehends the vastness of existence. Boom. The first to reach the main hall is Liu Daoyuan of the Liu family. Clad in thunderous battle attire, his eyes sparkle with electricity, arcs of lightning flickering intermittently across his form, contending against the invisible sword's might. His presence is suffocatingly powerful. Along the way, he has heard tales of those who have acquired the saints' legacies from the palace cluster. If even the smaller palaces harbor such secrets, one can only imagine what the main hall conceals. Even as a descendant of an illustrious ancient family, he has never encountered such a towering ancient hall. Crafted from celestial gold, reminiscent of the fabled heavenly abodes. It is nothing short of opulent. The master of this secret realm must have once basked in unparalleled glory. It can be inferred that the true legacy of this secret domain is undoubtedly extraordinary, likely the fabled legacy of an emperor. His journey is driven by the intent to seize the greatest inheritance of the secret realm, which he is determined to obtain. Chapter 70. Lin Dong emerges. The main hall opens. Other cultivators stand aside, gazing at the main hall with fervent expressions. Noticing that Lu Daoyuan does not advance, they dare not act recklessly. Lu Daoyuan's reputation has long since spread. With an air of arrogance and a disregard for caution, who would dare to provoke his ire? Even if one were to miraculously obtain the main hall's legacy, they would likely not survive to tell the tale. Lu Daoyuan's figure appears before the grand entrance of the hall, an expression of anticipation in his eyes. He knows that the legacy, sealed for tens of thousands of years, is poised to reveal itself due to his presence. However, upon his arrival, the main hall remains unresponsive, the towering doors steadfast and motionless. After an extended wait, the situation remains unchanged. Lu Daoyuan's expression hardens. How could this be? Impossible. Open for me. He is convinced that the greatest legacy of the secret realm is destined to be his fortune. Yet before him, the main hall's doors remain utterly unyielding. Unwilling to accept defeat, he reaches out to touch the entrance, attempting to push open the door that has been sealed for countless ages. Buzz. In the next moment, the main hall responds, ripples cascading through the air. A flicker of joy crosses Lu Daoyuan's face. I told you, the fortunes here belong solely to me. But before he can revel in his triumph, a wave of trepidation washes over him. It is not an opening of the doors, instead. Thousands of divine rays materialize before the entrance, the might of the sword manifesting as tangible laws descending upon him. It appears that Lu Daoyuan's actions have offended the hall's majesty, invoking divine retribution upon this ignorant youth. This downpour of sword rain strikes with a force exponentially greater than the previous invisible sword might, crashing heavily upon Lu Daoyuan. Boom. He is sent flying, utterly disheveled. The blood stained his battle robe as he incredulously gazed at the grand entrance of the main hall. How could this be? The recent deluge of swords was potent enough to annihilate a formidable being at the sovereign level. Had it not been for the life-preserving techniques bestowed upon him by his father, he would have surely perished on the spot. Fortunately, the storm of swords was but a fleeting wave, vanishing without a trace. Had it been a few more strikes, Lu Daoyuan would have had no chance of survival. Second young master, you haven't perished, have you? Let us retreat from the entrance. It is far too perilous. A young prodigy of the Lu family stepped forward. Concern etched on their face as they glanced apprehensively at the main hall's door. The other powerful figures, equally shaken, took a step back. The aura they had just experienced was terrifying, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from a slumber of millennia, intent on obliterating everything in its path. I'm fine. Lu Daoyuan shook his head, rising to his feet, though his expression remained grim, feeling utterly humiliated. They dared not advance any further. One more onslaught of that tempestuous force, and he would truly meet his end. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. His disbelief did not preclude the capabilities of others. With a shadowy gaze, Lu Daoyuan addressed the others. You should go and test it. The other cultivators, wielding formidable artifacts or possessing alternative means, struggled against the intangible sword pressure of the heavens, let alone the terrifying storm of swords that had just unfolded. This sword might was sufficient to slay any of them. Witnessing Lu Daoyuan's near demise, none dared to step forward. Hesitatingly, they exchanged glances, and for a time, no one was willing to advance. Life was paramount. Opportunities could be seized later. Seeing this, Lu Daoyuan coldly declared, if you are unwilling to go, I shall eliminate you myself. His entire being crackled with terrifying arcs of electricity, locking onto several rogue cultivators. The aura of destruction and death enveloped them, compelling them to step forward despite their trepidation. The rogue cultivators had no choice. Lu Daoyuan had narrowly escaped the deadly trap of the main hall, but others were not so fortunate, dissolving into blood mist, their bodies obliterated. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived at the main hall. They had tried every method imaginable, even exhausting numerous trump cards, yet the sovereign-grade weapons clashed against the door in vain, unable to budge it. How infuriating! The crowd found themselves at an impasse. Soon, a keen-eyed cultivator observed that whenever a swordsman approached, the main hall's entrance would ripple with subtle fluctuations, imperceptible without careful scrutiny. Could it be that the hall's inheritance was reserved specifically for sword cultivators? They also noted that after a dozen individuals had approached, the brilliance of the hall's luminous barrier had dimmed slightly. Whether this was due to the passage of time or the consumption of some of the barrier's energy by the cultivators remained uncertain. The crowd began to speculate that the time for the hall to open had simply not yet arrived. It seemed that half a month later, the barrier would dissipate on its own, at which point the various powerful figures would rely on their own capabilities. They settled down, sitting cross-legged on the ground, ceasing their struggles, and prepared to wait. At that moment, a figure strode into the hall, standing tall and resolute as they approached the main entrance. It was none other than Lin Dong. Who is this person? His vitality was remarkably formidable. He was actually confronting the might of the sword with pure physical strength and formidable energy. The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Lin Dong, who was enveloped in a golden aura, akin to a deity of war descending upon them. Even Lu Daoyuan cast a sidelong glance, his instincts warning him that this youth was anything but ordinary, exuding a potent sense of threat. Yet, that was all there was to it. Lin Dong was merely at the 4th level of the Heavenly Gang realm, hardly worthy of Lu Daoyuan's attention. Even some seasoned Heavenly Gang warriors did not merit his regard. Did this lad truly intend to approach, seeking his own demise? The second young master, a peerless prodigy, was unable to open the main hall's doors. What right did this mere child have to attempt it? It was baffling where this reckless youth had emerged from. Many cultivators smirked coldly, refraining from offering any warnings, quietly awaiting Lin Dong's blunder. However, Lin Dong was no fool. He had discreetly observed everything unfold from the shadows. He had a vague inkling that the trial of the main hall tested the cultivator's comprehension of the sword path, and with his exceptional talent and swordsmanship, he might just be able to give it a try. Buzz. Lin Dong's entire being trembled as sword intent surged in all directions. Resembling the emergence of an unparalleled sword deity, his intent seemingly communicating softly with the sword path principles of the main hall. What was he doing? Why did the hall's principles not retaliate against him? This scene astonished the other cultivators, their eyes narrowing in disbelief. Could it be that he truly possessed a method to communicate with the main hall and unlock its doors? Perhaps affirming the crowd's thoughts. An unexpected event transpired. The doors of the main hall trembled, and the mysterious, intricate patterns upon them erupted with radiant light. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, the doors of the main hall slowly opened. The expressions on all faces transformed, becoming strikingly vivid. While Lu Daoyuan and his companions had toiled fruitlessly to open the hall, resulting in numerous casualties, Lin Dong's mere presence prompted the hall to open of its own accord. Lu Daoyuan's face darkened in an instant, a sudden, stinging sensation washing over him. This scene was an unintentional slap to his face. Lin Dong's expression brightened. Indeed, only those with supreme swordsmanship talent were worthy of triggering the opening of the main hall. He felt an unusual sense of summons emanating from within, an instinct telling him that his fortune lay inside. Without hesitation, he flashed forward and stepped through the doors of the main hall. A chilling aura abruptly radiated from Lu Daoyuan, sweeping across the surroundings like the wrath of the heavens. This opportunity belonged solely to him. It was not to be taken away. Chapter 71. The Carefree Sword Emperor and the Celestial Blade Technique. Your ability to open the palace doors merely indicates your affinity with the highest legacy of this place. It does not signify that the opportunity and inheritance belong to you. All of this requires strength to safeguard. Lu Daoyuan cast a cold smile at Lin Dong. Thank you for opening the palace for me. I shall graciously accept. Before Lin Dong could delve deeper into the hall, Lu Daoyuan, like a streak of lightning, charged swiftly towards him, unleashing a tempest of thunder that descended upon Lin Dong like a torrential downpour. Lin Dong had anticipated Lu Daoyuan's strike, remaining calm and composed, preparing to counter. However, before Lin Dong could make a move, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The main hall's luminous barrier flickered to life, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword principles that cascaded down upon Lu Daoyuan. Lu Daoyuan was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground, blood gushing forth. This spectacle startled the other restless cultivators. What was happening? Was the main hall only accessible to those deemed worthy? Some, undeterred by skepticism, attempted to probe the main hall with their consciousness, only to meet an untimely demise. This frightening display rendered the others hesitant to act rashly. Such an occurrence undoubtedly extinguished any lingering hopes of seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. Lin Dong paused, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded the utterly disheveled Lu Daoyuan, akin to observing a fool, before he turned and ventured deeper into the grand hall. Lin Dong felt no fear of Lu Daoyuan, yet he was uncertain how long the main hall would remain open. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications and decided to enter first. How infuriating. I will surely kill him. I refuse to believe he will not emerge. Lin Dong's smile served as a silent mockery, piercing Lu Daoyuan's heart with relentless intensity. It was akin to pursuing a beloved goddess, where even the slightest touch of her hand felt like a luxury, as she remained indifferent to his affections. Then, suddenly, another man appeared, and the goddess's door swung wide open, inviting him to revel with her. This sensation was more agonizing than the thought of killing Lu Daoyuan. Lu Daoyuan's fury ignited, his entire being crackling with thunderous energy, his long hair standing on end. This aura enveloped the crowd, instilling a profound sense of oppression. He resolved to wait here, anticipating Lin Dong's emergence from the main hall, to personally vanquish this youth and cleanse himself of today's humiliation. Within the main hall, Lin Dong was momentarily enveloped in darkness, a whirlwind of cosmic shifts enveloping him. Suddenly, the scenery brightened, revealing a realm that felt entirely foreign. Instead of the expected palace, he found himself in a world alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. A vast sea of flowers stretched before him, their sweet scent filling the air, resembling a mundane paradise that offered great comfort. Lin Dong surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. Where was this? Had he not entered the main hall? How had he arrived in such a different realm? Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Not far away, he beheld a figure standing with hands clasped behind its back. The silhouette was imposing and majestic, akin to an eternal monument, enduring through the ages. An ethereal aura radiated from him, clad in flowing white garments, presenting him as a carefree immortal amidst the world's chaos, free to roam the vast expanse of existence. You have arrived? A voice, reminiscent of whispers from ancient epics, resonated. The middle-aged man turned to face Lin Dong, his gaze reflecting the cosmos, exuding an air of dominance over the world. Lin Dong's heart raced, sensing a formidable presence. He could feel an intense scrutiny sweeping over him, as if all his secrets were laid bare at this moment. This elder was undeniably powerful. It seemed he was assessing Lin Dong. Yet, Lin Dong felt no malice. Instead, he remained unflinching, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. Junior Lin Dong. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. There is no need for excessive formalities. The middle-aged man nodded, revealing a hint of appreciation, and said with a smile, I have awaited for millions of years. You are the 9th individual to arrive at the ultimate inheritance. This signifies a fateful connection between us. I am a formidable master of the sword path, while you are merely an enlightened practitioner of it. Your talents are commendable, and you possess the qualifications to receive my legacy. Do you wish to accept my inheritance? With utmost respect, Lin Dong replied, I am willing. He keenly noted that the middle-aged man referred to himself as this emperor twice, stirring a tumult of astonishment within him. Who dares to proclaim themselves as this emperor? Such a title suggests at least a quasi-emperor level figure, perhaps even a legendary emperor. The middle-aged man before him must undoubtedly be a formidable quasi-emperor. To his surprise, this seemingly unremarkable bone map concealed the highest inheritance within the secret realm, that of a sword emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Dong felt this inheritance was a boon. Aware that there are no free lunches in this world, he inquired, May I ask what is required of me to accept your esteemed legacy? There is nothing you need to do, the middle-aged man replied. I simply wish to prevent this sword technique from fading into obscurity. Yet, do not rejoice too soon. Whether you can comprehend my inheritance depends on your own fortune. The middle-aged man declared, Watch closely, for I shall demonstrate this sword strike only once. Whether you can grasp it is contingent upon your destiny. The heavenly sword technique. With a light call, the middle-aged man's gaze turned piercing, his white robe billowing without wind, exuding an unparalleled aura of sharpness. With a hum, he formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and gently waved them. A magnificent sword light shot into the sky, white brilliance piercing through the heavens, enveloped in an extraordinary sharpness, cleaving through the cosmos. Lin Dong stood dazed, his eyes reflecting the sword strike just executed by the middle-aged man, replaying it in his mind like an endless loop, plunging him into a profound state of enlightenment. Observing Lin Dong's condition, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed a fine seedling. I hope you will not disappoint me. The middle-aged man gazed into the distance, his eyes flickering, lost in contemplation. 2.5 days swiftly passed. Boom. The once tranquil sea of blossoms was suddenly pierced by a formidable sword intent soaring into the sky. Lin Dong's eyes turned cold, an extraordinary sharpness emerging, as the flowers in the sea transformed into fluttering petals, seemingly poised to unleash a terrifying sword strike. Yet, in an instant, The sword intent retracted. Within Lin Dong's gaze, a transcendent sword intent swirled as he calmed his breathing. The middle-aged man remarked, "It seems you have gained some insight, brushing against the threshold of the sword technique. Truly, you are the most perceptive among the 9, achieving such comprehension in just 2.5 days. Thank you, esteemed senior. It is an honor for me to witness your personal demonstration of the sword technique." Lin Dong exclaimed in awe. "Your sword strike is the most breathtaking I have ever seen in my life." The brilliance of that strike was beyond his ability to articulate. Each recollection filled his mind with profound shock. This sword strike would forever be etched in Lin Dong's consciousness, irremovable, until he surpassed the middle-aged man. "May I inquire your honored name?" "Xiao Sword Emperor." As the words were spoken, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth trembled. Unable to bear the weight of his true name, Lin Dong's heart quaked, although he had never heard of it before. He could perceive an aura of dominance and an indomitable spirit emanating from the name. The name Xiao Sword Emperor perfectly encapsulated the essence of the esteemed predecessor. Lin Dong clasped his hands in respect and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing this legacy upon me, esteemed elder. I vow not to tarnish such an exquisite sword technique." The Xiao Sword Emperor seemed to see a reflection of his former self in Lin Dong and placed great hopes upon him. "My remaining essence is fleeting. You may cultivate here for a time. Should you encounter any uncertainties, I shall guide you through them. Learn at your own pace. Do not aim too high too quickly. The heaven-slaying sword technique took me 3 months to barely grasp even as a formidable ruler. You have only just glimpsed it." At this point, the Xiao Sword Emperor suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Turning to look, he found Lin Dong's presence had drastically transformed, leaving him in disbelief. How can this be possible? Chapter 72, Astonishing the Xiao Sword Emperor. Gaining a mysterious sword embryo. Junior possesses a sword. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. Clang. In the next moment, Lin Dong abruptly opened his eyes, his aura surging dramatically, sharp and fierce, as if a peerless divine sword had emerged into existence. His piercing gaze fixed upon the heavens. "Draw the sword." A resounding sword chant reverberated, as the sword light manifested like a true dragon, its fierce radiance slicing through the void and illuminating the firmament. The sky was cleaved in two. The sword intent rampaged in all directions. In truth, Lin Dong had intended to execute this sword technique earlier. However, considering that the Sea of Flowers might hold some significance to the Xiao Sword Emperor, he refrained from damaging it, forcibly restraining his sword momentum. Yet, he sensed that the myriad sword intents coalescing into one strike were even more powerful than the one he had just comprehended. Fortunately, the Xiao Sword Emperor had spoken of offering him guidance, leading to the current display of prowess. Indeed, the heaven-slaying sword technique accumulated boundless sword might. Emphasizing the instant of drawing the sword, Lin Dong had indeed grasped it intuitively. Lin Dong turned to the Xiao Sword Emperor. "Please, esteemed elder, impart your wisdom." The Xiao Sword Emperor fell silent for a time. Finally, he uttered a single word. "Prodigy." Clearly, Lin Dong's talent exceeded the Emperor's wildest expectations. Just by witnessing his execution of the sword technique, Lin Dong had, in a mere 2.5 days, reached such a level of mastery at his young age that he was unprecedented in history. Yet, the Xiao Sword Emperor felt that Lin Dong was no ordinary individual and should not be judged through the lens of mediocrity. He remarked, "Though your sword intent is formidable, it is merely form without substance. While it may appear dazzling to the eye, it lacks the foundational principles to truly unleash its might. In simpler terms, this strike is devoid of the power of loss. Only upon reaching the realm of a ruler and comprehending the laws can one begin to tap into its true potential." In a hushed tone, Lin Dong murmured to himself, recognizing that the sword of his predecessor embodied profound principles, whereas he himself was bereft of such understanding. Observing the solemn demeanor of the unfettered Sword Emperor, Lin Dong felt he had failed to meet the expectations placed upon him. "I must grasp the principles," he resolved. Settling into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to reflect upon the sword strike executed by the unfettered Sword Emperor 2 days prior. In response, the unfettered Sword Emperor offered a slight nod, yet sighed anew, acknowledging Lin Dong's commendable perceptiveness, albeit cautioning him against his impatience. The power of principles is not easily comprehended. Typically, a cultivator must reach the Purple Mansion realm, condense the Purple Mansion to gather their spiritual essence, transcend their being, and fully comprehend the ultimate truths to even touch the laws of heaven and earth. Common cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage merely begin to grasp these truths. Even I, once hailed as the unparalleled prodigy of the Nine Provinces sword Dao, attained the Purple Mansion realm before I could truly understand the laws of swordsmanship. Moreover, the Lin Dong before me is merely a novice in the Celestial Gang's realm. His ability to perceive the essence of the heaven-slaying sword technique marks him as a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. Yet he is not yet ready to comprehend the laws of swordsmanship. Nevertheless, encountering some setbacks may not be detrimental to him. The unfettered sword emperor mused that Lin Dong had lived too comfortably, having yet to face substantial trials, always striving for perfection. For a cultivator, forging ahead unrelentingly is not inherently negative, yet it can lead to premature downfall. Minor difficulties can temper the heart. Facing small tribulations is not a misfortune, for overcoming them fosters resilience. Otherwise, when true calamities of the path arise, he would be ill-prepared. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. For days had elapsed. Once as still as a statue, Lin Dong abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of unparalleled brilliance shimmering within them. He retracted his aura and gradually rose to his feet. The unfettered sword emperor regarded Lin Dong and inquired, "Do you now understand what it means to retreat in the face of difficulty?" Lin Dong replied, "I seek the sword emperor's guidance on this strike." Upon finishing his words, his aura transformed, and the long sword in his hand trembled, as if it could scarcely contain the brilliance of Lin Dong's intent. Drawing the sword, he swept it forth. Clang! A radiant arc of light surged skyward, an unstoppable force of brilliance. To everyone's astonishment, this strike contained a tangible manifestation of the principles of swordsmanship, as if intending to cleave the very sun, moon, and stars from the heavens. The expression on the unfettered sword emperor's face was one of intrigue. What a remarkable lad! He has indeed discerned the principles of swordsmanship from my strike. Though reluctant to concede, the reality was undeniable. Lin Dong's talent eclipsed his own, marking him as a true prodigy of swordsmanship. Lin Dong asked, "Predecessor, how do you find my strike?" Just because others may falter does not imply that Lin Dong would as well. He possessed the innate ability to understand swordsmanship intuitively, able to grasp any sword technique or principle in an instant, although his status as a Celestial Gang's realm cultivator necessitated a longer time to comprehend the loss. The unfettered sword emperor was about to respond when, all of a sudden, his figure flickered, becoming 3 parts ethereal. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened as he addressed his senior. "Senior, you seem to have overlooked this esteemed presence. It has only now come to my attention that after a few days of absence, this figure appears almost ethereal, nearly transparent. Like a flickering candle in the wind, a mere gust could scatter him to oblivion." The ever-free sword emperor responded with a serene smile, gesturing dismissively. "There is no need for concern. This is merely a fragment of my lingering soul, destined to dissipate. Before my departure, I am pleased to have encountered you. Your talent surpasses my expectations, and perhaps one day you may attain my achievements, or even surpass them. As for the treasures within the Great Hall, feel free to take whatever you desire. Should you claim the inheritance, the hall will soon awaken. If you do not, others shall. Before you leave, allow me to bestow upon you a parting gift. This represents my lifelong insights into the sword path, which will gradually unfold as you strengthen your cultivation. Should fate allow, perhaps we shall meet again." As the words of the ever-free sword emperor faded, his essence transformed into a stream of light, merging into Lin Dong's brow. Within the depths of his consciousness, a seed of swordsmanship took root, profound and powerful. Before Lin Dong could ponder further, a formidable force enveloped him, whisking him away from the sea of blossoms, only to reappear in a grand hall. The hall was expansive, resembling a vast plaza, with several adjoining rooms housing various items. Presumably the original main hall. Lin Dong felt a twinge of regret, having wished to receive further guidance from his senior, yet the moment had passed too swiftly. Nevertheless, he had garnered immense insights, having comprehended an extraordinary sword technique, the heavenly severance sword art. He sensed that the level of this technique rivaled that of the true dragon treasure art. If mastered to its pinnacle, it could indeed cleave the heavens asunder. Additionally, he had acquired the ever-free sword emperor's insights into the sword path. Lin Dong gazed at the central throne and performed a respectful bow. "I am Lin Dong, a junior, paying my respects to my senior." The ever-free sword emperor was indeed deserving of such reverence. Although they bore no formal master-disciple relationship, the emperor had imparted teachings of great significance to Lin Dong, akin to that of a mentor. Lin Dong began to explore the hall, seeking treasures worthy of his effort. After a thorough inspection, he discovered that the side rooms housed an alchemy chamber, a weapon forging room, and various containers filled with ancient weapons and jars. Regrettably, These items had languished for too long without the nourishment of spiritual energy, their essence having faded into dust over the millennia. Yet, not all was lost. Beside the central throne, he uncovered an ancient and mysterious sword embryo. The sword embryo, the size of an arm, boasted a time-worn material, its origins indiscernible. Sensing its extraordinary nature, Lin Dong decided to claim it. Chapter 73, Thunder Tribulation Battle Body, confronting Lu Daoyuan. Outside the main hall, shadows flitted about. A multitude of powerful presences on high alert. The luminous barrier grew increasingly translucent, suggesting it could endure for only a few more days. As the crowd closed their eyes to cultivate their energy and prepare for the forthcoming clash, the entire expanse was interwoven with intricate runes. Sealing this realm in an impenetrable formation, entry was permitted, yet exit was forbidden. This was the work of the Lu family. It was rumored that the Lu family had summoned several prodigies who had recently arrived in this secret realm. Clearly, they were determined to secure the inheritance of the main hall. Lu Daoyuan cast a sidelong glance at those beside him. Among them were several peak experts of the celestial ganging realm, yet he remained unyielding. Why such a multitude for a mere fourth-tier Lu's cultivator? I alone could subdue this child. This opportunity belonged to us. None could seize it from our grasp. His tone was frigid, akin to the icy breath of a millennium-old glacier. From childhood, whatever he desired, he invariably obtained without fail. Just days prior, Lin Dong had humiliated him. And had it not been for the protective barrier of the main hall, Lin Dong would not have survived to this day. The members of the Lu family were acutely aware of Lu Daoyuan's disdainful nature and chose to remain silent. They merely obeyed the family's command. The inheritance of this secret realm was of paramount importance. The news of this location had swiftly captured the attention of the Lu family's high-ranking members, speculating that it might be the legacy of a formidable sword master, which explained the Lu family's heightened vigilance. Yuan Qi of the Heavenly Extreme sect had also arrived, standing amongst a dozen of his disciples, sharing the ambition to contend for the inheritance of the main hall. Master, with so many powerful figures from the Lu family, our strength seems insufficient. Should we still attempt to seize the inheritance? One of the Heavenly Extreme disciples inquired. The Lu family had indeed gathered numerous strong practitioners, but the Heavenly Extreme sect had received the news late, and their experts were yet to arrive, rendering their overall strength inferior to that of the Lu family. Yuan Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Let us observe the developments. Within the main hall, there had been several terrifying sword intents that had wreaked havoc, unparalleled in their brilliance, astonishing the heavens. By combining the sword intents of the world with the sword laws before the main hall, one could easily surmise the nature of the main hall's inheritance. It was undoubtedly the legacy of an extraordinary sword cultivator. Such a remarkable inheritance would surely be coveted by all, and if the opportunity arose, it was essential to contend for it. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. All present cultivators felt a jolt of anxiety. In the next moment, the barrier was marred by a spiderweb of cracks, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless shards of light that scattered across the realm. The barrier had vanished. The barrier, which was expected to last for several days, had unexpectedly burst apart. The crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. Yet no one dared to act hastily. They exchanged glances, wary of one another. The bloody lesson from days past remained vivid in their minds. A single misstep could lead to demise. None knew what transpired within, and none wished to be the first to take action. Yuan Qi of the Heavenly Extreme sect rose. For he was no fool. He too did not wish to be the initial sacrifice, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. A bunch of cowardly fools. Lu Daoyuan cast a cold glance at the crowd, his demeanor starkly contrasting with their eager anticipation as they beckoned their companions. You lot, step forward and assess the situation. Two early-stage celestial experts of the Lu family ventured into the main hall. Soon, a voice filled with excitement reverberated. All is well, second young master, please come in. A surge of joy coursed through Lu Daoyuan, who swiftly rushed toward the main hall, his figure cutting through the air with remarkable speed. The practitioners, including Yuan Qi, remained vigilant to Lu Daoyuan's movements, following suit toward the grand hall simultaneously. However, just as they neared the entrance, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The two Lu family members were sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground, which halted the others in their tracks, their expressions a mix of confusion and alarm. Who dares? The two Lu family members and Lu Daoyuan exchanged bewildered glances at the hall's entrance. At that moment, a tall figure clad in white emerged, declaring, "This legacy is no more. You shall not enter and disturb the tranquility of the elder." His voice was indifferent yet commanding. Lin Dong stood before the hall, exuding an overpowering aura that instilled trepidation in those present. He appeared as a formidable deity of war, a single figure daring to challenge all cultivators around him, embodying an indomitable spirit. So it is you. It seems you have acquired the legacy of the main hall. Lu Daoyuan's face twisted into a chilling smile upon recognizing Lin Dong, discerning from his words that Lin Dong may have indeed obtained the unparalleled legacy of the hall. Withdraw. I shall subdue him. Lu Daoyuan stepped forward, his tone brimming with unwavering confidence. He regarded Lin Dong with disdain. Your fortune is remarkable, yet it is futile. The inheritance of this secret realm rightfully belongs to me. As he spoke, Lu Daoyuan's aura surged forth, enveloped in crackling thunderous energy that surged around him, lightning flashing ominously, and a destructive essence permeating the air, presenting him as a deity of thunder, overwhelming in his martial prowess. Is this the Thunder Tribulation battle body? The thunderous energy derived from it. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of annihilation, reputed for its unparalleled lethality, capable of obliterating all in its path. Surrounding practitioners recoiled in shock, gazing at Lu Daoyuan in awe, marveling at what it meant to be a prodigy of an ancient family, such terrifying strength at such a young age. Even some higher-tier celestial experts regarded him with trepidation. Yuan Qi, the elder brother of the Tiangong sect, bore a hint of wariness on his face, aware that facing Lu Daoyuan would necessitate his utmost effort. With the outcome far from certain, the Thunder Tribulation battle body has begun to reveal its might upon reaching the celestial realm. Once crowned and comprehending the laws of thunder, his power could indeed be cataclysmic, akin to a heavenly envoy descending, Yuan Qi assessed earnestly. Many cast regretful glances at Lin Dong, doubting his ability to stand against Lu Daoyuan. After all, as a prodigy of an ancient family, Lu Daoyuan possessed the strength to fight beyond his level, while Lin Dong was merely an unremarkable fourth-layer celestial practitioner beneath him. Your current expression displeases me greatly, as the crowd murmured. The voice of Lu Daoyuan resonated with an air of celestial indifference and coldness. He perceived Lin Dong as being engulfed by an overwhelming aura of terror. A tempest of thunder, vast as the ocean, threatened to consume Lin Dong entirely. He believed that Lin Dong should be awash with fear and despair, perhaps even kneeling before him, pleading for mercy and surrendering the inheritance, begging for his life. Yet, Lin Dong remained expressionless. Lu Daoyuan's lightning runes flickered as waves of thunder surged, devoid of compassion. Next, I shall make you truly understand despair. I desire not only your demise but also that of your kin. As his words fell, torrents of thunderbolts descended upon Lin Dong, annihilating everything in their path. This strike was sufficient to instill dread in any formidable celestial realm warrior. With a resounding crash, as the storm of thunder descended, Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with determination. The regal essence of the dragon surged forth as countless true dragons devoured the thunderous waves, splitting them asunder. Was this all there was? Bathed in the tempest, Lin Dong remained unscathed, even his protective aura impervious to the onslaught. The youth exuded a commanding presence, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, evoking a sense of awe. It was as if, despite the assailant's divine might, should they dare to strike him, they would face an unwavering counterattack. Chapter 74. The Despairing Lu Daoyuan. Next, I shall allow you to truly experience despair. Lin Dong transformed into a streak of light, akin to a bolt of lightning, darting before Lu Daoyuan, his regal dragon essence coiling around his fists as he unleashed a ferocious strike. Regal dragon essence? You warrant my full strength? Lu Daoyuan was taken aback by Lin Dong's aura, astonished that it could withstand his thunderous tribulations, quickly recognizing it as regal dragon essence. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Dong's fist, fierce as an ancient beast, collided with his visage, infused with over 20 million pounds of force from the divine elephant suppression technique. A deafening explosion ensued. The thunderous aura surrounding Lu Daoyuan hurriedly shielded him, along with a greenish barrier bestowed by his father, a kingly artifact that could save him in dire moments. It absorbed 99% of the force. Nevertheless, he felt as though his mind had been struck by an overwhelming force, leaving him somewhat dazed. The tremendous impact sent Lu Daoyuan flying back 100 feet. The onlookers were left agape. From where had this prodigy emerged to send Lu Daoyuan flying with a single punch? Boom. Lu Daoyuan steadied himself mid-air, his expression grave. How could this be? A blow rivaling that of the Purple Mansion realm? He was the unparalleled genius of the Lu family. Never had he anticipated that Lin Dong's casual strike could shatter his life-saving trump card. Had it not been for the protective measures gifted by his father, he would have faced grave injury, or worse. Before he could regain his composure, he sensed an overwhelming force approaching, like a vast celestial authority descending upon him. Instinctively, he unleashed his divine prowess to defend against Lin Dong's advancing fist. The Hand of the Heavens. This strike of divine power is also the innate divine ability of the Thunder Tribulation battle body. A colossal hand of thunder descends from the heavens, as if it has fallen from the mysterious realm above. Roar. However, a dragon claw, even larger than the thunderous hand, descends with terrifying might, accompanied by the fierce and domineering aura of imperial dragon energy, capable of sweeping away all in its path. Crack. The celestial hand shatters, and Lu Daoyuan's bones break under the pressure. How could this be? Lu Daoyuan, in disbelief, realizes that his proud strike was unable to even breach Lin Dong's protective aura. Instead, he finds himself grievously injured. It is worth noting that he is the Thunder Tribulation battle body, tempered by lightning, with a formidable physique, yet he is unable to withstand this. Thunder rumbles. The heavens erupt, and the earth trembles. The cacophony of strikes echoes throughout the realm, deafening those present. The crowd stares in astonishment, bewildered by the situation. Who is this fierce warrior who has managed to overpower Lu Daoyuan? While it could be argued that Lu Daoyuan suffered from carelessness in the first strike, the current scene of Lin Dong pinning Lu Daoyuan to the ground speaks volumes. You have successfully enraged me. Lu Daoyuan, filled with fury, is engulfed in raging thunder. He is the pride of the Lu family, having dominated others throughout his life. How could he endure such humiliation? Before the eyes of the crowd, he is subdued by a cultivator of lower rank. It is a profound disgrace. To cleanse this humiliation, he must adopt an even more forceful stance and annihilate this youth. Yet what awaits Lu Daoyuan is a crushing blow that lands squarely on his handsome face, exploding in a dazzling display. Crack. The protective aura surrounding Lu Daoyuan, barely formed, shatters like paper, unable to withstand even a fraction of the force. Despair begins to seep into his heart. As a peer among cultivators, he is being suppressed without the power to retaliate. If this continues, he will succumb to despair and humiliation. Buzz. In the next moment, an irresistible aura of kingship suddenly erupts from him, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. The purple celestial seal, a massive seal, resembling a great mountain, manifests above Lu Daoyuan's head, swirling with purple energy and exuding an overwhelming pressure. You have forced my hand. Lu Daoyuan's expression hardens. The purple celestial seal has yet to fully recognize him as its master, and forcing it may drain his essence. However, he can no longer afford to hesitate. He must ensure Lin Dong's demise. Is that a royal weapon? Lin Dong feels an intense sense of threat, sending chills through his entire being, compelling him to instinctively draw his sword embryo. The air quakes as the purple celestial seal descends like a divine mountain, its heavy presence surrounded by countless divine inscriptions, determined to crush all before it. Even the slightest trace of the royal weapon's power is sufficient to obliterate a formidable opponent at the Purple Mansion realm. It seems as if it senses the imminent danger. The once unadorned sword embryo suddenly radiates a brilliant, boundless light, revealing the image of a flying celestial. Extraordinary colors emerged, with countless figures of immortals appearing. The formerly humble sword embryo now displays an unparalleled brilliance, akin to the awakening of a sovereign of the sword path. The terrifying might erupted, instantly casting the formidable Zishu seal aside, akin to an adult dismissing a child to play elsewhere. What manner of weapon is this? Lu Daoyuan's pupils contracted. How could my kingly weapon's power be thwarted? Panic gripped him. This was his final ace. Yet Lin Dong effortlessly countered the king's might. Most astonishingly, he could sense the emotions emanating from the Zishu seal. The deity of the seal trembled in fear, as if an ethereal beast stood before the king of all beasts, unable to entertain even a flicker of resistance. This left Lu Daoyuan incredulous. Despite his disbelief, a profound dread surged within him. Clang! In the next moment, an unparalleled sword aura soared into the heavens, radiating brilliance. Lin Dong unsheathed his sword with a flourish, exuding an overwhelming presence. As a divine rainbow cleaved through the sky towards Lu Daoyuan, granting him no respite. Just as Lin Dong proclaimed, he intended to make Lu Daoyuan truly grasp the essence of despair. Before Lu Daoyuan could recover, he hastily unleashed his innate divine ability, the heavenly calamity. His brow emanated boundless light as a beam of devastating lightning surged forth, piercing the void, determined to punish the mortal who dared to provoke the celestial authority. How dare the ignorant mortal challenge the majesty of the heavens? Death! Lu Daoyuan's demeanor was impassive, his authority solemn. Lin Dong, with his flowing black hair, declared in a domineering voice, "The heavens? Let it come. I will cleave it asunder with a single sword." The clash of sword light and the lightning beam produced a terrifying shockwave that swept across the surroundings, powerful enough to annihilate the Zifu. Lu Daoyuan's proud heavenly calamity appeared as fragile as paper before the resplendent rainbow, its residual force still aimed at him. No. Zishu seal, shield me. Lu Daoyuan felt the overwhelming sword might bearing down upon him, his face etched with terror and despair. All his esteemed tactics crumbled before Lin Dong, as if they were made of mere paper, crushed underfoot, leaving his resolve in shambles. Just in time, the Zishu seal ascended, barely able to withstand the sword's might. What? This is the law of the sword. As if sensing Lin Dong's piercing sword intent, Lu Daoyuan exclaimed in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. How is this possible? Is it not true that the Tiangang realm lacks the qualifications to comprehend the laws? Yet he distinctly felt the familiar essence of the sword's law emanating from Lin Dong. How could he, merely in the Tiangang realm, have grasped the power of the laws? This defied all logic. Even his elder brother, the divine son of the Lu family, could not fathom the laws while in the Tiangang realm. The sword disciples of the sword sect only began to perceive a hint of the sword's law upon reaching the Zifu realm, being hailed as prodigies of swordsmanship after a millennium. And Lin Dong? He comprehended the sword's law. Where did this monstrous prodigy emerge from? Before Lu Daoyuan could ponder further, the sword embryo radiated divine light, as if someone had provoked its majesty, causing the indomitable Zishu seal to split in two. Under the overwhelming sword might, Lu Daoyuan screamed in agony, meeting a fate of utter annihilation. Even so, the sword's might remained undiminished, soaring into the heavens and cleaving the sky, leaving the cultivators below utterly astounded. Next, it was not until the chilling voice of the young man reverberated throughout the arena that the onlookers regained their composure. Chapter 75. A singular figure gazes down upon the multitude, departing the secret realm. What? Lu Daoyuan has fallen? The esteemed prodigy of the Lu family, endowed with the thunder tribulation battle body, had met his demise at the hands of an obscure youth? The crowd stood in stunned silence, an uproar erupting as they gazed in disbelief at the white-clad boy who looked down upon the assembled might. The prowess of Lu Daoyuan was indisputable. Possessing the thunder tribulation battle body, with a formidable defense and offense, even Yuan Qi of the seventh layer of the celestial realm might struggle to subdue him. Yet, Lin Dong's might was even more terrifying, embodying the legendary imperial dragon Qi, though merely at the fourth layer of the celestial realm. The depth of his aura rivaled that of many peak experts he had encountered. Even when Lu Daoyuan wielded a kingly weapon, he remained unable to contend with Lin Dong, ultimately meeting his demise. The kingly weapon, indestructible, could annihilate a Purple Mansion realm expert with but a flicker of its power, yet it was shattered in Lin Dong's grasp. The crowd was filled with perplexity, gazing at Lin Dong as if he were a creature from another realm. Not only were they bewildered, but Lin Dong himself felt a tinge of confusion, staring in shock at the sword embryo in his hand. Initially, when Lu Daoyuan had summoned the Purple Sky Seal, Lin Dong had doubted his ability to contend with him, fearing he might be letting a tiger return to the mountains. However, unexpectedly, the mysterious sword embryo unleashed its power, displaying a celestial phenomenon, as if it were the king among weapons, undaunted by the kingly weapon. It even shattered the Purple Sky Seal with a single stroke. Lin Dong was greatly astonished. Having perceived its extraordinary nature while resting on the throne, he had simply taken it to study. Now it appeared that the sword embryo, despite its unremarkable appearance, possessed the capability to obliterate even a kingly weapon with but a fraction of its might, likely an ancient weapon of limitless potential. Do you dare to slay a member of the Lu family? Come and take my life. Lu Daoyuan's death had transpired too swiftly, after a long pause. Over 20 formidable members of the Lu family finally reacted, collectively roaring in fury as they charged toward Lin Dong. Lu Daoyuan's demise was a catastrophic loss for the Lu family. He had perished before their very eyes, and no matter the circumstances, they could not escape culpability. To evade the family's wrath, they had to capture this youth. If they could obtain the unparalleled legacy that Lin Dong carried, they believed the family would spare them from execution. Boom. Over 20 formidable experts unleashed their powers simultaneously, a kaleidoscope of divine energies crashing toward Lin Dong, each beam resplendent and terrifying. Among them were several peak celestial realm experts. Against such a collective assault, even a typical Purple Mansion realm expert would find themselves fleeing in terror. Alas, they encountered Lin Dong, whose combat prowess was formidable, embodying the imperial dragon Qi that rendered him impervious to all techniques. Any assault that would cause fear in a celestial realm expert merely stirred the protective aura surrounding him, creating only the slightest ripples. Unstoppable were his strides. He surged forth alone, akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, effortlessly sending several formidable warriors of the Tian gang realm flying with a single punch. The powerful members of the Liu family, lacking the strong life-saving trump cards that Liu Daoyuan possessed, were not so fortunate. Under the sweeping force of the Imperial Dragon Qi, anguished cries filled the air. None enduring a second strike, all extinguished beneath the might of the Imperial Dragon Qi. The scene was awash with blood and corpses. Only one tall figure stood erect, gazing down upon all. The onlookers felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, extinguishing any thoughts of intervening, leading them to doubt whether Lin Dong still belonged to the Tian gang realm. Surely, even the Purple Mansion realm would not compare. Originally, Yuan Qi of the Tianji sect had intended to take action. But upon witnessing Lin Dong effortlessly annihilate Liu Daoyuan and mercilessly slay so many of the Liu family strongmen, he sensed a formidable threat emanating from Lin Dong. A sense of retreat arose within him. His instincts warned him that he was no match for Lin Dong. Yuan Qi's eyes flickered. From whence does this prodigy emerge? Possessing such extraordinary combat prowess? Approaching the domain of the 8 restrictions, such strength would place him among the foremost prodigies in Qizhou. Yet, why had he never heard of this individual before? More importantly, he had sensed a fleeting, unparalleled sharpness of sword principles emanating from Lin Dong. Could it be that this young man has comprehended the principles of the sword? Soon, Yuan Qi shook his head. Discounting his earlier thoughts, it is impossible for one of the Tian gang realm to grasp the power of principles. His gaze fell upon the ancient sword hilt in Lin Dong's hand. This object must be extraordinary, capable of manifesting sword principles, likely a weapon of a sword sovereign. Yuan Qi surmised that most of Lin Dong's strength derived from this sword. With such an artifact, even a Purple Mansion realm expert would not be his opponent. Is there anyone else who wishes to enter the main hall? Lin Dong's piercing gaze swept across all present. Step forward if you dare. I shall accompany you to the end. His voice was soft yet resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, none daring to challenge him. As they felt the sharpness of Lin Dong's gaze upon them, all lowered their heads, none bold enough to meet his eyes. One man stands against 1,000. None could breach. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. Lin Dong's eyes flashed, pondering who might be foolish enough to tempt fate. Just as he was about to strike with fury, Yuan Qi interjected, "Wait, my friend. I mean no harm." He hurriedly clasped his hands together, wearing a smile as warm as spring, signaling that he was not an enemy. As he approached Lin Dong, feeling the immense pressure he exuded, he finally comprehended the caliber of the prodigy that Liu Daoyuan had faced. "I am Yuan Qi, the intersect senior brother of the Tianji sect." Yuan Qi exclaimed with a smile, "I see that your combat prowess is extraordinary. I presume you are not an unknown junior. I wish to make your acquaintance. May I know your name?" "I am Jun Deshui of the Ba Tian sect." Lin Dong replied, casting a glance at Yuan Qi, uncertain of his intentions. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose not to reveal his true identity. In the world outside, one's identity is self-assigned. Ba Tian sect? Now it is Yuan Qi and his companions who find themselves in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that there exists a reclusive sect? However, Yuan Qi, the esteemed eldest disciple of the Tianji sect, possesses remarkable insight and quickly deduces that Lin Dong is reluctant to disclose his true origins, fabricating a sect of his own. Jun Deshui? The name of the Taoist is indeed quite distinctive. Yuan Qi, undeterred by any irritation, respects his companion's wish for privacy and refrains from further inquiry. "I bid you farewell, and I hope our paths cross again." Lin Dong cast a glance at Yuan Qi and the others from the Tianji sect, a murderous thought surging within him. Allowing them to depart freely would certainly lead to countless troubles, whether regarding his inheritance or the fact that he had slain members of the Liu family. He could not permit them to leave unchallenged, otherwise, endless complications would ensue. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Dong's voice rang out, causing Yuan Qi and the others to halt. Their hearts racing. Lin Dong declared, "If you wish to leave, you must sever your memories of what you have witnessed. Otherwise, you shall remain here forever." Lin Dong's tone was commanding, and the group believed he would uphold his word. If they did not erase their memories, he would indeed eliminate them. Yuan Qi acted decisively, being the first to erase the memories of having seen Lin Dong kill members of the Liu family. The others quickly followed suit. "Let us go." Yuan Qi glanced back at Lin Dong, understanding the situation, and led the members of the Tianji sect away. There was no need to linger with Lin Dong. While the secret realm remained open, they might as well seek their fortunes in other palaces and see if other opportunities awaited them. As long as Lin Dong was present, no one would have the chance to seize control of the main hall. Boom. Before long, the the secret realm began to expel everyone, a force of rejection permeating the area. If they did not depart, they would be eternally trapped within the secret realm. Lin Dong had previously heard from the carefree Sword Emperor that this was the last time the secret realm would open. Once it closed, it would vanish into the chaotic void, never to be seen again. Lin Dong surveyed his surroundings, collecting valuable items from the Lu family and others, leaving behind several strands of royal dragon energy to guard the area before heading off into the distance. The direction he chose diverged from the exit the others had taken. He was aware that the Lu family and the Tianji sect would not easily let him go, but he knew that the secret realm had more than one exit. With the walking character secret, he could bypass the formations and depart from another location. Chapter 76, The Wrath of the Monarch. Boom. Outside the secret realm. In the wild mountain range, the void trembled. Through the distortion of the void, one could observe the secret realm shaking, sweeping across the surroundings, with the space around it collapsing. The strong figures from the Lu family and the Tianji sect gazed intently. The secret realm is about to collapse. A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Fu and the other strong practitioners' faces, anticipating what fortunes the Lu family might acquire. The expressions of the experts from the Tianji sect were less than favorable. The Lu family had sent many strong practitioners, and it was evident that the Tianji sect could not compete with them. Soon, cultivators began to emerge continuously from the vortex. Yuan Qi and the other members of the Tianji sect appeared, swiftly returning to their ranks and respectfully saluting their elders. "We have seen the elders. No need for such formalities." Elder Ling Jun waved his hand and inquired, "Did you gain anything from this expedition?" Yuan Qi proclaimed, "My fellow disciples, although many of you have acquired minor opportunities, none have attained the legacy of the main hall." The elders of the Tianji sect expressed some regret. Ling Jun seemed to have anticipated this and inquired, "Did the lad from the Lu family obtain the main lineage's inheritance?" Yuan Qi shook his head. "It is another individual. Unforeseen circumstances arose within the secret realm, and Lu Daoyuan along with his can perish therein." Ling Jun and the other formidable beings exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Yuan Qi continued, "We have voluntarily severed portions of our memories. It is unclear for the moment. We should depart, elders, to prevent the Lu family from descending into madness and dragging our sect into turmoil." Ling Jun nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Lu Fu before summoning the ancient vessel, commanding the disciples aboard, and returning to the sect. Seeing the grim visages of the Tianji sect's members, Lu Fu instantly deduced the situation within the secret realm. It was evident that his kin had secured the inheritance and remained within the realm to receive it. The Tianji sect's retreat only fueled his satisfaction. A smirk adorned Lu Fu's face as he exclaimed, "Ling Jun, it seems your juniors from the Tianji sect are lacking." Ling Jun shot him a sidelong glance, his expression tinged with peculiarity, but he quickly discerned that Lu Fu had misconstrued the situation. "Ah, Lu Fu, do not celebrate too soon. Soon enough, you shall find discomfort." Ling Jun laughed heartily, uttering a riddle as he steered the ancient vessel through the void. Lu Fu remained unfazed, believing the Tianji sect was envious of the Lu family. However, as time elapsed and the secret realm succumbed to chaos, with not a single member of the Lu family emerging, a sense of foreboding crept upon him. "What is happening?" A master of the Purple Mansion realm from the Lu family questioned. "Where are my kin? Could something have gone awry?" Lu Fu's countenance darkened ominously, barely containing his rage. "Let us wait a while longer. With their prowess, they should not encounter any peril. With so many experts in our family, even those of the Purple Mansion realm cannot best them." Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the secret realm collapsed and the vortex vanished. Not a single one of the dozens of Lu family cultivators appeared. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Fu's fury erupted, the might of a king radiating in all directions. Even he, in his ignorance, understood that his sect's cultivators had undoubtedly faced unforeseen calamities within the secret realm. He seized a newly emerged cultivator, unleashing his terrifying spiritual power into the individual's mind, seeking to uncover the truth of the secret realm's events. However, he found nothing of substance. Incompetent. With a violent crack, Lu Fu crushed the cultivator's neck, blood splattering in all directions. In a flash, Lu Fu vanished from sight, soon intercepting the ancient vessel of the Tianji sect, blocking their path, his royal presence resonating throughout the realm. "Who has slain my kin? Could it be the work of your Tianji sect?" The overwhelming aura of Lu Fu reverberated, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. His gaze was frigid, as if he were poised to devour those before him. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by Ling Jun earlier. It seemed that the Heavenly Extreme sect had long been aware of certain matters. Moreover, with the formidable lineage of the Lu family, others dared not provoke them, let alone possess the audacity to annihilate them. Who, apart from the heavenly extreme sect, could dare to lay a hand on the scions of the Lu family? The resounding celestial sound reverberated like divine authority, compelling many cultivators aboard the ancient vessel of the heavenly extreme sect to kneel. Humph! A cold snort emanated from within the ancient vessel of the heavenly extreme sect. Simultaneously, a regal might, equal to that of Lu Fu, surged forth like a tide, counteracting the oppressive force. What madness has seized you, Lu Fu? If anything were to happen to my disciples of the heavenly extreme sect, your Lu family would find no refuge. The figure of the regal Lingjun materialized at the forefront of the ancient vessel, his demeanor icy. Yet inwardly he reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. Hadn't he been laughing just moments before? Now he appeared as though a horse had perished beneath him. A gentle force enveloped the disciples of the heavenly extreme sect, alleviating their burdens as they gasped for breath, as if reborn. Is it not your heavenly extreme sect that has slain my Lu family disciples? Lu Fu's chilling aura surged, his presence tempestuous, as if prepared to unleash a massacre at the slightest provocation. Lingjun, unrelenting, retorted, if your Lu family disciples have perished, what concern is it of the heavenly extreme sect? You, a prestigious ancient clan, possess bloodline tracking. Cannot you discern who the murderer is? What is all this barking about? Bloodline tracking is a secret technique mastered by the various sects of the 9 provinces. Each sect would place a blood seal upon their own prodigies, should anyone slay them. The blood seal would silently transfer to the perpetrator, allowing for the tracking of the killer. Humph! Aside from your heavenly extreme sect, who in the secret realm could possibly contend with the scions of the Lu family? Lu Fu scoffed. You best not let me uncover any connection between this matter and your heavenly extreme sect. Otherwise, my Lu family shall not spare you. In truth, upon his arrival, he had discreetly employed bloodline tracking against the heavenly extreme sect and others. However, he had gleaned nothing. This indicated that it was not members of the heavenly extreme sect who had slain his kin. Ultimately, Lu Fu could only watch as the members of the heavenly extreme sect departed aboard their ancient vessel. He found himself at a loss. For if he were to return to his clan empty-handed, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Clenching his teeth, Lu Fu formed a seal with his hands, intending to expend his own vital essence to deduce the location of the blood seal. Yet, after a prolonged effort, he still could not ascertain it. The distance was too great. Even the expenditure of considerable vital essence proved futile. Suddenly, however, Lu Fu seemed to sense something, closing his eyes. In the next moment, he abruptly opened them, his gaze like lightning piercing through the void, directed at a specific location, brimming with boundless murderous intent. Seeking death. Who dares to harm my Lu family disciples? And to take my Lu family as possessions? Such audacity. I shall see what kind of prodigy this person truly is. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wild mountain range, Lin Dong exited through another exit, distancing himself from 100 miles away. Just as he sighed in relief, feeling secure, an abrupt sense of impending death engulfed him. Oh no, someone was in pursuit. A chill ran down Lin Dong's spine, and he immediately activated the Xing's secret technique at full speed. His figure flickered and soon appeared several miles away. Boom! The void split open, and a colossal hand emerged, imbued with boundless fury and murderous intent, landing precisely where Lin Dong had stood moments before. The ground trembled, and the earth collapsed under the terrifying force of the laws that swept across the area, reducing several miles to flat land. The power of a King-esque strike was truly horrifying. Had Lin Dong not managed to evade, his fate would have been dire. Yet, even so, a terrifying residual force surged forth, potent enough to obliterate an ordinary purple mansion expert. Lin Dong felt his blood surge, his expression grave. The newcomer was formidable. Had he not cultivated the divine elephant suppression technique, rendering his physique as formidable as a pure-blood true dragon, weighing over 20 million pounds. Even a trace of that residual force would have left him without a grave. Before Lin Dong could react further, the void split again, and a towering figure emerged. The majesty of a king permeating the heavens and earth, shaking the very fabric of reality. It was, unmistakably, the furious Lu Fu from earlier. He is not dead? Upon seeing Lin Dong still alive, Lu Fu couldn't help but express his astonishment. Indeed, there's something about you. It's no wonder you could slay the second son of the Lu family. However, having offended my family, there shall be no refuge for you in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. His words were cold as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. Pronouncing Lin Dong's impending fate, Lin Dong was alarmed. Had he not eradicated the memories of all the cultivators present? Why was a Lu family expert still pursuing him? Yet, even as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Dong dared not hesitate, exerting the Xing secret technique with all his might, his speed surpassing even that of a Purple Mansion expert. Let me ensure your understanding. Lu Fu seemed to perceive Lin Dong's thoughts. You are quite clever, leaving no traces behind. But alas, you possess something you should not have taken. Escape? Can you truly evade? I have sealed this realm. You would do well to surrender. Lu Fu towered above, his tone icy. To him, Lin Dong was akin to a turtle in a jar. From the very moment he descended, he had employed immense magical power to seal the entire area, leaving no one able to depart. He yearned to tear Lin Dong to shreds. Yet his instincts warned him that this individual harbored great secrets and could not be killed. If he could subdue Lin Dong and uncover the secrets he possessed, he could redeem himself. I shall grant you a chance. Obediently hand over the main hall's legacy and the secrets you carry. I can spare your life. Even from several dozen miles away, Lu Fu could still sense the vast, oceanic force of blood vitality emanating from Lin Dong, rivaling that of a Purple Mansion expert. The strength of his blood vitality was the most formidable Lu Fu had ever witnessed from a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Given this individual's formidable prowess, coupled with Lin Dong's possession of items belonging to the Lu family, it is not difficult to surmise that he is indeed the greatest beneficiary of this secret realm. Yet, despite Lin Dong's strength, in his eyes, Lin Dong remains but an insignificant insect, incapable of stirring any substantial upheaval. Without ascending to the rank of a sovereign, one is ultimately but a mere insect. This assertion is not mere rhetoric. A sovereign, having comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, can annihilate even the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm with but a sliver of their power. Only a fool would surrender without a fight. While the confinement of heaven and earth may prove advantageous to others, it holds no power over Lin Dong. He must never fall into this man's grasp, otherwise, with his current strength, he would be akin to fish on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Is he truly so obstinate as to not heed the warning? As Lin Dong approached the boundary of the spatial confinement, Lu Fu leisurely pursued, underestimating Lin Dong's ability to breach his celestial barriers. Little did he know that Lin Dong bore the secret of the Xing character, allowing him to disregard all forms of spatial confinement and formations. In the next moment, Lu Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is this possible? He is actually ignoring the confinement of heaven and earth? In a desperate bid for survival, Lin Dong did not conceal his secret technique. He deftly traversed the celestial boundaries, disregarding the restrictions, and in mere flashes, his figure appeared several miles away. You possess one of the 9 secrets, the Xing character. You truly harbor a significant secret. Lu Fu's eyes gleamed with greed as he discerned the origin of Lin Dong's movement technique. A mocking glint akin to a cat playing with its prey filled Lu Fu's gaze. Boy, even if you escape the confines of heaven and earth, what of it? You shall never evade my grasp. All the fortunes upon you shall belong to me. Lin Dong's speed was impressive, yet the pace of a sovereign was swifter still. As Lu Fu grew earnest, he leaped across several miles in a single stride, closing in on Lin Dong in mere moments. Damn it. Feeling the imminent threat and pressure drawing near from behind, Lin Dong's expression darkened. It appeared he could not evade capture. Come to me. Lu Fu sneered, extending his hand, which transformed into a colossal hand of law, its power surging as if the hand of the heavens were descending to suppress him. Since escape was futile, let there be battle. In the face of such overwhelming sovereign pressure, any ordinary celestial phenomenon cultivator would have long been rendered powerless, prostrated before it. Let alone a figure like Lin Dong, who, after fleeing for over 100 miles, stood undaunted to confront Lu Fu. The heart of invincibility had begun to take shape. Roaring across the heavens and earth, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, dominating the realm with unparalleled force. Thousands of strands of imperial dragon energy surged forth, coiling around Lin Dong's right fist, revealing glimmering scales of metal. Lin Dong hurled a fist towards the advancing gigantic hand with unreserved ferocity. His vital energy surged like an ocean, cascading forth, while behind him loomed the imposing illusion of a divine elephant. True Dragon Fist. This strike was delivered without restraint. With over 20 million units of strength, augmented tenfold by the true Dragon Fist, the Imperial Dragon energy manifested its might. A magnificent dragon ascends into the heavens, its metallic scales gleaming with a fierce and dominating power, embodying an endless force of destruction as it collides with a colossal hand. The earth shudders. The clash of fists reverberates, unleashing countless ripples that sweep across the landscape. flattening everything within a radius of several dozen miles, leaving not a blade of grass in its wake. The aftermath is terrifying, and one can only imagine the devastation at the heart of the battle. Lu Fu stumbles back thousands of feet, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. What kind of divine ability is this that holds such immense strength? Meanwhile, Lin Dong, clearly in a more grievous state, is thrown back tens of thousands of feet, his body drenched in blood, covered in wounds. Yet, his gaze remains fiercely resolute, as if he embodies the essence of an invincible sovereign. This young man has not succumbed to death. Typically, a practitioner of the celestial sphere would be as fragile as an ant, easily crushed by a mere fraction of his power. The sight of Lin Dong standing unharmed sends a jolt of surprise through Lu Fu's heart. What an extraordinary physique. It seems he cannot be allowed to live. A swift resolution is necessary to eliminate this child, for any hesitation may lead to unforeseen consequences. A chill runs through Lu Fu, his murderous intent nearly palpable. Excitement courses through him. Lin Dong's earlier strike, even surpassing the ancestral techniques of the Lu family, showcases an unparalleled divine skill. If such power were to be harnessed, the Lu family strength would ascend to new heights. With no reservations, Lu Fu launches his attack, and Lin Dong withstands several exchanges before being sent hurtling backward into the ground, creating a vast and deep crater. The entire encounter, from Lu Fu's emergence to Lin Dong's defeat, occurs in mere moments. Lin Dong lies in the crater, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, his body stained crimson, gravely injured and unable to move. His expression is one of utmost despair. He has encountered the most formidable opponent since his cultivation began, an existence of the royal realm. The transformation of a practitioner's life essence is indeed formidable. Despite exerting all his strength, he remains outmatched. Were it not for his mastery of the divine elephant suppression technique, which grants him a robust physique and the innate divine talent of ceaseless regeneration, a single strike would have claimed his life 100 times over. Yet, he still breathes? No matter how monstrous your talents, you shall still perish at my hands. Lu Fu approaches Lin Dong, hovering in the air, looking down upon him with a sense of enjoyment at the prospect of extinguishing such a prodigy. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Dong gasps. Were you of my realm, I would slay you as easily as one would butcher a chicken or a dog. Lu Fu slowly strides towards Lin Dong, seemingly reveling in the intensity of Lin Dong's gaze. But suddenly, Lu Fu's eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses an astonishing spectacle. Taste my sword. A beam of white light shoots forth, soaring into the sky, the principles of the sword entwined with endless sharpness, as if capable of obliterating all. The sword of heaven's severance. A distant dragon's roar echoes faintly. The proximity is too close for Lu Fu to evade, and in an instant, he is cleaved in two. Chapter 78, The Domain of Divine Seals, Stunning an Era. How is this possible? In Lu Fu's eyes, the reflection of a figure in white stands unscathed. Once on the brink of death, Lin Dong inexplicably rose to his feet, maintaining a poised stance with his sword drawn. Not only had he survived the deadly strike, but the grievous wounds he had sustained were now miraculously healed, an occurrence he struggled to comprehend. Thud, thud. The severed body lay lifeless on the ground. Buzz. A spectral essence erupted from Lu Fu's head, his countenance etched with terror and confusion as he hastily fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Lin Dong unleashed a myriad of sword beams, blocking his escape. Lu Fu's spirit, trembling with fear, exclaimed, Who are you? I am an elder of the ancient Lu family from Qizhou. Do you dare to kill me? He had lost his mind, sensing an indomitable sword principle emanating from a mere celestial realm cultivator. Yet, he could not fathom that such a young man had grasped the essence of swordsmanship, cleaving him asunder in a single stroke. He surmised that Lin Dong must have been possessed by an ancient entity, otherwise it would be impossible for someone at the celestial realm to wield such sword principles. I am the one who will kill you, Lin Dong relentlessly pursued, unleashing devastating techniques that shook the heavens. It was difficult to imagine how the tides of battle had dramatically shifted within mere moments. The once dominant Lu Fu, who had been hunting Lin Dong, had now become a pathetic, hunted creature. The seemingly near-death Lin Dong was now as fierce as a raging bull, wielding his sword and pursuing Lu Fu, whose essence had dwindled to a mere shadow. Should the world witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. Never had they seen such ferocity from a celestial realm cultivator, relentlessly chasing a powerful sovereign. Was this not a reversal of fate? Yet, Lin Dong lamented that Lu Fu had likely activated his life-saving trump card. His essence moved with lightning speed, rendering Lin Dong's sword light futile in pursuit. Clang. Watching the fleeing essence, Lin Dong struck out with several more sword strikes, the principles of swordsmanship slicing through the sky. Alas, Lu Fu escaped once more. With a sovereign determined to flee, Lin Dong, a mere celestial realm cultivator, could hardly keep pace. He ceased his pursuit, a grave expression settling upon his face. Despite severely injuring Lu Fu, he sensed that the crisis was far from over, and he turned back. The previous strike had been a stroke of luck. He had feigned weakness, allowing Lu Fu to underestimate him. In the face of despair, he had unleashed the sky-slaying sword technique with his right hand, the one that had executed the true dragon fist. This strike unleashed an extraordinary level of power, transcending the limits of the celestial realm, a force capable of annihilation. The true dragon fist multiplied his strength tenfold, and with the sword principles augmenting the blade's edge, he had left the overconfident Lu Fu only with his spirit to escape. Such an achievement was indeed astonishing. Even in all of Qizhou, it would evoke sheer astonishment. The celestial realm had defied the formidable sovereign realm, forcing a powerful entity to flee for its life. This was a level of unparalleled strength that transcended the realms of divine restrictions. Should this tale spread, Lin Dong would undoubtedly gain renown throughout Qizhou even before his arrival. Yet, such news would clearly remain concealed, for it pertained to the dignity of a sovereign realm expert. In the realm of formidable power, a great sovereign's reputation lay in tatters upon receiving news of being bested by a mere junior, leaving him to flee in disgrace. Should this word reach Qingzhou, he would find it impossible to hold his head high for the remainder of his life. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Fu would ensure that such an incident remained concealed. On his journey back, Lin Dong activated a keen gaze sweeping across his body to ascertain if any silent marks had been left by others. After all, how else could Lu Fu have tracked him? Indeed, Lin Dong discovered 2 small red marks on an inconspicuous area of his fingernail. He recalled a flash of bloodlight when he had slain Lu Daoyuan. Had it not been for his, which unraveled the mysteries of existence, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. These marks were likely remnants from his encounters with Lu Daoyuan and Lu Fu, enabling members of the Lu family to follow his trail. With a flicker of his, he unleashed a devastating divine light, obliterating any trace of those marks. Lin Dong also meticulously erased the insignias from the spoils he had acquired from the Lu family, leaving no potential hazards behind. Void technique. Wasn't this the Lu family's secret art, long kept from outsiders? Within Lu Daoyuan's storage ring, Lin Dong unearthed a tome revealing the void technique. He had heard from cultivators in Qingzhou that this technique was a grand supernatural ability bequeathed by an ancestor of the Lu family, a secret art reserved solely for direct descendants. It allowed one to completely conceal their presence, rendering even those several realms stronger nearly incapable of detection. In critical moments, one could strike without a trace. Yet, during his confrontation with Lu Daoyuan, the void technique had not been employed. It remained unclear whether Lu Daoyuan had yet to fully comprehend it or had been rendered powerless by Lin Dong's assault, deprived of the opportunity to utilize it. Regardless, it had inadvertently benefited Lin Dong. From the tome, Lin Dong sensed a formidable seal designed to thwart prying eyes, while he could easily dispel the other marks. This particular seal took a moment for even his to eradicate. It seemed Lu Fu had been tracking him through the void technique. After removing the seal, Lin Dong secured the tome for further study upon his return. Upon returning to his previous location, Lin Dong intended to obliterate Lu Fu's corpse, denying him the chance to restore his consciousness. He aimed to ensure Lu Fu would require a suitable vessel to reclaim his power, rendering him a non-threat for the foreseeable future. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Lu Fu was not of the human race. Instead, he bore the semblance of a creature akin to a dog or leopard, colossal as a small mountain, his pure flesh and blood nearly causing Lin Dong to salivate uncontrollably. This was a treasure not to be squandered. With swift precision, Lin Dong approached and severed a sizable thigh, stowing it away in a storage ring for preservation. With a resounding crash, Lin Dong summoned his sword embryo, obliterating what remained of Lu Fu's corpse. Though the physical body of a sovereign was immensely strong, Lin Dong wielded the principles of swordsmanship. In no time, all that was left of Lu Fu's remains were but a few bones. However, Lu Fu dared not take anything from his possession, fearful of any lingering marks that might summon unnecessary trouble. Without hesitation, Lin Dong turned away, knowing that delay could bring unforeseen changes. Who could say if there were other formidable foes, aside from the Lu family, tracking his movements? Caution, after all, is never misplaced. Time passed, and silhouettes emerged in the high heavens, pausing in astonishment as they beheld the desolation of the mountains below. The Clash of Kings. The King Lingjun of the Tianji sect stared down in shock at the devastation. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as if he had discerned something. His voice filled with suspicion. Is that the corpse of Lu Fu? Wasn't he pursuing someone just moments ago? How did he meet such a fate? This aura of swordsmanship. The onlookers beheld a sword that spanned the heavens, its principles of swordplay manifesting an unparalleled brilliance. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of an extraordinary sword cultivator. The technique, known as the heaven-slaying sword art, was recognized by some. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this legendary sword technique about to resurface in the world? In the Jiuzhou continent. 4 great sword techniques are renowned, and it is said that the unification of these 4 can defy even the immortals. Although the heaven-slaying sword art is not one of the 4, it possesses a reputation that rivals them. It is said that in the ancient era, a prodigious sword master unleashed a single strike, honed over 3,000 years, stunning the entire Jiuzhou and even defeating an emperor. When this sword was drawn, it captivated an entire epoch. The master's cultivation level remains unknown, yet the ability to instantaneously slay a king attests to his formidable strength. Could it be that this individual has revived the might of the heaven-slaying sword art? Chapter 79, Exceptional Insight. The Majesty of the Demon King. Lin Dong did not return to Yunlan City immediately. Instead, he ventured into the desolate mountains, wandering for several days to carefully erase his scent before establishing a secluded cave for cultivation. He feared that pursuers from the Lu family were still on his trail. If he returned to the Lin family, and the Lu family discovered their whereabouts, it would spell trouble. It was wiser to wait here. Should any strong adversaries from the Lu family dare approach, he would be ready to strike. The ancient lineage of the Lu family is deeply entrenched, with a plethora of strong cultivators, and even rumored to have a sage in residence. To him, they remained a formidable entity. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed with caution. However, he would not simply wait idly. Lin Dong intended to sort through his spoils. Before him lay a trove of treasures, the fruits of his endeavors within the secret realm. Upon counting, he found millions of spiritual stones, an astonishing amount. Lin Dong could not help but marvel at the wealth of these powerful sections. The Lin family's annual revenue barely reached a few 100,000 spiritual stones. Thus, this sudden windfall was equivalent to what they would take a century to amass. Lin Dong mused to himself. Robbery certainly yields swifter rewards. Among the belongings of the cultivators were items he had no use for, such as low-grade spiritual herbs, which he planned to return to the steward later. Just then, while Lin Dong was organizing the weapons, he sensed a flicker of desire emanating from the sword embryo. Did it yearn for weapons? Tentatively, Lin Dong tossed a half-damaged supreme artifact toward the sword embryo. Buzz! The ancient sword embryo glimmered with a faint light. In an instant, the radiance of the half-damaged supreme artifact faded away, rendering it utterly useless. Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. The sword embryo has absorbed the divine essence of the discarded weapons. Once more, he cast numerous broken weapons into the fray. As before, the sword embryo solely absorbed the spiritual essence of the discarded arms, seemingly nourishing itself. Again, Lin Dong, unreserved in his generosity, offered a plethora of weapons, recalling how the sword embryo had saved him from dire straits. Without it, he could not have slain Lu Daoyuan, nor could he have vanquished the king-level Lu Fu. The discarded weapons were inconsequential, and he relinquished them all. It was only when he had exhausted a pile of broken arms, leaving a heap of scrap metal, that he finally paused. He sensed the yearning emotion of the sword embryo dissipate, returning to a state of tranquility as though it had feasted to its fill. Lin Dong pondered. The sword embryo must possess a spirit. He attempted to communicate with it through his consciousness, yet it seemed aloof and indifferent, having feasted and now ignoring him entirely. Frustrated by his inability to discern its nature, Lin Dong felt a twinge of helplessness. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, as he held the sword embryo, he could distinctly sense that it had absorbed the essence of the weapons, rendering it increasingly sharp. It appeared that after years of slumber, the sword embryo required the spiritual essence of the weapons to restore its energy, having used its power in Lin Dong's hands. Gazing at the sword embryo, which was both subdued and radiant, he speculated. Although he could not discern its rank or origins, he felt it was extraordinary, undoubtedly an ancient weapon. In the future, it was likely to surprise him further. Lin Dong withdrew the sword embryo, taking a moment to assess his current state. Ever since he comprehended the principles of the sword, he felt as though the world had transformed. though he had previously lacked the opportunity to fully appreciate it. Now, he could clearly sense the laws of the universe, capable of absorbing them to enhance his own sword principle's power. Boom. The heaven-swallowing scripture was continuously in motion, not only absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, but also the power of the laws, fortifying Lin Dong's own. This technique was truly remarkable. It seemed that even upon reaching the king level or beyond, he would not need to comprehend the laws of the universe on his own. The sensation of having an edge was exhilarating. Lin Dong beamed with joy, feeling as though he could now relax. Generally, mastering the complete essence would allow one to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. However, Lin Dong had not only comprehended the complete sword intent, but also the laws of the sword, despite only being at the 4th level of the Heavenly Gang realm. This path was one many prodigies would tread. Upon reaching the Heavenly Gang realm, one could grasp the true essence, and to comprehend more, many would suppress their cultivation. The same applied to the Purple Mansion realm. The more laws one comprehended, the stronger one became. Thus, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. He wished to delve deeper into several realms of understanding. Yet, the pursuit of multiple true essences or laws bore both benefits and drawbacks. Whether grasping true essence or laws required an abundance of time for contemplation. The threshold of true understanding has, throughout history, obstructed countless cultivators. A common cultivator may grasp a single truth and ascend to the Purple Mansion realm. Feeling grateful to the heavens, it is an entirely different matter to comprehend multiple truths. The challenge of breaking through to the king realm by understanding multiple truths is exceedingly formidable, necessitating the grasp of various laws. For an ordinary cultivator, even comprehending a single law is a daunting task, let alone splitting focus to cultivate two. Only those with extraordinary insight and prodigious talent may aspire to comprehend more than two truths. Lin Dong, however, differs from these individuals. He possesses a system that facilitates automatic cultivation. He harbors no concerns about distraction. To him, the more powerful laws, the better. At this moment, Lin Dong took out a Daoyin fruit, which enhances a cultivator's comprehension and aids in capturing the laws of the universe, accelerating the pace of understanding. With a satisfying crunch, juice burst forth. In the next instant, Lin Dong distinctly felt his mind clear significantly. After consuming the Daoyin fruit, matters that had previously eluded his understanding suddenly became crystal clear. Concurrently, he thought, "System, activate a daily divine ability card." The system responded, "Ding. The host has consumed the spirit fruit Daoyin fruit, expending one daily divine ability card, and has acquired an exceptional talent for comprehension." Exceptional comprehension. While in a state of cultivation, one's understanding is amplified, and there is a chance to trigger a sudden enlightenment state, which yields extraordinary effects when perceiving laws and abilities. Although Lin Dong felt a tinge of regret for not triggering a critical strike, it was minimal. He understood that such luck could not be expected every time. The absence of a critical strike is the norm, while its occurrence is a delightful surprise. Contentment prevailed within him. Having gained exceptional comprehension was already a significant achievement. Suddenly, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with realization. Could entering a state of cultivation trigger sudden enlightenment? What if he were to cultivate continuously? Indeed, it was possible. Lin Dong sensed a clear transformation within himself. Even through self-cultivation, he could grasp the profound laws of nature with greater clarity, thereby enhancing his power over the laws and his understanding of them. He also felt a marked increase in his law power after consuming the Daoyin fruit. Boom. That was not all. The Daoyin fruit also contained a wealth of essence. After consuming several, Lin Dong broke through to the 5th level of the Celestial Gang realm. He refrained from consuming more Daoyin fruits, intending to reserve them for special circumstances and to offer a few to Elder Hu, hoping they would benefit him. With a bit of time remaining, Lin Dong planned to comprehensively enhance those divine abilities that had not kept pace with his own. System, strengthen the wolf's sovereign ability. The system replied, "Ding. The host expends 50,000 glutton points to upgrade to the majesty of the Demon King." Incredible. Lin Dong quickly understood the distinction between the two. The wolf's sovereign ability had been elevated to the majesty of the Demon King, meaning that it was no longer confined to the wolf clan. All demon clans would now be subjected to his command and suppression in his presence. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dongsuan's gluttonous indulgence had reached its conclusion. Yet the rewards were remarkable. Even he was astonished by the prowess of his innate abilities. Lin Dong began to delve into the mysteries of divine powers, particularly the void technique of the Lu family. Skills are never superfluous. Who knows what the future may demand? By the third day, Lin Dong departed from the cave dwelling. Having received word from the sect summoning him back, clearly, there was an urgent matter at hand. Before returning, Lin Dong intended to accomplish one final task. He aimed to capture a magical beast to serve as the guardian spirit of the Lin family. This notion had sprouted during his evaluation in the outer courtyard, but circumstances had previously hindered him. Now, he would elevate the prowess of his wolf leadership ability to that of a beast king, transcending the confines of the wolf clan. With this ability unleashed, all creatures of the demon race would inevitably submit. Fortuitously, he found himself in the wild mountain range, a locale teeming with formidable magical beasts. Capturing a fifth-tier beast to serve as a sentinel would suffice. Roar. Not long after, Lin Dong stepped into the domain of a fifth-tier magical beast. Before he could act, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura as if to intimidate Lin Dong. Human, why do you intrude upon my territory? Before him lay a colossal black dragon, its scales dark and foreboding, emanating a demonic might that caused nearby beasts to prostrate in terror. Such vibrant vitality. It had been ages since he encountered a cultivator with such robust life force. Surely, the feast would be splendid. The dragon's lantern-sized, vertical eyes fixated on Lin Dong. Drawn by the tantalizing scent emanating from him, revealing a glimmer of human-like avarice. Truth be told, the dragon had initially intended only to frighten Lin Dong away. However, upon sensing an alluring essence, it instinctively turned its gaze towards Lin Dong, recognizing his potent vitality. A desire to consume Lin Dong began to take root in its mind. Boom. The black dragon could hardly contain its eagerness, unleashing a massive, obsidian claw that shattered the void, enveloping Lin Dong in an overwhelming demonic presence. You wish to devour me? At the dragon's words, Lin Dong chuckled. He had always been the one to feast upon others, never the other way around. It was clear that the black dragon was in for a grim fate. With a resounding strike, Lin Dong's palm descended, unleashing the raw power of his physique, an astonishing force exceeding 30 million, akin to a divine mountain descending upon the dragon. Dare to compete with my kind in terms of physical strength? How foolish of you, human, you will not even know how you met your demise. The black dragon scoffed, exuding immense confidence in its physical prowess, particularly as it was a distinguished variant of the dragon lineage, inheriting the formidable strength of its ancestry. Throughout its existence, its physical form had been its pride and the foundation of its dominion in the wild mountain range. In contrast, humans were typically frail. To challenge it in a contest of strength was akin to courting death. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the black dragon's mirth was extinguished. Its expression frozen in shock as a profound transformation unfolded before it. An overwhelming force descended upon it, enveloping its entire being. No matter how fiercely it resisted, it remained utterly powerless to counteract the weight pressing it down. It was forcefully pinned to the ground. In stark contrast stood Lin Dong, clad in pristine white. Untouched by any speck of dust, his hands clasped behind his back. To him, it seemed as if he had not just subdued a fifth-tier demon beast, but rather a mere insignificant ant. The earth trembled violently, mountains crumbled, and an oppressive pressure surged in all directions. A roar reverberated through the heavens. A dragon's cry interwoven with emotions of resentment and fury. Impossible! The beleaguered black serpentine dragon surged from the depths, as if in disbelief, launching itself towards Lin Dong. Once more, Lin Dong struck down with a palm. The black dragon was again forced to the ground. It struggled repeatedly, but Lin Dong remained unfazed, effortlessly suppressing it. Eventually, the black dragon lay breathless on the ground, utterly defeated. Witnessing this scene, the black dragon began to question its very existence. Who truly belonged to the demon race? Wasn't he the human race traditionally frail? How could one possess such terrifying physical strength? The presence of this individual felt akin to facing an authentic pure-blood dragon, filled with vitality and unmatched physical prowess. Originally intent on consuming Lin Dong to enhance its own cultivation, the black dragon now found itself in a dire predicament. It had to either submit to Lin Dong or face death. No, the human race could never compel me to submit. If you dare, kill me. Despite being gravely weakened, the black dragon held its ground, resolute and unyielding. As a proud ruler of its realm, bearing the bloodline of dragons, the notion of submission felt more unbearable than death itself. Very well, Lin Dong was not surprised. This was a perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of his innate talent of demonic king-s authority. The more defiant one was, the more pronounced the effect. A mere parlor trick. Upon hearing Lin Dong's intentions, the dragon wore a scornful expression. Such tactics may be effective against other beasts, but they would prove futile against him. Buzz. Submit to me. Lin Dong remained silent, his obsidian eyes flashing with a formidable golden light, exuding an aura that demanded respect. What? How could this be? The once derisive black dragon, upon gazing into Lin Dong's eyes, suddenly froze, as if ensnared by a peculiar enchantment that compelled it to lower its proud head. You. The black dragon stared incredulously at Lin Dong, asking, "What have you done to me?" He suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Dong, a force that surged from the depths of his very bloodline, compelling him to bow in submission. Was he not a member of the human race? Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction and commanded, "Kneel." It was as if the very essence of his words dictated reality. The black dragon, who had previously refused to submit even unto death, now found itself uncontrollably prostrated on the ground, acutely aware that its life was entirely at Lin Dong's mercy. Should Lin Dong instruct it to move east, it would dare not venture west. Indeed, if Lin Dong commanded it to perish, there would be no hesitation, only an overwhelming surge of terror. Witnessing the black dragon's state brought Lin Dong an unexpected thrill. He could not help but revel in the sheer joy of his exceptional power. In swift motion, Lin Dong unsheathed his knife and carved a substantial portion of flesh from the black dragon. With this decisive action, the black dragon fully comprehended its dire predicament. To survive, it could only heed Lin Dong's whims. Like a loyal hound, it nuzzled against Lin Dong in an attempt to curry favor, saying, "My lord, I was blinded by ignorance. Please forgive me." Lin Dong, his expression filled with disdain, brusquely pushed the black dragon away. The creature dared not utter a sound. Its vitality remained robust, and losing a sizable piece of flesh was but a minor injury. In contrast, Lin Dong's blatant disregard for its suffering, cooking and preparing its meat before its very eyes, inflicted a profound psychological blow. How ruthlessly savage! Who, indeed, was the true beast here? A smirk crept across Lin Dong's lips. Was it permissible for the black dragon to desire his flesh while he was not allowed to partake of it? This was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. He intended to consume the dragon's flesh before its eyes, delivering a stark reminder of dominance. Though the black dragon bore the majesty of a demon king, Lin Dong remained cautious. After all, a beast is still a beast. Without rigorously tempering its ferocity, how could he trust it to guard the Lin family? With plans to journey to Qingzhou in the future, he could not afford to rely solely on his own imposing presence. Should the black dragon harbor ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. The black dragon remained silent, acutely aware that Lin Dong had shown it mercy, granting it a chance to reclaim its draconic identity rather than ending its existence. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Dong accrued numerous culinary points, as the dragon's flesh was rich in essence, enhancing his cultivation significantly. He cast a glance toward the depths of the mountains. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have relished the opportunity to hunt a sixth-tier beast or even a demon king. With his strength, he believed he could easily contend with a sixth-tier beast comparable to the Purple Mansion realm. Subsequently, Lin Dong mounted the black dragon and returned to Yunlin City, exuding an air of grandeur. Chapter 81. An unexpected guest, the ninth prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty. In Yunlin City, the weather was fair, and the streets bustled with life. The management of the area was orderly and efficient. Many passers-by, whether near the Lin family or its enterprises, displayed a courteous demeanor, none daring to instigate trouble. Ever since Lin Dong single-handedly stormed the Bai family and obliterated them, news of this event had reverberated throughout Yunlin City, instilling a profound sense of awe and fear in all factions. The perception of the Lin family had irrevocably transformed. Who does not know that with Lin Dong's extraordinary talent and strength, the forthcoming decades in Yunlin City will undoubtedly belong to him? Who would dare to offend the Lin family? Who would not fear following in the footsteps of the Bai family? The Lin family is subtly regaining its position as the foremost among the 5 great families of Yunlin City, or rather, the top of the 4 families. A significant portion of the Bai family's enterprises has been entrusted to the management of the Lin family. The steward understands the principle of mutual benefit. The Lin family alone cannot consume all the resources, so it is wiser to distribute them among the other families. The power of the Lin family has been solely built by Lin Dong. Should the Lin family become too gluttonous, and Lin Dong were to leave Yunlin City, it would be counterproductive. Yet, despite this, a group of unwelcome guests has arrived, exuding an imposing aura that even the city lord's manor is reluctant to offend. Boom. The doors of the Lin family burst open forcefully. 2 guards rushed out, crashing heavily onto the floor, gazing in terror at the scene outside, powerless as they collapsed. Their fates unknown. A throng of individuals surged into the Lin family estate, brimming with aggression. At the forefront was a man clad in splendid garments, radiating arrogance, adorned in resplendent golden satin that commanded attention and exuded nobility. At a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, suggesting an extraordinary background. Trailing behind him were several formidable warriors, the weakest among them being at the half-step celestial level, with several celestial realm experts present, including a middle-aged man whose aura was unfathomable. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my Lin family and killed my kin?" The steward, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly approached with a group, only to find the two guards lying lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. He could not help but question the intruders. The Lin family cultivators stood on high alert, their expressions grave. The steward's countenance darkened. The strength of the newcomers was staggering, far beyond that of ordinary local powers. "This is troublesome," he thought. With the young master absent, the current forces of the Lin family are no match for this group. The steward dared not act recklessly. To do so would lead to certain doom. Instead, he discreetly sent a message to Lin Dong, hoping to buy some time. "Humph," scoffed the leading figure in splendid attire. "You insignificant insects, it matters not to inform you. I am the 9th prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty." The Lin family steward and the other cultivators were taken aback. This individual was indeed a prince? Yunlan City lies in the southern part of Qishou, under the jurisdiction of the Golden Dragon dynasty, where all local forces must pay their respects. Naturally, this does not apply to the powerful sects like the Seven Stars Academy, which are exempt from bowing to the Golden Dragon dynasty. However, the arrival of a prince with such status and identity is an overwhelming presence that ordinary cultivators in Yunlan City cannot dare to offend or confront. "We have met the 9th prince," they exclaimed. "Might we inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Lin family?" The steward and his companions bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with deference. As for the 9th prince's insults and violent actions, none among them dared to show the slightest discontent. As a noble prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty, even if I were to slay countless individuals, none would dare seek justice for them. "I have come here for a map. Who among you has taken my map? Surrender it, and I shall grant you a swift end." The members of the Lin family displayed a respectful demeanor, which the 9th prince relished. His imposing presence overshadowing all present, utterly disregarding the Lin clan. He had already paid a considerable price to uncover information regarding the map. It is said that this map serves as the key to a secret realm belonging to a formidable swordsman of the ancient era. Once acquired, the key would bestow upon him the legacy of the sword, propelling him to unimaginable heights. His strength would surpass that of the other princes, and his status within the Golden Dragon dynasty would soar, garnering greater favor from the emperor. Initially, he had received word that the map was likely in the possession of the Bai family, but upon visiting, he found nothing. Hearing that the Bai family had once been raided by a member of the Lin family, he made his way to the Lin residence, which he believed would lead him to the map, although his temper was beginning to flare. What map? The 9th prince might have come to the wrong place. My Lin family possesses no such map. The steward privately sensed the gravity of the situation, yet he resolutely denied any knowledge of a map. The elegantly attired man cast a cold glance at the steward and remarked, "A bone from the Bai family. Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall meet a gruesome fate." The steward's pupils constricted. He seemed to recall that not long ago, the young master had been studying a bone. Could these individuals be after that very relic? In response to the 9th prince, the old steward maintained, "I truly have not seen any map made of bone." However, he would never admit to it, fearing it might bring disaster upon the young master, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Boom! Before the 9th prince could utter a word, a terrifying pressure swept through the air, bending the stewardess back and causing him to kneel and cough up blood. "Old man, do you dare feign ignorance?" Despite the fleeting change in the stewardess' expression, he could not escape the keen eyes of so many powerful individuals. A middle-aged man at the celestial realm had caught sight of it. "Beat him. Do not stop until he speaks," commanded the 9th prince, directing the middle-aged man to act, while the others prepared to ransack the entire Lin estate. Roar, roar, roar. Simultaneously, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the heavens, reverberating through the earth. The once tranquil Yunlan city suddenly darkened. A vast shadow loomed on the horizon, swiftly engulfing the entirety of Yunlan City, with an overwhelming pressure descending upon the city. A suffocating aura spread throughout, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Countless cultivators displayed expressions of terror, perplexed as to what calamity had befallen Yunlan City. "It's over. I do not wish to die yet. I do not wish to perish," I have yet to experience a woman's touch. Can anyone come to our rescue? The atmosphere in Yunlan City was charged with apprehension. The cultivators on the streets lay prostrate, their voices filled with despair and terror echoing throughout the city. In response, Yunlan City promptly entered a state of defense. The powerful figures from the city lord's mansion ascended to the high walls, and upon gazing at the colossal being above, they were struck with awe. It was a gigantic black dragon, obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the land. Its scales glistened ominously, radiating a profound and formidable demonic aura that instilled fear in their hearts. As a massive dragon head loomed over the entire city. A pinnacle fifth-tier beast? When had Yunlan City ever provoked such a formidable entity? Esteemed friend, if our city has offended you in any way, might we engage in a civil discourse? Even the city lord, faced with this fifth-tier dragon, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, recognizing that he was no match for the beast. Unfortunately, the black dragon merely regarded them coldly, descending through the air. With a resolute expression of determination to protect his homeland, the city lord stepped forward, commanding his subordinates to evacuate the citizens. Little Black, refrain from causing a ruckus. Control your aura. Do not frighten the good people of Yunlan City. Just then, the crowd seemed to hear a familiar, resonant male voice, warm as a gentle breeze, causing them to pause in astonishment. Chapter 82. The Tremor of Yunlan City. Lin Dong's fury. Wait, there seems to be a figure atop the dragon's head. It's Lin Dong. The crowd turned towards the sound. And when they saw the majestic black dragon with a white-clad youth standing atop it, they were utterly stunned. This person was no stranger. Who else could it be but Lin Dong? As for Little Black, that was the name Lin Dong had bestowed upon the black dragon. Feeling that the name lacked grandeur, Little Black protested and vented his pent-up frustrations with a thunderous roar, exuding overwhelming demonic might. This had culminated in the earlier scene where the demonic aura enveloped Yunlan City. However, as soon as Lin Dong spoke, Little Black instantly restrained his imposing presence. The citizens of Yunlan City felt an immediate lightness, as the terrifying pressure receded like a tide, allowing them to breathe freely. Yet, their eyes remained filled with shock and confusion. What was happening? The spectacle before them left them momentarily speechless. How could such a powerful black dragon, with noble blood and a haughty demeanor, allow a mere human to stand upon its head? They simply could not fathom the situation, especially as the black dragon seemed to obey Lin Dong's commands, almost as if it were his steed. Could it be? The crowd startled themselves with their own thoughts, gazing incredulously at Lin Dong. Young Lin? The city lord's uncertain voice broke the silence, his previously imposing countenance now filled with astonishment. Lin Dong smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. It is I, Lin Dong. At your service, city lord. Only then did the city lord exhale in relief, gazing at the youth before him with a multitude of emotions swirling within. Young Lin. There is no need for such formality. Who would have thought it would be so soon? Less than a month, indeed. Your cultivation has remarkably matched, even surpassed mine. Truly. You are a prodigy of the heavens. Our generation is aging. The future belongs to you. The Lord of Yunlan City gazed in astonishment, his heartfelt admiration unabashed. Having never witnessed such a terrifying pace of cultivation, he realized that he could not fathom Lin Dong's realm. However, he could distinctly sense the profound and vast aura emanating from Lin Dong, a level far exceeding his own third stage of the heavenly gang realm. He watched in disbelief as Lin Dong transformed from a mere waste into a formidable powerhouse of Yunlan City. Your praise is unwarranted. Lin Dong smiled. I have merely stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. In truth, Lin Dong felt a surge of emotions. Recalling how he once lacked the qualifications to even meet the lord of the city, now standing before him with respect. This is the benefit that strength bestows upon a person. The lord of Yunlan City had previously shown kindness to the Lin family, sheltering them during Lin Dong's vulnerable years, which is why Lin Dong treated him with utmost courtesy. The lord of Yunlan City cast a glance at the black flood dragon, his expression filled with uncertainty. Lin Dong affectionately patted the dragon's head, explaining, "This is a demon beast I casually captured, intending to bring it home as the guardian spirit of my Lin family." The lord's eyelids twitched at Lin Dong's casual demeanor. After all, this was a dominant black flood dragon, not something to be trifled with. Furthermore, Lin Dong's words sent shockwaves throughout Yunlan City. Was he jesting? Bringing home a fifth-tier demon king black flood dragon as a guardian spirit? The audacity of his statement left everyone dizzy. Speculation is one thing, but hearing Lin Dong admit it outright was another matter entirely. Who among the normal populace would dare to do such a thing? The strength of the black flood dragon was something everyone had personally experienced. and its overwhelming demonic might had once instilled despair in the hearts of the city's inhabitants. And what of Lin Dong's strength? To subdue such a formidable demon beast, he must possess extraordinary power. Who would dare to provoke the Lin family? All present gazed at Lin Dong with deep respect. With him and the Black Flood Dragon guarding the Lin family, they were assured of a millennium of peace. Sensing the reverence of the crowd, Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. Although it was the Black Flood Dragon's wrath that had just been unleashed, it would not have dared to act without Lin Dong's consent. Lin Dong's intention was to instill fear throughout Yilan City. This was preparation for his departure. He wished the world to know that even if he, Lin Dong, were to leave, the Lin family would still possess a guardian spirit capable of annihilating an entire city. Anyone contemplating provoking the Lin family must weigh their own strength against whether it would suffice to satiate the hunger of the Black Flood Dragon. Suddenly, Lin Dong's consciousness expanded, and he felt something amiss, causing his expression to change dramatically. His aura erupted with intensity, startling the Lord of Yunlan City and the others. How powerful! Even the Black Flood Dragon beneath him nearly cowered in fear, trembling in trepidation. Who has dared to provoke this esteemed individual? Young man, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the city lord for the previous care bestowed upon my Lin family. However, urgent matters beckon me, and I shall pay a visit when time permits. Lin Dong's demeanor was markedly cold as he hurried towards the Lin residence. Yet he took a moment to leave a parting remark for Lord Yunlan. Observing Lin Dong's retreating figure, the city lord sighed, acknowledging that elder who had indeed not erred in his judgment of the youth. It must be noted that the prior protection of the Lin family was a duty of his lordship's office, and he had been unable to assist when the Bai family later attacked the Lin estate. Nevertheless, Lin Dong still cherished his gratitude. This young man's character is truly exceptional. No wonder he has earned Elder Hu's endorsement. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, the ninth prince sat comfortably in a chair not far from the entrance, sipping tea, exuding an air of calculated control, as if all matters lay firmly within his grasp. Below him, the steward knelt on the ground, battered and bloodied, the floor stained crimson. Other Lin family cultivators were not spared either, each one trembling in fear, kneeling in a pitiful state. The stark contrast between the ninth prince and the wretched scene below painted a vivid picture of disparity, one soaring above, the other languishing below. Your Highness, we were unable to locate the map you mentioned, reported several royal experts who returned, bowing respectfully. We scoured the entire Lin residence and found numerous valuable items. Yet the map you seek remains elusive. Not found? The ninth prince furrowed his brow, rhythmically drumming his fingers on the armrest of his chair. The others knelt silently, shivering in trepidation, awaiting his command. Let us wait, he finally spoke after a lengthy pause. It appears the map is not within the Lin family, but rather with the so-called worthless young master they speak of. We shall wait for his return. The 7-Star Academy disciples? This poses a bit of a complication. Should he produce the map, he may spare them from their fate. A playful smile lingered at the corners of the ninth prince's lips. If he fails to present the map, then you shall all meet your end. He turned to the steward. Send word for his return. My patience is limited, and I cannot wait long. Before the ninth prince could finish his sentence, a chilling voice resonated through the Lin estate, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld. No need to wait. I have arrived. Chapter 83. I choose to let you die. A single blow sends the Purple Mansion expert flying. The cold words reverberated throughout the Lin estate. The expressions of the imperial experts shifted dramatically as they collectively gazed skyward, shouting in anger, "Who dares to show themselves? Come down." Unbeknownst to them, a man clad in white stood above in the heavens, his hair billowing, exuding an intimidating aura. The countenances of the imperial experts changed drastically. This individual's appearance had gone unnoticed, and had he initiated an attack on the ninth prince, the consequences would have been dire. I do not appreciate having someone above me, the ninth prince murmured lazily, casting a glance upward. In response, one of the imperial experts stepped forward, a cruel smile gracing his face. I have come merely to deal with a mere boy who dares to disrespect the ninth prince. This is nothing short of courting death. He was dismissive, releasing a powerful aura that surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. Before them stood a formidable warrior of the 5th tier of the celestial realm, capable of suppressing the very essence of another within the same realm. You seek death, he thundered, directing his wrath at the figure clad in white. How dare you harm a member of the Lin family? This white-clad individual was none other than Lin Dong, who had just returned. Observing the scene unfolding before the Lin family, his handsome visage was shadowed by frost. His aura was frigid, reminiscent of the lethal chill emanating from an ancient ice cavern. And as he arrived, the temperature within the Lin residence plummeted. Earlier, at the gates of Yunlin City, Lin Dong had sensed something amiss within the Lin family through his spiritual perception, prompting his swift return. However, the speed of the Black Flood Dragon was inadequate. In his urgency, he had resorted to the secret technique of movement, arriving back to the Lin estate in mere moments. Yet, upon witnessing the tragic state of the butler and others, injured and lying on the ground, some lifeless while others were gravely wounded, Lin Dong's murderous intent erupted uncontrollably. Die! He roared, delivering a crushing blow, as a golden elephant phantom roared skyward, his blood surging forth like a tidal wave. Boom! His colossal hand descended, instantly reducing the fifth-tier celestial realm expert to mere pulp. A profound silence engulfed the scene, as onlookers stood in stunned disbelief. Even the ninth prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty could scarcely fathom that Lin Dong, so young, possessed such terrifying strength, rivaling even his own royal peers. Young master, flee. The butler, recognizing Lin Dong, quickly regained his composure, disregarding his injuries. He is the ninth prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty, a being we cannot afford to offend. You have slain a member of our dynasty. There is no escape. In an instant, several experts from the dynasty sprang into action, blocking Lin Dong's path. Lin Dong's prowess had exceeded their expectations. They now stood in the presence of a man who had just slain a colleague. No one dared to underestimate him. Why should I flee from these wretches? Lin Dong mused, his tranquility unshaken. Casting a reassuring glance at the butler, his icy gaze returned to the imperial warriors. If he wished to depart, none could hinder him. Besides, these individuals were merely ordinary celestial realm cultivators, far inferior to those he had slain in the secret realm. He had even vanquished formidable beings of the monarch realm. What fear did he have of them? They had intruded upon his Lin family and would fall before him without hesitation. You seek death, boy? The disdain evident on Lin Dong's face ignited fury among the imperial experts, prompting them to prepare to subdue him. Wait. The ninth prince of the Golden Dragon raised a hand, his expression transformed by surprise, admiration, and curiosity as he regarded Lin Dong. You are Lin Dong. Your power is indeed impressive. You are worthy of becoming one of my generals. You now have two choices, submit to me or perish. Should you choose to submit? If I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow upon you the title of a noble, allowing you to gaze upon the world with a smile. If you do not submit, you have taken my life, and the consequences of this, I trust you comprehend, whether it be you or they. The ninth prince took a delicate sip of tea, his expression still playful, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the chair, as if everything lay within his grasp. He had developed an appreciation for talent. A subordinate of the celestial realm was of little significance. What he required were prodigies akin to Lin Dong, worthy to become his generals. Such individuals could prove to be a tremendous asset in the future, even aiding him in ascending to the throne. Not only did he promise benefits to Lin Dong, but the underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. With the steward in his grasp, he was certain Lin Dong would not dare to flee, even if he attempted to escape to the ends of the earth. He could never evade the pursuit of the Golden Dragon dynasty. Moreover, anyone associated with Lin Dong would inevitably suffer repercussions. He believed that for the sake of the steward and the Lin family, Lin Dong, regardless of the circumstances, would not dare defy him, but would rather submit obediently beneath his feet. I choose to let you perish. Who could have anticipated Lin Dong's words, which struck like a thunderclap in the minds of all present, leaving them dizzy and incredulous as they turned their gaze towards him. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Dong acted instantly, his regal dragon aura rising skyward. Hundreds of strands of royal dragon energy coiled around him. And with a gaze that exuded authority, Lin Dong resembled a true sovereign, looking down upon the crowd as he hurled a fist towards the ninth prince. The roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens. The immense royal dragon energy surged forth, as if it intended to devour everything in its path. Lin Dong's decisiveness took the ninth prince by surprise, causing his countenance to darken, an icy chill settling upon his features. Qiu Lao, please suppress him. No one had ever dared to defy this prince in such a manner. You are the first, and I shall make you understand the consequences of opposing me. His tone was frigid, carrying a bone-chilling severity, for Lin Dong had thoroughly incensed him. In truth, there was no need for the ninth prince to speak. The middle-aged man beside him had already moved, stepping forward to stand before the ninth prince, his expression devoid of emotion. Humph, refusing an invitation to drink. You shall taste punishment instead. A formidable aura of the fourth level of the Purple Mansion realm erupted from him. With a casual palm strike, profound intent surged forth. Accompanied by boundless spiritual power, seemingly intent on suppressing the royal dragon energy. This blow was powerful enough to subdue any celestial realm fighter. Even a cultivator in the early stages of the Purple Mansion realm would find themselves bloodied on the spot. Boom. The clash of fists and palms unleashed a terrifying force, and a figure was sent flying backward. To the disbelief of all present, the one who was thrown back was not Lin Dong, but rather Qiao Lao. How could this be? Qiao Lao staggered backward dozens of steps, his vitality surging, a coppery taste filling his throat, which he forcefully swallowed down. This young man possesses some strange power? His eyes were filled with astonishment and incredulity. He was a formidable expert of the Purple Mansion realm, capable of effortlessly crushing any celestial realm fighter. Yet why was he being repelled by this celestial realm youth before him? The realm of the Purple Mansion is nothing extraordinary. In stark contrast, Lin Dong stood unmoved, his figure unwavering, his eyes dazzling like the sun, brimming with martial fervor. Old Qiao, what are you hesitating for? Quickly subdue this boy. Do not give him any more leeway. Observing old Qiao's inability to capture Lin Dong with a single strike, the ninth prince furrowed his brow, his countenance betraying dissatisfaction. What a bunch of inept individuals, unable to subdue even a mere celestial warrior. Upon returning, I shall ensure they are thoroughly reprimanded. The golden dragon that shakes the heavens. This is the divine ability of our dynasty. No matter how sinister you may be, you shall still perish at my hands. Old Qiao's expression darkened, as if he had been insulted, and he unleashed a thunderous strike. A surging essence coalesced into a majestic golden dragon, its roar reverberating through the heavens, as if the very firmament were to be shaken. I shall kill him, and you cannot impede me. In the face of such a ferocious assault, Lin Dong retaliated with a formidable punch, exuding unmatched dominance. The heavens and earth resonated, and a force even more terrifying than old Qiao's golden dragon surged forth, the potency of his fist overwhelming. A figure was sent flying backward. Once again, it was old Qiao. Chapter 84. Slaying the Ninth Prince. With a single punch, Lin Dong proved too formidable for even the Purple Mansion expert, sending him hurtling away. Boom. Old Qiao spat blood as he was flung backward, crashing down to create a deep crater, his terrifying might sweeping across the surroundings. How is this possible? Old Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react further, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed once more. The true dragon, infused with imperial dragon energy, howled to the heavens, devouring old Qiao's vitality, leaving him motionless in the deep pit. Thus, a Purple Mansion expert met his demise. His eyes remained wide with terror and incredulity, unable to close in death. A profound silence enveloped the scene. This unfolding transpired with astonishing swiftness. Lin Dong's second strike, which resulted in old Qiao's death, occurred in the blink of an eye. No one anticipated that old Qiao of the Purple Mansion would prove no match for Lin Dong, being subdued on the spot. The ninth prince was left in a state of shock. He finally understood. It was not that old Qiao had held back, but rather that he was truly incapable of contending with Lin Dong. A fifth-layer celestial warrior challenging a fourth-layer Purple Mansion expert? Is this the might of the Eight Bands realm? From whence did this prodigy emerge? How could he possibly be so powerful? In the Eight Bands realm, only the true anomalies of the 9 provinces could unleash such formidable strength. In such a barren land, how could someone like Lin Dong arise? As the ninth prince remained astounded, a cold, emotionless voice echoed, reminiscent of a whisper from the depths of the abyss, chilling his very soul. It is your turn, ninth prince. The words barely left the speaker's lips when the ninth prince felt an excruciating pain explode across his face, a massive fist crashing into him. Lin Dong's speed was unparalleled. The experts of the dynasty could not react in time. The ninth prince found himself mercilessly battered by Lin Dong. Yet, even had they reacted, they would still have proven no match for him. After all, how could the strongest among the practitioners, Elder Qiao, have met his demise at the hands of Lin Dong, making it implausible for them to stand as his adversaries? With a cough, the ninth prince spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his once handsome visage now grotesquely swollen, rendering his prior calm and confidence utterly inconsequential. To slay the ninth prince so effortlessly seemed an insult to him. Lin Dong vowed to repay the injuries inflicted upon his steward and others 1,000-fold. Like a fledgling chick, he manhandled the ninth prince, delivering a merciless beating that threatened to dislodge his very eyes from their sockets. Release me. This punch is for my steward. That kick is for the practitioners of the Lin family. This blow was delivered on behalf of Lin San's dog. In a fleeting moment, Lin Dong unleashed a barrage of fists and kicks upon the ninth prince. His anguished cries echoed throughout the Lin residence, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from witnesses alike. Lin Dong regarded the ninth prince with a mocking smile, questioning his previous amusement. The ninth prince had trespassed upon his forbidden boundaries. Were it not for his timely return, the Lin family might have faced dire calamities, yet, even so, their practitioners had suffered grievously. Not only had he slain members of the Lin family, but he had also threatened their very existence. This young man was courting death. Lin Dong's heart turned cold, indifferent to the prince's royal status. The ninth prince, in his current state, was utterly pitiable. His body bore no unscathed part, his face swollen beyond recognition, had he not been adorned in lavish garments. One might scarcely have identified him as the ninth prince. Stop. Do you dare treat me this way? Do you know who I am? Even your grandfather would be powerless. At long last, the ninth prince found an opportunity to speak, but his injuries rendered his words a mere slur. Humiliation etched across his features as he yearned to resist. A resounding slap from Lin Dong silenced him, leaving his head ringing. The force of the blow sent the ninth prince crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he writhed in agony. What to do? If this continued, the ninth prince might very well lose his life. Witnessing such a dire predicament, several masters from the dynasty stirred with intent, exchanging simple thoughts telepathically, contemplating intervention to rescue the ninth prince. However, just as they readied themselves, they were met with Lin Dong's frigid gaze, causing them to halt, paralyzed by fear. A single glance was enough to instill dread among the strongest. Observing this scene, the steward felt a swell of pride, yet a greater sense of trepidation loomed. While it was undeniably gratifying to see Lin Dong defend them and exact vengeance upon the ninth prince, the ramifications of slaying a prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty would be catastrophic, consequences far beyond what mere practitioners like themselves could endure. Young master, the steward hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Lin Dong cast a glance at the steward, signaling him to trust in his own judgment and to refrain from worry. He comprehended the steward's concerns, wishing for him to spare the ninth prince and others. Yet, the sword had been drawn, and there was no turning back. From the moment he murdered the old Xiao, the situation spiraled out of control. To bring it to an end, the only solution was to eliminate all witnesses. Do you not relish the idea of others standing above you? Not only do I intend to tower over you, but I shall tread upon your face. Lin Dong's foot pressed heavily upon the face of the ninth prince, mercilessly grinding it down with your kind of filth. How dare you expect me to accept you as a general? You. The ninth prince, his face a portrait of humiliation, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and boundless disgrace. Beneath the surface, a barely perceptible venomous hatred simmered. As a dignified prince, he had always been the one inflicting torment upon others. Never had he endured such indignity. It was unbearable. He secretly vowed that if he were to survive, he would ensure this man experienced what it truly meant to live a life worse than death. Ah, are you calculating how to exact your revenge in your heart? Lin Dong gazed down upon him, his dual-colored eyes revealing the ninth prince's thoughts, which could hardly escape his notice. This conviction solidified his resolve. They could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, they would pose endless future threats. Feeling Lin Dong's murderous intent, the ninth prince panicked. How could he possibly know my thoughts? Do you dare to kill me? I am a prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty. Lin Dong remained silent, swiftly twisting the ninth prince's neck. The prince could hardly believe that Lin Dong had the audacity to end his life. His pupils dilated in shock, regret flooding his gaze. And you shall remain as well. Lin Dong turned his attention to the remaining powerful figures of the dynasty, his murderous aura palpable. This is bad. He intends to silence us. The eyes of several royal powers widened in fear as they swiftly fled in all directions, their movements rapid. Yet, they could not outpace Lin Dong, who wielded the secret of movement. In mere moments, several of the dynasty's powerful figures fell lifeless into a pool of their own blood. Thus, all the strong from the Golden Dragon dynasty who had come to the Lin family perished. The steward stood in astonishment. The other cultivators of the Lin family regarded Lin Dong with profound awe. Who could have imagined that a month ago he was a mere waste of a young master? And now, like a dragon emerging from the depths, he slaughtered powerful warriors as easily as one would butcher chickens. And those of the Purple Mansion realm were no match for him. Young master, you are far too impulsive. If the Golden Dragon dynasty discovers that a prince has perished here, it will spell trouble not only for the Lin family but for the entire Yulon city. The steward, suppressing his pain, rose with a sigh, pondering how to navigate this predicament. The Golden Dragon dynasty was a formidable behemoth to ordinary folk. With its deep-seated lineage and a multitude of strong warriors, should the true powers of the dynasty descend, Even Lin Dong's ability to slay Purple Mansion Realm warriors would be insufficient. Chapter 85, Truly Terrifying. Lin Dong remained silent. The steward's words held merit. However, the ninth prince and his associates had sought their own demise. They could not be allowed to return to the mountain. If the ninth prince were spared, the strong of the Golden Dragon dynasty would arrive even sooner. With the ninth prince's vengeful character, he would undoubtedly seek retribution at the first opportunity upon returning to the dynasty. The ninth prince and his associates were silenced with lethal precision. The formidable forces of the Golden Dragon dynasty would not swiftly learn of the ninth prince's demise. When Lin Dong arrived, he had already sealed the realm, ensuring that no news could escape, and he planned to erase all traces of the incident. It was unlikely that the dynasty would uncover the identity of the assassins. And even if they did, it would take time ample enough for Lin Dong to recover and grow stronger. Given the opportunity, what was a mere Golden Dragon dynasty to him? From Lin Dong's understanding, the pinnacle of the dynasties might lay in its profound foundation, likely embodied by those of the Emperor realm. Such powerful beings typically remained dormant unless the dynasty faced a critical crisis. They would hardly intervene for the death of a minor prince. Therefore, the adversaries Lin Dong would confront were primarily the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators and the formidable Monarch Realm beings. He harbored no fear of the Purple Mansion Realm, and although he had encountered Monarch Realm opponents before, they could prove somewhat troublesome. Contemplating this eased his mind, yet he still required strength. He had anticipated that upon breaking through to the Heavenly Gang realm and becoming a master of Yulon City, he would find it easy to thrive. However, he soon realized that his power remained insufficient. Against these ancient and deeply rooted sects, such as the Golden Dragon dynasty and the ancient Liu family, he was still too young and inexperienced. The world was vast, with strong warriors abounding, and the path ahead for Lin Dong was long and arduous. Only by cultivating immense strength and being unafraid of all adversities could he face any challenge that arose. Turning to the steward, Lin Dong reassured him, "Do not worry. I shall handle this matter with discretion. Let me first assess your injuries." Upon inspecting the wounds of the steward and others, his expression turned cold. The ninth prince was truly merciless, inflicting severe harm on cultivators of such lowly rank. If this continued, their lives would be at grave risk. The ruthless strikes of several imperial cultivators had left these ordinary practitioners gravely injured. Even healing elixirs would prove ineffective, leaving them with no choice but to await their demise. Yet, with his heavy eye, Lin Dong regarded these injuries as trifling. Once the light of the heavy eye was unleashed, as long as they remained alive, no injury could be deemed significant in his presence. His miraculous abilities left the steward and the Lin family cultivators in awe, as they realized that this young master was indeed different. A veil of mystery surrounded him, rendering him inscrutable to all. Many of the severely injured brethren revived with vigor, exclaiming Lin Dong's prowess as a divine physician and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "You have all endured much suffering. Steward, please lead the brethren to rest." "There is no need to dwell on other matters," Lin Dong instructed, retrieving various items from his storage ring and distributing cultivation resources to each member of the Lin family. The Lin family cultivators were overjoyed. This young master was exceedingly generous. Even the simplest of items he offered were treasures coveted by experts of the Sea Transformation realm. People instinctively wished to deflect, claiming that the resources provided by the steward were ample and would never be exhausted. Lin Dong remarked that this was merely a consolation for them. Under firm insistence, they reluctantly accepted the resources. The Lin family cultivators were deeply moved, grateful to have survived a great calamity and to receive such concern from the young master, which solidified their unwavering loyalty to the Lin family. They unconditionally placed their trust in him. Lin Dong had created numerous miracles, transforming from a well-known waste into a master of the Sea Transformation realm, and subsequently annihilating the Bai family. Now he had ascended to the Celestial Gang's realm, capable of slaying powerful foes of the Imperial Purple Mansion realm. In just a month, at the tender age of 18, he possessed combat prowess that rivaled that of senior inner elders from the Seven Stars Academy. Many rejoiced that they had not abandoned the Lin family during its trials. Otherwise, how could they have enjoyed such favorable treatment? Particularly ecstatic was the last Sea Transformation realm expert of the Lin family, for among his resources were even those coveted by Celestial Gang's realm cultivators. Which family could provide such extraordinary benefits? He had thought to live a life of ease, with so many resources to cultivate, harboring the hope of breaking through to the elusive Celestial Gang's realm. Suddenly, a towering shadow obscured the sky. accompanied by a wailing sound that echoed through the Lin family estate. It was then that the black dragon serpent arrived, belatedly. Lin Dong had departed, and the little black dragon was unfamiliar with the route to the Lin family. Relying on its instinct to trace Lin Dong's aura, it had come late. It had contemplated fleeing, yet feared Lin Dong's retribution later. The black dragon dove down, stirring up a tempest of wind, startling the steward and Lin family cultivators who were about to depart, causing them to scatter in shock at the sight of the colossal beast. Heavens! Is that a fifth-tier demon beast? The black dragon appeared fierce and menacing, its dark scales radiating a chilling aura. Although its demonic might was subdued, an overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed the surroundings, making it hard to breathe. You frightened the Lin family to death, little black? Lin Dong reproached as he pinned the little dragon to the ground, ensuring the Lin family members, having just recovered from their injuries, were not subjected to further fright. Observing the imposing black dragon submit at Lin Dong's feet left the Lin family in awe. Goodness! Young master, how impressive! After the initial shock, the crowd quickly accepted the situation. If the young master could slay even those of the Purple Mansion realm, what was a fifth-tier demon beast to him? However, upon noticing the body lying nearby, the little black dragon trembled in fear. It was a mid-stage expert of the Purple Mansion realm. Goodness! Is the master not of the Celestial Gang's realm? He actually killed someone of a higher tier? Even though old Shio had perished. The little black dragon could still sense the lingering aura of the old man, unmistakably a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. It realized it was no match for him. Yet, this individual had fallen at the young master's hands. How long had it been since the young master had slain a being of the Purple Mansion realm? It was utterly terrifying. Little Black trembled in fear, terrified that Lin Dong might also eliminate him. My lord, I was wrong. I will be more careful next time. Lin Dong replied, from now on, you shall be the guardian spirit beast of the Lin family. Do you have any objections? Little Black shook his head vigorously. No objections. Lin Dong then turned to the dazed butler and said, this is a mount I casually captured outside, named Little Black. Henceforth, he will serve as the guardian spirit beast of the Lin family. Lin Dong looked at Little Black. If I am not present in the Lin family, you must obey the butler's commands. His words are as if they were my own. Do you understand? Little Black nodded furiously, filled with a strong desire to survive. Little Black greets the butler. The butler paused for a moment, and after a while, he finally reacted, feeling pleased. Excellent. With the Black Flood Dragon as our protector, we shall deter all factions in Yunlin City, and no one will dare to offend the Lin family again. What a privilege it is to have a fifth-tier demon beast as a guardian spirit beast. Chapter 86. Little Black breaks through to 6th tier. 9 prodigies target Lin Dong. Next, the butler and the others returned to rest while Lin Dong handled the aftermath, erasing all traces of the 9th prince and his companions. Eat up. Upon seeing the Black Flood Dragon eyeing the corpses of Chiao Lao and others withdrew, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle and toss the bodies towards Little Black with a flick of his hand. Crunch. Thank you, my lord. Little Black's eyes sparkled with excitement as he devoured several corpses, munching them like snacks, and he did not forget to express his joy towards Lin Dong. The flesh of cultivators contains essence, serving as a substantial nourishment for demon beasts. Consuming it can enhance their cultivation. Not to mention, there were several Celestial Realm cultivators, and even one from the Purple Mansion realm. This was a feast for Little Black. With a stroke of luck, a breakthrough to a 6th-tier demon beast was not out of the question. Lin Dong remarked, Little Black, if you follow me, you will certainly reap great benefits. Perhaps even achieve realms beyond your wildest dreams. As he spoke, Lin Dong produced a golden, extraordinary divine fruit. Little Black's eyes widened in surprise. Recognizing it as a Daoyin fruit, he gazed at Lin Dong, a glimmer of desire in his eyes. My lord, is this for me? Lin Dong nodded. If you consume it, can you break through to the 6th tier? The enemies Lin Dong would face in the future would grow increasingly powerful. If Little Black's strength remained too feeble to protect the Lin family, it was time to cultivate him properly since he had acknowledged Lin Dong as his master. Not only to intimidate but also to provide some rewards. Little Black was immensely excited. Absolutely. I guarantee a breakthrough, my lord. The essence of the Daoyin fruit, combined with the corpses you just provided, will be enough for me to ascend to the 6th tier. There is even a chance for further advancement. Good, eat it then. Do not disappoint me. After Lin Dong's words, Little Black eagerly consumed the Daoyin fruit. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous demonic aura erupted from Little Black, as the terrifying medicinal power of the Daoyin fruit enabled him to break through to the 6th tier. Haha. After being stuck at this threshold for hundreds of years, I have finally broken through. You lot didn't see this coming, did you? Your black grandfather has reached the 6th tier. Little Black could not restrain himself and let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. Had it not been for Lin Dong's intervention, the entire Yunlin city might have been stirred. Little Black felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, igniting a desire to flee. With his capabilities, the vast world lay open before him. Yet, a casual glance at the smiling Lin Dong beside him extinguished any rebellious thoughts. Despite his newfound strength, he sensed an insurmountable respect for Lin Dong. Recalling the fate of Elder Chiu and the others, he shivered involuntarily. Escape seemed futile. Was he not doing quite well at present? Grateful for the Lord's benevolence, he recognized that without such opportunities bestowed upon him, the Little Black of today would not exist. Bowing his proud head, he acknowledged that freedom and survival were paramount, and a feast, whether one meal or every meal, was still a matter of significance. In the future, he would be profoundly thankful for the choice made today. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and subsequently arranged for Little Black to reside in his small courtyard, promising to establish a dedicated dwelling for him in due course. First, let us visit the academy, Lin Dong thought as he hurried towards the institution. He recalled that Elder Lu had summoned him the previous day for an urgent matter at the academy. After returning from the wilderness mountains, he had spent an entire day addressing issues pertaining to the Lin family. In the inner courtyard, many disciples had gathered before a massive white jade monument, the renowned talent board of the academy. This stone tablet was erected to inspire the disciples. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Their eyes filled with longing as they gazed upon the names inscribed on the monument, representing the elite of the inner courtyard, figures they could only aspire to be. Among them, 10 names shone resplendently. First place, the Blade Demon, Dao Qichen. 10th place, Lin Dong. The rankings had remained unchanged for several months. But a shift occurred just 10 days prior, with Lin Dong ascending to the 10th position, supplanting Yang Yanfeng. This news swiftly spread throughout the inner courtyard, igniting a fervor of curiosity regarding the identity of Lin Dong. Who is Lin Dong? Which esteemed figure is this? Murmured the crowd in disbelief, astonished that someone had quietly infiltrated the prestigious talent board's top 10. They had never encountered such a name before, and speculation abounded about the origin of this prodigy. While they were familiar with Dao Qichen and others, Lin Dong seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. However, as the tale of Lin Dong's overpowering defeat of Yang Yanfeng and his single-handed destruction of the Azure Dragon Monument circulated, the significance of his name became clear. A newcomer? At 18 years of age, a first-level celestial realm cultivator? A strength of 10 million pounds? Shattering the Azure Dragon Monument? How could such extraordinary attributes coalesce within a single individual? What manner of beast is this? When did newcomers become so formidable? They marveled. The academy elders could hardly compare. With such prowess, it was no exaggeration to say that even the first place would not be beyond his grasp. Lin Dong had become the first new disciple to break into the top 10 of the talent board upon entering the inner courtyard, leaving many disciples in a state of disbelief. The Celestial Champions list is replete with exceptional talents. Who among them has not spent years cultivating within the inner courtyard to earn their place among the elite? Yet, what of Lin Dong? A new student, astonishingly formidable, achieving the celestial realm at merely 18? It is hard to believe, yet the reality stands before them. Were it not for the undeniable authority of the champions list, they might have questioned its integrity. As days passed, Lin Dong's reputation spread throughout the inner courtyard. Even his audacious assault on the Bai family became the subject of discussion. Lin Dong had become an idol among the new students, leaving countless disciples intrigued about the identity of this remarkable figure. As Lin Dong strolled through the plaza, he could not help but chuckle upon overhearing their discussions. He sought out Elder Lu, inquiring about the urgency of the matter. Elder Lu exclaimed, "At last, you have arrived. I feared something had befallen you. Come quickly with me to the Hall of 10,000 Intentions. I have endured immense pressure to delay its opening for you by a day. If we tarry any longer, you may miss the chance to comprehend the true essence." Elder Lu, visibly anxious, grasped Lin Dong's arm and hurriedly explained that the inner courtyard intended to provide special training for the top 10 champions, ensuring they possessed sufficient strength for the upcoming assessments. And do take heed. Elder Lu continued earnestly, do not underestimate the other 9 champions on the list. Should they unite, even I would find them formidable. According to Elder Lu, the remaining champions had been waiting at the hall for a full day and night, likely harboring discontent towards Lin Dong, and might conspire against him. The 9 champions? Lin Dong remained unfazed. With his prowess, He had long since surpassed the cultivators of the sea transformation realm, setting his sights on the younger generation of Qingzhou. Thank you, Elder. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please, do not stand on ceremony, Lin Dong insisted, pressing some items into Elder Lu's hands. Upon glancing at the offerings, Elder Lu gasped, "Indeed, these are far too precious. I cannot accept." However, after Lin Dong's persistent urging, Elder Lu reluctantly accepted the gifts, chuckling, "You young rascal. I was right about you after all. In that case, I shall graciously accept." Chapter 87. The Hall of 10,000 Intentions. The Dean of the Inner Courtyard. The Hall of 10,000 Intentions serves as the core cultivation facility of the 7-Star Academy. This hall, a space opened by a powerful figure of the Academy through extraordinary means, houses countless truths left behind by past formidable scholars, along with the essence of various laws, available for disciples to study and comprehend. It proves immensely beneficial for those at the sea transformation and celestial realm levels. However, each activation of the hall requires substantial resources to maintain and is seldom opened unless absolutely necessary. Rumor has it that a significant event has prompted the Dean of the Inner Courtyard to resolutely initiate the opening of the hall. It can be said that the Academy has invested considerable resources to nurture the 10 prodigies of Lin Dong. One can only hope that these prodigies will bring glory to the Yunlan City branch during the upcoming comprehensive assessment in a few days. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wani Pavilion, Lin Dong beheld several distinguished young men and women seated gracefully on the ground, exuding an aura of formidable power. "Thank you all for your patience," Lin Dong's voice resonated, prompting the 9 individuals present to turn their attention towards him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hostility. "Have we finally arrived?" mocked Luo Wuyo, ranked 4th on the prodigy list, with a tone laced with sarcasm. "To keep us waiting for an entire day and night. What an impressive sense of self-importance." Indeed, the assembly was aware of Lin Dong's formidable prowess, rendering them reluctant to act overtly, resorting instead to veiled derision to express their discontent. "Are you Lin Dong? You truly are powerful. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to battle you." The Blade Demon, Dao Qichen, regarded Lin Dong with keen interest, a glint of icy combativeness flashing in his eyes before he averted his gaze. As prodigies, none were willing to concede to the others without direct confrontation. Of course, the few present possessed substantial merit, as the top 3 on the prodigy list were all at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, having previously achieved the remarkable feat of slaying a first-tier celestial realm expert. A first-tier celestial, wielding formidable blade intent, surely, he must be the foremost prodigy. Lin Dong surveyed the 9 individuals, yet none of them commanded his concern. Having previously vanquished powerful beings at the Monarch realm, and even slain formidable opponents at the Purple Mansion realm, he regarded their petty squabbles with indifference. "Brother, you have finally arrived. You cannot imagine how disconcerting these individuals have been in your absence." To Lin Dong's surprise, Yang Dianfeng was among the 9. And upon seeing Lin Dong, he promptly approached to greet him. "How are you still among the top 10 prodigies?" Lin Dong inquired, astonished, with a face full of admiration. Yang Dianfeng replied, "I owe my progress to the sword intent insights you bestowed upon me, brother. I have gleaned some fundamental understanding, which has significantly enhanced my sword intent. Just 2 days ago, I defeated the 8th rank prodigy in a duel and took his place." The admiration in Yang Dianfeng's tone and gaze for Lin Dong was palpable. The sword intent notes left by Lin Dong had proven invaluable. In just a few days, he had avoided years of misguided efforts. Without Lin Dong, he doubted he would have had the qualification to stand there. He felt fortunate to have implored Lin Dong to accept him as a younger brother. Otherwise, he would have missed this extraordinary fortune. "Ah, I see," Lin Dong nodded, clearly sensing that Yang Dianfeng's sword intent had indeed grown considerably, nearing the threshold of true mastery. "Yang Dianfeng, it is not that I look down upon you. As a distinguished celestial sword body, how could you willingly lower yourself to be someone else's subordinate? To see you still ranked 10th among the prodigies after all these years of camaraderie is a disgrace." Though Lin Dong's group could not afford to offend them, Yang Dianfeng and his companions showed no fear in belittling Yang Dianfeng. They were also expressing their dissatisfaction and disdain towards Lin Dong. "Come then, let us battle." Yang Dianfeng stood resolutely against several adversaries, unyielding in the face of their numbers. His prowess has surged dramatically, instilling within him the confidence to confront Dao Qichen. Let us not speak of other prodigies. How could you possibly comprehend the might of my elder brother? Only when you truly face him will you grasp the meaning of helplessness and recognize what constitutes a true genius in this world. Those so-called prodigies are utterly insignificant before Lin Dong and are unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. Who fears him? Luo Wuyo, ranked fourth among the prodigies, rose to his feet, his aura soaring to the heavens, unwilling to yield. He had waited for Lin Dong for an entire day and night. His patience wearing thin, and Yang Dianfeng fortuitously crossed paths with him. While Lin Dong's reputation instilled some trepidation, he held no fear for Yang Dianfeng. The clash of their auras caught the attention of the onlookers. A few were astonished to note that Yang Dianfeng's presence was on par with Luo Wuyo's, explaining his confidence. How intriguing! Even the aloof Dao Qinchin could not help but cast a glance. Yang Dianfeng, once disregarded, now emanated